Book 11, chapters 1 to 4, containing about 3 days. Chapter 1. A Crust for the Critics. In our last initial chapter, we may be supposed to have treated that formidable set of men who are called critics with more freedom than becomes us, since they exact, and indeed generally receive, great condescension from authors. We shall in this, therefore, give the reasons of our conduct to this august body, and here we shall perhaps place them in a light in which they have not hitherto been seen. This word critic is of Greek derivation, and signifies judgment. Hence, I presume, some persons who have not understood the original, and have seen the English translation of the primitive, have concluded that it meant judgment in the legal sense, in which it is frequently used as equivalent to condemnation. I am the rather inclined to be of that opinion, as the greatest number of critics have of late years been found amongst the lawyers. Many of these gentlemen, from despair perhaps of ever rising to the bench in Westminster Hall, have placed themselves on the benches at the playhouse, where they have exerted their judicial capacity, and have given judgment, i.e., condemned without mercy. The gentlemen would perhaps be well enough pleased if we were to leave them thus compared to one of the most important and honourable officers in the Commonwealth, and if we intended to apply to their favour, we would do so. But as we design to deal very sincerely and plainly too with them, we must remind them of another office of justice of a much lower rank, to whom, as they not only pronounce but execute their own judgment, they bear likewise some remote resemblance. But in reality there is another light in which these modern critics may, with great justice and propriety, be seen, and this is that of a common slanderer. If a person who pries into the character of others, with no other design but to discover their faults and to publish them to the world, deserves the title of a slanderer of the reputations of men, why should not a critic, who reads with the same malevolent view, be as properly styled the slanderer of the reputation of books? Vice hath not, I believe, a more abject slave. Society produces not a more odious vermin, nor can the devil receive a guest more worthy of him, nor possibly more welcome to him, than a slanderer. The world, I am afraid, regards not this monster with half the abhorrence which he deserves, and I am more afraid to assign the reason of this criminal lenity shown towards him. Yet it is certain that the thief looks innocent in the comparison. Nay, the murderer himself can seldom stand in competition with his guilt, for slander is a more cruel weapon than a sword, as the wounds which the former give are always incurable. One method, indeed, there is of killing, and that of the basest and most execrable of all, which bears an exact analogy to the vice here disclaimed against, and that is poison, a means of revenge so base and yet so horrible that it was once wisely distinguished by our laws from all other murders in the peculiar severity of the punishment. Besides the dreadful mischiefs done by slander, and the baseness of the means by which they are effected, there are other circumstances that highly aggravate its atrocious quality, for it often proceeds from no provocation, and seldom promises itself any reward, unless some black and infernal mind may propose a reward in the thoughts of having procured the ruin and misery of another. Shakespeare hath nobly touched this vice when he says, "Who steals my purse steals trash, 'tis something nothing. 'Twas mine, 'tis his, and hath been slave to thousands, but he that filches from me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him, but makes me poor indeed." With all this my good reader will doubtless agree, but much of it will probably seem too severe when applied to the slanderer of books. But let it here be considered that both proceed from the same wicked disposition of mind, and are alike void of the excuse of temptation. Nor shall we conclude the injury done this way to be very slight, when we consider a book as the author's offspring, and indeed as the child of his brain. The reader who hath suffered his muse to continue hitherto in a virgin state can have but a very inadequate idea of this kind of paternal fondness. To such we may parody the tender exclamation of Macduff, "Alas, thou hast written no book!" But the author whose muse hath brought forth will feel the pathetic strain, perhaps will accompany me with tears, especially if his darling be already no more, while I mention the uneasiness with which the big muse bears about her burden, the painful labour with which she produces it, and lastly, the care, the fondness with which the tender father nourishes his favourite till it be brought to maturity and produced into the world. Nor is there any paternal fondness which seems less to savour of absolute instinct, and which may so well be reconciled to worldly wisdom as this. These children may most truly be called the riches of their father, and many of them have with true filial piety fed their parent in his old age, so that not only the affection but the interest of the author may be highly injured by these slanderers, whose poisonous breath brings his book to an untimely end. Lastly, the slander of a book is, in truth, the slander of the author, for as no one can call another bastard without calling the mother a whore, so neither can anyone give the name of sad stuff, horrid nonsense, etc., to a book without calling the author a blockhead, which, though in a moral sense it is a preferable appellation to that of villain, is perhaps rather more injurious to his worldly interest. Now, however ludicrous all this may appear to some, others, I doubt not, will feel and acknowledge the truth of it, nay, may perhaps think I have not treated the subject with decent solemnity. But surely a man may speak truth with a smiling countenance. In reality, to depreciate a book maliciously or even wantonly is at least a very ill-natured office, and a morose, snarling critic may, I believe, be suspected to be a bad man. I will therefore endeavour, in the remaining part of this chapter, to explain the marks of this character, and to show what criticism I here intend to obviate, for I can never be understood unless by the very persons here meant to insinuate that there are no proper judges of writing, or to endeavour to exclude from the commonwealth of literature any of those noble critics to whose labours the learned world are so greatly indebted. Such were Aristotle, Horace, and Longinus among the ancients, Dacier and Bossu among the French, and some perhaps among us, who have certainly been duly authorized to execute at least a judicial authority in foro literario. But without ascertaining all the proper qualifications of a critic, which I have touched on elsewhere, I think I may very boldly object to the censures of any one passed upon works which he hath not himself read. Such censures as these, whether they speak from their own guess or suspicion, or from the report and opinion of others, may properly be said to slander the reputation of the book they condemn. Such may likewise be suspected of deserving this character, who, without assigning any particular faults, condemn the whole in general defamatory terms, such as vile, dull, damned stuff, etc., and particularly by the use of the monosyllable low, a word which becomes the mouth of no critic who is not right honourable. Again, though there may be some faults justly assigned in the work, yet if those are not in the most essential parts, or if they are compensated by greater beauties, it will savour rather of the malice of a slanderer than of the judgment of a true critic to pass a severe sentence upon the whole, merely on account of some vicious part. This is directly contrary to the sentiments of Horace. Verbum ubi plura nitent in carmine non ergo pacis, offendo maculis quas aut in curia futit, at humana parum cavet natura. But where the beauties more in numbers shine, I am not angry when a casual line, that with some trivial fault unequal flows, a careless hand or human frailty shows. Mr. Francis. For, as Marshall says, aliter non fit avite liber. No book can be otherwise composed. All beauty of character, as well as of countenance, and indeed of everything human, is to be tried in this manner. Cruel indeed would it be if such a work as this history, which hath employed some thousands of hours in the composing, should be liable to be condemned because some particular chapter, or perhaps chapters, may be obnoxious to very just and sensible objections. And yet nothing is more common than the most rigorous sentence upon books supported by such objections, which, if they were rightly taken, and that they are not always, do by no means go to the merit of the whole. In the theatre especially, a single expression which doth not coincide with the taste of the audience, or with any individual critic of that audience, is sure to be hissed, and one scene which should be disapproved would hazard the whole piece. To write within such severe rules as these is as impossible as to live up to some splenetic opinions, and if we judge according to the sentiments of some critics and of some Christians, no authors will be saved in this world, and no man in the next. Chapter 2. The adventures which Sophia met with after leaving Upton. Our history, just before it was obliged to turn about and travel backwards, had mentioned the departure of Sophia and her maid from the inn. We shall now therefore pursue the steps of that lovely creature, and leave her unworthy lover a little longer to bemoan his ill luck, or rather his ill conduct. Sophia, having directed her guide to travel through by-roads across the country, they now passed the Severn, and had scarcely got a mile from the inn, when the young lady, looking behind her, saw several horses coming after on full speed. This greatly alarmed her fears, and she called to the guide to put on as fast as possible. He immediately obeyed her, and away they rode a full gallop. But the faster they went, the faster they were followed, and as the horses behind were somewhat swifter than those before, so the former were at length overtaken. A happy circumstance for poor Sophia, whose fears, joined to her fatigue, had almost overpowered her spirits, but she was now instantly relieved by a female voice, that greeted her in the softest manner and with the utmost civility. This greeting Sophia, as soon as she could recover her breath, with like civility and with the highest satisfaction to herself, returned. The travellers who joined Sophia, and who had given her such terror, consisted, like her own company, of 2 females and a guide. The 2 parties proceeded 3 full miles together before anyone offered again to open their mouths, when our heroine, having pretty well got the better of her fear, but yet being somewhat surprised that the other still continued to attend her, as she pursued no great road, and had already passed through several turnings, accosted the strange lady in a most obliging tone, and said she was very happy to find they were both travelling the same way. The other, who, like a ghost, only wanted to be spoke to, readily answered that the happiness was entirely hers, that she was a perfect stranger in that country, and was so overjoyed at meeting a companion of her own sex that she had perhaps been guilty of an impertinence which required great apology in keeping pace with her. More civilities passed between these 2 ladies, for Mrs. Honour had now given place to the fine habit of the stranger, and had fallen into the rear. But though Sophia had great curiosity to know why the other lady continued to travel on through the same by-roads with herself, nay, though this gave her some uneasiness, yet fear or modesty or some other consideration restrained her from asking the question. The strange lady now laboured under a difficulty which appears almost below the dignity of history to mention. Her bonnet had been blown from her head not less than 5 times within the last mile, nor could she come at any ribbon or handkerchief to tie it under her chin. When Sophia was informed of this, she immediately supplied her with a handkerchief for this purpose, which, while she was pulling it from her pocket, she perhaps too much neglected the management of her horse, for the beast, now unluckily making a false step, fell upon his forelegs, and threw his fair rider from his back. Though Sophia came head foremost to the ground, she happily received not the least damage, and the same circumstance which had perhaps contributed to her fall now preserved her from confusion, for the lane which they were then passing was narrow and very much overgrown with trees, so that the moon could here afford very little light, and was, moreover, at present so obscured in a cloud that it was almost perfectly dark. By these means the young lady's modesty, which was extremely delicate, escaped as free from injury as her limbs, and she was once more reinstated in her saddle, having received no other harm than a little fright by her fall. Daylight at length appeared in its full lustre, and now the 2 ladies, who were riding over a common side by side, looking steadfastly at each other, at the same moment both their eyes became fixed, both their horses stopped, and both, speaking together with equal joy, pronounced the one the name of Sophia, and the other that of Harriet. This unexpected encounter surprised the ladies much more than I believe it will the sagacious reader, who must have imagined that the strange lady could be no other than Mrs. Fitzpatrick, the cousin of Miss Weston, whom we before mentioned to have sallied from the inn a few minutes after her. So great was the surprise and joy which these two cousins conceived at this meeting, for they had formerly been most intimate acquaintance and friends, and had long lived together with their Aunt Weston, that it is impossible to recount half the congratulations which passed between them, before either asked a very natural question of the other, namely, whither she was going. This at last, however, came first from Mrs. Fitzpatrick, but, easy and natural as the question may seem, Sophia found it difficult to give it a very ready and certain answer. She begged her cousin, therefore, to suspend all curiosity till they arrived at some inn, which, I suppose, says she, can hardly be far distant. And believe me, Harriet, I suspend as much curiosity on my side, for indeed I believe our astonishment is pretty equal. The conversation which passed between these ladies on the road was, I apprehend, little worth relating, and less certainly was that between the two waiting women, for they likewise began to pay their compliments to each other. As for the guides, they were debarred from the pleasures of discourse, the one being placed in the van, and the other obliged to bring up the rear. In this posture they travelled many hours, till they came into a wide and well-beaten road, which, as they turned to the right, soon brought them to a very fair, promising inn, where they all alighted. But so fatigued was Sophia, that as she had sat her horse during the last 5 or 6 miles with great difficulty, so she was now incapable of dismounting from him without assistance. This the landlord, who had hold of her horse, presently perceiving, offered to lift her in his arms from her saddle, and she too readily accepted the tender of his service. Indeed, fortune seems to have resolved to put Sophia to the blush that day, and the second malicious attempt succeeded better than the first, for my landlord had no sooner received the young lady in his arms than his feet, which the gout had lately very severely handled, gave way, and down he tumbled, but at the same time, with no less dexterity than gallantry, contrived to throw himself under his charming burden, so that he alone received any bruise from the fall. For the great injury which happened to Sophia was a violent shock given to her modesty by an immoderate grin, which, at her rising from the ground, she observed in the countenance of most of the bystanders. This made her suspect what had really happened, and what we shall not here relate for the indulgence of those readers who are capable of laughing at the offence given to a young lady's delicacy. Accidents of this kind we have never regarded in a comical light, nor will we scruple to say that he must have a very inadequate idea of the modesty of a beautiful young woman who would wish to sacrifice it to so paltry a satisfaction as can arise from laughter. This fright and shock, joined to the violent fatigue which both her mind and body had undergone, almost overcame the excellent constitution of Sophia, and she had scarce strength sufficient to totter into the inn, leaning on the arm of her maid. Here she was no sooner seated than she called for a glass of water, but Mrs. Honour, very judiciously, in my opinion, changed it into a glass of wine. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, hearing from Mrs. Honour that Sophia had not been in bed during the 2 last nights, and observing her to look very pale and wan with her fatigue, earnestly entreated her to refresh herself with some sleep. She was yet a stranger to her history or her apprehensions, but had she known both, she would have given the same advice, for rest was visibly necessary for her, and their long journey through by-roads so entirely removed all danger of pursuit that she was herself perfectly easy on that account. Sophia was easily prevailed on to follow the counsel of her friend, which was heartily seconded by her maid. Mrs. Fitzpatrick likewise offered to bear her cousin company, which Sophia, with much complaisance, accepted. The mistress was no sooner in bed than the maid prepared to follow her example. She began to make many apologies to her sister Abigail for leaving her alone in so horrid a place as an inn, but the other stopped her short, being as well inclined to a nap as herself, and desired the honour of being her bedfellow. Sophia's maid agreed to give her a share of her bed, but put in her claim to all the honour. So, after many curtsies and compliments, to bed together went the waiting women, as their mistresses had done before them. It was usual with my landlord, as indeed it is with the whole fraternity, to inquire particularly of all coachmen, footmen, postboys, and others, into the names of all his guests, what their estate was, and where it lay. It cannot therefore be wondered at that the many particular circumstances which attended our travellers, and especially their retiring all to sleep at so extraordinary and unusual an hour as 10 in the morning, should excite his curiosity. As soon, therefore, as the guides entered the kitchen, he began to examine who the ladies were, and whence they came. But the guides, though they faithfully related all they knew, gave him very little satisfaction. On the contrary, they rather inflamed his curiosity than extinguished it. This landlord had the character, among all his neighbours, of being a very sagacious fellow. He was thought to see farther and deeper into things than any man in the parish, the parson himself not excepted. Perhaps his look had contributed not a little to procure him this reputation, for there was in this something wonderfully wise and significant, especially when he had a pipe in his mouth, which indeed he seldom was without. His behaviour likewise greatly assisted in promoting the opinion of his wisdom. In his deportment he was solemn, if not sullen, and when he spoke, which was seldom, he always delivered himself in a slow voice, and though his sentences were short, they were still interrupted with many hums and ha's and ayes and other expletives, so that though he accompanied his words with certain explanatory gestures, such as shaking or nodding the head or pointing with his forefinger, he generally left his hearers to understand more than he expressed. Nay, he commonly gave them a hint that he knew much more than he thought proper to disclose. This last circumstance alone may, indeed, very well account for his character of wisdom, since men are strangely inclined to worship what they do not understand. A grand secret, upon which several imposers on mankind have totally relied for the success of their frauds. This polite person, now taking his wife aside, asked her what she thought of the ladies lately arrived. "Think of them," said the wife. "Why, what should I think of them?" "I know," answered he, "what I think. The guides tell strange stories. One pretends to come from Gloucester, and the other from Upton, and neither of them, for what I can find, can tell whither they are going. But what people ever travel across the country from Upton hither, especially to London?" And one of the maidservants, before she alighted from her horse, asked if this was not the London road. Now, I have put all these circumstances together, and whom do you think I have found them out to be? "Nay," answered she, "you know I never pretend to guess at your discoveries." "It is a good girl," replied he, chucking her under the chin. "I must own you have always submitted to my knowledge of these matters. Why, then, depend upon it, mind what I say, depend upon it, they are certainly some of the rebel ladies who they say travel with the young chevalier, and have taken a roundabout way to escape the Duke's army." "Husband," quoth the wife, "you have certainly hit it, for one of them is dressed as fine as any princess, and to be sure she looks for all the world like one. But yet, when I consider one thing—" "When you consider!" cries the landlord contemptuously. "Come, pray, let's hear what you consider." "Why, it is," answered the wife, "that she is too humble to be any very great lady, for while our Betty was warming the bed, she called her nothing but child, and my dear, and sweetheart, and when Betty offered to pull off her shoes and stockings, she would not suffer her, saying she would not give her the trouble." "Bah!" answered the husband, "that is nothing. Dost think because you have seen some great ladies rude and uncivil to persons below them, that none of them know how to behave themselves when they come before their inferiors? I think I know people of fashion when I see them. I think I do. Did not she call for a glass of water when she came in? Another sort of woman would have called for a dram. You know they would. If she be not a woman of very great quality, sell me for a fool, and I believe those who buy me will have a bad bargain. Now, would a woman of her quality travel without a footman, unless upon some such extraordinary occasion?" "Nay, to be sure, husband," cries she, "you know these matters better than I, or most folk." "I think I do know something," said he. "To be sure," answered the wife, "the poor little heart looked so piteous when she sat down in the chair, I protest I could not help having a compassion for her, almost as much as if she had been a poor body. But what's to be done, husband? If and she be a rebel, I suppose you intend to betray her up to the court." Well, she's a sweet-tempered, good-humoured lady, be she what she will, and I shall hardly refrain from crying when I hear she is hanged or beheaded." "Bah!" answered the husband. "But as to what's to be done, it is not so easy a matter to determine. I hope before she goes away we shall have the news of a battle, for if the Chevalier should get the better, she may gain us interest at court, and make our fortunes without betraying her." "Why, that's true," replied the wife, "and I heartily hope she will have it in her power. Certainly she's a sweet, good lady. It would go horribly against me to have her come to any harm." "Bah!" cries the landlord. "Women are always so tender-hearted. Why, you would not harbour rebels, would you?" "No, certainly," answered the wife. "And as for betraying her, come what will on it, nobody can blame us. It is what anybody would do in our case." While our politic landlord, who had not, we see, undeservedly the reputation of great wisdom among his neighbours, was engaged in debating this matter with himself, for he paid little attention to the opinion of his wife, news arrived that the rebels had given the Duke the slip, and had got a day's march towards London, and soon after arrived a famous Jacobite squire, who, with great joy in his countenance, shook the landlord by the hand, saying, "All's our own, boy. 10,000 honest Frenchmen are landed in Suffolk. Old England for ever. 10,000 French, my brave lad. I'm going to tap away directly." This news determined the opinion of the wise man, and he resolved to make his court to the young lady when she arose, for he had now, he said, discovered that she was no other than Madam Jenny Cameron herself. Chapter 3. A very short chapter, in which, however, is a sun, a moon, a star, and an angel. The sun, for he keeps very good hours at this time of the year, had been some time retired to rest, when Sophia arose greatly refreshed by her sleep, which, short as it was, nothing but her extreme fatigue could have occasioned, for though she had told her maid, and perhaps herself too, that she was perfectly easy when she left Upton, yet it is certain her mind was a little affected with that malady which is attended with all the restless symptoms of a fever, and is perhaps the very distemper which physicians mean, if they mean anything, by the fever on the spirits. Mrs. Fitzpatrick likewise left her bed at the same time, and having summoned her maid, immediately dressed herself. She was really a very pretty woman, and, had she been in any other company but that of Sophia, might have been thought beautiful, but when Mrs. Honour of her own accord attended, for her mistress would not suffer her to be waked, and had equipped our heroine, the charms of Mrs. Fitzpatrick, who had performed the office of the morning star, and had preceded greater glories, shared the fate of that star, and were totally eclipsed the moment those glories shone forth. Perhaps Sophia never looked more beautiful than she did at this instant. We ought not, therefore, to condemn the maid of the inn for her hyperbole, who, when she descended, after having lighted the fire, declared and ratified it with an oath, that if ever there was an angel upon earth, she was now above stairs. Sophia had acquainted her cousin with her design to go to London, and Mrs. Fitzpatrick had agreed to accompany her, for the arrival of her husband at Upton had put an end to her design of going to Bath, or to her Aunt Weston. They had therefore no sooner finished their tea than Sophia proposed to set out, the moon then shining extremely bright, and as for the frost, she defied it, nor had she any of those apprehensions which many young ladies would have felt at travelling by night, for she had, as we have before observed, some little degree of natural courage, and this, her present sensations, which bordered somewhat on despair, greatly increased. Besides, as she had already travelled twice with safety by the light of the moon, she was the better emboldened to trust to it a third time. The disposition of Mrs. Fitzpatrick was more timorous, for though the greater terrors had conquered the less, and the presence of her husband had driven her away at so unseasonable an hour from Upton, yet, being now arrived at a place where she thought herself safe from his pursuit, these lesser terrors of I know not what operated so strongly that she earnestly entreated her cousin to stay till the next morning, and not expose herself to the dangers of travelling by night. Sophia, who was yielding to an excess when she could neither laugh nor reason her cousin out of these apprehensions, at last gave way to them. Perhaps, indeed, had she known of her father's arrival at Upton, it might have been more difficult to have persuaded her, for as to Jones, she had, I am afraid, no great horror at the thought of being overtaken by him. Nay, to confess the truth, I believe she rather wished than feared it, though I might honestly enough have concealed this wish from the reader, as it was one of those secret, spontaneous emotions of the soul to which the reason is often a stranger. When our young ladies had determined to remain all that evening at their inn, they were attended by the landlady, who desired to know what their ladyships would be pleased to eat. Such charms were there in the voice, in the manner, and in the affable deportment of Sophia, that she ravished the landlady to the highest degree, and that good woman, concluding that she had attended Jenny Cameron, became in a moment a stanch Jacobite, and wished heartily well to the young pretender's cause, from the great sweetness and affability with which he had been treated by his supposed mistress. The two cousins began now to impart to each other their reciprocal curiosity to know what extraordinary accidents on both sides occasioned this so strange and unexpected meeting. At last Mrs. Fitzpatrick, having obtained of Sophia a promise of communicating likewise in her turn, began to relate what the reader, if he is desirous to know her history, may read in the ensuing chapter. Chapter 4. The History of Mrs. Fitzpatrick. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, after a silence of a few moments, fetching a deep sigh, thus began. It is natural to the unhappy to feel a secret concern in recollecting those periods of their lives which have been most delightful to them. The remembrance of past pleasure affects us with a kind of tender grief, like what we suffer for departed friends, and the ideas of both may be said to haunt our imaginations. For this reason I never reflect without sorrow on those days, the happiest far of my life, which we spent together when we were both under the care of my Aunt Weston. Alas, why are Miss Grave Airs and Miss Giddy no more? You remember, I am sure, when we knew each other by no other names. Indeed, you gave the latter appellation with too much cause. I have since experienced how much I deserved it. You, my Sophia, was always my superior in everything, and I heartily hope you will be so in your fortune. I shall never forget the wise and matronly advice you once gave me when I lamented being disappointed of a ball, though you could not be then 14 years old. Oh, my Sophie, how blessed must have been my situation when I could think such a disappointment a misfortune, and when indeed it was the greatest I had ever known. And yet, my dear Harriet, answered Sophia, it was then a serious matter with you. Comfort yourself, therefore, with thinking that whatever you now lament may hereafter appear as trifling and contemptible as a ball would at this time. Alas, my Sophia, replied the other lady, you yourself will think otherwise of my present situation, for greatly must that tender heart be altered if my misfortune do not draw many a sigh, nay, many a tear. Book 11, chapters 5 to 7. Chapter 5, in which the history of Mrs. Fitzpatrick is continued. We remained at Bath no longer than a fortnight after our wedding, for as to any reconciliation with my aunt there were no hopes, and of my fortune not 1 farthing could be touched till I was of age, of which I now wanted more than 2 years. My husband, therefore, was resolved to set out for Ireland, against which I remonstrated very earnestly, and insisted on a promise which he had made me before our marriage, that I should never take this journey against my consent. And indeed I never intended to consent to it, nor will anybody, I believe, blame me for that resolution. But this, however, I never mentioned to my husband, and petitioned only for the reprieve of a month. But he had fixed the day, and to that day he obstinately adhered. The evening before our departure, as we were disputing this point with great eagerness on both sides, he started suddenly from his chair, and left me abruptly, saying he was going to the rooms. He was hardly out of the house when I saw a paper lying on the floor, which I suppose he had carelessly pulled from his pocket, together with his handkerchief. This paper I took up, and finding it to be a letter, I made no scruple to open and read it. And indeed I read it so often that I can repeat it to you almost word for word. This, then, was the letter. To Mr. Brian Fitzpatrick, Sir, yours received, and am surprised you should use me in this manner, as have never seen any of your cash, unless for one linsey woolsey coat, and your bill now is upwards of £150. Consider, sir, how often you have fobbed me off with your being shortly to be married to this lady or t'other lady, but I can neither live on hopes or promises, nor will my woollen draper take any such in payment. You tell me you are secure of having either the aunt or the niece, and that you might have married the aunt before this, whose jointure you say is immense, and that you prefer the niece on account of her ready money. Pray, sir, take a fool's advice for once, and marry the first you can get. You will pardon my offering my advice, as you know I sincerely wish you well. Shall draw on you per next post, in favour of Monsieur Jean Draget and Company, at 14 days, which doubt not your honouring, and am, sir, your humble servant, Sam Crossgrave. This was the letter word for word. Guess, my dear girl, guess how this letter affected me. You prefer the niece on account of her ready money. If every one of those words had been a dagger, I could with pleasure have stabbed them into his heart, but I will not recount my frantic behaviour on the occasion. I had pretty well spent my tears before his return home, but sufficient remains of them appeared in my swollen eyes. He threw himself sullenly into his chair, and for a long time we were both silent. At length, in a haughty tone, he said, "I hope, madam, your servants have packed up all your things, for the coach will be ready by 6 in the morning." My patience was totally subdued by this provocation, and I answered, "No, sir, there is a letter still remains unpacked," and then, throwing it on the table, I fell to upbraiding him with the most bitter language I could invent. Whether guilt or shame or prudence restrained him I cannot say, but though he is the most passionate of men, he exerted no rage on this occasion. He endeavoured, on the contrary, to pacify me by the most gentle means. He swore the phrase in the letter to which I principally objected was not his, nor had he ever written any such. He owned, indeed, the having mentioned his marriage, and that preference which he had given to myself, but denied with many oaths the having mentioned any such matter at all on account of the straits he was in for money, arising, he said, from his having too long neglected his estate in Ireland. And this, he said, which he could not bear to discover to me, was the only reason of his having so strenuously insisted on our journey. He then used several very endearing expressions, and concluded by a very fond caress, and many violent protestations of love. There was one circumstance which, though he did not appeal to it, had much weight with me in his favour. Besides, give me leave to tell you, it requires a most penetrating eye to discern a fool through the disguises of gaiety and good breeding. It will be easily imagined that when I once despised my husband, as I confess to you I soon did, I must consequently dislike his company, and indeed I had the happiness of being very little troubled with it, for our house was now most elegantly furnished, our cellars well stocked, and dogs and horses provided in great abundance. As my gentleman therefore entertained his neighbours with great hospitality, so his neighbours resorted to him with great alacrity, and sports and drinking consumed so much of his time that a small part of his conversation, that is to say, of his ill humours, fell to my share. Happy would it have been for me if I could as easily have avoided all other disagreeable company, but alas, I was confined to some which constantly tormented me, and the more as I saw no prospect of being relieved from them. These companions were my own racking thoughts, which plagued and in a manner haunted me night and day. In this situation I passed through a scene, the horrors of which can neither be painted nor imagined. Think, my dear figure, if you can, to yourself what I must have undergone. I became a mother by the man I scorned, hated, and detested. I went through all the agonies and miseries of a lying-in, 10 times more painful in such circumstances than the worst labours can be when one endures it for a man one loves, in a desert, or rather, indeed, a scene of riot and revel, without a friend, without a companion, and without any of those agreeable circumstances which often alleviate, and perhaps sometimes more than compensate, the sufferings of our sex at that season. Chapter 6, in which the mistake of the landlord throws Sophia into a dreadful consternation. Mrs. Fitzpatrick was proceeding in her narrative when she was interrupted by the entrance of dinner, greatly to the concern of Sophia, for the misfortunes of her friend had raised her anxiety and left her no appetite but what Mrs. Fitzpatrick was to satisfy by her relation. The landlord now attended with a plate under his arm, and with the same respect in his countenance and address which he would have put on had the ladies arrived in a coach and six. The married lady seemed less affected with her own misfortunes than was her cousin, for the former ate very heartily, whereas the latter could hardly swallow a morsel. Sophia likewise showed more concern and sorrow in her countenance than appeared in the other lady, who, having observed these symptoms in her friend, begged her to be comforted, saying, "Perhaps all may yet end better than either you or I expect." Our landlord thought he had now an opportunity to open his mouth, and was resolved not to omit it. "I am sorry, madam," cries he, "that your ladyship can't eat, for to be sure you must be hungry after so long fasting. I hope your ladyship is not uneasy at anything, for, as madam there says, all may end better than anybody expects. A gentleman who was here just now brought excellent news, and perhaps some folks who have given other folks the slip may get to London before they are overtaken, and if they do, I make no doubt but they will find people who will be very ready to receive them." All persons under the apprehension of danger convert whatever they see and hear into the objects of that apprehension. Sophia therefore immediately concluded, from the foregoing speech, that she was known and pursued by her father. She was now struck with the utmost consternation, and for a few minutes deprived of the power of speech, which he no sooner recovered than she desired the landlord to send his servants out of the room, and then, addressing herself to him, said, "I perceive, sir, you know who we are, but I beseech you, nay, I am convinced if you have any compassion or goodness, you will not betray us." "I betray your ladyship?" quoth the landlord. "No," and then he swore several very hearty oaths. "I would sooner be cut into 10,000 pieces. I hate all treachery. I never betrayed anyone in my life yet, and I am sure I shall not begin with so sweet a lady as your ladyship. All the world would very much blame me if I should, since it will be in your ladyship's power so shortly to reward me. My wife can witness for me. I knew your ladyship the moment you came into the house. I said it was your honour before I lifted you from your horse, and I shall carry the bruises I got in your ladyship's service to the grave. But what signified that, as long as I saved your ladyship?" At length my friend was removed from me, and I was again left to my solitude, to the tormenting conversation with my own reflections, and to apply to books for my only comfort. I now read almost all day long. How many books do you think I read in 3 months? "I can't guess, indeed, cousin," answered Sophia. "Perhaps half a score." "Half a score? Half 1,000, child," answered the other. "I read a good deal in Daniel's English History of France, a great deal in Plutarch's Lives, the Atlantis, Pope's Homer, Dryden's Plays, Chillingworth, the Countess d'Aulnoy, and Locke's Human Understanding. During this interval I wrote 3 very supplicating, and, I thought, moving letters to my aunt, but as I received no answer to any of them, my disdain would not suffer me to continue my application." Here she stopped, and looking earnestly at Sophia, said, "Methinks, my dear, I read something in your eyes which reproaches me of a neglect in another place, where I should have met with a kinder return." "Indeed, dear Harriet," answered Sophia, "your story is an apology for any neglect, but indeed I feel that I have been guilty of a remissness without so good an excuse. Yet pray proceed, for I long, though I tremble, to hear the end." Thus then Mrs. Fitzpatrick resumed her narrative. "My husband now took a second journey to England, where he continued upward of 3 months. During the greater part of this time I led a life which nothing but having led a worse could make me think tolerable, for perfect solitude can never be reconciled to a social mind like mine, but when it relieves you from the company of those you hate. What added to my wretchedness was the loss of my little infant. Not that I pretend to have felt for it that extravagant tenderness of which I believe I might have been capable under other circumstances, but I resolved in every instance to discharge the duty of the tenderest mother, and this care prevented me from feeling the weight of that heaviest of all things, when it can be at all said to lie heavy on our hands. I had spent full 10 weeks almost entirely by myself, having seen nobody all that time except my servants and a very few visitors, when a young lady, a relation of my husband, came from a distant part of Ireland to visit me. She had stayed once before a week at my house, and then I gave her a pressing invitation to return, for she was a very agreeable woman, and had improved good natural parts by a proper education. Indeed, she was to me a welcome guest. A few days after her arrival, perceiving me in very low spirits, without inquiring the cause, which indeed she very well knew, the young lady fell to compassionating my case. She said, though politeness had prevented me from complaining to my husband's relations of his behaviour, yet they were all very sensible of it, and felt great concern upon that account, but none more than herself. After some more general discourse on this head, which I own I could not forbear countenancing, at last, after much previous precaution and enjoined concealment, she communicated to me, as a profound secret, that my husband kept a mistress. You will certainly imagine I heard this news with the utmost insensibility. Upon my word, if you do, your imagination will mislead you. Contempt had not so kept down my anger to my husband, but that hatred rose again on this occasion. What can be the reason of this? Are we so abominably selfish that we can be concerned at others having possession even of what we despise? Or are we not rather abominably vain, and is not this the greatest injury done to our vanity? What think you, Sophia? I don't know, indeed, answered Sophia. I have never troubled myself with any of these deep contemplations, but I think the lady did very ill in communicating to you such a secret. And yet, my dear, this conduct is natural, replied Mrs. Fitzpatrick, and when you have seen and read as much as myself, you will acknowledge it to be so. I am sorry to hear it is natural, replied Sophia, for I want neither reading nor experience to convince me that it is very dishonourable and very ill-natured. Say, it is surely as ill-bred to tell a husband or wife of the faults of each other as to tell them of their own. Well, continued Mrs. Fitzpatrick, my husband at last returned, and if I am thoroughly acquainted with my own thoughts, I hated him now more than ever, but I despised him rather less, for certainly nothing so much weakens our contempt as an injury done to our pride or our vanity. He now assumed a carriage to me so very different from what he had lately worn, and so nearly resembling his behaviour the first week of our marriage, that had I now any spark of love remaining, he might possibly have rekindled my fondness for him. But though hatred may succeed to contempt, and may perhaps get the better of it, love, I believe, cannot. The truth is, the passion of love is too restless to remain contented without the gratification which it receives from its object, and one can no more be inclined to love without loving than we can have eyes without seeing. When a husband, therefore, ceases to be the object of this passion, it is most probable some other man. I say, my dear, if your husband grows indifferent to you, if you once come to despise him, I say, that is, if you have the passion of love in you— Lord, I have bewildered myself so. But one is apt, in these abstracted considerations, to lose the concatenation of ideas, as Mr. Locke says. In short, the truth is— in short, I scarce know what it is. But as I was saying, my husband returned, and his behaviour at first greatly surprised me, but he soon acquainted me with the motive, and taught me to account for it. In a word, then, he had spent and lost all the ready money of my fortune, and as he could mortgage his own estate no deeper, he was now desirous to supply himself with cash for his extravagance by selling a little estate of mine, which he could not do without my assistance, and to obtain this favour was the whole and sole motive of all the fondness which he now put on. With this I peremptorily refused to comply. I told him, and I told him truly, that had I been possessed of the Indies at our first marriage, he might have commanded it all, for it had been a constant maxim with me that where a woman disposes of her heart, she should always deposit her fortune. But as he had been so kind long ago to restore the former into my possession, I was resolved likewise to retain what little remained of the latter. I will not describe to you the passion into which these words, and the resolute air in which they were spoken, threw him, nor will I trouble you with the whole scene which succeeded between us. Out came, you may be well assured, the story of the mistress, and out it did come, with all the embellishments which anger and disdain could bestow upon it. Mr. Fitzpatrick seemed a little thunderstruck with this, and more confused than I had seen him, though his ideas are always confused enough, heaven knows. He did not, however, endeavour to exculpate himself, but took a method which almost equally confounded me. What was this but recrimination? He affected to be jealous. He may, for aught I know, be inclined enough to jealousy in his natural temper. Nay, he must have had it from nature, or the devil must have put it into his head, for I defy all the world to cast a just aspersion on my character. Nay, the most scandalous tongues have never dared censure my reputation. My fame, I thank heaven, hath always been as spotless as my life, and let falsehood itself accuse that if it dare. No, my dear grave heirs, however provoked, however ill-treated, however injured in my love, I have firmly resolved never to give the least room for censure on this account. And yet, my dear, there are some people so malicious, some tongues so venomous, that no innocence can escape them. The most undesigned word, the most accidental look, the least familiarity, the most innocuous freedom will be misconstrued and magnified into I know not what by some people. But I despise, my dear grave heirs, I despise all such slander. No such malice, I assure you, ever gave me an uneasy moment. No, no, I promise you, I am above all that. But where was I? Oh, let me see. I told you my husband was jealous. And of whom, I pray? Why, of whom but the lieutenant I mentioned to you before? He was obliged to resort above a year and more back to find an object for this unaccountable passion, if indeed he really felt any such, and was not an arrant counterfeit in order to abuse me. But I have tired you already with too many particulars. I will now bring my story to a very speedy conclusion. In short, then, after many scenes, very unworthy to be repeated, in which my cousin engaged so heartily on my side that Mr. Fitzpatrick at last turned her out of doors, when he found I was neither to be soothed nor bullied into compliance, he took a very violent method indeed. Perhaps you will conclude he beat me, but this, though he hath approached very near to it, he never actually did. He confined me to my room, without suffering me to have either pen, ink, paper, or book, and a servant every day made my bed and brought me my food. When I had remained a week under this imprisonment, he made me a visit, and with the voice of a schoolmaster, or what is often much the same, of a tyrant, asked me if I would yet comply. I answered very stoutly that I would die first. "Then so you shall, and be damned," cries he, "for you shall never go alive out of this room." Here I remained a fortnight longer, and, to say the truth, my constancy was almost subdued, and I began to think of submission, when, one day, in the absence of my husband, who was gone abroad for some time, by the greatest good fortune in the world, an accident happened. At a time when I began to give way to the utmost despair, everything would be excusable at such a time, at that very time I received— but it would take up an hour to tell you all the particulars. In one word, then, for I will not tire you with circumstances, gold, the common key to all padlocks, opened my door, and set me at liberty. I now made haste to Dublin, where I immediately procured a passage to England, and was proceeding to Bath, in order to throw myself into the protection of my aunt, or of your father, or of any relation who would afford it me. My husband overtook me last night at the inn where I lay, and which you left a few minutes before me, but I had the good luck to escape him, and to follow you. And thus, my dear, ends my history, a tragical one, I am sure it is to myself, but perhaps I ought rather to apologize to you for its dullness. Sophia heaved a deep sigh, and answered, "Indeed, Harriet, I pity you from my soul. But what could you expect? Why would you marry an Irishman?" "Upon my word," replied her cousin, "your censure is unjust. There are among the Irish men of as much worth and honour as any among the English. Nay, to speak the truth, generosity of spirit is rather more common among them. I have known some examples there, too, of good husbands, and I believe these are not very plenty in England. Ask me rather what I could expect when I married a fool, and I will tell you a solemn truth. I did not know him to be so." "Can no man," said Sophia, in a very low and altered voice, "do you think, make a bad husband who is not a fool?" That, answered the other, is too general and negative, but none, I believe, is so likely as a fool to prove so. Among my acquaintance the silliest fellows are the worst husbands, and I will venture to assert as a fact that a man of sense rarely behaves very ill to a wife who deserves very well. End of section 31. Book 11, chapters 8 to 10. Chapter 8. A dreadful alarm in the inn with the arrival of an unexpected friend of Mrs. Fitzpatrick. Sophia now, at the desire of her cousin, related, not what follows, but what hath gone before in this history, for which reason the reader will, I suppose, excuse me for not repeating it over again. One remark, however, I cannot forbear making on her narrative, namely, that she made no more mention of Jones from the beginning to the end than if there had been no such person alive. This I will neither endeavour to account for nor to excuse. Indeed, if this may be called a kind of dishonesty, it seems the more inexcusable from the apparent openness and explicit sincerity of the other lady. But so it was. Just as Sophia arrived at the conclusion of her story, there arrived in the room where the two ladies were sitting a noise not unlike in loudness to that of a pack of hounds just let out from their kennel, nor in shrillness to cats when caterwauling, or to screech owls, or indeed more like, for what animal can resemble a human voice, to those sounds which, in the pleasant mansions of that gate which seems to derive its name from a duplicity of tongues, issue from the mouth and sometimes from the nostrils of those fair river nymphs yclept of old the Naiades, in the vulgar tongue translated oyster-wenches. For when, instead of the ancient libations of milk and honey and oil, the rich distillations from the juniper berry, or perhaps from malt, hath, by the early devotion of their votaries, been poured forth in great abundance, should any daring tongue with unhallowed licence profane, i.e. depreciate, the delicate fat Milton oyster, the plaice sound and firm, the flounder as much alive as when in the water, the shrimp as big as a prawn, the fine cod alive but a few hours ago, or any other of the various treasures which those water deities who fish the sea and rivers have committed to the care of the nymphs, the angry Naiades lift up their immortal voices, and the profane wretch is struck deaf for his impiety. Such was the noise which now burst from one of the rooms below, and soon the thunder, which long had rattled at a distance, began to approach nearer and nearer, till, having ascended by degrees upstairs, it at last entered the apartments where the ladies were. In short, to drop all metaphor and figure, Mrs. Honour, having scolded violently below stairs, and continued the same all the way up, came in to her mistress in a most outrageous passion, crying out, "What doth your ladyship think? Would you imagine that this impudent villain, the master of this house, hath had the impudence to tell me, nay, to stand it out to my face, that your ladyship is that nasty, stinking whore, Jenny Cameron they call her, that runs about the country with the Pretender? Nay, the lying, saucy villain had the assurance to tell me that your ladyship had owned yourself to be so, but I have clawed the rascal. I have left the marks of my nails in his impudent face. 'My lady,' says I, 'you saucy scoundrel. My lady is meat to no pretenders. She is a young lady of as good fashion and family and fortune as any in Somersetshire. Did you never hear of the great Squire Weston, sirrah? She is his only daughter. She is, and heiress to all his great estate. My lady is to be called nasty Scotch whore by such a varlet. To be sure, I wish I had knocked his brains out with a punch-bowl.'" The principal uneasiness with which Sophia was affected on this occasion Honour had herself caused, by having in her passion discovered who she was. However, as this mistake of the landlord sufficiently accounted for those passages which Sophia had before mistaken, she acquired some ease on that account, nor could she, upon the whole, forbear smiling. This enraged, where passengers are properly considered as so much luggage, the ingenious coachman stows half a dozen with perfect ease into the place of 4, for well he contrives that the fat hostess or well-fed alderman may take up no more room than the slim miss or taper-master, it being the nature of guts, when well squeezed, to give way, and to lie in a narrow compass. Yet in these vehicles, which are called, for distinction's sake, gentlemen's coaches, though they are often larger than the others, this method of packing is never attempted. His lordship would have put a short end to the difficulty by very gallantly desiring to mount his horse, but Mrs. Fitzpatrick would by no means consent to it. It was therefore concluded that the Abigails should, by turns, relieve each other on one of his lordship's horses, which was presently equipped with a side saddle for that purpose. Everything being settled at the inn, the ladies discharged their former guides, and Sophia made a present to the landlord, partly to repair the bruise which he had received under herself, and partly on account of what he had suffered under the hands of her enraged waiting-woman. And now Sophia first discovered a loss which gave her some uneasiness, and this was of the £100 bank bill which her father had given her at their last meeting, and which, within a very inconsiderable trifle, was all the treasure she was at present worth. She searched everywhere, and shook and tumbled all her things to no purpose. The bill was not to be found, and she was at last fully persuaded that she had lost it from her pocket, when she had the misfortune of tumbling from her horse in the dark lane, as before recorded, a fact that seemed the more probable, as she now recollected some discomposure of her pocket which had happened at that time, and the great difficulty with which she had drawn forth her handkerchief the very instant before her fall, in order to relieve the distress of Mrs. Fitzpatrick. Misfortunes of this kind, whatever inconveniencies they may be attended with, are incapable of subduing a mind in which there is any strength without the assistance of avarice. Sophia, therefore, though nothing could be worse timed than this accident at such a season, immediately got the better of her concern, and with her wonted serenity and cheerfulness of countenance returned to her company. His lordship conducted the ladies into the vehicle, as he did likewise Mrs. Honour, who, after many civilities and more dear madams, at last yielded to the well-bred importunities of her sister Abigail, and submitted to be complimented with the first ride in the coach, in which, indeed, she would afterwards have been contented to have pursued her whole journey, had not her mistress, after several fruitless intimations, at length forced her to take her turn on horseback. The coach, now having received its company, began to move forwards, attended by many servants, and led by 2 captains, who had before rode with his lordship, and who would have been dismissed from the vehicle upon a much less worthy occasion than this was of accommodating 2 ladies. In this they acted only as gentlemen, but they were ready at any time to have performed the office of a footman, or indeed would have condescended lower, for the honour of his lordship's company, and for the convenience of his table. My landlord was so pleased with the present he had received from Sophia, that he rather rejoiced in than regretted his bruise or his scratches. The reader will perhaps be curious to know the quantum of this present, but we cannot satisfy his curiosity. Whatever it was, it satisfied the landlord for his bodily hurt, but he lamented he had not known before how little the lady valued her money. For to be sure, says he, one might have charged every article double, and she would have made no cavil at the reckoning. His wife, however, was far from drawing this conclusion. Whether she really felt any injury done to her husband more than he did himself, I will not say. Certain it is, she was much less satisfied with the generosity of Sophia. "Indeed," cries she, "my dear, the lady knows better how to dispose of her money than you imagine. She might very well think we should not put up such a business without some satisfaction, and the law would have cost her an infinite deal more than this poor little matter, which I wonder you would take." "You are always so bloodily wise," quoth the husband. "It would have cost her more, would it? Dost fancy I don't know that as well as thee? But would any of that more and so much have come into our pockets? Indeed, if son Tom the lawyer had been alive, I could have been glad to have put such a pretty business into his hands. He would have got a good picking out of it, but I have no relation now who is a lawyer, and why should I go to law for the benefit of strangers?" "Nay, to be sure," answered she, "you must know best." "I believe I do," replied he. "I fancy when money is to be got I can smell it out as well as another. Everybody, let me tell you, would not have talked people out of this. Mind that, I say. Everybody would not have cajoled this out of her. Mind that." The wife then joined in the applause of her husband's sagacity, and thus ended the short dialogue between them on this occasion. We will, therefore, take our leave of these good people, and attend his lordship and his fair companions, who made such good expedition that they performed a journey of 90 miles in 2 days, and on the second evening arrived in London, without having encountered any one adventure on the road worthy the dignity of this history to relate. Our pen, therefore, shall imitate the expedition which it describes, and our history shall keep pace with the travellers who are its subject. Good writers will, indeed, do well to imitate the ingenious traveller in this instance, who always proportions his stay at any place to the beauties, elegancies, and curiosities which it affords. At Estham, at Stowe, at Wilton, at Eastbury, and at Prior's Park, days are too short for the ravished imagination, while we admire the wondrous power of art in improving nature. In some of these, art chiefly engages our admiration, in others nature and art contend for our applause, but in the last the former seems to triumph. Here nature appears in her richest attire, and art, dressed with the modestest simplicity, attends her benignant mistress. Here nature indeed pours forth the choicest treasures which she hath lavished on this world, and here human nature presents you with an object which can be exceeded only in the other. The same taste, the same imagination, which luxuriously riots in these elegant scenes, can be amused with objects of far inferior note. The wood, the river, the lawns of Devon and of Dorset attract the eye of the ingenious traveller, and retard his pace, which delay he afterwards compensates by swiftly scouring over the gloomy heath of Bagshot, or that pleasant plain which extends itself westward from Stockbridge, where no other object than one single tree only in 16 miles presents itself to the view, unless the clouds, in compassion to our tired spirits, kindly open their variegated mansions to our prospect. Not so travels the money-meditating tradesman, the sagacious justice, the dignified doctor, the warm-clad grazier, with all the numerous offspring of wealth and dullness. On they jog with equal pace through the verdant meadows or over the barren heath, their horses measuring 4 miles and a half per hour with the utmost exactness, the eyes of the beast and of his master being alike directed forwards and employed in contemplating the same objects in the same manner. With equal rapture the good rider surveys the proudest boasts of the architect, and those fair buildings with which some unknown name hath adorned the rich clothing town, where heaps of bricks are piled up as a kind of monument to show that heaps of money have been piled there before. And now, reader, as we are in haste to attend our heroine, we will leave to thy sagacity to apply all this to the Boeotian writers, and to those authors who are their opposites. This thou wilt be abundantly able to perform without our aid. Bestir thyself, therefore, on this occasion, for though we will always lend thee proper assistance in difficult places, as we do not, like some others, expect thee to use the arts of divination to discover our meaning, yet we shall not indulge thy laziness where nothing but thy own attention is required, for thou art highly mistaken if thou dost imagine that we intended, when we began this great work, to leave thy sagacity nothing to do, or that, without sometimes exercising this talent, thou wilt be able to travel through our pages with any pleasure or profit to thyself. Chapter 10. Containing a hint or two concerning virtue, and a few more concerning suspicion. Our company, being arrived at London, was set down at his lordship's house, where, while they refreshed themselves after the fatigue of their journey, servants were dispatched to provide a lodging for the 2 ladies. For, as her ladyship was not then in town, Mrs. Fitzpatrick would by no means consent to accept a bed in the mansion of the peer. Some readers will perhaps condemn this extraordinary delicacy, as I may call it, of virtue, as too nice and scrupulous, but we must make allowances for her situation, which must be owned to have been very ticklish. And when we consider the malice of censorious tongues, we must allow, if it was a fault, the fault was an excess on the right side, and which every woman who is in the selfsame situation will do well to imitate. The most formal appearance of virtue, when it is only an appearance, may perhaps, in very abstracted considerations, seem to be rather less commendable than virtue itself without this formality. But it will, however, be always more commended, and this, I believe, will be granted by all, that it is necessary, unless in some very particular cases, for every woman to support either the one or the other. A lodging being prepared, Sophia accompanied her cousin for that evening, but resolved early in the morning to inquire after the lady into whose protection, as we have formerly mentioned, she had determined to throw herself when she quitted her father's house. And this she was the more eager in doing from some observation she had made during her journey in the coach. Now, as we would by no means fix the odious character of suspicion on Sophia, we are almost afraid to open to our readers the conceits which filled her mind concerning Mrs. Fitzpatrick, of whom she certainly entertained at present some doubts, which, as they are very apt to enter into the bosoms of the worst of people, we think proper not to mention more plainly till we have first suggested a word or two to our reader touching suspicion in general. Of this there have always appeared to me to be 2 degrees. The first of these I choose to derive from the heart, as the extreme velocity of its discernment seems to denote some previous inward impulse, and the rather, as this superlative degree often forms its own objects, sees what is not, and always more than really exists. This is that quick-sighted penetration whose hawk's eyes no symptom of evil can escape, which observes not only upon the actions, but upon the words and looks of men, and as it proceeds from the heart of the observer, so it dives into the heart of the observed, and there espies evil, as it were, in the first embryo, nay, sometimes before it can be said to be conceived. An admirable faculty if it were infallible, but as this degree of perfection is not even claimed by more than one mortal being, so from the fallibility of such acute discernment have arisen many sad mischiefs and most grievous heartaches to innocence and virtue. I cannot help, therefore, regarding this vast quick-sightedness into evil as a vicious excess, and as a very pernicious evil in itself. And I am the more inclined to this opinion, as I am afraid it always proceeds from a bad heart, for the reasons I have above mentioned, and for one more, namely, because I never knew it the property of a good one. Now, from this degree of suspicion, I entirely and absolutely acquit Sophia. A second degree of this quality seems to arise from the head. This is indeed no other than the faculty of seeing what is before your eyes, and of drawing conclusions from what you see. The former of these is unavoidable by those who have any eyes, and the latter is perhaps no less certain and necessary a consequence of our having any brains. This is altogether as bitter an enemy to guilt as the former is to innocence, nor can I see it in an unamiable light, even though, through human fallibility, it should be sometimes mistaken. For instance, if a husband should accidentally surprise his wife in the lap or in the embrace of some of those pretty young gentlemen who profess the art of cuckold-making, I should not highly, I think, blame him for concluding something more than what he saw from the familiarities which he really had seen, and which we are at least favourable enough to when we call them innocent freedoms. The reader will easily suggest great plenty of instances to himself. I shall add but one more, which, however unchristian it may be thought by some, I cannot help esteeming to be strictly justifiable, and this is a suspicion that a man is capable of doing what he hath done already, and that it is possible for one who hath been a villain once to act the same part again. And, to confess the truth, of this degree of suspicion I believe Sophia was guilty. From this degree of suspicion she had, in fact, conceived an opinion that her cousin was really not better than she should be. The case, it seems, was this. Mrs. Fitzpatrick wisely considered that the virtue of a young lady is, in the world, in the same situation with the poor hare, which is certain, whenever it ventures abroad, to meet its enemies, for it can hardly meet any other. No sooner, therefore, was she determined to take the first opportunity of quitting the protection of her husband, than she resolved to cast herself under the protection of some other man, and whom could she so properly choose to be her guardian as a person of quality, of fortune, of honour, and who, besides a gallant disposition which inclines men to knight-errantry, that is, to be the champion of ladies in distress, had often declared a violent attachment to herself, and had already given her all the instances of it in his power. But as the law hath foolishly omitted this office of vice-husband, or guardian to an eloped lady, and as malice is apt to denominate him by a more disagreeable appellation, it was concluded that his lordship should perform all such kind offices to the lady in secret, and without publicly assuming the character of her protector. Nay, to prevent any other person from seeing him in this light, it was agreed that the lady should proceed directly to Bath, and that his lordship should first go to London, and then should go down to that place by the advice of his physicians. Now all this Sophia very plainly understood, not from the lips or behaviour of Mrs. Fitzpatrick, but from the peer, who was infinitely less expert at retaining a secret than was the good lady, and perhaps the exact secrecy which Mrs. Fitzpatrick had observed on this head in her narrative served not a little to heighten those suspicions which were now risen in the mind of her cousin. Sophia very easily found out the lady she sought, for indeed there was not a chairman in town to whom her house was not perfectly well known, and as she received in return for her first message a most pressing invitation, she immediately accepted it. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, indeed, did not desire her cousin to stay with her with more earnestness than civility required. Whether she had discerned and resented the suspicion above mentioned, or from what other motive it arose, I cannot say, but certain it is she was full as desirous of parting with Sophia as Sophia herself could be of going. The young lady, when she came to take leave of her cousin, could not avoid giving her a short hint of advice. She begged her, for heaven's sake, to take care of herself, and to consider in how dangerous a situation she stood, adding she hoped some method could be found of reconciling her to her husband. "You must remember, my dear," says she, "the maxim which my Aunt Weston hath so often repeated to us both, that whenever the matrimonial alliance is broke and war declared between husband and wife, she can hardly make a disadvantageous peace for herself on any conditions. These are my aunt's very words, and she hath had a great deal of experience in the world." Mrs. Fitzpatrick answered with a contemptuous smile, "Never fear me, child. Take care of yourself, for you are younger than I. I will come and visit you in a few days. But, dear Sophie, let me give you one piece of advice. Leave the character of grave airs in the country, for believe me, it will sit very awkwardly upon you in this town." Thus the two cousins parted, and Sophia repaired directly to Lady Bellaston, where she found a most hearty as well as a most polite welcome. The lady had taken a great fancy to her when she had seen her formerly with her Aunt Weston. She was, indeed, extremely glad to see her, and was no sooner acquainted with the reasons which induced her to leave the squire and to fly to London than she highly applauded her sense and resolution, and after expressing the highest satisfaction in the opinion which Sophie had declared she entertained of her ladyship by choosing her house for an asylum, she promised her all the protection which it was in her power to give. As we have now brought Sophia into safe hands, the reader will, I apprehend, be contented to deposit her there a while, and to look a little after other personages, and particularly poor Jones, whom we have left long enough to do penance for his past offences, which, as is the nature of vice, brought sufficient punishment upon him themselves. End of section 32. Book 12, chapters 1 to 4, containing the same individual time with the former. Chapter 1, showing what is to be deemed plagiarism in a modern author, and what is to be considered as lawful prize. The learned reader must have observed that in the course of this mighty work I have often translated passages out of the best ancient authors, without quoting the original, or without taking the least notice of the book from whence they were borrowed. This conduct in writing is placated in a very proper light by the ingenious Abbé Barnier in his preface to his Mythology, a work of great erudition and of equal judgment. "It will be easy," says he, "for the reader to observe that I have frequently had greater regard to him than to my own reputation, for an author certainly pays him a considerable compliment when, for his sake, he suppresses learned quotations that come in his way, and which would have cost him but the bare trouble of transcribing. To fill up a work with these scraps may indeed be considered as a downright cheat on the learned world, who are by no means imposed upon to buy a second time, in fragments and by retail, what they have already in gross, if not in their memories, upon their shelves. And it is still more cruel upon the illiterate, who are drawn in to pay for what is of no manner of use to them. A writer who intermixes great quantity of Greek and Latin with his works deals by the ladies and fine gentlemen in the same paltry manner with which they are treated by the auctioneers, who often endeavour so to confound and mix up their lots that in order to purchase the commodity you want, you are obliged at the same time to purchase that which will do you no service. And yet, as there is no conduct so fair and disinterested but that it may be misunderstood by ignorance and misrepresented by malice, I have been sometimes tempted to preserve my own reputation at the expense of my reader, and to transcribe the original, or at least to quote chapter and verse, whenever I have made use either of the thought or expression of another. I am, indeed, in some doubt that I have often suffered by the contrary method, and that, by suppressing the original author's name, I have been rather suspected of plagiarism than reputed to act from the amiable motive assigned by that justly celebrated Frenchman. Now, to obviate all such imputations for the future, I do here confess and justify the fact. The ancients may be considered as a rich common, where every person who hath the smallest tenement in Parnassus hath a free right to fatten his muse. Or, to place it in a clearer light, we moderns are to the ancients what the poor are to the rich. By the poor, here I mean that large and venerable body which in English we call the mob. Now, whoever hath the honour to be admitted to any degree of intimacy with this mob must well know that it is one of their established maxims to plunder and pillage their rich neighbours without any reluctance, and that this is held to be neither sin nor shame among them. And so constantly do they abide and act by this maxim, that in every parish almost in the kingdom there is a kind of confederacy ever carrying on against a certain person of opulence called the squire, whose property is considered as free booty by all his poor neighbours, who, as they conclude that there is no manner of guilt in such depredations, look upon it as a point of honour and moral obligation to conceal and to preserve each other from punishment on all such occasions. In like manner are the ancients, such as Homer, Virgil, Horace, Cicero, and the rest, to be esteemed among us writers as so many wealthy squires, from whom we, the poor of Parnassus, claim an immemorial custom of taking whatever we can come at. This liberty I demand, and this I am as ready to allow again to my poor neighbours in their turn. All I profess, and all I require of my brethren, is to maintain the same strict honesty among ourselves which the mob show to one another. To steal from one another is indeed highly criminal and indecent, for this may be strictly styled defrauding the poor, sometimes perhaps those who are poorer than ourselves, or, to set it under the most a mouse, than, mindful of her former sport, and still retaining her pristine nature, she leapt from the bed of her husband to pursue the little animal. What are we to understand by this? Not that the bride was displeased with the embraces of her amorous bridegroom, for though some have remarked that cats are subject to ingratitude, yet women and cats too will be pleased and purr on certain occasions. The truth is, as the sagacious Sir Roger Lestrange observes in his deep reflections, that if we shut nature out at the door, she will come in at the window, and that puss, though a madam, will be a mouse still. In the same manner we are not to arraign the squire of any want of love for his daughter, for in reality he had a great deal. We are only to consider that he was a squire and a sportsman, and then we may apply the fable to him, and the judicious reflections likewise. The hounds ran very hard, as it is called, and the squire pursued over hedge and ditch, with all his usual vociferation and alacrity, and with all his usual pleasure. Nor did the thoughts of Sophia ever once intrude themselves to allay the satisfaction he enjoyed in the chase, which he said was one of the finest he ever saw, and which he swore was very well worth going 50 miles for. As the squire forgot his daughter, the servants, we may easily believe, forgot their mistress, and the parson, after having expressed much astonishment, in Latin, to himself, at length likewise abandoned all farther thoughts of the young lady, and, jogging on at a distance behind, began to meditate a portion of doctrine for the ensuing Sunday. The squire who owned the hounds was highly pleased with the arrival of his brother squire and sportsman, for all men approve merit in their own way, and no man was more expert in the field than Mr. Weston, nor did any other better know how to encourage the dogs with his voice, and to animate the hunt with his "Holla!" Sportsmen, in the warmth of a chase, are too much engaged to attend to any manner of ceremony, nay, even to the offices of humanity, for if any of them meet with an accident by tumbling into a ditch or into a river, the rest pass on regardless, and generally leave him to his fate. During this time, therefore, the two squires, though often close to each other, interchanged not a single word. The master of the hunt, however, often saw and approved the great judgment of the stranger in drawing the dogs when they were at fault, and hence conceived a very high opinion of his understanding, as the number of his attendants inspired no small reverence to his quality. As soon, therefore, as the sport was ended by the death of the little animal which had occasioned it, the two squires met, and in all squire-like greeting saluted each other. The conversation was entertaining enough, and what we may perhaps relate in an appendix or on some other occasion, but as it nowise concerns this history, we cannot prevail on ourselves to give it a place here. It concluded with a second chase, and that with an invitation to dinner. This being accepted, was followed by a hearty bout of drinking, which ended in as heavy a nap on the part of Squire Weston. Our squire was by no means a match either for his host or for Parson Supple at his cups that evening, for which the violent fatigue of mind as well as body that he had undergone may very well account, without the least derogation from his honour. He was indeed, according to the vulgar phrase, whistle drunk, for before he had swallowed the third bottle he became so entirely overpowered that though he was not carried off to bed till long after, the parson considered him as absent, and having acquainted the other squire with all relating to Sophia, he obtained his promise of seconding those arguments which he intended to urge the next morning for Mr. Weston's return. No sooner, therefore, had the good squire shaken off his evening and begun to call for his morning draught, and to summon his horses in order to renew his pursuit, than Mr. Supple began his dissuasives, which the host so strongly seconded that they at length prevailed, and Mr. Weston agreed to return home, being principally moved by one argument, viz., that he knew not which way to go, and might probably be riding farther from his daughter instead of towards her. He then took leave of his brother sportsman, and expressing great joy that the frost was broken, which might perhaps be no small motive to his hastening home, set forwards, or rather backwards, for Somersetshire, but not before he had first dispatched part of his retinue in quest of his daughter, after whom he likewise sent a volley of the most bitter execrations which he could invent. Chapter 3. The departure of Jones from Upton, with what passed between him and Partridge on the road. At length we are once more come to our hero, and, to say truth, we have been obliged to part with him so long, that, considering the condition in which we left him, I apprehend many of our readers have concluded we intended to abandon him for ever, he being at present in that situation in which prudent people usually desist from inquiring any farther after their friends, lest they should be shocked by hearing such friends had hanged themselves. But in reality, if we have not all the virtues, I will boldly say, neither have we all the vices of a prudent character, and though it is not easy to conceive circumstances much more miserable than those of poor Jones at present, we shall return to him, and attend upon him with the same diligence as if he was wantoning in the brightest beams of fortune. Mr. Jones then, and his companion Partridge, left the inn a few minutes after the departure of Squire Weston, and pursued the same road on foot, for the ostler told them that no horses were by any means to be at that time procured at Upton. On they marched with heavy hearts, for though their disquiet proceeded from very different reasons, yet displeased they were both, and if Jones sighed bitterly, Partridge grunted altogether as sadly at every step. When they came to the crossroads where the squire had stopped to take counsel, Jones stopped likewise, and turning to Partridge, asked his opinion which track they should pursue. "Ah, sir," answered Partridge, "I wish your honour would follow my advice." "Why should I not?" replied Jones, "for it is now indifferent to me whither I go, or what becomes of me." "My advice, then," said Partridge, "is that you immediately face about and return home, for who that hath such a home to return to as your honour would travel thus about the country like a vagabond? I asked pardon, said vox ea sola reperta est." "Alas," cries Jones, "I have no home to return to. But if my friend, my father, would receive me, could I bear the country from which Sophia is flown? Cruel Sophia, cruel! No, let me blame myself. No, let me blame thee. Damnation seize thee, fool, blockhead! Thou hast undone me, and I will tear thy soul from thy body." At which words he laid violent hands on the collar of poor Partridge, and shook him more heartily than an ague fit or his own fears had ever done before. Partridge fell trembling on his knees, and begged for mercy, vowing he had meant no harm, when Jones, after staring wildly on him for a moment, quitted his hold, and discharged a rage on himself that, had it fallen on the other, would certainly have put an end to his being, which indeed the very apprehension of it had almost effected. We would bestow some pains here in minutely describing all the mad pranks which Jones played on this occasion, could we be well assured that the reader would take the same pains in perusing them. But as we are apprehensive that, after all the labour which we should employ in painting this scene, the said reader would be very apt to skip it entirely over, we have saved ourselves that trouble. To say the truth, we have, from this reason alone, often done great violence to the luxuriance of our genius, and have left many excellent descriptions out of our work, which would otherwise have been in it. And this suspicion, to be honest, arises, as is generally the case, from our own wicked heart, for we have ourselves been very often most horribly given to jumping as we have run through the pages of voluminous historians. Suffice it then simply to say that Jones, after having played the part of a madman for many minutes, came by degrees to himself, which no sooner happened than, turning to Partridge, he very earnestly begged his pardon for the attack he had made on him in the violence of his passion, but concluded by desiring him never to mention his return again, for he was resolved never to see that country any more. Partridge easily forgave, and faithfully promised to obey the injunction now laid upon him. And then Jones very briskly cried out, "Since it is absolutely impossible for me to pursue any farther the steps of my angel, I will pursue those of glory. Come on, my brave lad, now for the army. It is a glorious cause, and I would willingly sacrifice my life in it, even though it was worth my preserving." And so saying, he immediately struck into the different road from that which the squire had taken, and, by mere chance, pursued the very same through which Sophia had before passed. Our travellers now marched a full mile without speaking a syllable to each other, though Jones indeed muttered many things to himself. As to Partridge, he was profoundly silent, for he was not perhaps perfectly recovered from his former fright. Besides, he had apprehensions of provoking his friend to a second fit of wrath, especially as he now began to entertain a conceit, which may not perhaps create any great wonder in the reader. In short, he began now to suspect that Jones was absolutely out of his senses. At length Jones, being weary of soliloquy, addressed himself to his companion, and blamed him for his taciturnity, for which the poor man very honestly accounted from his fear of giving offence. And now, this fear being pretty well removed by the most absolute promise of indemnity, Partridge again took the bridle from his tongue, which, perhaps, rejoiced no less at regaining its liberty than a young colt when the bridle is slipped from his neck and he is turned loose into the pastures. As Partridge was inhibited from that topic which would have first suggested itself, he fell upon that which was next uppermost in his mind, namely, the man of the hill. "Certainly, sir," says he, "that could never be a man who dresses himself and lives after such a strange manner, and so unlike other folks. Besides, his diet, as the old woman told me, is chiefly upon herbs, which is a fitter food for a horse than a Christian. Nay, landlord at Upton says that the neighbours thereabouts have very fearful notions about him. It runs strangely in my head that it must have been some spirit who perhaps might have been sent to forewarn us, and who knows but all that matter which he told us, of his going to fight, and of his being taken prisoner, and of the great danger he was in of being hanged, might be intended as a warning to us, considering what we are going about. Besides, I dreamt of nothing all last night but of fighting, and methought the blood ran out of my nose as liquor out of a tap. Indeed, sir, infandum regina jubes renovare dolorem. Thy story, Partridge, answered Jones, is almost as ill applied as thy Latin. Nothing can be more likely to happen than death to men who go into battle. Perhaps we shall both fall in it, and what then? What then? Replied Partridge. Why, then there is an end of us, is there not? When I am gone, all is over with me. What matters the cause to me, or who gets the victory, if I am killed? I shall never enjoy any advantage from it. What are all the ringings of bells and bonfires to one that is 6 foot underground? There will be an end of poor Partridge. And an end of poor Partridge, cries Jones, there must be one time or other. If you love Latin, I will repeat you some fine lines out of Horace, which would inspire courage into a coward. Dulce et decorum est pro patria mori, mors et fugacem persequitur virum, nec pacet imbrellis juventae, poplitibus timodique tergo. I wish you would construe them, cries Partridge, for Horace is a hard author, and I cannot understand as you repeat them. I will repeat you a bad imitation, or rather paraphrase of my own, said Jones, for I am but an indifferent poet. Who would not die in his dear country's cause? Since, if base fear his dastard step withdraws, from death he cannot fly, one common grave receives at last the coward and the brave. That's very certain, cries Partridge. Ay, sure, mors omnibus communis, but there is a great difference between dying in one's bed a great many years hence, like a good Christian, with all our friends crying about us, and being shot to-day or to-morrow like a mad dog, or perhaps hacked in 20 pieces with the sword, and that too before we have repented of all our sins. O Lord, have mercy upon us! To be sure the soldiers are a wicked kind of people. I never loved to have anything to do with them. I could hardly bring myself ever to look upon them as Christians. There is nothing but cursing and swearing among them. I wish your honour would repent. I heartily wish you would repent before it is too late, and not think of going among them. Evil communication corrupts good manners. That is my principal reason. For as to that matter, I am no more afraid than another man, not I, as to matter of that. I know all human flesh must die, but yet a man may live many years for all that. Why, I am a middle-aged man now, and yet I may live a great number of years. I have read of several who have lived to be above 100, and some a great deal above 100. Not that I hope, I mean that I promise myself to live to any such age as that, neither. But if it be only to 80 or 90, heaven be praised, that is a great ways off yet, and I am not afraid of dying then, no more than another man. But surely to tempt death before a man's time is come seems to me downright wickedness and presumption. Besides, if it was to do any good, indeed, but let the cause be what it will, what mighty matter of good can 2 people do? And for my part, I understand nothing of it. I never fired off a gun above 10 times in my life, and then it was not charged with bullets. And for the sword, I never learned to fence, and know nothing of the matter. And then there are those cannons, which certainly it must be thought the highest presumption to go in the way of, and nobody but a madman. I ask pardon, upon my soul, I meant no harm. I beg I may not throw your honour into another passion. Be under no apprehension, Partridge, cries Jones. I am now so well convinced of thy cowardice that thou couldst not provoke me on any account. Your honour, answered he, may call me coward, or anything else you please. If loving to sleep in a whole skin makes a man a coward, non immunes ab illis malis sumus. I never read in my grammar that a man can't be a good man without fighting. Vir bonus est quis? Qui consulta patrum, qui leges juraque servat. Not a word of fighting, and I am sure the Scripture is so much against it that a man shall never persuade me he is a good Christian while he sheds Christian blood. Chapter 4. The Adventure of a Beggar-Man. Just as Partridge had uttered that good and pious doctrine with which the last chapter concluded, they arrived at another crossway, when a lame fellow in rags asked them for alms. upon which Partridge gave him a severe rebuke, saying, "Every parish ought to keep their own poor." Jones then fell a-laughing, and asked Partridge if he was not ashamed, with so much charity in his mouth, to have no charity in his heart. "Your religion," says he, "serves you only for an excuse for your faults, but is no incentive to your virtue. Can any man who is really a Christian abstain from relieving one of his brethren in such a miserable condition?" And at the same time, putting his hand in his pocket, he gave the poor object a shilling. "Master," cries the fellow, after thanking him, "I have a curious thing here in my pocket, which I found about 2 miles off, if your worship will please to buy it. I should not venture to pull it out to everyone, but as you are so good a gentleman, and so kind to the poor, you won't suspect a man of being a thief only because he is poor." He then pulled out a little gilt pocket-book, and delivered it into the hands of Jones. Jones presently opened it, and, guess, reader, what he felt, saw in the first page the words "Sophia Weston," written by her own fair hand. He no sooner read the name than he pressed it close to his lips, nor could he avoid falling into some very frantic raptures, notwithstanding his company. But perhaps these very raptures made him forget he was not alone. While Jones was kissing and mumbling the book as if he had an excellent brown buttered crust in his mouth, or as if he had really been a bookworm, or an author who had nothing to eat but his own works, a piece of paper fell from its leaves to the ground, which Partridge took up and delivered to Jones, who presently perceived it to be a bank bill. It was indeed the very bill which Weston had given his daughter the night before her departure, and a Jew would have jumped to purchase it at 5 shillings less than £100. The eyes of Partridge sparkled at this news, which Jones now proclaimed aloud, and so did, though with somewhat a different aspect, those of the poor fellow who had found the book, and who, I hope from a principle of honesty, had never opened it. But we would not deal honestly by the reader if we omitted to inform him of a circumstance which may be here a little material, viz., that the fellow could not read. Jones, who had felt nothing but pure joy and transport from the finding of the book, was affected with a mixture of concern at this new discovery, for his imagination instantly suggested to him that the owner of the bill might possibly want it before he should be able to convey it to her. He then acquainted the finder that he knew the lady to whom the book belonged, and would endeavour to find her out as soon as possible, and return it to her. The pocket-book was a late present from Mrs. Weston to her niece. It had cost 25 shillings, having been bought of a celebrated toyman, but the real value of the silver which it contained in its clasp was about 18 pence, and at that price the said toyman, as it was altogether as good as when it first issued from his shop, would now have given for it. A prudent person would, however, have taken proper advantage of the ignorance of this fellow, and would not have offered more than a shilling, or perhaps 6 pence for it. Nay, some perhaps would have given nothing, and left the fellow to his actions of trover, which some learned sergeants may doubt whether he could under these circumstances have maintained. Jones, on the contrary, whose character was on the outside of generosity, and may perhaps not very unjustly have been suspected of extravagance, without any hesitation gave a guinea in exchange for the book. The poor man, who had not for a long time before been possessed of so much treasure, gave Mr. Jones 1,000 thanks, and discovered little less of transport in his muscles than Jones had before shown when he had first read the name of Sophia Weston. The fellow very readily agreed to attend our travellers to the place where he had found the pocket-book. Together, therefore, they proceeded directly thither, but not so fast as Mr. Jones desired, for his guide unfortunately happened to be lame, and could not possibly travel faster than a mile an hour. As this place, therefore, was at above 3 miles distance, though the fellow had said otherwise, the reader need not be acquainted how long they were in walking it. Jones opened the book 100 times during their walk, kissed it as often, talking much to himself and very little to his companions. At all which the guide expressed some signs of astonishment to Partridge, who more than once shook his head and cried, "Poor gentleman, orandum est ut sit mens sana in corpore sano." At length they arrived at the very spot where Sophia unhappily dropped the pocket-book, and where the fellow had as happily found it. Here Jones offered to take leave of his guide, and to improve his pace, but the fellow, in whom that violent surprise and joy which the first receipt of the guinea had occasioned was now considerably abated, and who had now had sufficient time to recollect himself, put on a disconcerted look, and scratching his head said, he hoped his worship would give him something more. Your worship, said he, will, I hope, take it into your consideration that if I had not been honest, I might have kept the whole. And indeed this the reader must confess to have been true. If the paper there, said he, be worth £100, I am sure the finding it deserves more than a guinea. Besides, suppose your worship should never see the lady, nor give it to her, and though your worship looks and talks very much like a gentleman, yet I have only your worship's bare word, and certainly, if the right owner be to be found, it all belongs to the first finder. I hope your worship will consider of all these matters. I am but a poor man, and therefore don't desire to have all, but it is but reasonable I should have my share. Your worship looks like a good man, and I hope will consider my honesty, for I might have kept every farthing, and nobody ever the wiser. I promise thee upon my honour, cries Jones, that I know the right owner, and will restore it to her. Nay, your worship, answered the fellow, may do as you please as to that, if you will but give me my share, that is, 1/2 of the money. Your honour may keep the rest yourself, if you please. And concluded by swearing, by a very vehement oath, that he would never mention a syllable of it to any man living. Look'ee, friend, cries Jones, the right owner shall certainly have again all that she lost, and as for any farther gratuity, I really cannot give it you at present. But let me know your name and where you live, and it is more than possible you may hereafter have further reason to rejoice at this morning's adventure. I don't know what you mean by venture, cries the fellow. It seems I must venture whether you will return the lady her money or no. But I hope your worship will consider— Come, come, said Partridge, tell his honour your name and where you may be found. I warrant you will never repent having put the money into his hands. The fellow, seeing no hopes of recovering the possession of the pocket-book, at last complied in giving in his name and place of abode, which Jones writ upon a piece of paper with the pencil of Sophia. And then, placing the paper in the same page where she had writ her name, he cried out, There, friend, you are the happiest man alive. I have joined your name to that of an angel. I don't know anything about angels, answered the fellow, but I wish you would give me a little more money, or else return me the pocket-book. Partridge now waxed wroth. He called the poor cripple by several vile and opprobrious names, and was absolutely proceeding to beat him, but Jones would not suffer any such thing. And now, telling the fellow he would certainly find some opportunity of serving him, Mr. Jones departed as fast as his heels would carry him, and Partridge, into whom the thoughts of the £100 had infused new spirits, followed his leader, while the man, who was obliged to stay behind, fell to cursing them both, as well as his parents, for had they, says he, sent me to charity school to learn to write and read and cast accounts, I should have known the value of these matters as well as other people. End of section 33. Book 12, chapters 5 to 7. Chapter 5, containing more adventures which Mr. Jones and his companion met on the road. Our travellers now walked so fast that they had very little time for breath for conversation, Jones meditating all the way on Sophia, and Partridge on the bank bill, which, though it gave him some pleasure, caused him at the same time to repine at fortune, which, in all his walks, had never given him such an opportunity of showing his honesty. They had proceeded above 3 miles, when Partridge, being unable any longer to keep up with Jones, called to him, and begged him a little to slacken his pace. With this he was the more ready to comply, as he had for some time lost the footsteps of the horses, which the thaw had enabled him to trace for several miles, and he was now upon a wide common, where were several roads. He here therefore stopped to consider which of these roads he should pursue, when, on a sudden, they heard the noise of a drum that seemed at no great distance. This sound presently alarmed the fears of Partridge, and he cried out, Lord have mercy upon us all, they are certainly a-coming. Who is coming? Cries Jones, for fear had long since given place to softer ideas in his mind, and since his adventure with the lame man, he had been totally intent on pursuing Sophia, without entertaining one thought of an enemy. Who? Cries Partridge. Why, the rebels. But why should I call them rebels? They may be very honest gentlemen, for anything I know to the contrary. The devil take him that affronts them, I say. I am sure if they have nothing to say to me, I will have nothing to say to them, but in a civil way. For heaven's sake, sir, don't affront them if they should come, and perhaps they may do us no harm. But would it not be the wiser way to creep into some of yonder bushes till they are gone by? What can two unarmed men do, perhaps, against 50,000? Certainly nobody but a madman. I hope your honour is not offended, but certainly no man who hath mens sana in corpore sano. Here Jones interrupted this torrent of eloquence which fear had inspired, saying that by the drum he perceived they were near some town. He then made directly towards the place whence the noise proceeded, bidding Partridge take courage, for that he would lead him into no danger, and adding it was impossible the rebels should be so near. Partridge was a little comforted with this last assurance, and though he would more gladly have gone the contrary way, he followed his leader, his heart beating time, but not after the manner of heroes, to the music of the drum, which ceased not till they had traversed the common, and were come into a narrow lane. And now Partridge, who kept even pace with Jones, discovered something painted flying in the air a very few yards before him, which, fancying to be the colours of the enemy, he fell a-bellowing, "Oh, Lord, sir, here they are! There is the crown and coffin! Oh, Lord, I never saw anything so terrible, and we are within gunshot of them already." Jones no sooner looked up than he plainly perceived what it was which Partridge had thus mistaken. "Partridge," says he, "I fancy you will be able to engage this whole army yourself, for by the colours I guess what the drum was which we heard before, and which beats up for recruits to a puppet show." "A puppet show?" answered Partridge with most eager transport, "and is it really no more than that? I love a puppet show of all the pastimes upon earth. Do, good sir, let us tarry and see it. Besides, I am quite famished to death, for it is now almost dark, and I have not ate a morsel since 3 o'clock in the morning." They now arrived at an inn, or indeed an ale-house, where Jones was prevailed upon to stop, the rather as he had no longer any assurance of being in the road he desired. They walked both directly into the kitchen, where Jones began to inquire if no ladies had passed that way in the morning, and Partridge as eagerly examined into the state of their provisions, and indeed his inquiry met with the better success, for Jones could not hear news of Sophia, but Partridge, to his great satisfaction, found good reason to expect very shortly the agreeable sight of an excellent smoking dish of eggs and bacon. In strong and healthy constitutions, love hath a very different effect from what it causes in the puny part of the species. In the latter it generally destroys all that appetite which tends towards the conservation of the individual, but in the former, though it often induces forgetfulness and a neglect of food as well as of everything else, yet place a good piece of well-powdered buttock before a hungry lover, and he seldom fails very handsomely to play his part. Thus it happened in the present case, for though Jones perhaps wanted a prompter, and might have travelled much farther, had he been alone with an empty stomach, yet no sooner did he sit down to the bacon and eggs, than he fell to as heartily and voraciously as Partridge himself. Before our travellers had finished their dinner, night came on, and as the moon was now past the full, it was extremely dark. Partridge therefore prevailed on Jones to stay and see the puppet show, which was just going to begin, and to which they were very eagerly invited by the master of the said show, who declared that his figures were the finest which the world had ever produced, and that they had given great satisfaction to all the quality in every town in England. The puppet show was performed with great regularity and decency. It was called the fine and serious part of the provoked husband, and it was indeed a very grave and solemn entertainment, without any low wit or humour or jests, or, to do it no more than justice, without anything which could provoke a laugh. The audience were all highly pleased. A grave matron told the master she would bring her 2 daughters the next night, as he did not show any stuff, and an attorney's clerk and an exciseman both declared that the characters of Lord and Lady Townley were well preserved and highly in nature. Partridge likewise concurred with this opinion. The master was so highly elated with these encomiums that he could not refrain from adding some more of his own. He said, the present age was not improved in anything so much as in their puppet shows, which, by throwing out Punch and his wife Joan, and such idle trumpery, were at last brought to be a rational entertainment. I remember, said he, when I first took to the business, there was a great deal of low stuff that did very well to make folk laugh, but was never calculated to improve the morals of young people, which certainly ought to be principally aimed at in every puppet show. For why may not good and instructive lessons be conveyed this way as well as any other? My figures are as big as the life, and they represent the life in every particular, and I question not but people rise from my little drama as much improved as they do from the great. I would by no means degrade the ingenuity of your profession, answered Jones, but I should have been glad to have seen my old acquaintance Master Punch for all that, and so far from improving, I think by leaving him out and his merry wife Joan, you have spoiled your puppet show. The dancer of wires conceived an immediate and high contempt for Jones from these words, and with much disdain in his countenance he replied, "Very probably, sir, that may be your opinion, but I have the satisfaction to know the best judges differ from you, and it is impossible to please every taste. I confess, indeed, some of the quality at Bath 2 or 3 years ago wanted mightily to bring Punch again upon the stage. I believe I lost some money for not agreeing to it. But let others do as they will. A little matter shall never bribe me to degrade my own profession, nor will I ever willingly consent to the spoiling the decency and regularity of my stage by introducing any such low stuff upon it." "Right, friend," cries the clerk, "you are very right. Always avoid what is low. There are several of my acquaintance in London who are resolved to drive everything which is low from the stage." "Nothing can be more proper," cries the exciseman, pulling his pipe from his mouth. "I remember," added he, for I then lived with my lord, "I was in the footman's gallery the night when this play of The Provoked Husband was acted first. There was a great deal of low stuff in it about a country gentleman come up to town to stand for Parliament man, and there they brought a parcel of his servants upon the stage, his coachman, I remember particularly, but the gentlemen in our gallery could not bear anything so low, and they damned it. I observe, friend, you have left all that matter out, and you are to be commended for it." "Nay, gentlemen," cries Jones, "I can never maintain my opinion against so many. Indeed, if the generality of his audience dislike him, the learned gentleman who conducts the show might have done very right in dismissing Punch from his service." The master of the show then began a second harangue, and said much of the great force of example, and how much the inferior part of mankind would be deterred from vice by observing how odious it was in their superiors, when he was unluckily interrupted by an incident which, though perhaps we might have omitted it at another time, we cannot help relating at present, but not in this chapter. Chapter 6. From which it may be inferred that the best things are liable to be misunderstood and misinterpreted. A violent uproar now arose in the entry, where my landlady was well cuffing her maids, both with her fist and tongue. She had indeed missed the wench from her employment, and after a little search had found her on the puppet show stage in company with the Merry Andrew, and in a situation not very proper to be described. Though Grace, for that was her name, had forfeited all title to modesty, yet had she not impudence enough to deny a fact in which she was actually surprised. She therefore took another turn, and attempted to mitigate the offence. "Why do you beat me in this manner, mistress?" cries the wench. "If you don't like my doings, you may turn me away. If I am a whore," for the others had liberally bestowed that appellation on her, "my betters are so well as I. What was the fine lady in the puppet show just now? I suppose she did not lie all night out from her husband for nothing?" The landlady now burst into the kitchen, and fell foul on both her husband and the poor puppet mover. "Here, husband," says she, "you see the consequence of harbouring these people in your house. If one doth draw a little drink, the more for them one is hardly made amends for the litter they make, and then to have one's house made a bawdy house of by such lousy vermin. In short, I desire you would be gone to-morrow morning, for I will tolerate no more such doings. It is only the way to teach our servants idleness and nonsense, for to be sure nothing better can be learned by such idle shows as these. I remember when puppet shows were made of good scripture stories, as Jephthah's rash vow and such good things, and when wicked people were carried away by the devil. There was some sense in those matters, But as the parson told us last Sunday, nobody believes in the devil nowadays, and here you bring about a parcel of puppets dressed up like lords and ladies, only to turn the heads of poor country wenches, and when their heads are once turned topsy-turvy, no wonder everything else is so. Virgil, I think, tells us that when the mob are assembled in a riotous and tumultuous manner, and all sorts of missile weapons fly about, if a man of gravity and authority appears amongst them, the tumult is presently appeased, and the mob, which, when collected into one body, may be well compared to an ass, erect their long ears at the grave man's discourse. On the contrary, when a set of grave men and philosophers are disputing, when wisdom herself may in a manner be considered as present and administering arguments to the disputants, should a tumult arise among the mob, or should one scold, who is herself equal in noise to a mighty mob, appear among the said philosophers, their disputes cease in a moment. Wisdom no longer performs her ministerial office, and the attention of every one is immediately attracted by the scold alone. Thus the uproar aforesaid, and the arrival of the landlady, silenced the master of the puppet show, and put a speedy and final end to that grave and solemn harangue of which we have given the reader a sufficient taste already. Nothing, indeed, could have happened so very inopportune as this accident. The most wanton malice of fortune could not have contrived such another stratagem to confound the poor fellow, while he was so triumphantly descanting on the good morals inculcated by his exhibitions. His mouth was now as effectually stopped as that of a quack must be, if in the midst of a declamation on the great virtues of his pills and powders, the corpse of one of his martyrs should be brought forth and deposited before the stage as a testimony of his skill. Instead, therefore, of answering my landlady, the puppet-show man ran out to punish his merry Andrews, and now the moon beginning to put forth a silver light, as the poets call it, though she looked at that time more like a piece of copper, Jones called for his reckoning, and ordered Partridge, whom my landlady had just awakened from a profound nap, to prepare for his journey. But Partridge, having lately carried 2 points, as my reader hath seen before, was emboldened to attempt a third, which was to prevail with Jones to take up a lodging that evening in the house where he then was. He introduced this with an affected surprise at the intention which Mr. Jones declared of removing, and after urging many excellent arguments against it, he at last insisted strongly that it could be to no manner of purpose whatever, for that, unless Jones knew which way the lady was gone, every step he took might very possibly lead him the farther from her. "For you find, sir," said he, "by all the people in the house that she is not gone this way. How much better, therefore, would it be to stay till the morning, when we may expect to meet with somebody to inquire of?" This last argument had indeed some effect on Jones, and while he was weighing it, the landlord threw all the rhetoric of which he was master into the same scale. "Sure, sir," says he, "your servant gives you most excellent advice, for who would travel by night at this time of the year?" He then began in the usual style to trumpet forth the excellent accommodation which his house afforded, and my landlady likewise opened on the occasion. But, not to detain the reader with what is common to every host and hostess, it is sufficient to tell him Jones was at last prevailed on to stay and refresh himself with a few hours' rest, which indeed he very much wanted, for he had hardly shut his eyes since he had left the inn where the accident of the broken head had happened. As soon as Jones had taken a resolution to proceed no farther that night, he presently retired to rest with his 2 bedfellows, the pocket-book and the muff. But Partridge, who at several times had refreshed himself with several naps, was more inclined to eating than to sleeping, and more to drinking than to either. And now the storm which Grace had raised being at an end, and my landlady being again reconciled to the puppet-man, who on his side forgave the indecent reflections which the good woman in her passion had cast on his performances, a face of perfect peace and tranquillity reigned in the kitchen, where sat assembled round the fire the landlord and landlady of the house, the master of the puppet show, the attorney's clerk, the exciseman, and the ingenious Mr. Partridge, in which company passed the agreeable conversation which will be found in the next chapter. Chapter 7, containing a remark or two of our own, and many more of the good company assembled in the kitchen. Though the pride of Partridge did not submit to acknowledge himself a servant, yet he condescended in most particulars to imitate the manners of that rank. One instance of this was his greatly magnifying the fortune of his companion, as he called Jones. Such is a general custom with all servants among strangers, as none of them would willingly be thought the attendant on a beggar, for the higher the situation of the master is, the higher consequently is that of the man in his own opinion, the truth of which observation appears from the behaviour of all the footmen of the nobility. But though title and fortune communicate a splendour all around them, and the footmen of men of quality and of estate think themselves entitled to a part of that respect which is paid to the quality and estate of their masters, it is clearly otherwise with regard to virtue and understanding. These advantages are strictly personal, and swallow themselves all the respect which is paid to them. To say the truth, this is so very little that they cannot well afford to let any others partake with them. As these therefore reflect no honour on the domestic, so neither is he at all dishonoured by the most deplorable want of both in his master. Indeed, it is otherwise in the want of what is called virtue in a mistress, the consequence of which we have before seen, for in this dishonour there is a kind of contagion, which, like that of poverty, communicates itself to all who approach it. Now, for these reasons, we are not to wonder that servants, I mean among the men only, should have so great regard for the reputation of the wealth of their masters, and little or none at all for their character in other points, and that though they would be ashamed to be the footman of a beggar, they are not so to attend upon a rogue or a blockhead, and do consequently make no scruple to spread the fame of the iniquities and follies of their said masters as far as possible, and this often with great humour and merriment. In reality, a footman is often a wit as well as a beau, at the expense of the gentleman whose livery he wears. After Partridge, therefore, had enlarged greatly on the vast fortune to which Mr. Jones was heir, he very freely communicated an apprehension which he had begun to conceive the day before, and for which, as we hinted at that very time, the behaviour of Jones seemed to have furnished a sufficient foundation. In short, he was now pretty well confirmed in an opinion that his master was out of his wits, with which opinion he very bluntly acquainted the good company round the fire. With this sentiment the puppet-show man immediately coincided. "I own," said he, "the gentleman surprised me very much when he talked so absurdly about puppet-shows. It is indeed hardly to be conceived that any man in his senses should be so much mistaken. What you say now accounts very well for all his monstrous notions. Poor gentleman! I am heartily concerned for him indeed. He hath a strange wildness about his eyes, which I took notice of before, though I did not mention it." The landlord agreed with this last assertion, and likewise claimed the sagacity of having observed it. "And certainly," added he, "it must be so, for no one but a madman would have thought of leaving so good a house to ramble about the country at that time of night." The exciseman, pulling his pipe from his mouth, said he thought the gentleman looked and talked a little wildly, and then turning to Partridge, "If he be a madman," says he should not be suffered to travel thus about the country, for possibly he may do some mischief. It is a pity he was not secured and sent home to his relations." Now some conceits of this kind were likewise lurking in the mind of Partridge, for, as he was now persuaded that Jones had run away from Mr. Allworthy, he promised himself the highest rewards if he could by any means convey him back. But fear of Jones, of whose fierceness and strength he had seen, and indeed felt, some instances, had, however, represented any such scheme as impossible to be executed, and had discouraged him from applying himself to form any regular plan for the purpose. But no sooner did he hear the sentiments of the exciseman than he embraced that opportunity of declaring his own, and expressed a hearty wish that such a matter could be brought about. "Could be brought about," says the exciseman. "Why, there is nothing easier." Book 12, chapters 8 to 11. Better humour with Jones than we have hitherto seen her. As there is no wholesomer, so perhaps there are few stronger sleeping potions than fatigue. Of this Jones might be said to have taken a very large dose, and it operated very forcibly upon him. He had already slept 9 hours, and might perhaps have slept longer, had he not been awakened by a most violent noise at his chamber door, where the sound of many heavy blows was accompanied with many exclamations of "Murder!" Jones presently leapt from his bed, where he found the master of the puppet show belabouring the back and ribs of his poor Merry Andrew without either mercy or moderation. Jones instantly interposed on behalf of the suffering party, and pinned the insulting conqueror up to the wall, for the puppet show man was no more able to contend with Jones than the poor party-coloured jester had been to contend with this puppet man. But though the Merry Andrew was a little fellow, and not very strong, he had nevertheless some choler about him. He therefore no sooner found himself delivered from the enemy than he began to attack him with the only weapon at which he was his equal. From this he first discharged a volley of general abusive words, and thence proceeded to some particular accusations. "Damn your blood, you rascal," says he, "I have not only supported you, for to me you owe all the money you get, but I have saved you from the gallows. Did you not want to rob the lady of her fine riding habit no longer ago than yesterday, in the back lane here? Can you deny that you wish to have her alone in a wood, to strip her, to strip one of the prettiest ladies that ever was seen in the world? And here you have fallen upon me, and have almost murdered me, for doing no harm to a girl as willing as myself, only because she likes me better than you." Jones no sooner heard this than he quitted the master, laying on him at the same time the most violent injunctions of forbearance from any further insult on the Merry Andrew, and then taking the poor wretch with him into his own apartment, he soon learned tidings of his Sophia, whom the fellow, as he was attending his master with his drum the day before, had seen pass by. He easily prevailed with the lad to show him the exact place, and then, having summoned Partridge, he departed with the utmost expedition. It was almost 8 of the clock before all matters could be got ready for his departure, for Partridge was not in any haste, nor could the reckoning be presently adjusted, and when both these were settled and over, Jones would not quit the place before he had perfectly reconciled all differences between the master and the man. When this was happily accomplished, he set forward, and was, by the trusty Merry Andrew, conducted to the spot by which Sophia had passed, and then, having handsomely rewarded his conductor, he again pushed on with the utmost eagerness, being highly delighted with the extraordinary manner in which he received his intelligence. Of this Partridge was no sooner acquainted than he, with great earnestness, began to prophesy, and assured Jones that he would certainly have good success in the end, for, he said, 2 such accidents could never have happened to direct him after his mistress, if Providence had not designed to bring them together at last. And this was the first time that Jones lent any attention to the superstitious doctrines of his companion. They had not gone above 2 miles when a violent storm of rain overtook them, and as they happened to be at the same time in sight of an alehouse, Partridge, with much earnest entreaty, prevailed with Jones to enter and weather the storm. Hunger is an enemy, if indeed it may be called one, which partakes more of the English than of the French disposition, for, though you subdue this never so often, it will always rally again in time, and so it did with Partridge, who was no sooner arrived within the kitchen than he began to ask the same questions which he had asked the night before. The consequence of this was an excellent cold chine being produced upon the table, upon which not only Partridge but Jones himself made a very hearty breakfast, though the latter began to grow again uneasy, as the people of the house could give him no fresh information concerning Sophia. Their meal being over, Jones was again preparing to sally, notwithstanding the violence of the storm still continued, but Partridge begged heartily for another mug, and at last, casting his eyes on a lad at the fire who had entered the kitchen, and who at that instant was looking as earnestly at him, he turned suddenly to Jones and cried, "Master, give me your hand. A single mug shan't serve the turn this bout. Why, here's more news of Madam Sophia come to town. The boy there, standing by the fire, is the very lad that rode before her. I can swear to my own plaster on his face." "Heavens bless you, sir," cries the boy, "it is your own plaster, sure enough. I shall have always reason to remember your goodness, for it hath almost cured me." At these words Jones started from his chair, and bidding the boy follow him immediately, departed from the kitchen into a private apartment, for so delicate was he with regard to Sophia that he never willingly mentioned her name in the presence of many people, and though he had, as it were, from the overflowings of his heart, given Sophia as a toast among the officers, where he thought it was impossible she should be known, yet even there the reader may remember how difficultly he was prevailed upon to mention her surname. Hard, therefore, was it, and perhaps in the opinion of many sagacious readers, very absurd and monstrous, that he should principally owe his present misfortune to the supposed want of that delicacy with which he so abounded. For, in reality, Sophia was much more offended at the freedoms which she thought, and not without good reason, he had taken with her name and character, than at any freedoms in which, under his present circumstances, he had indulged himself with the person of another woman. And, to say truth, I believe honour could never have prevailed on her to leave Upton without her seeing Jones, had it not been for those two strong instances of a levity in his behaviour, so void of respect, and indeed so highly inconsistent with any degree of love and tenderness in great and delicate minds. But so matters fell out, and so I must relate them, and if any reader is shocked at their appearing unnatural, I cannot help it. I must remind such persons that I am not writing a system, but a history, and I am not obliged to reconcile every matter to the received notions concerning truth and nature. But if this was never so easy to do, perhaps it might be more prudent in me to avoid it. For instance, as the fact at present before us now stands, without any comment of mine upon it, though it may at first sight offend some readers, yet upon more mature consideration it must please all. For wise and good men may consider what happened to Jones at Upton as a just punishment for his wickedness with regard to women, of which it was, indeed, the immediate consequence. And silly and bad persons may comfort themselves in their vices by flattering their own hearts that the characters of men are rather owing to accident than to virtue. Now, perhaps the reflections which we should be here inclined to draw would alike contradict both these conclusions, and would show that these incidents contribute only to confirm the great, useful, and uncommon doctrine which it is the purpose of this whole work to inculcate, and which we must not fill up our pages by frequently repeating, as an ordinary parson fills his sermon by repeating his text at the end of every paragraph. We are contented that it must appear, however unhappily Sophia had erred in her opinion of Jones, she had sufficiently reason for her opinion, since, I believe, every other young lady would, in her situation, have erred in the same manner. Nay, had she followed her lover at this very time, and had entered this very alehouse the moment he was departed from it, she would have found the landlord as well acquainted with her name and person as the wench at Upton had appeared to be. For, while Jones was examining his boy in whispers in an inner room, Partridge, who had no such delicacy in his disposition, was in the kitchen very openly catechising the other guide who had attended Mrs. Fitzpatrick, by which means the landlord, whose ears were open on all such occasions, became perfectly well acquainted with the tumble of Sophia from her horse, etc., with the mistake concerning Jenny Cameron, with the many consequences of the punch, and in short with almost everything which had happened at the inn whence we dispatched our ladies in a coach and six when we last took our leaves of them. Chapter 9, containing little more than a few odd observations. Jones had been absent a full half-hour, when he returned into the kitchen in a hurry, desiring the landlord to let him know that instant what was to pay. And now the concern which Partridge felt at being obliged to quit the warm chimney-corner and a cup of excellent liquor was somewhat compensated by hearing that he was to proceed no farther on foot, for Jones, by golden arguments, had prevailed with the boy to attend him back to the inn whither he had before conducted Sophia. But to this, however, the lad consented upon condition that the other guide would wait for him at the alehouse, because, as the landlord at Upton was an intimate acquaintance of the landlord at Gloucester, it might some time or other come to the ears of the latter that his horses had been let to more than one person, and so the boy might be brought to account for money which he wisely intended to put in his own pocket. We were obliged to mention this circumstance, trifling as it may seem, since it retarded Mr. Jones a considerable time in his setting out, for the honesty of this latter boy was somewhat high, that is, somewhat high-priced, and would indeed have cost Jones very dear, had not Partridge, who, as we have said, was a very cunning fellow, artfully thrown in half-a-crown to be spent at that very alehouse, while the boy was waiting for his companion. This half-crown the landlord no sooner got scent of than he opened after it with such vehement and persuasive outcry that the boy was soon overcome, and consented to take half-a-crown more for his stay. Here we cannot help observing that, as there is so much of policy in the lowest life, great men often overvalue themselves on those refinements in imposture in which they are frequently excelled by some of the lowest of the human species. The horses being now produced, Jones directly leapt into the side-saddle on which his dear Sophia had rid. The lad, indeed, very civilly offered him the use of his, but he chose the side-saddle, probably because it was softer. Partridge, however, though full as effeminate as Jones, could not bear the thoughts of degrading his manhood. He therefore accepted the boy's offer, and now, Jones being mounted on the side-saddle of his Sophia, the boy on that of Mrs. Honour, and Partridge bestriding the third horse, they set forwards on their journey, and within 4 hours arrived at the inn where the reader hath already spent so much time. Partridge was in very high spirits during the whole way, and often mentioned to Jones the many good omens of his future success which had lately befriended him, and which the reader, without being the least superstitious, must allow to have been particularly fortunate. Partridge was, moreover, better pleased with the present pursuit of his companion than he had been with his pursuit of glory, and from these very omens, which assured the pedagogue of success, he likewise first acquired a clear idea of the amour between Jones and Sophia, to which he had before given very little attention, as he had originally taken a wrong scent concerning the reasons of Jones' departure. And as to what happened at Upton, he was too much frightened just before and after his leaving that place to draw any other conclusion from thence than that poor Jones was a downright madman, a conceit which was not at all disagreeable to the opinion he before had of his extraordinary wildness, of which he thought his behaviour on their quitting Gloucester so well justified all the accounts he had formerly received. He was now, however, pretty well satisfied with his present expedition, and henceforth began to conceive much worthier sentiments of his friend's understanding. The clock had just struck 3 when they arrived, and Jones immediately bespoke post-horses, but unluckily there was not a horse to be procured in the whole place, which the reader will not wonder at when he considers the hurry in which the whole nation, and especially this part of it, was at this time engaged, when expresses were passing and repassing every hour of the day and night. Jones endeavoured all he could to prevail with his former guide to escort him to Coventry, but he was inexorable. While he was arguing with the boy in the inn-yard, a person came up to him, and saluting him by his name, inquired how all the good family did in Somersetshire. And now Jones, casting his eyes upon this person, presently discovered him to be Mr. Dowling, the lawyer, with whom he had dined at Gloucester, and with much courtesy returned the salutation. Dowling very earnestly pressed Mr. Jones to go no further that night, and backed his solicitations with many unanswerable arguments, such as that it was almost dark, that the roads were very dirty, and that he would be able to travel much better by daylight, with many others equally good, some of which Jones had probably suggested to himself before. But as they were then ineffectual, so they were still, and he continued resolute in his design, even though he should be obliged to set out on foot. When the good attorney found he could not prevail on Jones to stay, he as strenuously applied himself to persuade the guide to accompany him. He urged many motives to induce him to undertake this short journey, and at last concluded with saying, "Do you think the gentleman won't very well reward you for your trouble?" 2 to 1 are odds at every other thing, as well as at football. But the advantage which this united force hath in persuasion or entreaty must have been visible to a curious observer, for he must have often seen that when a father, a master, a wife, or any other person in authority have stoutly adhered to a denial against all the reasons which a single man could produce, they have afterwards yielded to the repetition of the same sentiments by a second or third person, who hath undertaken the cause without attempting to advance anything new in its behalf. And hence perhaps proceeds the phrase of seconding an argument or a motion, and the great consequence this is of in all assemblies of public debate. Hence, likewise, probably it is that in our courts of law we often hear a learned gentleman, generally a serjeant, repeating for an hour together what another learned gentleman, who spoke just before him, had been saying. Instead of accounting for this, we shall proceed in our usual manner to exemplify it in the conduct of the lad above mentioned, who submitted to the persuasion of Mr. Dowling, and promised once more to admit Jones into his side-saddle, but insisted on first giving the poor creature a good bait, saying they had travelled a great way, and been rid very hard. Indeed, this caution of the boy was needless, for Jones, notwithstanding his hurry and impatience, would have ordered this of himself, for he by no means agreed with the opinion of those who consider animals as mere machines, and when they bury their spurs in the belly of their horse, imagine the spur and the horse to have an equal capacity of feeling pain. While the beasts were eating their corn, or rather were supposed to eat it, for as the boy was taking care of himself in the kitchen, the ostler took great care that his corn should not be consumed in the stable, Mr. Jones, at the earnest desire of Mr. Dowling, accompanied that gentleman into his room, where they sat down together over a bottle of wine. Chapter 10. In which Mr. Jones and Mr. Dowling drink a bottle together. Mr. Dowling, pouring out a glass of wine, named the health of the good Squire Allworthy, adding, "If you please, sir, we will likewise remember his nephew and heir, the young squire. Come, sir, here's Mr. Blifil to you, a very pretty young gentleman, and who, I dare swear, will hereafter make a very considerable figure in his country. I have a borough for him myself in my eye." "Sir," answered Jones, "I am convinced you don't intend to affront me, so I shall not resent it. But I promise you, you have joined two persons very improperly together, for one is the glory of the human species, and the other is a rascal who dishonours the name of man." Dowling stared at this. He said he thought both the gentlemen had a very unexceptionable character. "As for Squire Allworthy himself," says he, "I never had the happiness to see him, but all the world talks of his goodness. And indeed, as to the young gentleman, I never saw him but once, when I carried him the news of the loss of his mother, and then I was so hurried, and drove and tore with the multiplicity of business, that I had hardly time to converse with him, but he looked so like a very honest gentleman, and behaved himself so prettily, that I protest I never was more delighted with my gentleman since I was born." "I don't wonder," answered Jones, "that he should impose on you in so short an acquaintance, for he hath the cunning of the devil himself, and you may live with him many years without discovering him. I was bred up with him from my infancy, and we were hardly ever asunder, but it is very lately only that I have discovered half the villainy which is in him. I own I never greatly liked him. I thought he wanted that generosity of spirit which is the sure foundation of all that is great and noble in human nature. I saw a selfishness in him long ago which I despised, but it is lately, very lately, that I have found him capable of the basest and blackest designs, for indeed I have at last found out that he hath taken the advantage of the openness of my own temper, and hath concerted the deepest project, by a long train of wicked artifice, to work my ruin, which at last he hath effected." "Ay, ay," cries Dowling, "I protest then it is a pity such a person should inherit the great estate of your uncle Allworthy." "Alas, sir," cries Jones, "you do me an honour to which I have no title. It is true, indeed, his goodness once allowed me the liberty of calling him by a much nearer name, but as this was only a voluntary act of goodness, I can complain of no injustice when he thinks proper to deprive me of this honour, since the loss cannot be more unmerited than the gift originally was. I assure you, sir, I am no relation of Mr. Allworthy, and if the world, who are incapable of setting a true value on his virtue, should think, in his behaviour to me, he hath dealt hardly by a relation, they do an injustice to the best of men, for but I ask your pardon, I shall trouble you with no particulars relating to myself, only as you seem to think me a relation of Mr. Allworthy, I thought proper to set you right in a matter that might draw some censure upon him, which I promise you I would rather lose my life than give occasion to." "I protest, sir," cries Dowling, "you talk very much like a man of honour, but instead of giving me any trouble, I protest it would give me great pleasure to know how you came to be thought a relation of Mr. Allworthy's, if you are not. Your horses won't be ready this half hour, and as you have sufficient opportunity, I wish you would tell me how all that happened, for I protest it seems very surprising that you should pass for a relation of a gentleman without being so." 12, chapters 12 to 14. chapter 12, relates that Mr. Jones continued his journey, contrary to the advice of Partridge, with what happened on that occasion. They now discovered a light at some distance, to the great pleasure of Jones, and to the no small terror of Partridge, who firmly believed himself to be bewitched, and that this light was a jack with a lantern, or somewhat more mischievous. But how were these fears increased, when, as they approached nearer to this light, or lights as they now appeared, they heard a confused sound of human voices, of singing, laughing, and hallooing, together with a strange noise that seemed to proceed from some instruments, but could hardly be allowed the name of music. Indeed, to favour a little the opinion of Partridge, it might very well be called music bewitched. It is impossible to conceive a much greater degree of horror than what now seized on Partridge, the contagion of which had reached the postboy, who had been very attentive to many things that the other had uttered. He now, therefore, joined in petitioning Jones to return, saying he firmly believed what Partridge had just before said, that though the horses seemed to go on, they had not moved a step forwards during at least the last half-hour. Jones could not help smiling in the midst of his vexation at the fears of these poor fellows. "Either we advance," says he, "towards the lights, or the lights have advanced towards us, for we are now at a very little distance from them. But how can either of you be afraid of a set of people who appear only to be merry-making?" "Merry-making, sir!" cries Partridge. "Who could be merry-making at this time of night, and in such a place, and such weather? They can be nothing but ghosts, or witches, or some evil spirits or other, that's certain." "Let them be what they will," cries Jones, "I am resolved to go up to them, and inquire the way to Coventry. All witches, Partridge, are not such ill-natured hags as that which we had the misfortune to meet with last." "Oh Lord, sir," cries Partridge, "there is no knowing what humour they will be in. To be sure, it is always best to be civil to them. But what if we should meet with something worse than witches, with evil spirits themselves? Pray, sir, be advised. Pray, sir, do. If you had read so many terrible accounts as I have of these matters, you would not be so foolhardy. The Lord knows whither we have got already, or whither we are going. For sure such darkness was never seen upon earth, and I question whether it can be darker in the other world." Jones put forwards as fast as he could, notwithstanding all these hints and cautions, and poor Partridge was obliged to follow, for though he hardly dared to advance, he dared still less to stay behind by himself. At length they arrived at the place whence the lights and different noises had issued. This Jones perceived to be no other than a barn, where a great number of men and women were assembled, and diverting themselves with much apparent jollity. Jones no sooner appeared before the great doors of the barn, which were open, than a masculine and very rough voice from within demanded who was there, to which Jones gently answered, "A friend," and immediately asked the road to Coventry. "If you are a friend," cries another of the men in the barn, "you had better alight till the storm is over," for indeed it was now much more violent than ever. "You are very welcome to put up your horse, for there is sufficient room for him at the end of the barn." "You're very obliging," returned Jones, "and I will accept your offer for a few minutes whilst the rain continues, and here are two more who will be glad of the same favour." This was accorded with more good will than it was accepted, for Partridge would rather have submitted to the utmost inclemency of the weather than have trusted to the clemency of those whom he took to be hobgoblins, and the poor postboy was now infected with the same apprehensions. But they were both obliged to follow the example of Jones, the one because he durst not leave his horse, and the other because he feared nothing so much as being left by himself. Had this history been writ in the days of superstition, I should have had too much compassion for the reader to have left him so long in suspense whether Beelzebub or Satan was about actually to appear in person, with all his hellish retinue. But as these doctrines are at present very unfortunate, and have but few, if any, believers, I have not been much aware of conveying any such terrors. To say truth, the whole furniture of the infernal regions hath long been appropriated by the managers of playhouses, who seem lately to have laid them by as rubbish, capable only of affecting the upper gallery, a place in which few of our readers ever sit. However, though we do not suspect raising any great terror on this occasion, we have reason to fear some other apprehensions may here arise in our reader, into which we would not willingly betray him. I mean that we are going to take a voyage into fairyland and introduce a set of beings into our history which scarce anyone was ever childish enough to believe, though many have been foolish enough to spend their time in writing and reading their adventures. To prevent, therefore, any such suspicion, so prejudicial to the credit of an historian who professes to draw his materials from nature only, we shall now proceed to acquaint the reader who these people were, whose sudden appearance had struck such terrors into Partridge, had more than half frightened the postboy, and had a little surprised even Mr. Jones himself. The people then assembled in this barn were no other than a company of Egyptians, or as they are vulgarly called, gypsies, and they were now celebrating the wedding of one of their society. It is impossible to conceive a happier set of people than appeared here to be met together. The utmost mirth, indeed, showed itself in every countenance, nor was their ball totally void of all order and decorum. Perhaps it had more than a country assembly is sometimes conducted with, for these people are subject to a formal government and laws of their own, and all pay obedience to one great magistrate, whom they call their king. Greater plenty, likewise, was nowhere to be seen than what flourished in this barn. Here was indeed no nicety nor elegance, nor did the keen appetite of the guests require any. Here was good store of bacon, fowls, and mutton, to which every one present provided better sauce himself than the best and dearest French cook can prepare. Aeneas is not described under more consternation in the temple of Juno, dum stupet obtutique haeret defixus in Juno, than was our hero at what he saw in this barn. While he was looking everywhere around him with astonishment, a venerable person approached him with many friendly salutations, rather of too hearty a kind to be called courtly. This was no other than the king of the gipsies himself. He was very little distinguished in dress from his subjects, nor had he any regalia of majesty to support his dignity, and yet there seemed, as Mr. Jones said, to be somewhat in his air which denoted authority, and inspired the beholders with an idea of awe and respect, though all this was perhaps imaginary in Jones, and the truth may be that such ideas are incident to power and almost inseparable from it. There was somewhat in the open countenance and courteous behaviour of Jones, which, being accompanied with much comeliness of person, greatly recommended him at first sight to every beholder. These were, perhaps, a little heightened in the present instance by that profound respect which he paid to the king of the gipsies, the moment he was acquainted with his dignity, and which was the sweeter to his gypsaian majesty, as he was not used to receive such homage from any but his own subjects. The king ordered a table to be spread with the choicest of their provisions for this accommodation, and having placed himself at his right hand, his majesty began to discourse with our hero in the following manner. Me doubt not, sir, but you have often seen some of my people, who are what you call de parties détachées, for they go about everywhere. But me fancy you imagine not we be so considerable body as we be, and maybe you will be surprised more when you hear the gipsy be as orderly and well-governed people as any upon face of the earth. Me have honour, as me say, to be their king, and no monarch can do boast of more dutiful subject, nay, no more affectionate. How far me deserve their goodwill, me no say, but this me can say, that me never design anything but to do them good. Me shall no do boast of that neither, for what can me do otherwise than consider of the good of those poor people who go about all day to give me always the best of what they get. They love and honour me, therefore, because me do love and take care of them. That is all, me know no other reason. About 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, me cannot tell to a year or two, as can neither write nor read, there was a great what you call evolution among the gipsy. For there was the Lord Gipsy in those days, and the Lord did quarrel with one another about the place. But the king of the gipsy did demolish them all, and made all his subjects equal with each other. And since that time they have agreed very well, for they no think of being king, and maybe it be better for them as they be. For me assure you, it be very troublesome thing to be king, and always to do justice. Me have often wished to be the private gipsy when me have to be forced to punish my dear friend and relation, for though we never put to death, our punishment be very severe. They make the gipsy ashamed of themselves, and that be very terrible punishment. Me have scarce ever known the gipsies so punish the harm any more." The king then proceeded to express some wonder that there was no such punishment as shame in other governments, upon which Jones assured him to the contrary, for that there were many crimes for which shame was inflicted by the English laws, and that it was indeed one consequence of all punishment. "That be very strange," said the king, "for me know and hear a good deal of your people, though me no live among them, and me have often heard that shame is the consequence and the cause too of many of your rewards. Are your rewards and punishments then the same thing?" While his majesty was thus discoursing with Jones, a sudden uproar arose in the barn, and it seems upon this occasion the courtesy of these people had by degrees removed all the apprehensions of Partridge, and he was prevailed upon not only to stuff himself with their food, but to taste some of their liquors, which by degrees entirely expelled all fear from his composition, and in its stead introduced much more agreeable sensations. A young female gipsy, more remarkable for her wit than her beauty, had decoyed the honest fellow aside, pretending to tell his fortune. Now, when they were alone together in a remote part of the barn, whether it proceeded from the strong liquor, which is never so apt to inflame inordinate desire as after moderate fatigue, or whether the fair gipsy herself threw aside the delicacy and decency of her sex, and tempted the youth Partridge with express solicitations, but they were discovered in a very improper manner by the husband of the gipsy, who from jealousy, it seems, had kept a watchful eye over his wife, and had dogged her to the place, where he found her in the arms of her gallant. To the great confusion of Jones, Partridge was now hurried before the king, who heard the accusation, and likewise the culprit's defence, which was indeed very trifling, for the poor fellow was confounded by the plain evidence which appeared against him, and had very little to say for himself. His Majesty, then turning towards Jones, said, "Sir, you have heard what they say. What punishment do you think your man deserve?" Jones answered he was sorry for what had happened, and that Partridge should make the husband all the amends in his power. He said he had very little money about him at that time, and, putting his hand into his pocket, offered the fellow a guinea, to which he immediately answered he hoped his honour would not think of giving him less than 5. This sum, after some altercation, was reduced to 2, and Jones, having stipulated for the full forgiveness of both Partridge and the wife, was going to pay the money, when his Majesty, restraining his hand, turned to the witness and asked him at what time he had discovered the criminals, to which he answered that he had been desired by the husband to watch the motions of his wife from her first speaking to the stranger, and that he had never lost sight of her afterwards till the crime had been committed. The king then asked if the husband was with him all that time in his lurking place, to which he answered in the affirmative. His Egyptian Majesty then addressed himself to the husband as follows: "I may be sorry to see any gipsy that have no more honour than to sell the honour of his wife for money. If you had the love of your wife, you would have prevented this matter, and not endeavoured to make her of the whore that you might discover her. Me do order that you have no money given you, for you deserve punishment, not reward. Me do order, therefore, that you be the infamous gipsy, and do wear pair of horns upon your forehead for 1 month, and that your wife be called the whore, and pointed at all that time, for you be the infamous gipsy, but she be no less the infamous whore." The gipsies immediately proceeded to execute the sentence, and left Jones and Partridge alone with his Majesty. Jones greatly applauded the justice of the sentence, upon which the king, turning to him, said, "Me believe you be surprised, for me suppose you have very bad opinion of my people. Me suppose you think us all the thieves." "I must confess, sir," said Jones, "I have not heard so favourable an account of them as they seem to deserve." "Me will tell you," said the king, "how the difference is between you and us. My people rob your people, and your people rob one another." Jones afterwards proceeded very gravely to sing forth the happiness of those subjects who live under such a magistrate. Indeed, their happiness appears to have been so complete that we are aware lest some advocate for arbitrary power should hereafter quote the case of those people as an instance of the great advantages which attend that government above all others. And here we will make a concession which would not perhaps have been expected from us, that no limited form of government is capable of rising to the same degree of perfection, or of producing the same benefits to society, with this. Mankind have never been so happy as when the greatest part of the then known world was under the dominion of a single master, and this state of their felicity continued during the reign of 5 successive princes. This was the true era of the Golden Age, and the only Golden Age which ever had any existence, unless in the warm imagination of the poets, from the expulsion from Eden down to this day. In reality, I know but of one solid objection to absolute monarchy, the only defect in which excellent constitution seems to be the difficulty of finding any man adequate to the office of an absolute monarch, for this indispensably requires 3 qualities, very difficult, as it appears from history, to be found in princely natures. First, a sufficient quantity of moderation in the prince to be contented with all the power which is possible for him to have. Secondly, enough of wisdom to know his own happiness. And thirdly, goodness sufficient to support the happiness of others, when not only compatible with, but instrumental to, his own. Now, if an absolute monarch with all these great and rare qualifications should be allowed capable of conferring the greatest good on society, it must be surely granted, on the contrary, that absolute power vested in the hands of one who is deficient in them all is likely to be attended with no less a degree of evil. In short, our own religion furnishes us with adequate ideas of the blessing as well as the curse which may attend absolute power. The pictures of heaven and of hell will place a very lively image of both before our eyes, for though the prince of the latter can have no power but what he originally derives from the omnipotent sovereign in the former, yet it plainly appears from Scripture that absolute power in his infernal dominions is granted to their diabolical ruler. This is indeed the only absolute power which can, by Scripture, be derived from heaven. If, therefore, the several tyrannies upon earth can prove any title to a divine authority, it must be derived from this original grant to the Prince of Darkness, and these subordinate deputations must consequently come immediately from him whose stamp they so expressly bear. To conclude, as the examples of all ages show us that mankind in general desires power only to do harm, and when they obtain it, use it for no other purpose, it is not consonant with even the least degree of prudence to hazard an alteration, where our hopes are poorly kept in countenance by only 2 or 3 exceptions out of 1,000 instances to alarm our fears. In this case it will be much wiser to submit to a few inconveniences arising from the dispassionate deafness of laws than to remedy them by applying to the passionate open ears of a tyrant. Nor can the example of the gipsies, though possibly they may have long been happy under this form of government, be here urged, since we must remember the very material respect in which they differ from all other people, and to which perhaps this their happiness is entirely owing, namely, that they have no false honours among them, and that they look on shame as the most grievous punishment in the world. Chapter 13. A dialogue between Jones and Partridge. The honest lovers of liberty will, we doubt not, pardon that long digression into which we were led at the close of the last chapter, to prevent our history from being applied to the use of the most pernicious doctrine which priestcraft had ever the wickedness or the impudence to preach. We will now proceed with Mr. Jones, who, when the storm was over, took leave of his Egyptian Majesty, after many thanks for his courteous behaviour and kind entertainment, and set out for Coventry, to which place, for it was still dark, a gipsy was ordered to conduct him. Jones having, by reason of his deviation, travelled 11 miles instead of 6, and most of those through very execrable roads, where no expedition could have been made in quest of a midwife, did not arrive at Coventry till 12, nor could he possibly get again into the saddle till past 2, for post-horses were now not easy to get, nor were the ostler or post-boy in half so great a hurry as himself, but chose rather to imitate the tranquil disposition of Partridge, who, being denied the nourishment of sleep, took all opportunities to supply its place with every other kind of nourishment, and was never better pleased than when he arrived at an inn, nor ever more dissatisfied than when he was again forced to leave it. Jones now travelled post, We will follow him therefore according to our custom and to the rules of Longinus in the same manner. From Coventry he arrived at Daventry, from Daventry at Stratford, and from Stratford at Dunstable, whither he came the next day a little after noon, and within a few hours after Sophia had left it. And though he was obliged to stay here longer than he wished, while a smith with great deliberation shoed the post-horse he was to ride, he doubted not but to overtake his Sophia before she should set out from St. Albans, at which place he concluded, and very reasonably, that his lordship would stop and dine. And had he been right in this conjecture, he most probably would have overtaken his angel at the aforesaid place, but unluckily my lord had appointed a dinner to be prepared for him at his own house in London, and in order to enable him to reach that place in proper time, he had ordered a relay of horses to meet him at St. Albans. When Jones therefore arrived there, he was informed that the coach and six had set out 2 hours before. If fresh post-horses had now been ready, as they were not, it seemed so apparently impossible to overtake the coach before it reached London that Partridge thought he had now a proper opportunity to remind his friend of a matter which he seemed entirely to have forgotten. What this was, the reader will guess, when we inform him that Jones had ate nothing more than 1 poached egg since he had left the alehouse where he had first met the guide returning from Sophia, for with the gipsies he had feasted only his understanding. The landlord so entirely agreed with the opinion of Mr. Partridge that he no sooner heard the latter desire his friend to stay and dine than he very readily put in his word, and retracting his promise before given of furnishing the horses immediately, he assured Mr. Jones he would lose no time in bespeaking a dinner, which, he said, could be got ready sooner than it was possible to get the horses up from grass, and to prepare them from their journey by a feed of corn. Jones was at length prevailed on, chiefly by the latter argument of the landlord, and now a joint of mutton was put down to the fire. While this was preparing, Partridge, being admitted into the same apartment with his friend or master, began to harangue in the following manner. "Certainly, sir, if ever man deserved a young lady, you deserve young Madam Weston, for what a vast quantity of love must a man have to be able to live upon it without any other food, as you do. I am positive I have ate 30 times as much within these last 24 hours as your honour, and yet I am almost famished, for nothing makes a man so hungry as travelling, especially in this cold, raw weather. And yet I can't tell how it is, but your honour is seemingly in perfect good health, and you never looked better nor fresher in your life. It must be certainly love that you live upon." "And a very rich diet too, Partridge," answered Jones. "But did not fortune send me an excellent dainty yesterday? Dost thou imagine I cannot live more than 24 hours on this dear pocket-book?" "Undoubtedly," cries Partridge, "there is enough in that pocket-book to purchase many a good meal. Fortune sent it to your honour very opportunely for present use, as your honour's money must be almost out by this time." "What do you mean?" answered Jones. "I hope you don't imagine I should be dishonest enough, even if it belonged to any other person besides Miss Weston." "Dishonest!" replied Partridge. "Heaven forbid I should wrong your honour so much. But where's the dishonesty in borrowing a little for present spending, since you will be so well able to pay the lady hereafter?" "No, indeed, I would have your honour pay it again, as soon as it is convenient, by all means. But where can be the harm in making use of it now you want it? Indeed, if it belonged to a poor body, it would be another thing, but so great a lady, to be sure, can never want it, especially now as she is along with a lord, who, it can't be doubted, will let her have whatever she hath need of. Besides, if she should want a little, she can't want the whole, therefore I would give her a little, but I would be hanged before I mentioned the having found it at first, and before I got some money of my own, for London, I have heard, is the very worst of places to be in without money. Indeed, if I had not known to whom it belonged, I might have thought it was the devil's money, and have been afraid to use it. But as you know otherwise, and came honestly by it, it would be an affront to fortune to part with it all again, at the very time when you want it most. You can hardly expect she should ever do you such another good turn, for fortuna nunquam perpetua est bona. You will do as you please, notwithstanding all I say. But for my part, I would be hanged before I mentioned a word of the matter." "By what I can see, Partridge," cries Jones, "hanging is a matter no longe alienum asque volle studiis." "You should say alienus," says Partridge. I remember the passage. It is an example under communis alienos immunes variis casibus serviunt. If you do remember it, cries Jones, I find you don't understand it. But I tell thee, friend, in plain English, that he who finds another's property and wilfully detains it from the known owner deserves in foro conscientiae to be hanged, no less than if he had stolen it. And as for this very identical bill, which is the property of my angel, and was once in her dear possession, I will not deliver it into any hands but her own, upon any consideration whatever. No, though I was as hungry as thou art, and had no other means to satisfy my craving appetite. This I hope to do before I sleep, but if it should happen otherwise, I charge thee, if thou wouldst not incur my displeasure for ever, not to shock me any more by the bare mention of such detestable baseness. I should not have mentioned it now, cries Partridge, if it had appeared so to me, for I am sure I scorn any wickedness as much as another, but perhaps you know better, and yet I might have imagined that I should not have lived so many years, and have taught school so long, without being able to distinguish between fas et nefas. But it seems we are all to live and learn. I remember my old schoolmaster, who was a prodigious great scholar, used often to say, Polymatete Craitaan is my daskalon. The English of which he told us was, that a child may sometimes teach his grandmother to suck eggs. I have lived to a fine purpose, truly, if I am to be taught my grammar at this time of day. Perhaps, young gentleman, you may change your opinion if you live to my years, for I remember I thought myself as wise when I was a stripling of 21 as I am now. I am sure I always taught alienos, and my master read it so before me. There were not many instances in which Partridge could provoke Jones, nor were there many in which Partridge himself could have been hurried out of his respect. Unluckily, however, they had both hit on one of these. We have already seen Partridge could not bear to have his learning attacked, nor could Jones bear some passage or other in the foregoing speech. And now, looking upon his companion with a contemptuous and disdainful air, a thing not usual with him, he cried, Partridge, I see thou art a conceited old fool, and I wish thou art not likewise an old rogue. Indeed, if I was as well convinced of the latter as I am of the former, thou shouldst travel no farther in my company. The sage pedagogue was contented with the vent which he had already given to his indignation, and, as the vulgar phrase is, immediately drew in his horns. He said he was sorry he had uttered anything which might give offence, for that he had never intended it, but nemo omnibus horis sapit. As Jones had the vices of a warm disposition, he was entirely free from those of a cold one, and if his friends must have confessed his temper to have been a little too easily ruffled, his enemies must at the same time have confessed that it was soon subsided, nor did it at all resemble the sea, whose swelling is more violent and dangerous after a storm is over than while the storm itself subsists. He instantly accepted the submission of Partridge, shook him by the hand, and, with the most benign aspect imaginable, said 20 kind things, and at the same time very severely condemned himself, though not half so severely as he will most probably be condemned by many of our good readers. Partridge was now highly comforted, as his fears of having offended were at once abolished, and his pride completely satisfied by Jones having owned himself in the wrong, which submission he instantly applied to what had principally nettled him, and repeated in a muttering voice, To be sure, sir, your knowledge may be superior to mine in some things, but as to the grammar, I think I may challenge any man living. I think, at least, I have that at my fingers' end. If anything could add to the satisfaction which the poor man now enjoyed, he received this addition by the arrival of an excellent shoulder of mutton that at this instant came smoking to the table, on which, having both plentifully feasted, they again mounted their horses and set forward to London. Chapter 14. What happened to Mr. Jones in his journey from St. Albans. They were got about 2 miles beyond Barnet, and it was now the dusk of the evening, when a genteel-looking man, but upon a very shabby horse, rode up to Jones and asked him whether he was going to London, to which Jones answered in the affirmative. The gentleman replied, I should be obliged to you, sir, if you will accept of my company, for it is very late, and I am a stranger to the road. Jones readily complied with the request, and on they travelled together, holding that sort of discourse which is usual on such occasions. Of this, indeed, robbery was the principal topic, upon which subject the stranger expressed great apprehensions, but Jones declared he had very little to lose, and consequently as little to fear. Here Partridge could not forbear putting in his word. "Your honour," said he, "may think it a little, but I am sure if I had £100 bank-note in my pocket, as you have, I would be very sorry to lose it. But for my part I never was less afraid in my life, for we are 4 of us, and if we all stand by one another, the best man in England can't rob us. Suppose he should have a pistol, he can kill but one of us, and a man can die but once. That's my comfort, a man can die but once." Besides the reliance on superior numbers, a kind of valour which hath raised a certain nation among the moderns to a high pitch of glory, there was another reason for the extraordinary courage which Partridge now discovered, for he had at present as much of that quality as was in the power of liquor to bestow. Our company were now arrived within a mile of Highgate, when the stranger turned short upon Jones, and, pulling out a pistol, demanded that little bank-note which Partridge had mentioned. Jones was at first somewhat shocked at this unexpected demand. However, he presently recollected himself, and told the highwayman all the money he had in his pocket was entirely at his service, and so saying he pulled out upwards of 3 guineas, and offered to deliver it. But the other answered with an oath that would not do. Jones answered coolly he was very sorry for it, and returned the money into his pocket. The highwayman then threatened, if he did not deliver the bank-note that moment, he must shoot him, holding his pistol at the same time very near to his breast. Jones instantly caught hold of the fellow's hand, which trembled so that he could scarce hold the pistol in it, and turned the muzzle from him. A struggle then ensued, in which the former wrested the pistol from the hand of his antagonist, and both came from their horses on the ground together, the highwayman upon his back, and the victorious Jones upon him. The poor fellow now began to implore mercy of the conqueror, for, to say the truth, he was in strength by no means a match for Jones. "Indeed, sir," says he, "I could have had no intention to shoot you, for you will find the pistol was not loaded. This is the first robbery I ever attempted, and I have been driven by distress to this." At this instant, at about 150 yards distance, lay another person on the ground, roaring for mercy in a much louder voice than the highwayman. This was no other than Partridge himself, who, endeavouring to make his escape from the engagement, had been thrown from his horse, and lay flat on his face, not daring to look up, and expecting every minute to be shot. In this posture he lay, till the guide, who was no otherwise concerned than for his horses, having secured the stumbling beast, came up to him, and told him his master had got the better of the highwayman. Partridge leapt up at this news, and ran back to the place where Jones stood with his sword drawn in his hand to guard the poor fellow, which Partridge no sooner saw than he cried out, "Kill the villain, sir! Run him through the body! Kill him this instant!" Luckily, however, for the poor wretch, he had fallen into more merciful hands, for Jones, having examined the pistol and found it to be really unloaded, began to believe all the man had told him before Partridge came up, namely, that he was a novice in the trade, and that he had been driven to it by the distress he mentioned, the greatest indeed imaginable, that of 5 hungry children, and a wife lying in of the 6th, in the utmost want and misery. The truth of all which the highwayman most vehemently asserted, and offered to convince Mr. Jones of it, if he would take the trouble to go to his house, which was not above 2 miles off, saying that he desired no favour, but upon condition of proving all he had alleged. Jones at first pretended that he would take the fellow at his word, and go with him, declaring that his fate should depend entirely on the truth of his story. Upon this the poor fellow immediately expressed so much alacrity that Jones was perfectly satisfied with his veracity, and began now to entertain sentiments of compassion for him. He returned the fellow his empty pistol, advised him to think of honester means of relieving his distress, and gave him a couple of guineas for the immediate support of his wife and family, adding he wished he had more for his sake, for the £100 that had been mentioned was not his own. Our readers will probably be divided in their opinions concerning this action. Some may applaud it perhaps as an act of extraordinary humanity, while those of a more saturnine temper will consider it as a want of regard to that justice which every man owes his country. Partridge certainly saw it in that light, for he testified much dissatisfaction on the occasion, quoted an old proverb, and said he should not wonder if the rogue attacked them again before they reached London. The highwayman was full of expressions of thankfulness and gratitude. He actually dropped tears, or pretended to do so. He vowed he would immediately return home, and would never afterwards commit such a transgression. Whether he kept his word or no, perhaps may appear hereafter. Our travellers, having remounted their horses, arrived in town without encountering any new mishap. On the road much pleasant discourse passed between Jones and Partridge on the subject of their last adventure, in which Jones expressed a great compassion for those highwaymen who are, by unavoidable distress, driven, as it were, to such illegal courses as generally bring them to a shameful death. I mean, said he, those only whose highest guilt extends no farther than to robbery, and who are never guilty of cruelty nor insult to any person, which is a circumstance that, I must say, to the honour of our country, distinguishes the robbers of England from those of all other nations, for murder is, amongst those, almost inseparably incident to robbery. No doubt, answered Partridge, it is better to take away one's money than one's life, and yet it is very hard upon honest men that they can't travel about their business without being in danger of these villains. And to be sure it would be better that all rogues were hanged out of the way than that one honest man should suffer. For my own part, indeed, I should not care to have the blood of any of them on my own hands, but it is very proper for the law to hang them all. What right hath any man to take sixpence from me unless I give it to him? Is there any honesty in such a man? No, surely, cries Jones, no more than there is in him who takes the horses out of another man's stable, or who applies to his own use the money which he finds when he knows the right owner. These hints stopped the mouth of Partridge, nor did he open it again till Jones, having thrown some sarcastical jokes on his cowardice, he offered to excuse himself on the inequality of firearms, saying, 1,000 naked men are nothing to one pistol, for though it is true it will kill but one at a single discharge, yet who can tell but that one may be himself? End of section 36. Book 13, chapters 1 to 5, containing the space of 12 days. Chapter 1, An Invocation. Come, bright love of fame, inspire my glowing breast. Not thee I will call, who over swelling tides of blood and tears dost bear the heroes on to glory, while sighs of millions waft his spreading sails. But thee, fair gentle maid, whom Nisus, happy nymph, first on the banks of Hebrus did produce. Thee whom Maeonia educated, whom Mantua charmed, and who on that fair hill which overlooks the proud metropolis of Britain satst with thy Milton sweetly tuning the heroic lyre, fill my ravished fancy with the hopes of charming ages yet to come. Foretell me that some tender maid, whose grandmother is yet unborn, hereafter, when under the fictitious name of Sophia she reads the real worth which once existed in my Charlotte, shall from her sympathetic breast send forth the heaving sigh. Do thou teach me not only to foresee, but to enjoy, nay, even to feed on future praise. Comfort me by a solemn assurance that when the little parlour in which I sit at this instant shall be reduced to a worse furnished box, I shall be read with honour by those who never knew nor saw me, and whom I shall neither know nor see. And thou, much plumper dame, whom no airy forms nor phantoms of imagination clothe, whom the well-seasoned beef and pudding, richly stained with plums, delight, thee I call, of whom, in a Trekscheiter, in some Dutch canal, the fat Juffrouw Gelt, impregnated by a jolly merchant of Amsterdam, was delivered. In Grub Street school didst thou suck in the elements of thy erudition. Here hast thou, in thy maturer age, taught poetry, to tickle not the fancy, but the pride of the patron. Comedy from thee learns a grave and solemn air, while tragedy storms aloud, and renders the affrighted theatres with its thunders. To soothe thy wearied limbs in slumber, Alderman History tells his tedious tale, and again, to awaken thee, Monsieur Romance performs his surprising tricks of dexterity. Nor less thy well-fed bookseller obeys thy influence. By thy advice the heavy, unread folio lump, which long hath dozed on the dusty shelf, piecemealed into numbers, runs nimbly through the nation. Instructed by thee, some books, like quacks, impose on the world by promising wonders, while others turn bows and trust all their merits to a gilded outside. Come, thou jolly substance, with thy shining face, keep back thy inspiration, but hold forth thy tempting rewards, thy shining, chinking heap, thy quickly convertible bank bill, big with unseen riches, thy often varying stock, the warm, the comfortable house, and lastly, a fair portion of that bounteous mother whose flowing breasts yield redundant sustenance for all her numerous offspring, did not some too greedily and wantonly drive their brethren from the teat. Come thou, and if I am too tasteless of thy valuable treasures, warm my heart with the transporting thought of conveying them to others. Tell me that through thy bounty the prattling babes, whose innocent play hath often been interrupted by my labours, may one time be amply rewarded for them. And now this ill-yoked pair, this lean shadow, and this fat substance have prompted me to write. Whose assistance shall I invoke to direct my pen? First, genius, thou gift of heaven, without whose aid in vain we struggle against the stream of nature. Thou who dost sow the generous seeds which art nourishes and brings to perfection, do thou kindly take me by the hand, and lead me through all the mazes, the winding labyrinths of nature. Initiate me into all those mysteries which profane eyes never beheld. Teach me, which to thee is no difficult task, to know mankind better than they know themselves. Remove that mist which dims the intellects of mortals, and causes them to adore men for their art, or to detest them for their cunning in deceiving others, when they are, in reality, the objects only of ridicule for deceiving themselves. Strip off the thin disguise of wisdom from self-conceit, of plenty from avarice, and of glory from ambition. Come, thou that hast inspired thy Aristophanes, thy Lucian, thy Cervantes, thy Rabelais, thy Molière, thy Shakespeare, thy Swift, thy Marivaux, fill my pages with humour, till mankind learn the good nature to laugh only at the follies of others, and the humility to grieve at their own. And thou, almost the constant attendant on true genius, humanity, bring all thy tender sensations. If thou hast already disposed of them all between thy Allen and thy Littleton, steal them a little while from their bosoms. Not without these the tender scene is painted. From these alone proceed the noble, disinterested friendship, the melting love, the generous sentiment, the ardent gratitude, the soft compassion, the candid opinion, and all those strong energies of a good mind, which fill the moistened eyes with tears, the glowing cheeks with blood, and swell the heart with tides of grief, joy, and benevolence. And thou, O learning, for without thy assistance nothing pure, nothing correct can genius produce, do thou guide my pen. Thee in thy favourite fields, where the limpid, gentle rolling Thames washes thy Etonian banks, in early youth I have worshipped. To thee at thy birchen altar, with true Spartan devotion, I have sacrificed my blood. Come then, and from thy vast luxuriant stores, in long antiquity piled up, pour forth a rich profusion. Open thy Maionian and thy Mantuan coffers with whatever else includes thy philosophic, thy poetic, and thy historical treasures, whether with Greek or Roman characters thou hast chosen to inscribe the ponderous chests. Give me awhile that key to all thy treasure, which to thy Warburton thou hast entrusted. Lastly, come experience, long conversant with the wise, the good, the learned, and the polite. Nor with them only, but with every kind of character, from the minister at his levee to the bailiff in his sponging house, from the duchess at her drum to the landlady behind her bar. From thee only can the manner of mankind be known, to which the recluse pedant, however great his parts or extensive his learning may be, hath ever been a stranger. Come, all these, and more, if possible, for arduous is the task I have undertaken, and without all your assistance will, I find, be too heavy for me to support. But if you all smile on my labours, I hope still to bring them to a happy conclusion. Chapter 2. What befell Mr. Jones on his arrival in London. The learned Dr. Misorban used to say that the proper direction to him was to Dr. Misorban in the world, intimating that there were few people in it to whom his great reputation was not known. And perhaps upon a very nice examination into Lady Bellaston answered with a smile, "Then you have seen this terrible man, madam. Pray, is he so very fine a figure as he is represented? For Etoffe entertained me last night almost 2 hours with him. The wench, I believe, is in love with him by reputation." Here the reader will be apt to wonder, but the truth is that Mrs. Etoffe, who had the honour to pin and unpin the Lady Bellaston, had received complete information concerning the said Mr. Jones, and had faithfully conveyed the same to her lady last night, or rather that morning, while she was undressing, on which account she had been detained in her office above the space of an hour and a half. The lady, indeed, though generally well enough pleased with the narratives of Mrs. Etoffe at those seasons, gave an extraordinary attention to her account of Jones, for Honour had described him as a very handsome fellow, and Mrs. Etoffe, in her hurry, added so much to the beauty of his person to her report, that Lady Bellaston began to conceive him to be a kind of miracle in nature. The curiosity which her woman had inspired was now greatly increased by Mrs. Fitzpatrick, who spoke as much in favour of the person of Jones as she had before spoken in dispraise of his birth, character, and fortune. When Lady Bellaston had heard the whole, she answered gravely, "Indeed, madam, this is a matter of great consequence. Nothing can certainly be more commendable than the part you act, and I should be very glad to have my share in the preservation of a young lady of so much merit, and for whom I have so much esteem." "Doth not your ladyship think," says Mrs. Fitzpatrick eagerly, "that it would be the best way to write immediately to my uncle, and acquaint him where my cousin is?" The lady pondered a little upon this, and thus answered, "Why, no, madam, I think not. Di Weston hath described her brother to me to be such a brute that I cannot consent to put any woman under his power who hath escaped from it. I have heard he behaved like a monster to his own wife, for he is one of those wretches who think they have a right to tyrannize over us, and from such I shall ever esteem it the cause of my sex to rescue any woman who is so unfortunate as to be under their power. The business, dear cousin, will be only to keep Miss Weston from seeing this young fellow till the good company which you will have an opportunity of meeting here give her a properer turn." "If he should find her out, madam," answered the other, "your ladyship may be assured he will leave nothing unattempted to come at her." "But, madam," replied the lady, "it is impossible he should come here, though indeed it is possible he may get some intelligence where she is, and then may lurk about the house. I wish, therefore, I knew his person." "Is there no way, madam, by which I could have a sight of him? For otherwise, you know, cousin, she may contrive to see him here without my knowledge." Mrs. Fitzpatrick answered that he had threatened her with another visit that afternoon, and that, if her ladyship pleased to do her the honour of calling upon her then, she would hardly fail of seeing him between 6 and 7, and if he came earlier, she should, by some means or other, detain him till her ladyship's arrival. Lady Bellaston replied, she would come the moment she should get from dinner, which she supposed would be 7 at farthest, for that it was absolutely necessary she should be acquainted with his person. "Upon my word, madam," says she, "it was very good to take this care of Miss Weston, but common humanity, as well as regard to our family, requires it of us both, for it would be a dreadful match indeed." Mrs. Fitzpatrick failed not to make a proper return to the compliment which Lady Bellaston had bestowed on her cousin, and after some little immaterial conversation withdrew, and getting as fast as she could into a chair, unseen by Sophia or Honour, returned home. Chapter 4, which consists of visiting. Mr. Jones had walked within sight of a certain door during the whole day, which, though one of the shortest, appeared to him to be one of the longest in the whole year. At length, the clock having struck 5, he returned to Mrs. Fitzpatrick, who, though it was a full hour earlier than the decent time of visiting, received him very civilly, but still persisted in her ignorance concerning Sophia. Jones, in asking for his angel, had dropped the word cousin, upon which Mrs. Fitzpatrick said, "Then, sir, you know we are related, and as we are, you will permit me the right of inquiring into the particulars of your business with my cousin." Here Jones hesitated a good while, and at last answered, he had a considerable sum of money of hers in his hands, which he desired to deliver to her. He then produced the pocket-book and acquainted Mrs. Fitzpatrick with the contents and with the method in which they came into his hands. He had scarce finished his story when a most violent noise shook the whole house. To attempt to describe this noise to those who have heard it would be in vain, and to aim at giving any idea of it to those who have never heard the like would be still more vain, for it may be truly said, non acuta sic geminant corbantes aera. The priests of Cybele do not so rattle their sounding brass. In short, a footman knocked, or rather thundered at the door. Jones was a little surprised at the sound, having never heard it before, but Mrs. Fitzpatrick very calmly said that, as some company were coming, she could not make him any answer now, but if he pleased to stay till they were gone, she intimated she had something to say to him. The door of the room now flew open, and after pushing in her hoop sideways before her, entered Lady Ballaston, who, having first made a very low courtesy to Mrs. Fitzpatrick, and as low a one to Mr. Jones, was ushered to the upper end of the room. We mention these minute matters for the sake of some country ladies of our acquaintance, who think it contrary to the rules of modesty to bend their knees to a man. The company were hardly well settled before the arrival of the peer lately mentioned caused a fresh disturbance and a repetition of ceremonials. These being over, the conversation began to be, as the phrase is, extremely brilliant. However, as nothing passed in it which can be thought material to this history, or indeed very material in itself, I shall omit the relation, the rather, as I have known some very fine, polite conversation grow extremely dull when transcribed into books or repeated on the stage. Indeed, this mental repast is a dainty of which those who are excluded from polite assemblies must be contented to remain as ignorant as they must of the several dainties of French cookery, which are served only at the table and meant by nature for a much better character. End of section 37. Book 13, chapters 6 to 8. Chapter 6. What arrived while the company were at breakfast, with some hints concerning the government of daughters. Our company brought together in the morning the same good inclinations towards each other with which they had separated the evening before. But poor Jones was extremely disconsolate, for he had just received information from Partridge that Mrs. Fitzpatrick had left her lodgings, and that he could not learn whither she was gone. This news highly afflicted him, and his countenance, as well as his behaviour, in defiance of all his endeavours to the contrary, betrayed manifest indications of a disordered mind. The discourse turned at present, as before, on love, and Mr. Nightingale again expressed many of those warm, generous, and disinterested sentiments upon this subject which wise and sober men call romantic, but which wise and sober women generally regard in a better light. Mrs. Miller, for so the mistress of the house was called, greatly approved these sentiments. But when the young gentleman appealed to Miss Nancy, she answered only that she believed the gentleman who had spoke the least was capable of feeling most. This compliment was so apparently directed to Jones that we should have been sorry had he passed it by unregarded. He made her, indeed, a very polite answer, and concluded with an oblique hint that her own silence subjected her to a suspicion of the same kind, for indeed she had scarce opened her lips, either now or the last evening. "I am glad, Nanny," says Mrs. Miller, "the gentleman hath made the observation. I protest I am almost of his opinion. What can be the matter with you, child? I never saw such an alteration. What is become of all your gaiety? Would you think, sir, I used to call her my little prattler? She hath not spoke 20 words this week." Here their conversation was interrupted by the entrance of a maidservant, who brought a bundle in her hand, which, she said, was delivered by a porter for Mr. Jones. She added that the man immediately went away, saying it required no answer. Jones expressed some surprise on this occasion, and declared it must be some mistake, but the maid persisting that she was certain of the name, all the women were desirous of having the bundle immediately opened, which operation was at length performed by little Betsy, with the consent of Mr. Jones, and the contents were found to be a domino, a mask, and a masquerade ticket. Jones was now more positive than ever in asserting that these things must have been delivered by mistake, and Mrs. Miller herself expressed some doubt, and said she knew not what to think. But when Mr. Nightingale was asked, he delivered a very different opinion. "All I can conclude from it, sir," said he, "is that you are a very happy man, for I make no doubt but these were sent you by some lady whom you will have the happiness of meeting at the masquerade." Jones had not a sufficient degree of vanity to entertain any such flattering imagination, nor did Mrs. Miller herself give much assent to what Mr. Nightingale had said, till Miss Nancy, having lifted up the domino, a card dropped from the sleeve, in which was written as follows: "To Mr. Jones, the Queen of the Fairies sends you this. Use her favours not amiss." Mrs. Miller and Miss Nancy now both agreed with Mr. Nightingale. Nay, Jones himself was almost persuaded to be of the same opinion. And as no other lady but Mrs. Fitzpatrick, he thought, knew his lodging, he began to flatter himself with some hopes that it came from her, and that he might possibly see his Sophia. These hopes had surely very little foundation, but as the conduct of Mrs. Fitzpatrick, in not seeing him according to her promise, and in quitting her lodgings, had been very odd and unaccountable, he conceived some faint hopes that she, of whom he had formerly heard a very whimsical character, might possibly intend to do him that service in a strange manner which he declined doing by more ordinary methods. To say the truth, as nothing certain could be concluded from so odd and uncommon an incident, he had the greatest latitude to draw what imaginary conclusions from it he pleased. As his temper, therefore, was naturally sanguine, he indulged it on this occasion, and his imagination worked up 1,000 conceits to favour and support his expectations of meeting his dear Sophia in the evening. Reader, if thou hast any good wishes towards me, I will fully repay them by wishing thee to be possessed of this sanguine disposition of mind, since, after having read much and considered long on that subject of happiness which hath employed so many great pens, I am almost inclined to fix it in the possession of this temper, which puts us, in a manner, out of the reach of fortune, and makes us happy without her assistance. Indeed, the sensations of pleasure it gives are much more constant, as well as much keener, than those which that blind lady bestows, nature having wisely contrived that some satiety and languor should be annexed to all our real enjoyments, lest we should be so taken up by them as to be stopped from further pursuits. I make no manner of doubt but that in this light we may see the imaginary future Chancellor just called to the bar, the Archbishop in crape, and the Prime Minister at the tail of an opposition, more truly happy than those who are invested with all the power and profit of those respective offices. Mr. Jones having now determined to go to the masquerade that evening, Mr. Nightingale offered to conduct him thither. The young gentleman at the same time offered tickets to Miss Nancy and her mother, but the good woman would not accept them. She said she did not conceive the harm which some people imagined in a masquerade, but that such extravagant diversions were proper only for persons of quality and fortune, and not for young women who were to get their living, and could at best hope to be married to a good tradesman. "A tradesman!" cries Nightingale. "You shan't undervalue my Nancy. There is not a nobleman upon earth above her merit." "Oh, fie, Mr. Nightingale," answered Mrs. Miller. "You must not fill the girl's head with such fancies. But if it was her good luck," says the mother with a simper, "to find a gentleman of your generous way of thinking, I hope she would make a better return to his generosity than to give her mind up to extravagant pleasures. Indeed, where young ladies bring great fortunes themselves, they have some right to insist on spending what is their own, and on that account I have heard the gentleman say, a man has sometimes a better bargain with a poor wife than with a rich one. But let my daughters marry whom they will, I shall endeavour to make them blessings to their husbands. I beg, therefore, I may hear of no more masquerades. Nancy is, I am certain, too good a girl to desire to go, for she must remember when you carried her thither the last year, it almost turned her head, and she did not return to herself or to her needle in a month afterwards." Though a gentle sigh which stole from the bosom of Nancy seemed to argue some secret disapprobation of these sentiments, she did not dare openly to oppose them. For as this good woman had all the tenderness, so she had preserved all the authority of a parent, and as her indulgence to the desires of her children was restrained only by her fears for their safety and future welfare, so she never suffered those commands which proceeded from such fears to be either disobeyed or disputed. And this the young gentleman, who had lodged 2 years in the house, knew so well that he presently acquiesced in the refusal. Mr. Nightingale, who grew every minute fonder of Jones, was very desirous of his company that day to dinner at the tavern, where he offered to introduce him to some of his acquaintance. But Jones begged to be excused, as his clothes, he said, were not yet come to town. To confess the truth, Mr. Jones was now in a situation which sometimes happens to be the case of young gentlemen of much better figure than himself. In short, he had not one penny in his pocket, a situation in much greater credit among the ancient philosophers than among the modern wise men who live in Lombard Street, or those who frequent White's chocolate house. And perhaps the great honours which those philosophers have ascribed to an empty pocket may be one of the reasons of that high contempt in which they are held in the aforesaid street and chocolate house. Now, if the ancient opinion that men might live very comfortably on virtue only be, as the modern wise men just above mentioned pretend to have discovered, a notorious error, no less false is, I apprehend, that position of some writers of romance, that a man can live altogether on love. For however delicious repasts this may afford to some of our senses or appetites, it is most certain it can afford none to others. Those, therefore, who have placed too great a confidence in such writers have experienced their error when it was too late, and have found that love was no more capable of allaying hunger than a rose is capable of delighting the ear, or the violin of gratifying the smell. Notwithstanding, therefore, all the delicacies which love had set before him, namely the hopes of seeing Sophia at the masquerade, on which, however ill-founded his imagination might be, he had voluptuously feasted during the whole day, the evening no sooner came than Mr. Jones began to languish for some food of a grosser kind. Partridge discovered this by intuition, and took the occasion to give some oblique hints concerning the bank bill, and when these were rejected with disdain, he collected courage enough once more to mention a return to Mr. Allworthy. "Partridge," cries Jones, "you cannot see my fortune in a more desperate light than I see it myself, and I begin heartily to repent that I suffered you to leave a place where you was settled, and to follow me. However, I insist now on your returning home, and for the expense and trouble which you have so kindly put yourself to on my account, all the clothes I left behind in your care I desire you would take as your own. I am sorry I can make you no other acknowledgment." He spoke these words with so pathetic an account that Partridge, among whose vices ill nature or hardness of heart were not numbered, burst into tears, and after swearing he would not quit him in his distress, he began with the most earnest entreaties to urge his return home. "For heaven's sake, sir," says he, "do but consider. What can your honour do? How is it possible you can live in this town without money? Do what you will, sir, or go wherever you please. I am resolved not to desert you. But pray, sir, consider. Do, pray, sir, for your own sake, take it into your consideration, and I am sure," says he, "that your own good sense will bid you return home." "How often shall I tell thee," answered Jones, "that I have no home to return to? Had I any hopes that Mr. Allworthy's doors would be open to receive me, I want no distress to urge me. Nay, there is no other cause upon earth which could detain me a moment from flying to his presence. But alas, that I am for ever banished from. His last words were— oh, Partridge, they ring in my ears. His last words were, when he gave me a sum of money, what it was I know not, but considerable, I'm sure it was. His last words were, 'I am resolved from this day forward on no account to converse with you any more.'" Here passion stopped the mouth of Jones, as surprise for a moment did that of Partridge, but he soon recovered the use of speech, and after a short preface, in which he declared he had no inquisitiveness in his temper, inquired what Jones meant by a considerable sum, he knew not how much, and what was become of the money. In both these points he now received full satisfaction, on which he was proceeding to comment, when he was interrupted by a message from Mr. Nightingale, who desired his master's company in his apartment. When the two gentlemen were both attired for the masquerade, and Mr. Nightingale had given orders for chairs to be sent for, a circumstance of distress occurred to Jones, which will appear very ridiculous to many of my readers. This was how to procure a shilling. But if such readers will reflect a little on what they have themselves felt from the want of £1,000, or perhaps of 10 or 20, to execute a favourite scheme, they will have a perfect idea of what Mr. Jones felt on this occasion. For this sum, therefore, he applied to Partridge, which was the first he had permitted him to advance, and was the last he intended that poor fellow should advance in his service. To say the truth, Partridge had lately made no offer of this kind. Whether it was that he desired to see the bank bill broke in upon, or that distress should prevail on Jones to return home, or from what other motive it proceeded, I will not determine. Chapter 7. Containing the whole humours of a masquerade. Our cavaliers now arrived at that temple where Heidegger, the great arbiter deliciarum, the great high priest of pleasure, presides, and like other heathen priests imposes on his votaries by the pretended presence of the deity, when in reality no such deity is there. Mr. Nightingale, having taken a turn or two with his companion, soon left him and walked off with a female, saying, "Now you are here, sir, you must beat about for your own game." Jones began to entertain strong hopes that his Sophia was present, and these hopes gave him more spirits than the lights, the music, and the company, though these are pretty strong antidotes against the spleen. He now accosted every woman he saw whose stature, shape, or air bore any resemblance to his angel. To all of whom he endeavoured to say something smart, in order to engage an answer, by which he might discover that voice which he thought it impossible he should mistake. Some of these answered by a question in a squeaking voice, "Do you know me?" Much the greater number said, "I don't know you, sir," and nothing more. Some called him an impertinent fellow, some made him no answer at all, some said, "Indeed, I don't know your voice, and I shall have nothing to say to you," and many gave him as kind answers as he could wish, but not in the voice he desired to hear. Whilst he was talking with one of these last, who was in the habit of a shepherdess, a lady in a domino came up to him, and slapping him on the shoulder, whispered him at the same time in the ear, "If you talk any longer with that trollop, I will acquaint Miss Weston." Jones no sooner heard that name than, immediately quitting his former companion, he applied to the domino, begging and entreating her to show him the lady she had mentioned, if she was then in the room. The mask walked hastily to the upper end of the innermost apartment before she spoke, and then, instead of answering him, sat down and declared she was tired. Jones sat down by her, and still persisted in his entreaties. At last the lady coldly answered, "I imagined Mr. Jones had been a more discerning lover than to suffer any disguise to conceal his mistress from him." "Is she here, then, madam?" replied Jones with some vehemence. Upon which the lady cried, "Hush, sir, you will be observed. I promise you, upon my honour, Miss Weston is not here." Jones, now taking the mask by the hand, fell to entreating her in the most earnest manner to acquaint him where he might find Sophia, and when he could obtain no direct answer, he began to upbraid her gently for having disappointed him the day before, and concluded, saying, "Indeed, my good fairy queen, I know your majesty very well, notwithstanding the affected disguise of your voice. Indeed, Mrs. Fitzpatrick, it is a little cruel to divert yourself at the expense of my torments." The mask answered, "Though you have so ingeniously discovered me, I must still speak in the same voice, lest it should be known by others. And do you think, good sir, that I have no greater regard for my cousin than to assist in carrying on an affair between you two, which must end in her ruin as well as your own? Besides, I promise you, my cousin is not mad enough to consent to her own destruction, if you are so much her enemy as to tempt her to it." "Alas, madam," said Jones, "you little know my heart when you call me an enemy of Sophia." "And yet to ruin any one," cries the other, "you will allow is the act of an enemy, and when by the same act you must knowingly and certainly bring ruin on yourself, is it not folly or madness as well as guilt? Now, sir, my cousin hath very little more than her father will please to give her, very little for one of her fashion. You know him, and you know your own situation." Jones vowed he had no such design on Sophia, that he would rather suffer the most violent of deaths than sacrifice her interest to his desires. He said he knew how unworthy he was of her every way, that he had long ago resolved to quit all such aspiring thoughts, but that some strange accidents had made him desirous to see her once more, when he promised he would take leave of her for ever. "No, madam," concluded he, "my love is not of that base kind which seeks its own satisfaction at the expense of what is most dear to its object. I would sacrifice everything to the possession of my Sophia, but Sophia herself." Though the reader may have already conceived no very sublime idea of the virtue of the lady in the mask, and though possibly she may hereafter appear not to deserve one of the first characters of her sex, yet it is certain these generous sentiments made a strong impression upon her, and greatly added to the affection she had before conceived for our young hero. The lady now, after silence of a few moments, said she did not see his pretender 9, which treats of matters of a very different kind from those in the preceding chapter. In the evening Jones met his lady again, and a long conversation again ensued between them. But as it consisted only of the same ordinary occurrences as before, we shall avoid mentioning particulars which we despair of rendering agreeable to the reader, unless he is one whose devotion to the fair sex, like that of the papists to their saints, wants to be raised by the help of pictures. But I am so far from desiring to exhibit such pictures to the public that I would wish to draw a curtain over those that have been lately set forth in certain French novels, very bungling copies of which have been presented us here under the name of translations. Jones grew still more and more impatient to see Sophia, and finding, after repeated interviews with Lady Bellaston, no likelihood of obtaining this by her means, for, on the contrary, the lady began to treat even the mention of the name of Sophia with resentment, he resolved to try some other method. He made no doubt but that Lady Bellaston knew where his angel was, so he thought it most likely that some of her servants should be acquainted with the same secret. Partridge, therefore, was employed to get acquainted with those servants, in order to fish this secret out of them. Few situations can be imagined more uneasy than that to which his poor master was at present reduced, for besides the difficulties he met with in discovering Sophia, besides the fears he had of having disobliged her, and the assurances he had received from Lady Bellaston of the resolution which Sophia had taken against him, and of her having purposely concealed herself from him, which he had sufficient reason to believe might be true, he had still a difficulty to combat which it was not in the power of his mistress to remove, however kind her inclination might have been. This was the exposing of her to be disinherited of all her father's estate, the almost inevitable consequence of their coming together without a consent, which he had no hopes of ever obtaining. Add to all these the many obligations which Lady Bellaston, whose violent fondness we can no longer conceal, had heaped upon him, so that by her means he was now become one of the best-dressed men about town, and was not only relieved from those ridiculous distresses we have before mentioned, but was actually raised to a state of affluence beyond what he had ever known. Now, though there are many gentlemen who very well reconcile it to their conscience to possess themselves of the whole fortune of a woman without making her any kind of return, yet to a mind the proprietor of which doth not deserve to be hanged, nothing is, I believe, more irksome than to support love with gratitude only, especially where inclination pulls the heart a contrary way. Such was the unhappy case of Jones, for though the virtuous love he bore to Sophia, and which left very little affection for any other woman, had been entirely out of the question, he could never have been able to have made any adequate return to the generous passion of this lady, who had indeed been once an object of desire, but was now entered at least into the autumn of life, though she wore all the gaiety of youth, both in her dress and manner. Nay, she contrived still to maintain the roses in her cheeks, but these, like flowers forced out of season by art, had none of that lively blooming freshness with which nature, at the proper time, bedecks her own productions. She had, besides, a certain imperfection, which renders some flowers, though very beautiful to the eye, very improper to be placed in a wilderness of sweets, and what above all others is most disagreeable to the breath of love. Though Jones saw all these discouragements on the one side, he felt his obligations full as strongly on the other, nor did he less plainly discern the ardent passion whence these obligations proceeded, the extreme violence of which, if he failed to equal, he well knew the lady would think him ungrateful, and, what is worse, he would have thought himself so. He knew the tacit consideration upon which all her favours were conferred, and as his necessity obliged him to accept them, so his honour, he concluded, forced him to pay the price. This, therefore, he resolved to do, whatever misery it cost him, and to devote himself to her from that great principle of justice by which the laws of some countries oblige a debtor who is no otherwise capable of discharging his debt to become the slave of his creditor. While he was meditating on these matters, he received the following note from the lady. A very foolish but a very perverse accident hath happened since our last meeting, which makes it improper I should see you any more at the usual place. I will, if possible, contrive some other place by tomorrow. In the meantime, adieu. This disappointment, perhaps, the reader may conclude, was not very great, but if it was, he was quickly relieved, for in less than an hour afterwards another note was brought him from the same hand, which contained as follows. I have altered my mind since I wrote, a change which, if you are no stranger to the tenderest of all passions, you will not wonder at. I am now resolved to see you this evening at my own house, whatever may be the consequence. Come to me exactly at 7. I dine abroad, but will be at home by that time. A day, I find, to those that sincerely love, seems longer than I imagined. If you should accidentally be a few moments before me, bid them show you into the drawing-room. To confess the truth, Jones was less pleased with this last epistle than he had been with the former, as he was prevented by it from complying with the earnest entreaties of Mr. Nightingale, with whom he had now contracted much intimacy and friendship. These entreaties were to go with that young gentleman and his company to a new play, which was to be acted that evening, and which a very large party had agreed to damn from some dislike they had taken to the author, who was a friend to one of Mr. Nightingale's acquaintance. And this sort of fun our hero, we are ashamed to confess, would willingly have preferred to the above kind appointment, but his honour got the better of his inclination. Before we attend him to this intended interview with the lady, we think proper to account for both the preceding notes, as the reader may possibly be not a little surprised at the imprudence of Lady Bellaston in bringing her lover to the very house where her rival was lodged. First, then, the mistress of the house where these lovers had hitherto met, and who had been for some years a pensioner to that lady, was now become a Methodist, and had that very morning waited upon her ladyship, and after rebuking her very severely for her past life, had positively declared that she would on no account be instrumental in carrying on any of her affairs for the future. The hurry of spirits into which this accident threw the lady made her despair of possibly finding any other convenience to meet Jones that evening, but as she began a little to recover from her uneasiness at the disappointment, she set her thoughts to work, when, luckily, it came into her head to propose to Sophia to go to the play, which was immediately consented to, and a proper lady provided for her companion. Mrs. Honour was likewise dispatched with Mrs. Ettoff on the same errand of pleasure, and thus her own house was left free for the safe reception of Mr. Jones, with whom she promised herself 2 or 3 hours of uninterrupted conversation after her return from the place where she dined, which was at a friend's house in a pretty distant part of the town, near her old place of assignation, where she had engaged herself before she was well apprised of the revolution that had happened in the mind and morals of her late confidant. Chapter 10. A chapter which, though short, may draw tears from some eyes. Mr. Jones was just dressed to wait on Lady Bellaston when Mrs. Miller rapped at his door, and, being admitted, very earnestly desired his company below stairs to drink tea in the parlour. Upon his entrance into the room, she presently introduced a person to him, saying, "This, sir, is my cousin, who hath been so greatly beholden to your goodness, for which he begs to return you his sincerest thanks." The man had scarce entered upon that speech which Mrs. Miller had so kindly prefaced, when both Jones and he, looking steadfastly at each other, showed at once the utmost tokens of surprise. The voice of the latter began instantly to falter, and instead of finishing his speech, he sunk down into a chair, crying, "It is so! I am convinced it is so!" "Bless me, what's the meaning of this?" cries Mrs. Miller. "You are not ill, I hope, cousin? Some water, a dram, this instant." "Be not frightened, madam," cries Jones. "I have almost as much need of a dram as your cousin. We are equally surprised at this unexpected meeting. Your cousin is an acquaintance of mine, Mrs. Miller." "An acquaintance!" cries the man. "Oh, heaven!" "Ay, an acquaintance," repeated Jones, "and an honoured acquaintance too. When I do not love and honour the man who dares venture everything to preserve his wife and children from instant destruction, may I have a friend capable of disowning me in adversity." "Oh, you are an excellent young man," cries Mrs. Miller. "Yes, indeed, poor creature, he hath ventured everything. If he had not had one of the best constitutions, it must have killed him." "Cousin," cries the man, who had now pretty well recovered himself, "this is the angel from heaven whom I meant. This is he to whom, before I saw you, I owed the preservation of my Peggy. He it was to whose generosity every comfort, every support which I have procured for her was owing. He is indeed the worthiest, bravest, noblest of all human beings. Oh, cousin, I have obligations to this gentleman of such a nature." "Mention nothing of obligations," cries Jones eagerly. "Not a word, I insist upon it, not a word," meaning, I suppose, that he would not have him betray the affair of the robbery to any person. "If by the trifle you have received from me I have preserved a whole family, sure pleasure was never bought so cheap." "Oh, sir," cries the man, "I wish you could this instant see my house. If any person had ever a right to the pleasure you mention, I am convinced it is yourself. My cousin tells me she acquainted you with the distress in which she found us. That, sir, is all greatly removed, and chiefly by your goodness. My children have now a bed to lie on, and they have eternal blessings reward you for it, they have bread to eat. My little boy is recovered, my wife is out of danger, and I am happy. All owing to you, sir, and to my cousin here, one of the best of women. Indeed, sir, I must see you at my house. Indeed, my wife must see you, and thank you. My children, too, must express their gratitude. Indeed, sir, they are not without a sense of their obligation. But what is my feeling when I reflect to whom I owe that they are now capable of expressing their gratitude? Oh, sir, the little hearts which you have warmed had now been cold as ice without your assistance." Here Jones attempted to prevent the poor man from proceeding, but indeed the overflowing of his own heart would of itself have stopped his words. And now Mrs. Miller likewise began to pour forth thanksgivings, as well in her own name as in that of her cousin, and concluded with saying she doubted not but such goodness would meet a glorious reward. Jones answered, he had been sufficiently rewarded already. "Your cousin's account, madam," said he, "hath given me a sensation more pleasing than I have ever known. He must be a wretch who is unmoved at hearing such a story. How transporting, then, must be the thought of having happily acted a part in this scene. If there are men who cannot feel the delight of giving happiness to others, I sincerely pity them, as they are incapable of tasting what is, in my opinion, a greater honour, a higher interest, and a sweeter pleasure than the ambitious, the avaricious, or the voluptuous man can ever obtain." The hour of appointment being now come, Jones was forced to take a hasty leave, but not before he had heartily shaken his friend by the hand, and desired to see him again as soon as possible, promising that he would himself take the first opportunity of visiting him at his own house. He then stepped into his chair, and proceeded to Lady Bellaston's, greatly exulting in the happiness which he had procured for this poor family. Nor could he forbear reflecting, without horror, on the dreadful consequences which must have attended them, had he listened rather to the voice of strict justice than to that of mercy, when he was attacked on the high road. Mrs. Miller sung forth the praises of Jones during the whole evening, in which Mr. Anderson, while he stayed, so passionately accompanied her that he was often on the very point of mentioning the circumstance of the robbery. However, he luckily recollected himself, and avoided an indiscretion which would have been so much the greater, as he knew Mrs. Miller to be extremely strict and nice in her principles. He was likewise well apprised of the loquacity of this lady, and yet such was his gratitude that it almost got the better both of discretion and shame, and made him publish that which would have defamed his own character, rather than omit any circumstances which might do the fullest honour to his benefactor. Chapter 11, in which the reader will be surprised. Mr. Jones was rather earlier than the time appointed, and earlier than the lady, whose arrival was hindered, not only by the distance of the place where she dined, but by some other cross accidents very vexatious to one in her situation of mind. He was accordingly shown into the drawing-room, where he had not been many minutes before the door opened, and in came No other than Sophia herself, who had left the play before the end of the first act, for this, as we have already said, being a new play, at which two large parties met, the one to damn and the other to applaud, a violent uproar and an engagement between the two parties had so terrified our heroine that she was glad to put herself under the protection of a young gentleman, who safely conveyed her to her chair. As Lady Bellaston had acquainted her that she should not be at home till late, Sophia, expecting to find no one in the room, came hastily in, and went directly to a glass which almost fronted her, without once looking towards the upper end of the room, where the statue of Jones now stood motionless. In this glass it was, after contemplating her own lovely face, that she first discovered the said statue, when, instantly turning about, she perceived the reality of the vision, upon which she gave a violent scream, and scarce preserved herself from fainting till Jones was able to move to her and support her in his arms. To paint the looks or thoughts of either of these lovers is beyond my power. As their sensations, from their mutual silence, may be judged to have been too big for their own utterance, it cannot be supposed that I should be able to express them, and the misfortune is that few of my readers have been enough in love to feel by their own hearts what passed at this time in theirs. After a short pause, Jones, with faltering accent, said, "I see, madam, you are surprised." "Surprised," answered she. "Oh, heavens! Indeed I am surprised. I almost doubt whether you are the person you seem." "Indeed," cries he, "my Sophia, pardon me, madam, for this once calling you so. I am that very wretched Jones, whom fortune, after so many disappointments, hath at last kindly conducted to you." "Oh, my Sophia, did you know the 1,000 torments I have suffered in this long fruitless pursuit?" "Pursuit of whom?" said Sophia, a little recollecting herself, and assuming a reserved air. "Can you be so cruel to ask that question?" cries Jones. "Need I say of you?" "Of me!" answered Sophia. "Hath Mr. Jones, then, any such important business with me?" "To some, madam," cries Jones, "this might seem an important business," giving her the pocket-book. "I hope, madam, you will find it of the same value as when it was lost." Sophia took the pocket-book, and was going to speak, when he interrupted her thus: "Let us not, I beseech you, lose one of these precious moments which fortune hath so kindly sent us. Oh, my Sophia, I have business of a much superior kind. Thus, on my knees, let me ask your pardon." "My pardon?" cries she. "Sure, sir, after what is past, you cannot expect, after what I have heard." "I scarce know what I say," answered Jones. "By heavens, I scarce wish you should pardon me. Oh, my Sophia, henceforth never cast away a thought on such a wretch as I am. If any remembrance of me should ever intrude to give a moment's uneasiness to that tender bosom, think of my unworthiness, and let the remembrance of what passed at Upton blot me from ever from your mind." Sophia stood trembling all this while. Her face was whiter than snow, and her heart was throbbing through her stays. But at the mention of Upton a blush arose in her cheeks, and her eyes, which before she had scarce lifted up, were turned upon Jones with a glance of disdain. He understood this silent reproach, and replied to it thus: "Oh, my Sophia, my only love, you cannot hate or despise me more for what happened there than I do myself, but yet do me the justice to think that my heart was never unfaithful to you. That had no share in the folly I was guilty of. It was even then unalterably yours. Though I despaired of possessing you, nay, almost of ever seeing you more, I doted still on your charming idea, and could seriously love no other woman. But if my heart had not been engaged, she, into whose company I accidentally fell at that cursed place, was not an object of serious love. Believe me, my angel, I have never seen her from that day to this, and never intend or desire to see her again." Sophia, in her heart, was very glad to hear this, but forcing into her face an air of more coldness than she had yet assumed, "Why," said she, Book 14, chapters 1 to 3, containing 2 days. Chapter 1. An essay to prove that an author will write the better for having some knowledge of the subject on which he writes. As several gentlemen in these times, by the wonderful force of genius only, without the least assistance of learning, perhaps without being well able to read, have made a considerable figure in the republic of letters, the modern critics, I am told, have lately begun to assert that all kinds of learning is entirely useless to a writer, and indeed no other than a kind of fetters on the natural sprightliness and activity of the imagination, which is thus weighed down and prevented from soaring to those high flights which otherwise it would be able to reach. This doctrine, I am afraid, is at present carried much too far, for why should writing differ so much from all other arts? The nimbleness of a dancing master is not at all prejudiced by being taught to move, nor doth any mechanic, I believe, exercise his tools the worse by having learnt to use them. For my part, I cannot conceive that Homer or Virgil would have writ with more fire if, instead of being masters of all the learning of their times, they had been as ignorant as most of the authors of the present age. Nor do I believe that all the imagination, fire, and judgment of Pitt could have produced those orations that have made the Senate of England, in these our times, a rival in eloquence to Greece and Rome, if he had not been so well read in the writings of Demosthenes and Cicero, as to have transferred their whole spirit into his speeches, and with their spirit their knowledge too. I would not here be understood to insist on the same fund of learning in any of my brothers as Cicero persuades us is necessary to the composition of an orator. On the contrary, very little reading is, I conceive, necessary to the poet, less to the critic, and least of all to the politician. For the first, perhaps, Bichy's Art of Poetry and a few of our modern poets may suffice. For the second, a moderate heap of plays, and for the last, an indifferent collection of political journals. To say the truth, I require no more than that a man should have some little knowledge of the subject on which he treats, quam quisque norit artem in ea se exerceat. With this alone a writer may sometimes do tolerably well, and indeed without this all the other learning in the world will stand him in little stead. For instance, let us suppose that Homer and Virgil, Aristotle and Cicero, Thucydides and Livy could have met all together and have clubbed their several talents to have composed a treatise on the art of dancing. I believe it will be readily agreed they could not have equalled the excellent treatise which Mr. Essex hath given us on that subject, entitled The Rudiments of Genteel Education. And indeed, should the excellent Mr. Broughton be prevailed on to set fist to paper and to complete the above-said rudiments by delivering down the true principles of athletics, I question whether the world will have any cause to lament that none of the great writers, either ancient or modern, have ever treated about that noble and useful art. To avoid a multiplicity of examples in so plain a case, and to come at once to my point, I am apt to conceive that one reason why many English writers have totally failed in describing the manners of upper life may possibly be that, in reality, they know nothing of it. This is a knowledge unhappily not in the power of many authors to arrive at. Books will give us a very imperfect idea of it, nor will the stage a much better. The fine gentleman formed upon reading the former will almost always turn out a pedant, and he who forms himself upon the latter a coxcomb. Nor are the characters drawn from these models better supported. Van Brugh and Congreve copied nature, but they who copy them draw as unlike the present age as Hogarth would do if he was to paint a rout or a drum in the dresses of Titian and of Van Dyck. In short, imitation here will not do the business. The picture must be after nature herself. A true knowledge of the world is gained only by conversation, and the manners of every rank must be seen in order to be known. Now it happens that this higher order of mortals is not to be seen, like all the rest of the human species, for nothing, in the streets, shops, and coffee-houses, nor are they shown, like the upper rank of animals, for so much apiece. In short, this is a sight to which no persons are admitted without one or other of these qualifications, viz., either birth or fortune, or, what is equivalent to both, the honourable profession of a gamester. And very unluckily for the world, persons so qualified very seldom care to take upon themselves the bad trade of writing, which is generally entered upon by the lower and poorer sort, as it is a trade which many think requires no kind of stock to set up with. Hence those strange monsters in lace and embroidery, in silks and brocades, with vast wigs and hoops, which under the name of lords and ladies strut the stage, to the great delight of attorneys and their clerks in the pit, and of the citizens and their apprentices in the galleries, and which are no more to be found in real life than the centaur, the chimera, or any other creature of mere fiction. But to let my reader into a secret, this knowledge of upper life, though very necessary for preventing mistakes, is of no very great resource to a writer whose province is comedy, or that kind of novels which, like this I am writing, is of the comic class. What Mr. Pope says of women is very applicable to most in this station, who are, indeed, so entirely made up of form and affectation that they have no character at all, at least none which appears. I will venture to say the highest life is much the dullest, and affords very little humour or entertainment. The various callings in lower spheres produce the great variety of humorous characters, whereas here, except among the few who are engaged in the pursuit of ambition, and the fewer still who have a relish for pleasure, all is vanity and servile imitation. Dressing and cards, eating and drinking, bowing and curtsying, make up the business of their lives. Some there are, however, of this rank, upon whom passion exercises its tyranny, and hurries them far beyond the bounds which decorum prescribes. Of these the ladies are as much distinguished by their noble intrepidity and a certain superior contempt of reputation from the frail ones of meaner degree, as a virtuous woman of quality is by the elegance and delicacy of her sentiments from the honest wife of a yeoman and shopkeeper. Lady Bellaston was of this intrepid character. Let not my country readers conclude from her that this is the general conduct of women of fashion, or that we mean to represent them as such. They might as well suppose that every clergyman was represented by Thwackum, or every soldier by Ensign Northerton. There is not, indeed, a greater error than that which universally prevails among the vulgar, who, borrowing their opinion from some ignorant satirists, have affixed the character of lewdness to these times. On the contrary, I am convinced there never was less of love intrigue carried on among persons of condition than now. Our present women have been taught by their mothers to fix their thoughts only on ambition and vanity, and to despise the pleasures of love as unworthy their regard, and being afterwards, by the care of such mothers, married without having husbands, they seem pretty well confirmed in the justice of those sentiments, whence they content themselves for the dull remainder of life with the pursuit of more innocent, but I am afraid more childish amusements, the bare mention of which would ill suit with the dignity of this history. In my humble opinion, the true characteristic of the present beau monde is rather folly than vice, and the only epithet which it deserves is that of frivolous. Chapter 2. Containing letters and other matters which attend amours. Jones had not been long at home before he received the following letter. I was never more surprised than when I found you was gone. When you left the room, I little imagined you intended to have left the house without seeing me again. Your behaviour is all of a piece, and convinces me how much I ought to despise a heart which can dote upon an idiot, though I know not whether I should not admire her cunning more than her simplicity. Wonderful both! For though she understood not a word of what passed between us, yet she had the skill, the assurance, what shall I call it, to deny to my face that she knows you, or ever saw you before. Was this a scheme laid between you, and have you been base enough to betray me? Oh, how I despise her, you, and all the world, but chiefly myself, for I dare not write what I would afterwards run mad to read, but remember I can detest as violently as I have loved. Jones had but little time given him to reflect on this letter before a second was brought him from the same hand, and this likewise we shall set down in the precise words. When you consider the hurry of spirits in which I must have writ, you cannot be surprised at the expressions in my former note. Yet, perhaps, on reflection, they were rather too warm. At least I would, if possible, think of owing all to the odious playhouse, and to the impertinence of a fool, which detained me beyond my appointment. How easy is it to think well of those we love! Perhaps you desire I should think so. I have resolved to see you to-night, so come to me immediately. P.S. I have ordered to be at home to none but yourself. P.S. Mr. Jones will imagine I shall assist him in his defence, for I believe he cannot desire to impose on me more than I desire to impose on myself. P.S. Come immediately. To the men of intrigue I refer the determination whether the angry or the tender letter gave the greater uneasiness to Jones. Certain it is he had no violent inclination to pay any more visits that evening, unless to one single person. However, he thought his honour engaged, and had not this been motive sufficient, he would not have ventured to blow the temper of Lady Bellaston into that flame of which he had reason to think it susceptible, and of which he feared the consequence might be a discovery to Sophia, which he dreaded. After some discontented walks, therefore, about the room, he was preparing to depart, when the lady kindly prevented him, not by another letter, but by her own presence. She entered the room very disordered in her dress, and very discomposed in her looks, and threw herself into a chair, where, having recovered her breath, she said, "You see, sir, when women have gone one length too far, they will stop at none. If any person would have sworn this to me a week ago, I would not have believed it of myself." "I hope, madam," said Jones, "my charming Lady Bellaston will be as difficult to believe anything against one who is so sensible of the many obligations she hath conferred upon him." "Indeed," says she, "sensible of obligations! Did I expect to hear such cold language from Mr. Jones?" "Pardon me, my dear angel," said he, "if, after the letters I have received, the terrors of your anger, though I know not how I have deserved it—" "And have I then," says she with a smile, "so angry a countenance? Have I really brought a chiding face with me?" "If there be honour in man," said he, "I have done nothing to merit your anger. You remember the appointment you sent me? I went in pursuance." "I beseech you," cried she, "do not run through the odious recital. Answer me but one question, and I shall be easy. Have you not betrayed my honour to her?" Jones fell upon his knees, and began to utter the most violent protestations, when Partridge came dancing and capering into the room, like one drunk with joy, crying out, "She's found! She's found! Here, sir, here! She's here! Mrs. Honour is upon the stairs!" "Stop her a moment," cries Jones. "Here, madam, step behind the bed. I have no other room nor closet, nor place on earth to hide you in. Sure never was so damned an accident." "Damned indeed," said the lady, as she went to her place of concealment, and presently afterwards in came Mrs. Honour. "Hey day," says she, "Mr. Jones, what's the matter? That impudent rascal, your servant, would scarce let me come upstairs. I hope he hath not the same reason to keep me from you as he had at Upton. I suppose you hardly expected to see me, but you have certainly bewitched my lady. Poor dear young lady! To be sure, I loves her as tenderly as if she was my own sister. Lord have mercy upon you, if you don't make her a good husband, and to be sure if you do not, nothing can be bad enough for you." Jones begged her only to whisper, for that there was a lady dying in the next room. "A lady!" cries she. "Ay, I suppose one of your ladies. Oh, Mr. Jones, there are too many of them in the world. I believe we are got into the house of one, for my Lady Bellaston, I dare to say, is no better than she should be." "Hush, hush!" cries Jones. "Every word is overheard in the next room." "I don't care a farthing," cries Honour. "I speak no scandal of any one. But to be sure the servants make no scruple of saying as how her ladyship meets men at another place, where the house goes under the name of a poor gentlewoman, but her ladyship pays the rent, and many's the good thing besides they say she hath of her." Here Jones, after expressing the utmost uneasiness, offered to stop her mouth. "Hey day! Why sure, Mr. Jones, you will let me speak. I speaks no scandal, for I only says what I heard from others, and thinks I to myself, much good may it do the gentlewoman with her riches, if she comes by it in such a wicked manner. To be sure it is better to be poor and honest." "The servants are villains," cries Jones, "and abuse their lady unjustly." "Ay, to be sure, servants are always villains, and so my lady says, and won't hear a word of it." "No, I am convinced," says Jones, "my Sophia is above listening to such base scandal." "Nay, I believe it is no scandal neither," cries Honour, "for why should she meet men at another house? It can never be for any good, for if she had a lawful design of being courted, as to be sure my lady may lawfully give her company to men upon that account, why, where can be the sense?" "I protest," cries Jones, "I can't hear all this of a lady of such honour and a relation of Sophia. Besides, you will distract the poor lady in the next room. Let me entreat you to walk with me downstairs." "Nay, sir, if you won't let me speak, I have done. Here, sir, is a letter from my young lady. What would some men give to have this? But, Mr. Jones, I think you are not over and above generous, and yet I have heard some servants say, but I am sure you will do me the justice to own I never saw the colour of your money." Here Jones hastily took the letter, and presently after slipped 5 pieces into her hand. He then returned 1,000 thanks to his dear Sophia in a whisper, and begged her to leave him to read her letter. She presently departed, not without expressing much grateful sense of his generosity. Lady Bellaston now came from behind the curtain. How shall I describe her rage? Her tongue was at first incapable of utterance, but streams of fire darted from her eyes, and well indeed they might, for her heart was all in a flame. And now, as soon as her voice found way, instead of expressing any indignation against honour or her own servants, she began to attack poor Jones. "You see," said she, "what have I sacrificed to you? My reputation, my honour, gone for ever. And what return have I found? Neglected, slighted for a country girl, for an idiot." "What neglect, madam, or what slight," cries Jones, "have I been guilty of?" "Mr. Jones," said she, "it is vain to dissemble. If you will make me easy, you must entirely give her up, and as a proof of your intention, show me the letter." "What letter, madam?" said Jones. "Nay, surely," said she, "you cannot have the confidence to deny your having received a letter by the hands of that trollop?" "And can your ladyship," cries he, "ask of me what I must part with my honour before I grant? Have I acted in such a manner by your ladyship? Could I be guilty of betraying this poor innocent girl to you, what security could you have that I should not act the same part by yourself? A moment's reflection will, I am sure, convince you that a man with whom the secrets of a lady are not safe must be the most contemptible of wretches." "Very well," says she, "I need not insist on your becoming this contemptible wretch in your own opinion, for the inside of the letter could inform me of nothing more than I know already. I see the footing you are upon." Here ensued a long conversation, which the reader, who is not too curious, will thank me for not inserting at length. It shall suffice, therefore, to inform him that Lady Bellaston grew more and more pacified, and at length believed, or affected to believe, his protestations that his meeting with Sophia that evening was merely accidental, and every other matter which the reader already knows, and which, as Jones set before her in the strongest light, it is plain that she had in reality no reason to be angry with him. She was not, however, in her heart perfectly satisfied with his refusal to show her the letter. So deaf are we to the clearest reason when it argues against our prevailing passions. She was indeed well convinced that Sophia possessed the first place in Jones's affections, and yet, haughty and amorous as this lady was, she submitted at last to bear the second place, or, to express it more properly in a legal phrase, was contented with the possession of that of which another woman had the reversion. It was at length agreed that Jones should for the future visit at the house, for that Sophia, her maid, and all the servants would place these visits to the account of Sophia, and that she herself would be considered as the person imposed upon. This scheme was contrived by the lady, and highly relished by Jones, who was indeed glad to have a prospect of seeing his Sophia at any rate, and the lady herself was not a little pleased with the imposition on Sophia, which Jones, she thought, could not possibly discover to her for his own sake. The next day was appointed for the first visit, and then, after proper ceremonials, the Lady Bellaston returned home. Chapter 3. Containing various matters. Jones was no sooner alone than he eagerly broke open his letter, and read as follows. "Sir, it is impossible to express what I have suffered since you left this house, and as I have reason to think you intend coming here again, I have sent Honour, though so late at night, as she tells me she knows your lodgings, to prevent you. I charge you, by all the regard you have for me, not to think of visiting here, for it will certainly be discovered. Nay, I almost doubt, from some things which have dropped from her ladyship, that she is not already without some suspicion. Something favourable, perhaps, may happen. We must wait with patience, but I once more entreat you, if you have any concern for my ease, do not think of returning hither." This letter administered the same kind of consolation to poor Jones which Job formerly received from his friends. Besides disappointing all the hopes which he promised to himself from seeing Sophia, he was reduced to an unhappy dilemma with regard to Lady Bellaston, for there are some certain engagements which, as he well knew, do very difficultly admit of any excuse for the failure, and to go after the strict prohibition from Sophia he was not to be forced by any human power. At length, after much deliberation, which during that night supplied the place of sleep, he determined to feign himself sick, for this suggested itself as the only means of failing the appointed visit without incensing Lady Bellaston, which he had more than one reason of desiring to avoid. The first thing, however, which he did in the morning was to write an answer to Sophia, which he enclosed in one to Honour. He then dispatched another to Lady Bellaston, containing the above-mentioned excuse, and to this he soon received the following answer. "I am vexed that I cannot see you here this afternoon, but more concerned for the occasion. Take great care of yourself, and have the best advice, and I hope there will be no danger. I am so tormented all this morning with fools that I have scarce a moment's time to write to you. Adieu. P.S. I will endeavour to call on you this evening at 9. Be sure to be alone." Mr. Jones now received a visit from Mrs. Miller, who, after some formal introduction, began the following speech. "I am very sorry, sir, to wait upon you on such an occasion, but I hope you will consider the ill consequence which it must be to the reputation of my poor girls if my house should once be talked of as a house of ill fame. I hope you won't think me therefore guilty of impertinence if I beg you not to bring any more ladies in at that time of night. The clock had struck 2 before one of them went away." "I do assure you, madam," said Jones, "the lady who was here last night, and who stayed the latest, for the other only brought me a letter, is a woman of very great fashion, and my near relation." "I don't know what fashion she is of," answered Mrs. Miller, "but I am sure no woman of virtue, unless a very near relation indeed, would visit a young gentleman at 10 at night, and stay 4 hours in his room with him alone. Besides, sir, the behaviour of her chairmen shows what she was, for they did nothing but make jests all the evening in the entry, and asked Mr. Partridge, in the hearing of my own maid, if madam intended to stay with his master all night, with a great deal of stuff not proper to be repeated. I have really a great respect for you, Mr. Jones, upon your own account. Nay, I have a very high obligation to you for your generosity to my cousin. Indeed, I did not know how very good you had been till lately. Little did I imagine to what dreadful causes the poor man's distress had driven him. Little did I think, when you gave me the 10 guineas, that you had given them to the highwayman. Oh, heavens, what goodness you have shown! How have you preserved this family! The character which Mr. Allworthy hath formerly given me of you was, I find, strictly true. And indeed, if I had no obligation to you, my obligations to him are such that on his account I should show you the utmost respect in my power. Nay, believe me, dear Mr. Jones, if my daughters and my own reputation were out of the case, I should, for your own sake, be sorry that so pretty a young gentleman should converse with these women. But if you are resolved to do it, I must beg you to take another lodging, for I do not. Book 14, chapters 4 to 7. Chapter 4, which we hope will be very attentively perused by young people of both sexes. Partridge had no sooner left Mr. Jones than Mr. Nightingale, with whom he had now contracted a great intimacy, came to him, and after a short salutation said, "So, Tom, I hear you had company very late last night. Upon my soul, you are a happy fellow, who have not been in town above a fortnight, and can keep chairs waiting at your door till 2 in the morning." He then ran on with much commonplace raillery of the same kind, till Jones at last interrupted him, saying, "I suppose you have received all this information from Mrs. Miller, who hath been up here a little while ago to give me warning. The good woman is afraid, it seems, of the reputation of her daughters." "Oh, she is wonderfully nice," says Nightingale, "upon that account. If you remember, she would not let Nancy go with us to the masquerade." "Nay, upon my honour, I think she's in the right of it," says Jones. "However, I have taken her at her word, and have sent Partridge to look for another lodging." "If you will," says Nightingale, "we may, I believe, be again together, for, to tell you a secret, which I desire you won't mention in the family, I intend to quit the house to-day." "What, hath Mrs. Miller given you warning too, my friend?" cries Jones. No, answered the other, but the rooms are not convenient enough. Besides, I am grown weary of this part of the town. I want to be nearer the places of diversion, so I am going to Pall Mall. And do you intend to make a secret of your going away? Said Jones. I promise you, answered Nightingale, I don't intend to bilk my lodgings, but I have a private reason for not taking a formal leave. Not so private, answered Jones. I promise you I have seen it ever since the second day of my coming to the house. Here will be some wet eyes on your departure. Poor Nancy, I pity her, faith. Indeed, Jack, you have played the fool with that girl. You have given her a longing which I am afraid nothing will ever cure her of. Nightingale answered, What the devil would you have me do? Would you have me marry her to cure her? No, answered Jones, I would not have had you make love to her, as you have often done in my presence. I have been astonished at the blindness of her mother in never seeing it. Pah, see it, cries Nightingale. What the devil should she see? Why, see, said Jones, that you have made her daughter distractedly in love with you. The poor girl cannot conceal it a moment. Her eyes are never off from you, and she always colours every time you come into the room. Indeed, I pity her heartily, for she seems to be one of the best-natured and honestest of human creatures. And so, answered Nightingale, according to your doctrine, one must not amuse oneself by any common gallantries with women, for fear they should fall in love with us. Indeed, Jack, said Jones, you wilfully misunderstand me. I do not fancy women are so apt to fall in love, but you have gone far beyond common gallantries. What do you suppose, says Nightingale, that we have been abed together? No, upon my honour, answered Jones very seriously, I do not suppose so ill of you. Nay, I will go farther. I do not imagine you have laid a regular, premeditated scheme for the destruction of the quiet of a poor little creature, or have ever even foreseen the consequence, for I am sure thou art a very good-natured fellow, and such a one can never be guilty of a cruelty of that kind. But at the same time you have pleased your own vanity, without considering that this poor girl was made a sacrifice to it, and while you have had no design but of amusing an idle hour, you have actually given her reason to flatter herself that you had the most serious designs in her favour. Prithee, Jack, answer me honestly. To what have tended all those elegant and luscious descriptions of happiness arising from violent and mutual fondness, all those warm professions of tenderness and generous disinterested love? Did you imagine she would not apply them? Or, speak ingenuously, did you not intend she should? Upon my soul, Tom, cries Nightingale, I did not think this was in thee. Thou wilt make an admirable parson. So I suppose you would not go to bed to Nancy now, if she would let you? No, cries Jones, may I be damned if I would. Tom, answered Nightingale, last night, remember last night, when every eye was closed, and the pale moon and silent stars shone conscious of the theft. Look'ee, Mr. Nightingale, said Jones, I am no canting hypocrite, nor do I pretend to the gift of chastity more than my neighbours. I have been guilty with women, I own it, but I am not conscious that I have ever injured any. Nor would I, to procure pleasure for myself, be knowingly the cause of misery to any human being. Well, well, said Nightingale, I believe you, and I am convinced you acquit me of any such thing. I do, from my heart, answered Jones, of having debauched the girl, but not from having gained her affections. If I have, said Nightingale, I am very sorry for it, but time and absence will soon wear off such impressions. It is a receipt I must take myself. For to confess the truth to you, I never liked any girl half so much in my whole life, but I must let you into the whole secret, Tom. My father hath provided a match for me with a woman I never saw, and she is now coming to town in order for me to make my addresses to her. At these words Jones burst into a loud fit of laughter, when Nightingale cried, Nay, prithee, don't turn me into ridicule. The devil take me if I am not half mad about this matter. My poor Nancy! Oh, Jones, I wish I had a fortune in my own possession. I heartily wish you had, cried Jones. Immediately writ this letter to me. Here, sir, here it is. I put it into my pocket to show it you. This is the letter, sir. I must and will read it to you. Madam, I heartily condole with you on your late grievous loss, which your own good sense, and the excellent lessons you must have learned from the worthiest of men, will better enable you to bear than any advice which I am capable of giving. Nor have I any doubt that you, whom I have heard to be the tenderest of mothers, will suffer any immoderate indulgence of grief to prevent you from discharging your duty to those poor infants who now alone stand in need of your tenderness. However, as you must be supposed at present to be incapable of much worldly consideration, you will pardon my having ordered a person to wait on you, and to pay you 20 guineas, which I beg you will accept till I have the pleasure of seeing you, and believe me to be, Madam, etc. This letter, sir, I received within a fortnight after the irreparable loss I have mentioned, and within a fortnight afterwards Mr. Allworthy, the blessed Mr. Allworthy, came to pay me a visit, when he placed me in the house where you now see me, gave me a large sum of money to furnish it, and settled an annuity of £50 a year upon me, which I have constantly received ever since. Judge then, Mr. Jones, in what regard I must hold a benefactor to whom I owe the preservation of my life, and of those dear children for whose sake alone my life is valuable. Do not therefore think me impertinent, Mr. Jones, since I must esteem one for whom I know Mr. Allworthy hath so much value, if I beg you not to converse with these wicked women. You are a young gentleman, and do not know half their artful wiles. Do not be angry with me, sir, for what I said upon account of my house. You must be sensible it would be the ruin of my poor dear girls. Besides, sir, you cannot but be acquainted that Mr. Allworthy himself would never forgive my conniving at such matters, and particularly with you. Upon my word, madam, said Jones, you need make no farther apology, nor do I in the least take anything ill you have said. But give me leave, as no one can have more value than myself for Mr. Allworthy, to deliver you from one mistake, which perhaps would not be altogether for his honour. I do assure you I am no relation of his. Alas, sir, answered she, I know you are not. I know very well who you are, for Mr. Allworthy hath told me all. But I do assure you, had you been 20 times his son, he would not have expressed more regard for you than he hath often expressed in my presence. You need not be ashamed, sir, of what you are. I promise you no good person will esteem you the less on that account. No, Mr. Jones, the words dishonourable birth are nonsense, as my dear husband used to say, unless the word dishonourable be applied to the parents, for the children can derive no real dishonour from an act of which they are entirely innocent. Here Jones heaved a deep sigh, and then said, Since I perceive, madam, you really do know me, and Mr. Allworthy hath thought proper to mention my name to you, and since you have been so explicit with me as to your own affairs, I will acquaint you with some more circumstances concerning myself. And these Mrs. Miller, having expressed great desire and curiosity to hear, he began and related to her his whole history, without once mentioning the name of Sophia. There is a kind of sympathy in honest minds, by means of which they give an easy credit to each other. Mrs. Miller believed all which Jones told her to be true, and expressed much pity and concern for him. She was beginning to comment on the story, but Jones interrupted her, for, as the hour of assignation now drew nigh, he began to stipulate for a second interview with the lady that evening, which he promised should be the last at her house, swearing at the same time that she was one of great distinction, and that nothing but what was entirely innocent was to pass between them, and I do firmly believe he intended to keep his word. Mrs. Miller was at length prevailed on, and Jones departed to his chamber, where he sat alone till 12 o'clock, but no Lady Bellaston appeared. As we have said that this lady had a great affection for Jones, and it must have appeared that she really had so, the reader may perhaps wonder at the first failure of her appointment, as she apprehended him to be confined by sickness, a season when friendship seems most to require such visits. This behaviour, therefore, in the lady may by some be considered as unnatural, but that is not our fault, for our business is only to record truth. Chapter 6, containing a scene which we doubt will not affect our readers. Mr. Jones closed not his eyes during all the former part of the night, not owing to any uneasiness which he conceived at being disappointed by Lady Bellaston, nor was Sophia herself, though most of his waking hours were justly to be charged to her account, the present cause of dispelling his slumbers. In fact, poor Jones was one of the best-natured fellows alive, and had all that weakness which is called compassion, and which distinguishes this imperfect character from that noble firmness of mind which rolls a man, as it were, within himself, and, like a polished bowl, enables him to run through the world without being once stopped by the calamities which happen to others. He could not help, therefore, compassionating the situation of poor Nancy, whose love for Mr. Nightingale seemed to him so apparent that he was astonished at the blindness of her mother, who had more than once, the preceding evening, remarked to him the great change in the temper of her daughter, who, from being, she said, one of the liveliest, merriest girls in the world, was on a sudden become all gloom and melancholy. Sleep, however, at length got the better of all resistance, and now, as if he had already been a deity, as the ancients imagined, and an offended one too, he seemed to enjoy his dear-bought conquest. To speak simply, and without any metaphor, Mr. Jones slept till 11 the next morning, and would perhaps have continued in the same quiet situation much longer, had not a violent uproar awakened him. Partridge was now summoned, who, being asked what was the matter, answered that there was a dreadful hurricane below stairs, that Miss Nancy was in fits, and that the other sisters and the mother were both crying and lamenting over her. Jones expressed much concern at this news, which Partridge endeavoured to relieve by saying with a smile he fancied the young lady was in no danger of death, for that Susan, which was the name of the maid, had given him to understand it was nothing more than a common affair. In short, said he, Miss Nancy hath had a mind to be as wise as her mother, that's all. She was a little hungry, it seems, and so sat down to dinner before grace was said, and so there is a child coming for the Foundling hospital. Prithee, leave thy stupid jesting, cries Jones. Is the misery of these poor wretches a subject? Wanted not your eloquence to rouse me. I pity poor Nancy from my soul, and would willingly give anything in my power that no familiarities had ever passed between us. Nay, believe me, I had many struggles with my passion before I could prevail with myself to write that cruel letter which hath caused all the misery of that unhappy family. If I had no inclinations to consult but my own, I would marry her to-morrow morning. I would, by heaven. But you will easily imagine how impossible it would be to prevail on my father to consent to such a match. Besides, he hath provided another for me, and to-morrow, by his express command, I am to wait on the lady. I have not the honour to know your father, said Jones, but suppose he could be persuaded, would you yourself consent to the only means of preserving these poor people? As eagerly as I would pursue my happiness, answered Nightingale, for I shall never find it in any other woman. Oh, my dear friend, could you imagine what I have felt within these 12 hours for my poor girl, I am convinced she would not engross all your pity. Passion leads me only to her, and if I had any foolish scruples of honour, you have fully satisfied them. Could my father be induced to comply with my desires, nothing would be wanting to complete my own happiness or that of my Nancy. Then I am resolved to undertake it, said Jones. You must not be angry with me in whatever light it may be necessary to set this affair, which, you may depend on, could not otherwise be long hid from him, for things of this nature make a quick progress when once they get abroad, as this unhappily hath already. Besides, should any fatal accident follow, as upon my soul I am afraid will, unless immediately prevented, the public would ring of your name in a manner which, if your father hath common humanity, must offend him. If you will therefore tell me where I may find the old gentleman, I will not lose a moment in the business, which, while I pursue, you cannot do a more generous action than by paying a visit to the poor girl. You will find I have not exaggerated in the account I have given of the wretchedness of the family. Nightingale immediately consented to the proposal, and now, having acquainted Jones with his father's lodging, and the coffee-house where he would most probably find him, he hesitated a moment, and then said, My dear Tom, you are going to undertake an impossibility. If you knew my father, you would never think of obtaining his consent. Stay, there is one way. Suppose you told him I was already married. It might be easier to reconcile him to the fact after it was done, and upon my honour, I am so affected with what you have said, and I love my Nancy so passionately, I almost wish it was done, whatever might be the consequence. Jones greatly approved the hint, and promised to pursue it. Then they separated, Nightingale to visit his Nancy, and Jones in quest of the old gentleman. End of section 41. Book 14, chapters 8 to 10. Chapter 8. What passed between Jones and old Mr. Nightingale with the arrival of a person not yet mentioned in this history. Notwithstanding the sentiment of the Roman satirist, which denies the divinity of fortune, and the opinion of Seneca to the same purpose, Cicero, who was, I believe, a wiser man than either of them, expressly holds the contrary. And certain it is that there are some incidents in life so very strange and unaccountable that it seems to require more than human skill and foresight in producing them. Of this kind was what now happened to Jones, who found Mr. Nightingale the elder in so critical a minute that fortune, if she was really worth all the worship she received at Rome, could not have contrived such another. In short, the old gentleman and the father of the young lady whom he intended for his son had been hard at it for many hours, and the latter was just now gone, and had left the former delighted with the thoughts that he had succeeded in a long contention which had been between the two fathers of the future bride and bridegroom, in which both endeavoured to overreach the other, and, as it not rarely happens in such cases, both had retreated fully satisfied of having obtained the victory. This gentleman, whom Jones now visited, was what they call a man of the world, that is to say, a man who directs his conduct in this world as one who, being fully persuaded there is no other, is resolved to make the most of this. In his early years he had been bred to trade, but having acquired a very good fortune, he had lately declined his business, or, to speak more properly, had changed it from dealing in goods to dealing only in money, of which he had always a plentiful fund at command, and of which he knew very well how to make a very plentiful advantage, sometimes of the necessities of private men, and sometimes of those of the public. He had indeed conversed so entirely with money that it may be almost doubted whether he imagined there was any other thing really existing in the world. This at least may be certainly averred, that he firmly believed nothing else to have any real value. The reader will, I fancy, allow that fortune could not have culled out a more improper person for Mr. Jones to attack with any probability of success, nor could the whimsical lady have directed this attack at a more unseasonable time. As money, then, was always uppermost in this gentleman's thoughts, so, the moment he saw a stranger within his doors, it immediately occurred to his imagination that such stranger was either come to bring him money or to fetch it from him. And according as one or other of these thoughts prevailed, he conceived a favourable or unfavourable idea of the person who approached him. Unluckily for Jones, the latter of these was the ascendant at present, for as a young gentleman had visited him the day before with a bill from his son for a play debt, he apprehended, at the first sight of Jones, that he was come on such another errand. Jones, therefore, had no sooner told him that he was come on his son's account than the old gentleman, being confirmed in his suspicion, burst forth into an exclamation that he would lose his labour. "Is it then possible, sir," answered Jones, "that you can guess my business?" "If I do guess it," replied the other, "I repeat again to you, you will lose your labour." "What, I suppose you are one of those sparks who lead my son into all those scenes of riot and debauchery which will be his destruction? But I shall pay no more of his bills, I promise you. I expect he will quit all such company for the future. If I had imagined otherwise, I should not have provided a wife for him, for I would be instrumental in the ruin of nobody." "How, sir?" said Jones, "and was this lady of your providing?" "Pray, sir," answered the old gentleman, "how comes it to be any concern of yours?" "Nay, dear sir," replied Jones, "be not offended that I interest myself in what regards your son's happiness, for whom I have so great an honour and value. It was upon that very account I came to wait upon you. I can't express the satisfaction you have given me by what you say, for I do assure you your son is a person for whom I have the highest honour. Nay, sir, it is not easy to express the esteem I have for you, who could be so generous, so good, so kind, so indulgent to provide such a match for your son, a woman who, I dare swear, will make him one of the happiest men upon earth. There is scarce anything which so happily introduces men to our good liking as having conceived some alarm at their first appearance, when once those apprehensions begin to vanish, we soon forget the fears which they occasioned, and look on ourselves as indebted for our present ease to those very persons who had first raised our fears. Thus it happened to Nightingale, who no sooner found that Jones had no demand on him, as he suspected, than he began to be pleased with his presence. "Pray, good sir," said he, "be pleased to sit down. I do not remember to have ever had the pleasure of seeing you before, but if you are a friend of my son, and have anything to say concerning this young lady, I shall be glad to hear you. As to her making him happy, it will be his own fault if she doth not. I have discharged my duty in taking care of the main article. She will bring him a fortune capable of making any reasonable, prudent, sober man happy." "Undoubtedly," cries Jones, "for she is in herself a fortune, so beautiful, so genteel, so sweet-tempered, and so well educated. She is indeed a most accomplished young lady, sings admirably well, and hath a most delicate hand at the harpsichord." "I did not know any of these matters," answered the old gentleman, "for I never saw the lady, but I do not like her the worse for what you tell me, and I am the better pleased with her father for not laying any stress on these qualifications in our bargain. I shall always think it a proof of his understanding. A silly fellow would have brought in these articles as an addition to her fortune, but to give him his due, he never mentioned any such matter, though to be sure they are no disparagements to a woman." "I do assure you, sir," cries Jones, "she hath them all in the most eminent degree. For my part, I own I was afraid you might have been a little backward, a little less inclined to the match, for your son told me you had never seen the lady. Therefore I came, sir, in that case, to entreat you, to conjure you, as you value the happiness of your son, not to be averse to his match with a woman who hath not only all the good qualities I have mentioned, but many more." "If that was your business, sir," said the old gentleman, "we are both obliged to you, and you may be perfectly easy, for I give you my word I was very well satisfied with her fortune." "Sir," answered Jones, "I honour you every moment more and more. To be so easily satisfied, so very moderate on that account, is a proof of the soundness of your understanding, as well as the nobleness of your mind." "Not so very moderate, young gentleman, not so very moderate," answered the father. "Still more and more noble," replied Jones, "and give me leave to add, sensible, for sure it is little less than madness to consider money as the sole foundation of happiness. Such a woman as this, with her little, her nothing of a fortune—" "I find," cries the old gentleman, "you have a pretty just opinion of money, my friend, or else you are better acquainted with the person of the lady than with her circumstances. Why, pray, what fortune do you imagine this lady to have?" "What fortune?" cries Jones. "Why, too contemptible a one to be named for your son." "Well, well, well," said the other, "perhaps he might have done better." "That I deny," said Jones, "for she is one of the best of women." "Ay, ay, but in point of fortune, I mean," answered the other. "And yet, as to that, how much do you imagine your friend is to have?" "How much?" cries Jones. "How much? Why, at the utmost, perhaps £200. "Do you mean to banter me, young gentleman?" said the father, a little angry. "No, upon my soul," answered Jones, "I am in earnest. I believe I have gone to the utmost farthing. If I do the lady an injury, I ask her pardon." "Indeed you do," cries the father. "I am certain she hath 50 times that sum, and she shall produce 50 to that before I consent that she shall marry my son." "Nay," said Jones, "it is too late to talk of consent now. If she had not 50 farthings, your son is married." "My son married!" answered the old gentleman with surprise. "Nay," said Jones, "I thought you was acquainted with it." "My son married! To Miss Harris!" answered he again. "To Miss Harris!" said Jones. "No, sir, to Miss Nancy Miller, the daughter of Mrs. Miller, at whose house he lodged, a young lady who, though her mother is reduced to let lodgings—" "Are you bantering, or are you in earnest?" cries the father with a most solemn voice. "Indeed, sir," answered Jones, "I scorn the character of a banterer. I came to you in most serious earnest, imagining, as I find true, that your son had never dared acquaint you with a match so much inferior to him in point of fortune, that the reputation of the lady will suffer it no longer to remain a secret." While the father stood like one struck suddenly dumb at this news, a gentleman came into the room, and saluted him by the name of brother. But though these two were, in consanguinity, so nearly related, they were in their dispositions almost the opposites to each other. The brother who now arrived had likewise been bred to trade, in which he no sooner saw himself worth £6,000 than he purchased a small estate with the greatest part of it, and retired into the country, where he married the daughter of an unbeneficed clergyman, a young lady who, though she had neither beauty nor fortune, had recommended herself to his choice entirely by her good humour, of which he possessed a very large share. With this woman he had, during 25 years, lived a life more resembling the model which certain poets ascribed to the golden age than any of those patterns which are furnished by the present times. By her he had 4 children, but none of them arrived at maturity, except only one daughter, whom, in vulgar language, he and his wife had spoiled, that is, had educated with the utmost tenderness and fondness, which she returned to such a degree that she had actually refused a very extraordinary match with a gentleman a little turned of 40, because she could not bring herself to part with her parents. The young lady whom Mr. Nightingale had intended for his son was a near neighbour of his brother, and an acquaintance of his niece, and in reality it was upon the account of his projected match that he was now come to town, not indeed to forward, but to dissuade his brother from a purpose which he conceived would inevitably ruin his nephew. For he foresaw no other event from a union with Miss Harris, notwithstanding the largeness of her fortune, as neither her person nor mind seemed to him to promise any kind of matrimonial felicity, for she was very tall, very thin, very ugly, very affected, very silly, and very ill-natured. His brother, therefore, no sooner mentioned the marriage of his nephew with Miss Miller than he expressed the utmost satisfaction, and when the father had very bitterly reviled his son and pronounced sentence of beggary upon him, the uncle began in the following manner. "If you was a little cooler, brother, I would ask you whether you love your son for his sake or for your own. You would answer, I suppose, and so I suppose you think, for his sake, and doubtless it is his happiness which you intended in the marriage you proposed to him. Now, brother, to prescribe rules of happiness to others hath always appeared to me very absurd, and to insist on doing this very tyrannical. It is a vulgar error, I know, but it is nevertheless an error. And if this be absurd in other things, it is mostly so in the affair of marriage, the happiness of which depends entirely on the affection which subsists between the parties. I have therefore always thought it unreasonable in parents to desire to choose for their children on this occasion, since to force affection is an impossible attempt. Nay, so much doth love abhor force, that I know not whether, through an unfortunate but uncurable perverseness of our natures, it may not be even impatient of persuasion. It is, however, true that though a parent will not, I think, wisely prescribe, he ought to be consulted on this occasion, and, in strictness, perhaps should at least have a negative voice. My nephew, therefore, I own, in marrying without asking your advice, hath been guilty of a fault. But, honestly speaking, brother, have you not a little promoted this fault? Have not your frequent declarations on this subject given him a moral certainty of your refusal, where there was any deficiency in point of fortune? Nay, doth not your present anger arise solely from that deficiency? And if he hath failed in his duty here, did you not as much exceed that authority when you absolutely bargained with him for a woman, without his knowledge, whom you yourself never saw, and whom, if you had seen and known as well as I, it must have been madness in you to have ever thought of bringing her into your family? Still, I own my nephew in a fault, but surely it is not an unpardonable fault. He hath acted, indeed, without your consent, in a manner in which he ought to have asked it, but it is in a matter in which his interest is principally concerned. You yourself must and will acknowledge that you consulted his interest only, and if he unfortunately differed from you, and hath been mistaken in his notion of happiness, will you, brother, if you love your son, carry him still wider from the point? Will you increase the ill consequences of his simple choice? Will you endeavour to make an event certain misery to him, which may accidentally prove so? In a word, brother, because he hath put it out of your power to make his circumstances as affluent as you would, will you distress them as much as you can? By the force of the true Catholic faith St. Anthony won upon the fishes, Orpheus and Amphion went a little farther, and by the charms of music enchanted things merely inanimate. Wonderful both, but neither history nor fable have ever yet ventured to record an instance of any one who by force of argument and reason hath triumphed over habitual avarice. Mr. Nightingale, the father, instead of attempting to answer his brother, contented himself with only observing that they had always differed in their sentiments concerning the education of their children. "I wish," said he, "brother, you would have confined your care to your own daughter, and never have troubled yourself with my son, who hath, I believe, as little profited by your precepts as by your example." For young Nightingale was his uncle's godson, and had lived more with him than with his father, so that the uncle had often declared he loved his nephew almost equally with his own child. Jones fell into raptures with this good gentleman, and when, after much persuasion, they found the father grew still more and more irritated instead of appeased, Jones conducted the uncle to his nephew at the house of Mrs. Miller. Chapter 9. Containing strange matters. At his return to his lodgings, Jones found the situation of affairs greatly altered from what they had been at his departure. The mother, the two daughters, and young Mr. Nightingale were now sat down to supper together, when the uncle was, at his own desire, introduced without any ceremony into the company, to all of whom he was well known, for he had several times visited his nephew at that house. The old gentleman immediately walked up to Miss Nancy, saluted and wished her joy, as he did afterwards the mother and the other sister, and lastly he paid the proper compliments to his nephew, with the same good humour and courtesy as if his nephew had married his equal or superior in fortune, with all the previous requisites first performed. Miss Nancy and her supposed husband both turned pale, and looked rather foolish than otherwise upon the occasion, but Mrs. Miller took the first opportunity of withdrawing, and having sent for Jones into the dining-room, she threw herself at his feet, and in a most passionate flood of tears called him her good angel, the preserver of her poor little family, with many other respectful and endearing appellations, and made him every acknowledgment which the highest benefit can extract from the most grateful heart. After the first gust of her passion was a little over, which she declared, if she had not vented, would have burst her, she proceeded to inform Mr. Jones that all matters were settled between Mr. Nightingale and her daughter, and that they were to be married the next morning. At which Mr. Jones, having expressed much pleasure, the poor woman fell again into a fit of joy and thanksgiving, which he at length with difficulty silenced, and prevailed upon her to return with him back to the company, whom they found in the same good humour in which they had left them. This little society now passed 2 or 3 very agreeable hours together, in which the uncle, who was a very great lover of his bottle, had so well plied his nephew that this latter, though not drunk, began to be somewhat flustered. And now Mr. Nightingale, taking the old gentleman with him upstairs into the apartment he had lately occupied, unbosomed himself as follows. "As you have been always the best and kindest of uncles to me, and as you have shown me such unparalleled goodness in forgiving this match, which to be sure may be thought a little improvident, I should never forgive myself if I attempted to deceive you in anything." He then confessed the truth, and opened the whole affair. "How, Jack?" said the old gentleman, "and are you really then not married to this young woman?" "No, upon my honour," answered Nightingale, "I have told you the simple truth." "My dear boy," cries the uncle, kissing him, "I am heartily glad to hear it. I never was better pleased in my life. If you had been married, I should have assisted you as much as was in my power to have made the best of a bad matter, but there is a great difference between considering a thing which is already done and irrecoverable, and that which is yet to do. Let your reason have fair play, Jack, and you will see this match in so foolish and preposterous a light that there will be no need for any dissuasive arguments." "How, sir," replies young Nightingale, "is there this difference between having already done an act and being in honour engaged to do it?" "Pah," said his uncle, "honour is a creature of the world's making, and the world hath the power of a creator over it, and may govern and direct it as they please. Nay, you well know how trivial these breaches of contract are thought. Even the grossest make but the wonder and conversation of a day. Is there a man who afterwards will be more backward in giving you his sister or daughter, or is there any sister or daughter who would be more backward to receive you? Honour is not concerned in these engagements." "Pardon me, dear sir," cries Nightingale, "I can never think so, and not only honour, but conscience and humanity are concerned. I am well satisfied that, was I now to disappoint the young creature, her death would be the consequence, and I should look upon myself as her murderer, nay, as her murderer by the cruellest of all methods, by breaking her heart." "Break her heart, indeed! No, no, Jack," cries the uncle, "the hearts of women are not so soon broke. They are tough, boy, they are tough." "But, sir," answered Nightingale, "my own affection are engaged, and I could never be happy with any other woman. How often have I heard you say that children should be always suffered to choose for themselves, and that you would let my cousin Harriet do so." "Why, aye," replied the old gentleman, "so I would have them, but then I would have them choose wisely. Indeed, Jack, you must and shall leave the girl." "Indeed, uncle," cries the other, "I must and will have her." "You will, young gentleman," said the uncle. "I did not expect such a word from you. I should not wonder if you had used such language to your father, who hath always treated you like a dog, and kept you at a distance which a tyrant preserves over his subjects. But I, who have lived with you upon an equal footing, might surely expect better usage. But I know how to account for it all. It is all owing to your preposterous education, in which I have had too little share. There is my daughter now, whom I have brought up as my friend, never doth anything without my advice, nor ever refuses to take it when I give it her." "You have never yet given her advice in an affair of this kind," said Nightingale, "for I am greatly mistaken in my cousin if she would be very ready to obey even your most positive commands in abandoning her inclinations." "Don't abuse my girl," answered the old gentleman with some emotion. "Don't abuse my Harriet. I have brought her up to have no inclinations contrary to my own. By suffering her to do whatever she pleases, I have inured her to a habit of being pleased to do whatever I like." "Pardon me, sir," said Nightingale, "I have not the least design to reflect on my cousin, for whom I have the greatest esteem, and indeed I am convinced you will never put her to so severe a trial, or lay such hard commands on her as you would do on me. But, dear sir, let us return to the company, for they will begin to be uneasy at our long absence. I must beg one favour of my dear uncle, which is that he would not say anything to shock the poor girl or her mother." "Oh, you need not fear me," answered he. "I understand myself too well to affront women. So I will readily grant you that favour, and in return I must expect another of you." "There are but few of your command, sir," said Nightingale, "which I shall not very cheerfully obey." "Nay, sir, I ask nothing," said the uncle, "but the honour of your company home to my lodging, that I may reason the case a little more fully with you, for I would, if possible, have the satisfaction of preserving my family, notwithstanding the headstrong folly of my brother, who in his own opinion is the wisest man in the world." Nightingale, who well knew his uncle to be as headstrong as his father, submitted to attend him home, and then they both returned back into the room, where the old gentleman promised to carry himself with the same decorum which he had before maintained. Chapter 10. A short chapter which concludes the book. The long absence of the uncle and nephew had occasioned some disquiet in the minds of all whom they had left behind them, and the more as, during the preceding dialogue, the uncle had more than once elevated his voice so as to be heard downstairs, which, though they could not distinguish what he said, had caused some evil foreboding in Nancy and her mother, and indeed even in Jones himself. When the good company, therefore, again assembled, there was a visible alteration in all their faces, and the good humour which, at their last meeting, universally shone forth in every countenance, was now changed into a much less agreeable aspect. It was a change, indeed, common enough to the weather in this climate, from sunshine to clouds, from June to December. This alteration was not, however, greatly remarked by any present, for as they were all now endeavouring to conceal their own thoughts and to act a part, they became all too busily engaged in the scene to be spectators of it. Thus neither the uncle nor nephew saw any symptoms of suspicion in the mother or daughter, nor did the mother or daughter remark the overacted complacence of the old man, nor the counterfeit satisfaction which grinned in the features of the young one. Something like this, I believe, frequently happens, where the whole attention of two friends, being engaged in the part which each is to act, in order to impose on the other, neither sees nor suspects the arts practised against himself, and thus the thrust of both, to borrow no improper metaphor on the occasion, alike takes place. From the same reason it is no unusual thing for both parties to be overreached in a bargain, though the one must be always the greater loser, as was he who sold a blind horse and received a bad note in payment. Our company in about half an hour broke up, and the uncle carried off his nephew, but not before the latter had assured Miss Nancy, in a whisper, that he would attend her early in the morning and fulfil all his engagements. Jones, who was the least concerned in this scene, saw the most. He did indeed suspect the very fact, for besides observing the great alteration in the behaviour of the uncle, the distance he assumed, and the overstrained civility to Miss Nancy, the carrying off of a bridegroom from his bride at that time of night was so extraordinary a proceeding that it could be accounted for only by imagining that young Nightingale had revealed the whole truth, which the apparent openness of his temper and his being flustered with liquor made too probable. While he was reasoning within himself whether he should acquaint these poor people with his suspicion, the maid of the house informed him that a gentlewoman desired to speak with him. He went immediately out, and, taking the candle from the maid, ushered his visitant upstairs, who, in the person of Mrs. Honour, acquainted him with such dreadful news concerning his Sophia that he immediately lost all consideration for every other person, and his whole stock of compassion was entirely swallowed up in reflections on his own misery and on that of his unfortunate angel. What this dreadful matter was, the reader will be informed after we have first related the many preceding steps which produced it, and those will be the subject of the following book. End of section 42. 15, chapters 1 to 5, in which the history advances about 2 days. Chapter 1, too short to need a preface. There are a set of religious, or rather moral, writers who teach that virtue is the certain road to happiness, and vice to misery in this world. A very wholesome and comfortable doctrine, and to which we have but one objection, namely, that it is not true. Indeed, if by virtue these writers mean the exercise of those cardinal virtues which, like good housewives, stay at home and mind only the business of their own family, I shall very readily concede the point. For so surely do all these contribute and lead to happiness that I could almost wish, in violation of all the ancient and modern sages, to call them rather by the name of wisdom than by that of virtue. For, with regard to this life, no system, I conceive, was ever wiser than that of the ancient Epicureans, who held this wisdom to constitute the chief good, nor foolisher than that of their opposition, those modern epicures, who place all felicity in the abundant gratification of every sensual appetite. But if by virtue is meant, as I almost think it ought, a certain relative quality, which is always busying itself without doors, and seems as much interested in pursuing the good of others as its own, I cannot so easily agree that this is the surest way to human happiness, because I am afraid we must then include poverty and contempt, with all the mischiefs which backbiting, envy, and ingratitude can bring on mankind, in our idea of happiness. Nay, sometimes, perhaps, we shall be obliged to wait upon the said happiness to a jail, since many by the above virtue have brought themselves thither. I have not now leisure to enter upon so large a field of speculation as here seems opening upon me. My design was to wipe off a doctrine that lay in my way, since, while Mr. Jones was acting the most virtuous part imaginable in labouring to preserve his fellow creatures from destruction, the devil, or some other evil spirit, one perhaps clothed in human flesh, was hard at work to make him completely miserable in the ruin of his Sophia. This, therefore, would seem an exception to the above rule, if indeed it was a rule. But as we have in our voyage through life seen so many other exceptions to it, we choose to dispute the doctrine on which it is founded, which we don't apprehend to be Christian, which we are convinced is not true, and which is indeed destructive of one of the noblest arguments that reason alone can furnish for the belief of immortality. But as the reader's curiosity, if he hath any, must be now awake and hungry, we shall provide to feed it as fast as we can. Chapter 2. in which is opened a very black design against Sophia. I remember a wise old gentleman who used to say, "When children are doing nothing, they are doing mischief." I would not enlarge this quaint saying to the most beautiful part of the creation in general, but so far I may be allowed that when the effects of female jealousy do not appear openly in their proper colours of rage and fury, we may suspect that mischievous passion to be at work privately, and attempting to undermine what it doth not attack above ground. This was exemplified in the conduct of Lady Bellaston, who, under all the smiles which she wore in her countenance, concealed much indignation against Sophia, and as she plainly saw that this young lady stood between her and the full indulgence of her desires, she resolved to get rid of her by some means or other, nor was it long before a very favourable opportunity of accomplishing this presented itself to her. The reader may be pleased to remember that when Sophia was thrown into that consternation at the playhouse by the wit and humour of a set of young gentlemen who call themselves the town, we informed him that she had put herself under the protection of a young nobleman, who had very safely conducted her to her chair. This nobleman, who frequently visited Lady Bellaston, had more than once seen Sophia there since her arrival in town, and had conceived a very great liking to her, which liking, as beauty never looks more amiable than in distress, Sophia had in this fright so increased that he might now, without any great impropriety, be said to be actually in love with her. It may easily be believed that he would not suffer so handsome an occasion of improving his acquaintance with the beloved object as now offered itself to elapse, when even good breeding alone might have prompted him to pay her a visit. The next morning, therefore, after this accident, he waited on Sophia with the usual compliments and hopes that she had received no harm from her last night's adventure. As love, like fire, when once thoroughly kindled, is soon blown into a flame, Sophia in a very short time completed her conquest. Time now flew away unperceived, and the noble lord had been 2 hours in company with the lady before it entered into his head that he had made too long a visit. Though this circumstance alone would have alarmed Sophia, who was somewhat more a mistress of computation at present, she had, indeed, much more pregnant evidence from the eyes of her lover of what passed within his bosom. Nay, though he did not make any open declaration of his passion, yet many of his expressions were rather too warm and too tender to have been imputed to complaisance, even in the age when such complaisance was in fashion, the very reverse of which is well known to be the reigning mode at present. Lady Bellaston had been apprised of his lordship's visit at his first arrival, and the length of it very well satisfied her, that things went as she wished, and as indeed she had suspected the second time she saw this young couple together. This business she rightly, I think, concluded that she should by no means forward by mixing in the company while they were together. She therefore ordered her servants that when my lord was going they should tell him she desired to speak with him, and employed the intermediate time in meditating how best to accomplish a scheme which she made no doubts but his lordship would very readily embrace the execution of. Lord Fellamar, for that was the title of this young nobleman, was no sooner introduced to her ladyship than she attacked him in the following strain. "Bless me, my lord, are you here yet? I thought my servants had made a mistake and let you go away, and I wanted to see you about an affair of some importance." "Indeed, Lady Bellaston," said he, "I don't wonder you are astonished at the length of my visit, for I have stayed above 2 hours, and I did not think I had stayed above half one." "What am I to conclude from thence, my lord?" said she. "The company must be very agreeable which can make time slide away so deceitfully." "Upon my honour," said he, "the most agreeable I ever saw. Pray tell me, Lady Bellaston, who is this blazing star which you have produced among us all of a sudden?" "What blazing star, my lord?" said she, affecting a surprise. "I mean," said he, "the lady I saw here the other day, whom I had last night in my arms at the playhouse, and to whom I have been making that unreasonable visit." "Oh, my cousin Weston," said she. "Why, that blazing star, my lord, is the daughter of a country booby squire, and hath been in town about a fortnight for the first time." "Upon my soul," said he, "I could swear she had been bred up in a court, for besides her beauty I never saw anything so genteel, so sensible, so polite." "Oh, brave!" cries the lady, "my cousin hath you, I find." "Upon my honour," answered he, "I wish she had, for I am in love with her to distraction." "Nay, my lord," said she, "it is not wishing yourself very ill neither, for she is a very great fortune. I assure you she's an only child, and her father's estate is a good £3,000 a year." "Then I can assure you, madam," answered the lord, "I think her the best match in England." "Indeed, my lord," replied she, "if you like her, I heartily wish you had her." "If you think so kindly of me, madam," said he, "as she is a relation of yours, will you do me the honour to propose her to her father?" "And are you really then in earnest?" cries the lady, with an affected gravity. "I hope, madam," answered he, "you have a better opinion of me than to imagine I would jest with your ladyship in an affair of this kind." "Indeed, then," said the lady, "I will most readily propose your lordship to her father, and I can, I believe, assure you of his joyful acceptance of the proposal. But there is a bar which I am almost ashamed to mention, and yet it is one you will never be able to conquer. You have a rival, my lord, and a rival who, though I blush to name him, neither you nor all the world will ever be able to conquer." "Upon my word, Lady Bellaston," cries he, "you have struck a damp to my heart, which hath almost deprived me of being." "Fie, my lord," said she, "I would rather hope I had struck fire into you. A lover, and talk of damps in your heart! I rather imagined you would have asked your rival's name, that you might have immediately entered the lists with him." "I promise you, madam," answered he, "there are very few things I would not undertake for your charming cousin. But pray, who is this happy man?" "Why, he is," said she, "what I am sorry to say most happy men with us are, one of the lowest fellows in the world. He is a beggar, a bastard, a foundling, a fellow in meaner circumstances than one of your lordship's footmen." "And is it possible," cried he, "that a young creature with such perfections should think of bestowing herself so unworthily?" "Alas, my lord," answered she, "consider the country. The bane of all young women is the country. There they learn a set of romantic notions of love, and I know not what folly, which this town and good company can scarce eradicate in a whole winter." "Indeed, madam," replied my lord, "your cousin is of too immense a value to be thrown away. Such ruin as this must be prevented." "Alas!" cries she, "my lord, how can it be prevented? The family have already done all in their power, but the girl is, I think, intoxicated, and nothing less than ruin will content her. And to deal more openly with you, I expect every day to hear she has run away with him." "What you tell me, Lady Bellaston," answered his lordship, "affects me most tenderly, and only raises my compassion, instead of lessening my adoration of your cousin. Some means must be found to preserve so estimable a jewel. Hath your ladyship endeavoured to reason with her?" Here the lady affected a laugh, and cried, "My dear lord, sure you know us better than to talk of reasoning a young woman out of her inclinations. These inestimable jewels are as deaf as the jewels they wear. Time, my lord, is the only medicine to cure their folly, but this is a medicine which I am certain she will not take. Nay, I live in hourly horrors on her account. In short, nothing but violent methods will do." "What is to be done?" cries my lord. "What methods are to be taken? Is there any method upon earth? Oh, Lady Bellaston, there is nothing which I would not undertake for such a reward." "I really know not," answered the lady after a pause, and then, pausing again, she cried out, "Upon my soul, I am at my wit's end on this girl's account. If she can be preserved, something must be done immediately, and, as I say, nothing but violent methods will do. If your lordship hath really this attachment to my cousin, and to do her justice, except in this silly inclination, of which you will soon see her folly, she is every way deserving, I think there may be one way. Indeed, it is a very disagreeable one, and what I am most afraid to think of. It requires a great spirit, I promise you." "I am not conscious, madam," said he, "of any defect there, nor am I hope, suspected of any such. It must be an egregious defect indeed which could make me backward on this occasion." "Nay, my lord," answered she, "I am so far from doubting you, I am much more inclined to doubt my own courage, for I must run a monstrous risk. In short, I must place such a confidence in your honour as a wise woman will scarce ever place in a man on any consideration." In this point likewise my lord very well satisfied her, for his reputation was extremely clear, and common fame did him no more than justice in speaking well of him. "Well then," said she, "my lord, I vow I can't bear the apprehension of it. No, it must not be. At least every other method shall be tried. Can you get rid of your engagements and dine here to-day? Your lordship will have an opportunity of seeing a little more of Miss Weston. I promise you we have no time to lose. Here will be nobody but Lady Betty and Miss Eagle and Colonel Hampstead and Tom Edwards. They will all go soon, and I shall be at home to nobody. Then your lordship may be a little more explicit. Nay, I will contrive some method to convince you of her attachment to this fellow." My lord made proper compliments, accepted the invitation, and then they parted to dress, it being now past 3 in the morning, or to reckon by the old style, in the afternoon. Chapter 3. A further explanation of the foregoing design. Though the reader may have long since concluded Lady Bellaston to be a member, and no inconsiderable one, of the great world, she was in reality a very considerable member of the little world, by which appellation was distinguished a very worthy and honourable society which not long since flourished in this kingdom. Among other good principles upon which this society was founded, there was one very remarkable, for, as it was a rule of an honourable club of heroes who assembled at the close of the late war that all the members should every day fight once at least, so 'twas in this that every member should, within the 24 hours, tell at least one merry fib, which was to be propagated by all the brethren and sisterhood. Many idle stories were told about this society, from which a certain quality may be, perhaps not unjustly, supposed to have come from the society themselves, as that the devil was the president, and that he sat in person in an elbow-chair at the upper end of the table, but upon very strict inquiry I find there is not the least truth in any of those tales, and that the assembly consisted in reality of a set of very good sort of people, and the fibs which they propagated were of a harmless kind, and tended only to produce mirth and good humour. Edwards was likewise a member of this comical society. To him, therefore, Lady Bellaston applied as a proper instrument for her purpose, and furnished him with a fib which he was to vent whenever the lady gave him her cue, and this was not to be till the evening, when all the company but Lord Fellamar and himself were gone, and while they were engaged in a rubber at whist. To this time, then, which was between 7 and 8 in the evening, we will convey our reader, when Lady Bellaston, Lord Fellamar, Miss Weston, and Tom being engaged at whist, and in the last game of their rubbers, Tom received his cue from Lady Bellaston, which was, "I protest, Tom, you are grown intolerable lately. You used to tell us all the news of the town, and now you know no more of the world than if you lived out of it." Mr. Edwards then began as follows. "The fault is not mine, madam. It lies in the dullness of the age, that nothing worth talking of. Oh la! Though now I think on it, there hath a terrible accident befallen poor Colonel Wilcox. Poor Ned! You know him, my lord. Everybody knows him. Faith, I am very much concerned for him." "What is it, pray?" says Lady Bellaston. "Why, he hath killed a man this morning in a duel, that's all." His lordship, who was not in the secret, asked gravely whom he had killed, to which Edwards answered, "A young fellow we none of us know, a Somersetshire lad just come to town, one Jones his name is, a near relation of one Mr. Allworthy, of whom your lordship, I believe, hath heard. I saw the lad lie dead in a coffee-house. Upon my soul, he is one of the finest corpses I ever saw in my life." Sophia, who had just begun to deal, as Tom had mentioned that a man was killed, stopped her hand and listened with attention, for all stories of that kind affected her. But no sooner had he arrived at the latter part of the story than she began to deal again, and having dealt 3 cards to one, and 7 to another, and 10 to a third, at last dropped the rest from her hand, and fell back in her chair. The company behaved as usually on these occasions. The usual disturbance ensued, the usual assistance was summoned, and Sophia at last, as it is usual, returned again to life, and was soon after, at her earnest desire, led to her own apartment, where, at my lord's request, Lady Bellaston acquainted her with the truth, attempted to carry it off as a jest of her own, and comforted her with repeated assurances that neither his lordship nor Tom, though she had taught him the story, were in the true secret of the affair. There was no farther evidence necessary to convince Lord Fellamar how justly the cause had been represented to him by Lady Bellaston, and now, at her return into the room, a scheme was laid between these two noble persons, which, though it appeared in no very heinous light to his lordship, as he faithfully promised and faithfully resolved too to make the lady all the subsequent amends in his power by marriage, yet many of our readers, we doubt not, will see with just detestation. The next evening at 7 was appointed for the fatal purpose, when Lady Bellaston undertook that Sophia should be alone, and his lordship should be introduced to her. The whole family were to be regulated for the purpose, most of the servants dispatched out of the house, and for Mrs. Honour, who, to prevent suspicion, was to be left with her mistress till his lordship's arrival, Lady Bellaston herself was to engage her in an apartment as distant as possible from the scene of the intended mischief, and out of Book 15, chapters 6 to 8. Chapter 6. By what means the squire came to discover his daughter. Though the reader in many histories is obliged to digest much more unaccountable appearances than this of Mr. Weston without any satisfaction at all, yet, as we dearly love to oblige him whenever it is in our power, we shall now proceed to show by what method the squire discovered where his daughter was. In the 3rd chapter, then, of the preceding book, we gave a hint, for it is not our custom to unfold at any time more than is necessary for the occasion, that Mrs. Fitzpatrick, who was very desirous of reconciling her uncle and Aunt Weston, thought she had a probable opportunity, by the service of preserving Sophia from committing the same crime which had drawn on herself the anger of her family. After much deliberation, therefore, she resolved to inform her Aunt Weston where her cousin was, and accordingly she writ the following letter, which we shall give the reader at length, for more reasons than one. Honoured Madam, the occasion of my writing this will perhaps make a letter of mine agreeable to my dear aunt for the sake of one of her nieces, though I have little reason to hope it will be so on the account of another. Without more apology, as I was coming to throw my unhappy self at your feet, I met, by the strangest accident in the world, my cousin Sophie, whose history you are better acquainted with than myself, though, alas, I know infinitely too much, enough, indeed, to satisfy me that unless she is immediately prevented, she is in danger of running into the same fatal mischief which, by foolishly and ignorantly refusing your most wise and prudent advice, I have unfortunately brought on myself. In short, I have seen the man. Nay, I was most part of yesterday in his company, and a charming young fellow, I promise you, he is. By what accident he came acquainted with me is too tedious to tell you now, but I have this morning changed my lodgings to avoid him, lest he should by my means discover my cousin, for he doth not yet know where she is, and it is advisable he should not, till my uncle hath secured her. No time therefore is to be lost, and I need only inform you that she is now with Lady Bellaston, whom I have seen, and who hath, I find, a design of concealing her from her family. You know, madam, she is a strange woman, but nothing could misbecome me more than to presume to give any hint to one of your great understanding and great knowledge of the world, besides barely informing you of the matter of fact. I hope, madam, the care which I have shown on this occasion for the good of my family will recommend me again to the favour of a lady who hath always exerted so much zeal for the honour and true interest of us all, and that it may be a means of restoring me to your friendship, which hath made so great a part of my former, and is so necessary to my future, happiness. I am, with the utmost respect, honoured madam, your most dutiful, obliged niece, and most obedient, humble servant, Harriet Fitzpatrick. Mrs. Weston was now at her brother's house, where she had resided ever since the flight of Sophia, in order to administer comfort to the poor squire in his affliction. Of this comfort, which she doled out to him in daily portions, we have formerly given a specimen. She was now standing with her back to the fire, and with a pinch of snuff in her hand, was dealing forth this daily allowance of comfort to the squire, while he smoked his afternoon pipe, when she received the above letter, which she had no sooner read than she delivered it to him, saying, "There, sir, there is an account of your lost sheep. Fortune hath again restored her to you, and if you will be governed by my advice, it is possible you may yet preserve her." The squire had no sooner read the letter than he leapt from his chair, threw his pipe into the fire, and gave a loud huzzah for joy. He then summoned his servants, called for his boots, and ordered the chevalier and several other horses to be saddled, and that Parson Supple should be immediately sent for. Having done this, he turned to his sister, caught her in his arms, and gave her a close embrace, saying, "Zounds, you don't seem pleased. One would imagine you were sorry I have found the girl." "Brother," answered she, "the deepest politicians who see to the bottom discover often a very different aspect of affairs from what swims on the surface. It is true, indeed, things do look rather less desperate than they did formerly in Holland, when Louis XIV was at the gates of Amsterdam, but there is a delicacy required in this matter, which, you will pardon me, brother, if I suspect you want. There is a decorum to be used with a woman of figure such as Lady Bellaston, brother, which requires a knowledge of the world, superior, I am afraid, to yours." "Sister," cries the squire, "I know you have no opinion of my parts, but I'll show you on this occasion who is a fool. Knowledge, quotha! I have not been in the country so long without having some knowledge of warrants and the law of the land. I know I may take my own wherever I find it. Show me my own daughter, and if I don't know how to come at her, I'll suffer you to call me a fool as long as I live. There be justices of peace in London as well as in other places." "I protest," cries she, "you make me tremble for the event of this matter, which, if you will proceed by my advice, you may bring to so good an issue. Do you really imagine, brother, that the house of a woman of figure is to be attacked by warrants and brutal justices of the peace? I will inform you how to proceed. As soon as you arrive in town, and have got yourself into a decent dress, for indeed, brother, you have none at present fit to appear in, you must send your compliments to Lady Bellaston, and desire leave to wait on her. When you are admitted to her presence, hath not a little of my courage. If I was in love with a young man, and my father offered to lock me up, I'd tear his eyes out, but I'd come at him. But then there's a great fortune in the case, which it is in her father's power either to give her or not. That, to be sure, may make some difference." Whether Jones gave strict attention to all the foregoing harangue, or whether it was for want of any vacancy in the discourse, I cannot determine, but he never once attempted to answer, nor did she once stop, till Partridge came running into the room, and informed him that the great lady was upon the stairs. Nothing could equal the dilemma to which Jones was now reduced. Honour knew nothing of any acquaintance that subsisted between him and Lady Bellaston, and she was almost the last person in the world to whom he would have communicated it. In this hurry and distress he took, as is common enough, the worst course, and instead of exposing her to the lady, which would have been of little consequence, he chose to expose the lady to her. He therefore resolved to hide Honour, whom he had but just time to convey behind the bed, and to draw the curtains. The hurry in which Jones had been all day engaged on account of his poor landlady and her family, the terrors occasioned by Mrs. Honour, and the confusion into which he was thrown by the sudden arrival of Lady Bellaston, had altogether driven former thoughts out of his head, so that it never once occurred to his memory to act the part of a sick man, which, indeed, neither the gaiety of his dress nor the freshness of his countenance would have at all supported. He received her ladyship, therefore, rather agreeably to her desires than to her expectations, with all the good humour he could muster in his countenance, and without any real or affected appearance of the least disorder. Lady Bellaston no sooner entered the room than she squatted herself down on the bed. "So, my dear Jones," said she, "you find nothing can detain me long from you. Perhaps I ought to be angry with you, that I have neither seen nor heard from you all day, for I perceive your distemper would have suffered you to come abroad. Nay, I suppose you have not sat in your chamber all day dressed up like a fine lady to see company after a lying in. But, however, don't think I intend to scold you, for I never will give you an excuse for the cold behaviour of a husband, by putting on the ill humour of a wife." "Nay, Lady Bellaston," said Jones, "I am sure your ladyship will not upbraid me with neglect of duty when I only waited for orders. Who, my dear creature, hath reason to complain? Who missed an appointment last night, and left an unhappy man to expect, and wish, and sigh, and languish?" "Do not mention it, my dear Mr. Jones," cried she. "If you knew the occasion, you would pity me. In short, it is impossible to conceive what women of condition are obliged to suffer from the impertinence of fools in order to keep up the farce of the world. I am glad, however, all your languishing and wishing have done you no harm, for you never looked better in your life. Upon my faith, Jones, you might at this instant sit for the picture of Adonis. There are certain words of provocation which men of honour hold can properly be answered only by a blow. Among lovers, possibly there may be some expressions which can be answered only by a kiss. Now the compliment which Lady Bellaston now made Jones seemed to be of this kind, especially it was attended with a look in which the lady conveyed more soft ideas than it was possible to express with her tongue. Jones was certainly at this instant in one of the most disagreeable and distressed situations imaginable, for, to carry on the comparison we made use of before, though the provocation was given by the lady, Jones could not receive satisfaction, nor so much as offer to ask it, in the presence of a third person, seconds in this kind of duels not being according to the law of arms. As this objection did not occur to Lady Bellaston, who was ignorant of any other woman being there but herself, she waited some time in great astonishment for an answer from Jones, who, conscious of the ridiculous figure he made, stood at a distance, and not daring to give the proper answer, gave none at all. Nothing can be imagined more comic, nor yet more tragical, than this scene would have been if it had lasted much longer. The lady had already changed colour 2 or 3 times, had got up from the bed and sat down again, while Jones was wishing the ground to sink under him, or the house to fall on his head, when an odd accident freed him from an embarrassment out of which neither the eloquence of a Cicero nor the politics of a Machiavel could have delivered him without utter disgrace. This was no other than the arrival of young Nightingale, dead drunk, or rather in that state of drunkenness which deprives men of the use of their reason without depriving them of the use of their limbs. Mrs. Miller and her daughters were in bed, and Partridge was smoking his pipe by the kitchen fire, so that he arrived at Mr. Jones's chamber door without any interruption. This he burst open, and was entering without any ceremony, when Jones started from his seat and ran to oppose him, which he did so effectually that Nightingale never came far enough within the door to see who was sitting on the bed. Nightingale had, in reality, mistaken Jones's apartment for that in which he himself had lodged. He therefore strongly insisted on coming in, often swearing that he would not be kept from his own bed. Jones, however, prevailed over him, and delivered him into the hands of Partridge, whom the noise on the stairs soon summoned to his master's assistance. And now Jones was unwillingly obliged to return to his own apartment, where, at the very instant of his entrance, he heard Lady Bellaston venting an exclamation, though not a very loud one, and at the same time saw her flinging herself into a chair in a vast agitation, which in a lady of a tender constitution would have been an hysteric fit. In reality, the lady, frightened with the struggle between the 2 men, of which she did not know what would be the issue, as she heard Nightingale swear many oaths he would come to his own bed, attempted to retire to her known place of hiding, which, to her great confusion, she found already occupied by another. "Is this usage to be borne, Mr. Jones?" cries the lady. "Basest of men, what wretch is this to whom you have exposed me?" "Wretch!" cries Honour, bursting in a violent rage from her place of concealment. "Marry, come up! Wretch, forsooth! As poor a wretch as I am honest. This is more than some folks who are richer can say." Jones, instead of applying himself directly to take off the edge of Mrs. Honour's resentment, as a more experienced gallant would have done, fell to cursing his stars and lamenting himself as the most unfortunate man in the world, and presently after, addressing himself to Lady Bellaston, he fell to some very absurd protestations of innocence. By this time the lady, having recovered the use of her reason, which she had as ready as any woman in the world, especially on such occasions, calmly replied, "Sir, you need make no apologies. I see now who the person is. I did not at first know Mrs. Honour, but now I do. I can suspect nothing wrong between her and you, and I am sure she is a woman of too good sense to put any wrong constructions upon my visit to you. I have been always her friend, and it may be in my power to do much more hereafter." Mrs. Honour was altogether as placable as she was passionate. Hearing, therefore, Lady Bellaston assume the soft tone, she likewise softened hers. I'm sure, madam, says she, I have been always ready to acknowledge your ladyship's friendships to me. Sure I never had so good a friend as your ladyship, and to be sure, now I see it is your ladyship that I spoke to, I could almost bite my tongue off for very mad. I, constructions upon your ladyship? To be sure it doth not become a servant as I am to think about such a great lady. I mean, I was a servant, for indeed I am nobody's servant now. The more miserable wretch is me. I have lost the best mistress. Here Honour thought fit to produce a shower of tears. Don't cry, child, says the good lady. Ways perhaps may be found to make you amends. Come to me tomorrow morning. She then took up her fan, which lay on the ground, and without even looking at Jones, walked very majestically out of the room, there being a kind of dignity in the impudence of women of quality, which their inferiors vainly aspire to attain to in circumstances of this nature. Jones followed her downstairs, often offering her his hand, which she absolutely refused him, and got into a chair without taking any notice of him as he stood bowing before her. At his return upstairs, a long dialogue passed between him and Mrs. Honour, while she was adjusting herself after the discomposure she had undergone. The subject of this was his infidelity to her young lady, on which she enlarged with great bitterness. But Jones at last found means to reconcile her, and not only so, but to obtain a promise of most inviolable secrecy, and that she would the next morning endeavour to find out Sophia, and bring him a further account of the proceedings of the squire. Thus ended this unfortunate adventure to the satisfaction only of Mrs. Honour, for a secret, as some of my readers will perhaps acknowledge from experience, is often a very valuable possession, and that not only to those who faithfully keep it, but sometimes to such as whisper it about till it come to the ears of every one, except the ignorant person who pays for the supposed concealing of what is publicly known. Chapter 8. Short and sweet. Notwithstanding all the obligations she had received from Jones, Mrs. Miller could not forbear in the morning some gentler remonstrances for the hurricane which had happened the preceding night in his chamber. These were, however, so gentle and so friendly, professing, and indeed truly, to aim at nothing more than the real good of Mr. Jones himself, that he, far from being offended, thankfully received the admonition of the good woman, expressed much concern for what had passed, excused it as well as he could, and promised never more to bring the same disturbances into the house. But though Mrs. Miller did not refrain from a short expostulation in private at their first meeting, yet the occasion of his being summoned downstairs that morning was of a much more agreeable kind, being indeed to perform the office of a father to Miss Nancy, and to give her in wedlock to Mr. Nightingale, who was now ready dressed, and full as sober as many of my readers will think a man ought to be who receives a wife in so imprudent a manner. And here, perhaps, it may be proper to account for the escape which this young gentleman had made from his uncle, and for his appearance in the condition in which we have seen him the night before. Now, when the uncle had arrived at his lodgings with his nephew, partly to indulge his own inclinations, for he dearly loved his bottle, and partly to disqualify his nephew from the immediate execution of his purpose, he ordered wine to be set on the table, with which he so briskly plied the young gentleman that this latter, who, though not much used to drinking, did not detest it so as to be guilty of disobedience or want of complaisance by refusing, was soon completely finished. Just as the uncle had obtained this victory and was preparing a bed for his nephew, a messenger arrived with a piece of news, which so entirely disconcerted and shocked him that he in a moment lost all consideration for his nephew, and his whole mind became entirely taken up with his own concerns. This sudden and afflicting news was no less than that his daughter had taken the opportunity of almost the first moment of his absence, and had gone off with a neighbouring young clergyman, against whom, though her father could have had but one objection, namely, that he was worth nothing, yet she had never thought proper to communicate her amour even to that father, and so artfully had she managed that it had never been once suspected by any till now that it was consummated. Old Mr. Nightingale no sooner received this account than in the utmost confusion he ordered a post-chaise to be instantly got ready, and having recommended his nephew to the care of a servant, he directly left the house, scarce knowing what he did, nor whither he went. The uncle, thus departed, when the servant came to attend the nephew to bed, had waked him for that purpose, and had at last made him sensible that his uncle was gone. He, instead of accepting the kind offices tendered him, insisted on a chair being called. With this the servant, who had received no strict orders to the contrary, readily complied, and thus being conducted back to the house of Mrs. Miller, he had staggered up to Mr. Jones's chamber, as hath been before recounted. This bar of the uncle being now removed, though young Nightingale knew not as yet in what manner, and all the parties being quickly ready, the mother, Mrs. Jones, Mr. Nightingale, and his love, stepped into a hackney coach, which conveyed them to Doctors' Commons, where Miss Nancy was, in vulgar language, soon made an honest woman, and the poor mother became, in the purest sense of the word, one of the happiest of all human beings. And now Mr. Jones, having seen his good offices to that poor woman and her family brought to a happy conclusion, began to apply himself to his own concerns. But here, lest many of my readers should censure his folly for thus troubling himself with the affairs of others, and lest some few should think he acted more disinterestedly than indeed he did, we think proper to assure our reader that he was so far from being unconcerned in this matter that he had indeed a very considerable interest in bringing it to that final consummation. To explain this seeming paradox at once, he was one who could truly say with him in Terence, Homo sum, humani nihil a me alienum puto. He was never an indifferent spectator of the misery or happiness of anyone, and he felt either the one or the other in great proportion as he himself contributed to either. He could not, therefore, be the instrument of raising a whole family from the lowest state of wretchedness to the highest pitch of joy without conveying great facility to himself, more perhaps than worldly men often purchase to themselves by undergoing the most severe labour, and often by wading through the deepest iniquity. Those readers who are of the same complexion with him will perhaps think this short chapter contains abundance of matter, while others may probably wish, short as it is, that it had been totally spared as impertinent to the main design, which I suppose they conclude is to bring Mr. Jones to the gallows, or, if possible, to a more deplorable catastrophe. End of section 44. Book 15, chapters 9 to 12. Chapter 9, containing love letters of several sorts. Mr. Jones, at his return home, found the following letters lying on his table, which he luckily opened in the order they were sent. Letter 1. Surely I am under some strange infatuation. I cannot keep my resolutions a moment, however strongly made or justly founded. Last night I resolved never to see you more. This morning I am willing to hear if you can, as you say, clear up this affair, and yet I know that to be impossible. I have said everything to myself which you can invent. Perhaps not. Perhaps your invention is stronger. Come to me, therefore, the moment you receive this. If you can forge an excuse, I almost promise you to believe it. Betrayal, too, I will think no more. Come to me directly. This is the third letter I have writ. The two former are burnt. I am almost inclined to burn this too. I wish I may preserve my senses. Come to me presently. Letter 2. If you ever expect to be forgiven or even suffered within my doors, come to me this instant. Letter 3. I now find you was not at home when my notes came to your lodgings. The moment you receive this, let me see you. I shall not stir out, nor shall anybody be let in but yourself. Sure, nothing can detain you long. Jones had just read over these 3 billets when Mr. Nightingale came into the room. Well, Tom, said he, any news from Lady Bellaston after last night's adventure? For it was now no secret to anyone in that house who the lady was. The Lady Bellaston, answered Jones very gravely. Nay, dear Tom, cries Nightingale, don't be so reserved to your friends. Though I was too drunk to see her last night, I saw her at the masquerade. Do you think I am ignorant who the Queen of the Fairies is? And did you really then know the lady at the masquerade? Said Jones. Yes, upon my soul did I, said Nightingale, and have given you 20 hints of it since, though you seemed always so tender on that point that I would not speak plainly. I fancy, my friend, by your extreme nicety in this matter, you are not so well acquainted with the character of the lady as with her person. Don't be angry, Tom, but upon my honour you are not the first young fellow she hath debauched. Her reputation is in no danger, believe me." Though Jones had no reason to imagine the lady to have been of the vestal kind when his amour began, yet, as he was thoroughly ignorant of the town, and had very little acquaintance in it, he had no knowledge of that character which is vulgarly called a demi-rep, that is to say, a woman who intrigues with every man she likes, under the name and appearance of virtue, and who, though some over-nice ladies will not be seen with her, is visited, as they term it, by the whole town, in short, whom everybody knows to be what nobody calls her. When he found, therefore, that Nightingale was perfectly acquainted with his intrigue, and began to suspect that so scrupulous a delicacy as he had hitherto observed was not quite necessary on the occasion, he gave a latitude to his friend's tongue, and desired him to speak plainly what he knew or had ever heard of the lady. Nightingale, who in many other instances was rather too effeminate in his disposition, had a pretty strong inclination to tittle-tattle. He had no sooner, therefore, received a full liberty of speaking from Jones than he entered upon a long narrative concerning the lady, which, as it contained many particulars highly to her dishonour, we have too great a tenderness for all women of condition to repeat. We would cautiously avoid giving an opportunity to the future commentators on our works of making any malicious application, and of forcing us to be, against our will, the author of scandal, which never entered into our head. Jones, having very attentively heard all that Nightingale had to say, fetched a deep sigh, which the other, observing, cried, "Heyday! Why, thou art not in love, I hope? Had I imagined my stories would have affected you, I promise you should never have heard them." "Oh, my dear friend," cries Jones, "I am so entangled with this woman that I know not how to extricate myself." "In love, indeed! No, my friend, but I am under obligations to her, and very great ones. Since you know so much, I will be very explicit with you. It is owing, perhaps, solely to her that I have not, before this, wanted a bit of bread. How can I possibly desert such a woman? And yet I must desert her, or be guilty of the blackest treachery to one who deserves infinitely better of me than she can. A woman, my Nightingale, for whom I have a passion which few can have an idea of. I am half distracted with doubts how to act." "And is this other, pray, an honourable mistress?" cries Nightingale. "Honourable," answered Jones. "No breath." The advice of his privy council replied, "Madam, it is impossible to express how much I am shocked at the suspicion you entertain of me. Can Lady Bellaston have conferred favours on a man whom she could believe capable of so base a design, or can she treat the most solemn tie of love with contempt? Can you imagine, madam, that if the violence of my passion in an unguarded moment overcame the tenderness which I have for your honour, I would think of indulging myself in the continuance of an intercourse which could not possibly escape long the notice of the world, and which, when discovered, must prove so fatal to your reputation? If such be your opinion of me, I must pray for a sudden opportunity of returning those pecuniary obligations which I have been so unfortunate to receive at your hands, and for those of a more tender kind I shall ever remain, etc." And so concluded in the very words with which he had concluded the former letter. The lady answered as follows: "I see you are a villain, and I despise you from my soul. If you come here, I shall not be at home." Though Jones was well satisfied with his deliverance from a thraldom, which those who have ever experienced it will, I apprehend, allow to be none of the lightest, he was not, however, perfectly easy in his mind. There was in this scheme too much of fallacy to satisfy one who utterly detested every species of falsehood or dishonesty, nor would he indeed have submitted to put it in practice had he not been involved in a distressful situation, where he was obliged to be guilty of some dishonour either to the one lady or the other. And surely the reader will allow that every good principle, as well as love, pleaded strongly in favour of Sophia. Nightingale highly exulted in the success of his stratagem, upon which he received many thanks and much applause from his friend. He answered, "Dear Tom, we have conferred very different obligations on each other. To me you owe the regaining your liberty, to you I owe the loss of mine. But if you are as happy in the one instance as I am in the other, I promise you we are the two happiest fellows in England." The two gentlemen were now summoned down to dinner, where Mrs. Miller, who performed herself the office of cook, had exerted her best talents to celebrate the wedding of her daughter. This joyful circumstance she ascribed principally to the friendly behaviour of Jones. Her whole soul was fired with gratitude towards him, and all her looks, words, and actions were so busied in expressing it, that her daughter and even her new son-in-law were very little objects of her consideration. Dinner was just ended when Mrs. Miller received a letter, but as we have had letters enow in this chapter, we shall communicate its contents in our next. Chapter 10, consisting partly of facts and partly of observations upon them. The letter, then, which arrived at the end of the preceding chapter was from Mr. Allworthy, and the purport of it was his intention to come immediately to town with his nephew Blifil, and a desire to be accommodated with his usual lodgings, which were the first floor for himself, and the second for his nephew. The cheerfulness which had before displayed itself in the countenance of the poor woman was a little clouded on this occasion. This news did indeed a good deal disconcert her. To requite so disinterested a match with her daughter by presently turning her new son-in-law out of doors appeared to her very unjustifiable on the one hand, and on the other she could scarce bear the thoughts of making any excuse to Mr. Allworthy, after all the obligations received of him for depriving him of lodgings which were indeed strictly his due, for that gentleman, in conferring all his numberless benefits on others, acted by a rule diametrically opposite to what is practised by most generous people. He contrived on all occasions to hide his beneficence, not only from the world, but even from the object of it. He constantly used the words lend and pay instead of give, and by every method he could invent always lessened with his tongue the favours he conferred while he was heaping them with both his hands. When he settled the annuity of £50 a year, therefore, on Mrs. Miller, he told her it was in consideration of always having her first floor when he was in town, which he scarce ever intended to be, but that she might let it at any other time, for that he would always send her a month's warning. He was now, however, hurried to town so suddenly that he had no opportunity of giving such notice, and this hurry probably prevented him when he wrote for his lodgings, adding, if they were then empty, for he would most certainly have been well satisfied to have relinquished them on a less sufficient excuse than what Mrs. Miller could now have made. But there are a sort of persons who, as Prior excellently well remarks, direct their conduct by something beyond the fixed and settled rules of vice and virtue in the schools, beyond the letter of the law. To these it is so far from being sufficient that their defence would acquit them at the Old Bailey, that they are not even contented, though conscience, the severest of all judges, should discharge them. Nothing short of the fair and honourable will satisfy the delicacy of their minds, and if any of their actions fall short of this mark, they mope and pine, are as uneasy and restless as a murderer who is afraid of a ghost or of the hangman. Mrs. Miller was one of these. She could not conceal her uneasiness at this letter, with the contents of which she had no sooner acquainted the company, and given some hints of her distress, than Jones, her good angel, presently relieved her anxiety. "As for myself, madam," said he, "my lodging is at your service at a moment's warning, and Mr. Nightingale, I am sure, as he cannot yet prepare a house fit to receive his lady, will consent to return to his new lodging, whither Mrs. Nightingale will certainly consent to go." With which proposal both husband and wife instantly agreed. The reader will easily believe that the cheeks of Mrs. Miller began again to glow with additional gratitude to Jones, but perhaps it may be more difficult to persuade him that Mr. Jones, having in his last speech called her daughter Mrs. Nightingale, it being the first time that agreeable sound had ever reached her ears, gave the fond mother more satisfaction, and warmed her heart more towards Jones than his having dissipated her present anxiety. The next day was then appointed for the removal of the new married couple, and of Mr. Jones, who was likewise to be provided for in the same house with his friend. And now the serenity of the company was again restored, and they passed the day in the utmost cheerfulness, all except Jones, who, though he outwardly accompanied the rest in their mirth, felt many a bitter pang on the account of his Sophia, which were not a little heightened by the news of Mr. Blifil's coming to town, for he clearly saw the intention of his journey, And what greatly aggravated his concern was that Mrs. Honour, who had promised to inquire after Sophia and to make her report to him early the next evening, had disappointed him. In the situation that he and his mistress were in at this time, there was scarce any grounds for him to hope that he should hear any good news, yet he was as impatient to see Mrs. Honour as if he had expected she would bring him a letter with an assignation in it from Sophia, and bore the disappointment as ill. Whether this impatience arose from that natural weakness of the human mind which makes it desirous to know the worst, and renders uncertainty the most intolerable of pains, or whether he still flattered himself with some secret hopes, we will not determine. But that it might be the last, whoever has loved cannot but know. For of all the powers exercised by this passion over our minds, one of the most wonderful is that of supporting hope in the midst of despair. Difficulties, improbabilities, nay, impossibilities, are quite overlooked by it, so that to any man extremely in love may be applied what Addison says of Caesar: the Alps and Pyreneans sink before him. Yet it is equally true that the same passion will sometimes make mountains of molehills, and produce despair in the midst of hope. But these cold fits last not long in good constitutions. Which temper Jones was now in, we leave the reader to guess, having no exact information about it. But this is certain, that he had spent 2 hours in expectation, when, being unable any longer to conceal his uneasiness, he retired to his room, where his anxiety had almost made him frantic, when the following letter was brought him from Mrs. Honour, with which we shall present the reader verbatim et literatim. Sir, I should certainly have called on you according to my promise, hadn't it been for her ladyship prevent me. For to be sure, sir, you knows very well that every person must look first at home, and suddenly such another affair might not have happened, so as I should have been justly to blame, had I not accepted of it when her ladyship was so very kind as to offer to make me her one human, without me ever asking so much thing. To be sure she is one of the best ladies in the world, and people who says to the contrary must have been very wicked people in their hearts. To be sure, if ever I had said anything of that kind, it has been through ignorance, and I am heartily sorry for it. I knows your honour to be a gentleman of more honour and honesty. If I ever said any such thing to repeat, it hurt a poor servant that has always had the greatest respect in the world for your honour. To be sure, one should keep one's tongue within one's teeth, for nobody knows what may happen. And to be sure, if anybody had told me yesterday that I should have been in so good a place to-day, I should not have half believed it. For to be sure, I never was a-dreamed of any such thing, nor should I ever have sought after anybody's place. But as her ladyship was so kind of her own accord to give it me without asking, to be sure Mrs. Ethoff herself, no other body can blame me for accepting such a thing when it falls in my way. I beg your honour not to mention anything of what I have said, for I wish your honour all the good luck in the world, and I don't question but that you will have Madam Sophia in the end. But as to myself, your honour knows I can't be of any farther service to you in that matter, nor being under the command of another person, and not my own mistress, I beg your honour to say nothing of what passed, and believe me to be, sir, your honour's humble servant to command till death, Honour Blackmore. Various were the conjectures which Jones entertained on this step of Lady Ballaston, who in reality had little farther design than to secure within her own house the repository of a secret, which she chose should make no farther progress than it had made already. But mostly she desired to keep it from the ears of Sophia, for though that young lady was almost the only one who would never have repeated it again, her ladyship could not persuade herself of this, since, as she now hated poor Sophia with most implacable hatred, she conceived a reciprocal hatred to herself to be lodged in the tender breast of our heroine, where no such passion had ever yet found an entrance. While Jones was terrifying himself with the apprehension of 1,000 dreadful machinations and deep political designs, which he imagined to be at the bottom of the promotion of honour, Fortune, who hitherto seems to have been an utter enemy to his match with Sophia, tried a new method to put a final end to it, by throwing a temptation in his way, which in his present desperate situation it seemed unlikely he should be able to resist. Chapter 11. Containing curious but not unprecedented matter. There was a lady, one Mrs. Hunt, who had often seen Jones at the house where he lodged, being intimately acquainted with the women there, and indeed a very great friend to Mrs. Miller. Her age was about 30, for she owned 26. Her face and person very good, only inclining a little too much to be fat. She had been married young by her relations to an old Turkey merchant, who, having got a great fortune, had left off trade. With him she lived without reproach, but not without pain, in a state of great self-denial, for about 12 years, and her virtue was rewarded by his dying, and leaving her very rich. The first year of her widowhood was just at an end, and she had passed it in a good deal of retirement, seeing only a few particular friends, and dividing her time between her devotions and novels, of which she was always extremely fond. Very good health, a very warm constitution, and a good deal of religion made it absolutely necessary for her to marry again, and she resolved to please herself and her second husband as she had done her friends in the first. From her the following billet was brought to Jones. Sir, from the first day I saw you, I doubt my eyes have told you too plainly that you were not indifferent to me, but neither my tongue nor my hand should have ever avowed it, had not the ladies of the family where you are lodged given me such a character of you, and told me such proofs of your virtue and goodness, as convince me you are not only the most agreeable, but the most worthy of men. I have also the satisfaction to hear from them that neither my person, understanding, or character are disagreeable to you. I have a fortune sufficient to make us both happy, but which cannot make me so without you. In thus disposing of myself, I know I shall incur the censure of the world, but if I did not love you more than I fear the world, I should not be worthy of you. One only difficulty stops me. I am informed you are engaged in a commerce of gallantry with a woman of fashion. If you think it worth while to sacrifice that to the possession of me, I am yours. If not, forget my weakness, and let this remain an eternal secret between you and Arabella Hunt. At the reading of this, Jones was put into a violent flutter. Book 16, chapters 1 to 3, containing the space of 5 days. Chapter 1, of Prologues. I have heard of a dramatic writer who used to say he would rather write a play than a prologue. In like manner, I think, I can with less pains write one of the books of this history than the prefatory chapter to each of them. To say the truth, I believe many a hearty curse hath been devoted to the head of that author who first instituted the method of prefixing to his play that portion of matter which is called the prologue, and which at first was part of the piece itself, but of latter years hath had usually so little connection with the drama before which it stands, that the prologue to one play might as well serve for any other. Those indeed of more modern date seem all to be written on the same 3 topics, viz., an abuse of the taste of the town, a condemnation of all contemporary authors, and a eulogium on the performance just about to be represented. The sentiments of all these are very little varied, nor is it possible they should, and indeed I have often wondered at the great invention of authors who have been capable of finding such various phrases to express the same thing. In like manner, I apprehend, some future historian, if any one shall do me the honour of imitating my manner, will, after much scratching his pate, bestow some good wishes on my memory for having first established these several initial chapters, most of which, like modern prologues, may as properly be prefixed to any other book in this history as to that which they introduce, or indeed to any other history as to this. But however authors may suffer by either of these inventions, the reader will find sufficient emolument in the one as the spectator hath long found in the other. First, it is well known that the prologue serves the critic for an opportunity to try his faculty of hissing, and to tune his cat-call to the best advantage, by which means I have known those musical instruments so well prepared that they have been able to play in full concert at the first rising of the curtain. The same advantages may be drawn from these chapters, in which the critic will be always sure of meeting with something that may serve as a whetstone to his noble spirit, so that he may fall with a more hungry appetite for censure on the history itself. And here his sagacity must make it needless to observe how artfully these chapters are calculated for that excellent purpose, for in these we have always taken care to intersperse somewhat of the sour or acid kind, in order to sharpen and stimulate the said spirit of criticism. Again, the indolent reader, as well as spectator, finds great advantage from both these, for as they are not obliged either to see the one or read the others, and both the play and the book are thus protracted, by the former they have a quarter of an hour longer allowed them to sit at dinner, and by the latter they have the advantage of beginning to read at the 4th or 5th page instead of the first, a matter by no means of trivial consequence to persons who read books with no other view than to say they have read them, a more general motive to reading than is commonly imagined, and from which not only law books and good books, but the pages of Homer and Virgil, of Swift and Cervantes, have been often turned over. Many other are the emoluments which arise from both these, but they are for the most part so obvious that we shall not at present stay to enumerate them, especially since it occurs to us that the principal merit of both the prologue and the preface is that they be short. Chapter 2. A whimsical adventure which befell the squire with the distressed situation of Sophia. We must now convey the reader to Mr. Weston's lodgings, which were in Piccadilly, where he was placed by the recommendation of the landlord at the Hercules Pillars at Hyde Park Corner. For at the inn, which was the first he saw on his arrival in town, he placed his horses, and in those lodgings, which were the first he heard of, he deposited himself. Here, when Sophia alighted from the hackney coach which brought her from the house of Lady Bellaston, she desired to retire to the apartment provided for her, to which her father very readily agreed, and whither he attended her himself. A short dialogue, neither very material nor pleasant to relate minutely, then passed between them, in which he pressed her vehemently to give her consent to the marriage with Blifil, who, as he acquainted her, was to be in town in a few days. But instead of complying, she gave a more peremptory and resolute refusal than she had ever done before. This so incensed her father that after many bitter vows that he would force her to have him whether she would or no, he departed from her with many hard words and curses, locked the door, and put the key into his pocket. While Sophia was left with no other company than what attend the closest state prisoner, namely fire and candle, the squire sat down to regale himself over a bottle of wine with his parson and the landlord of the Hercules Pillars, who, as the squire said, would make an excellent third man, and could inform them of the news of the town, and how affairs went. For to be sure, says he knows a great deal, since the horses of many of the quality stand at his house. In this agreeable society Mr. Weston passed that evening, and great part of the succeeding day, during which period nothing happened of sufficient consequence to find a place in this history. All this time Sophia passed by herself, for her father swore she should never come out of her chamber alive unless she first consented to marry Blifil, nor did he ever suffer the door to be unlocked unless to convey her food, on which occasions he always attended himself. The second morning after his arrival, while he and the parson were at breakfast together on a toast and tankard, he was informed that a gentleman was below to wait on him. "A gentleman," quoth the squire. "Who the devil can he be? Do, doctor, go down and see who 'tis. Mr. Blifil can hardly be come to town yet. Go down, do, and know what his business is." The doctor returned with an account that it was a very well-dressed man, and by the ribbon in his hat he took him for an officer of the army, that he said he had some particular business which he could deliver to none but Mr. Weston himself. "An officer!" cries the squire. "What can any such fellow have to do with me? If he wants an order for baggage waggons, I am no justice of peace here, nor can I grant a warrant. Let him come up if he must speak to me." A very genteel man now entered the room, who, having made his compliments to the squire and desired the favour of being alone with him, delivered himself as follows. "Sir, I come to wait upon you by the command of my Lord Fellamar, but with a very different message from what I suppose you expect, after what passed the other night." "My lord who?" cries the squire. "I never heard the name of un." His lordship, said the gentleman, is willing to impute everything to the effect of liquor, and the most trifling acknowledgment of that kind will set everything right. For as he hath the most violent attachment to your daughter, you, sir, are the last person upon earth with whom he would resent an affront, and happy it is for you both that he hath given such public demonstrations of his courage as to be able to put up an affair of this kind without danger of any imputation on his honour. All he desires, therefore, is that you will before me make some acknowledgment. The slightest in the world will be sufficient, and he intends this afternoon to pay his respects to you, in order to obtain your leave of visiting the young lady on the footing of a lover. "I don't understand much of what you say, sir," said the squire, "but I suppose by what you talk about my daughter that this is the lord which my cousin, Lady Bellaston, mentioned to me, and said something about his courting my daughter. If so be that how that be the case, you may give my service to his lordship, and tell him the girl is disposed of already." "Perhaps, sir," said the gentleman, "you are not sufficiently apprised of the greatness of this offer. I believe such a person, title and fortune would be nowhere refused." "Look'ee, sir," answered the squire, "to be very plain, my daughter is bespoke already, but if she was not, I would not marry her to a lord upon any account. I hate all lords. They are a parcel of courtiers and Hanoverians, and I will have nothing to do with them." "Well, sir," said the gentleman, "if that is your resolution, the message I am to deliver to you is that my lord desires the favour of your company this morning in Hyde Park." "You may tell my lord," answered the squire, "that I am busy and cannot come. I have enough to look after at home, and can't stir abroad on any account." "I am quite sure, sir," quoth the other, "you are too much a gentleman to send such a message. You will not, I am convinced, have it said of you that after having affronted a noble peer you refuse him satisfaction. His lordship would be willing, from his great regard to the young lady, to have made up matters in another way, but unless he is to look on you as a father, his honour will not suffer his putting up such an indignity as you must be sensible you offered him." "I offered him!" cries the squire. "It is a damned lie. I never offered him anything." Upon these words the gentleman returned a very short verbal rebuke, and this he accompanied at the same time with some manual remonstrances, which no sooner reached the ears of Mr. Weston than that the worthy squire began to caper very briskly about the room, bellowing at the same time with all his might, as if desirous to summon a greater number of spectators to behold his agility. The parson, who had left great part of the tankard unfinished, was not retired far. He immediately attended thereon on the squire's vociferation, crying, "Bless me, sir, what's the matter?" "Matter," quoth the squire, "here's a highwayman, I believe, who wants to rob and murder me, for he hath fallen upon me with that stick there in his hand, when I wish he may be damned if I give him the least provocation." "How, sir?" said the captain, "did you not tell me I lied?" "No, as I hope to be saved," answered the squire. "I believe I might say 'twas a lie that I had offered any affront to my lord, but I never said the word 'you lie.' I understand myself better, and you might have understood yourself better than to fall upon a naked man. If I had a stick in my hand you would not have dared strike me. I'd have knocked thy lantern jaws about thy ears. Come down into yard this minute, and I'll take a bout with thee at single stick for a broken head, that I will, or I will go into naked room and box thee for a bellyful. It an't half a man, it an't, I'm sure." The captain, with some indignation, replied, "I see, sir, you are below my notice, and I shall inform his lordship you are below his. I am sorry I have dirtied my fingers with you." At which words he withdrew, the parson interposing to prevent the squire from stopping him, in which he easily prevailed, as the other, though he made some efforts for the purpose, did not seem very violently bent on success. However, when the captain was departed, the squire sent many curses and some menaces after him, but as these did not set out from his lips till the officer was at the bottom of the stairs, and grew louder and louder as he was more and more remote, they did not reach his ears, or at least did not retard his departure. Poor Sophia, however, who in her prison heard all her father's outcries from first to last, began now to thunder with her foot, and afterwards to scream as loudly as the old gentleman himself had done before, though in a much sweeter voice. These screams soon silenced the squire, and turned all his consideration towards his daughter, whom he loved so tenderly that the least apprehension of any harm happening to her threw him presently into agonies, for except in that single instance in which the whole future happiness of her life was concerned, she was sovereign mistress of his inclinations. Having ended his rage against the captain, with swearing he would take the law of him, the squire now mounted upstairs to Sophia, whom, as soon as he had unlocked and opened the door, he found all pale and breathless. The moment, however, that she saw her father, she collected all her spirits, and catching him hold by the hand, she cried passionately, "Oh, my dear sir, I am almost frightened to death. I hope to heaven no harm hath happened to you." "No, no," cries the squire, "no great harm. The rascal hath not hurt me much, but rat me if I don't have the law on him." "Pray, dear sir," says she, "tell me what's the matter. Who is it that hath insulted you?" "I don't know the name of one," answered Weston. "Some officer fellow, I suppose, that we are to pay for beating us, but I'll make him pay this bout if the rascal hath got anything, which I suppose he hath not, for though he was dressed out so fine, I question whether he had a foot of land in the world." "But, dear sir," cries she, "what was the occasion of your quarrel?" "What should it be, Sophy?" answered the squire, "but about you, Sophy. All my misfortunes are about you. You will be the death of your poor father at last. Here's a varlet of a lord, the Lord knows who, forsooth, who hath taken a liking to you, and because I could not give him my consent, he sent me a challenge. Come, do be a good girl, Sophy, and put an end to all your father's troubles. Come, do consent to have him. He will be in town within this day or two. Do but promise me to marry him as soon as he comes, and you will make me the happiest man in the world, and I will make you the happiest woman. You shall have the finest clothes in London, and the finest jewels, and a coach and six at your command. I promised Allworthy already to give up half my estate. Odd rabbited, I should hardly stick at giving up the whole." "Will my papa be so kind," says she, "as to hear me speak?" "Why would ask, Sophy, when dost know I had rather hear thy voice than the music of the best pack of dogs in England? Hear thee, my dear little girl. I hope I shall hear thee as long as I live, for if I was ever to lose that pleasure, I would not gie a brass farden to live a moment longer. Indeed, Sophy, you do not know how I love you, indeed you don't, or you never could have run away and left your poor father, who hath no other joy, no other comfort upon earth but his little Sophy." At these words the tears stood in his eyes, and Sophia, with the tears streaming from hers, answered, "Indeed, my dear papa, I know you have loved me tenderly, and heaven is my witness how sincerely I have returned your affection, nor could anything but an apprehension of being forced into the arms of this man have driven me to run from a father whom I love so passionately that I would with pleasure sacrifice my life to his happiness. Nay, I have endeavoured to reason myself into doing more, and had almost worked up a resolution to endure the most miserable of all lives to comply with your inclinations. It was that resolution alone to which I could not force my mind, nor can I ever." Here the squire began to look wild, and the foam appeared at his lips, which Sophia, observing, begged to be heard out, and then proceeded. "If my father's life, his health, or any real happiness of his was at stake, here stands your resolved daughter. May heaven blast me if there is a misery I would not suffer to preserve you. No, that most detested, most loathsome of all lots I would embrace. I would give my hand to Blifil for your sake." "I tell thee it will preserve me," answered the father. "It will give me health, happiness, life, everything. Upon my soul, I shall die if dost refuse me. I shall break my heart. I shall, upon my soul." "Is it possible," says she, "you can have such a desire to make me miserable?" "I tell thee no," answered he loudly. "Damn me if there is a thing upon earth I would not do to see thee happy." "And will not my dear papa allow me to have the least knowledge of what will make me so? If it be true that happiness consists in opinion, what must be my condition when I shall think myself the most miserable of all the wretches upon earth?" "Better think yourself so," said he, "than know it by being married to a poor bastardly vagabond." "If it will content you, sir," said Sophia, "I will give you the most solemn promise never to marry him, nor any other, while my papa lives, without his consent. Let me dedicate my whole life to your service. Let me be again your poor Sophy, and my whole business and pleasure be, as it hath been, to please and divert you." "Look'ee, Sophy," answered the squire, "I am not to be choused in this manner. Your Aunt Weston would then have reason to think me the fool she doth. No, no, Sophy, I'd have you to know I have got more wisdom, and know more of the world, than to take the word of a woman in a matter where a man is concerned." "How, sir, have I deserved this want of confidence?" said she. "Have I ever broke a single promise to you? Or have I ever been found guilty of a falsehood from my cradle?" "Look'ee, Sophy," cries he, "that's neither here nor there. I am determined upon this match, and have him you shall. Damn me if shan't, thou dost hang thyself the next morning." At repeating which words he clenched his fist, knit his brows, bit his lips, and thundered so loud that the poor afflicted, terrified Sophia shrunk trembling into her chair, and had not a flood of tears come immediately to her relief, perhaps worse had followed. Weston beheld the deplorable condition of his daughter with no more contrition or remorse than the turnkey of Newgate feels at viewing the agonies of a tender wife when taking her last farewell of her condemned husband. Or rather, he looked down on her with the same emotions which arise in an honest fair tradesman who sees his debtor dragged to prison for £10, which, though a just debt, the wretch is wickedly unable to pay. Or, to hit the case still more nearly, he felt the same compunction with a bawd when some poor innocent, whom she hath ensnared into her hands, falls into fits at the first proposal of what is called seeing company. Indeed, this resemblance would be exact, was it not that the bawd hath an interest in what she doth, and the father, though perhaps he may blindly think otherwise, can in reality have none in urging his daughter to an almost equal prostitution. In this condition he left his poor Sophia, and departing with a very vulgar observation on the effect of tears, he locked the room and returned to the parson, who said everything he durst in behalf of the young lady, which, though perhaps it was not quite so much as his duty required, yet was it sufficient to throw the squire into a violent rage, and into many indecent reflections on the whole body of the clergy, which we have too great an honour for that sacred function to commit to paper. Chapter 3. What happened to Sophia during her confinement. The landlady of the house where the squire lodged had begun very earnestly to entertain a strange opinion of her guests. However, as she was informed that the squire was a man of vast fortune, and as she had taken care to exact a very extraordinary price for her rooms, she did not think proper to give any offence, for though she was not without some concern for the confinement of poor Sophia, of whose great sweetness of temper and affability the maid of the house had made so favourable a report, which was confirmed by all the squire's servants, yet she had much more concern for her own interest than to provoke one whom, as she said, she perceived to be a very hastish kind of a gentleman. Though Sophia ate but little, yet she was regularly served with her meals. Indeed, I believe, if she had liked any one rarity, that the squire, however angry, would have spared neither pains nor cost to have procured it for her, since, however strange it may appear to some readers, he really doted on his daughter, and to give her any kind of pleasure was the highest satisfaction in his life. The dinner hour being arrived, Black George carried her up a pullet, the squire himself, for he had sworn not to part with the key, attending the door. As George deposited the dish, some compliments passed between him and Sophia, for he had not seen her since she left the country, and she treated every servant with more respect than some persons show to those who are in a very slight degree their inferiors. Sophia would have had him take the pullet back, saying she could not eat, but George begged her to try, and particularly recommended to her the eggs, of which he said it was full. All this time the squire was waiting at the door, but George was a great favourite of his master, as his employment was in concerns of the highest nature, namely about the game, and was accustomed to take many liberties. He had officiously carried up the dinner, being, as he said, very desirous to see his young lady. He made, therefore, no scruple of keeping his master standing above 10 minutes, while civilities were passing between him and Sophia, for which he received only a good-humoured rebuke at the door when he returned. The eggs of pullets, partridges, pheasants, etc., were, as George well knew, the most favourite dainties of Sophia. It was therefore no wonder that he, who was a very good-natured fellow, should take care to supply her with this kind of delicacy, at a time when all the servants in the house were afraid she would be starved, for she had scarce swallowed a single morsel in the last 40 hours. Though vexation hath not the same effect on all persons as it usually hath on a widow, whose appetite it often renders sharper than it can be rendered by the air on Banstead Downs or Salisbury Plain, yet the sublimest grief, notwithstanding what some people may say to the contrary, will eat at last. And Sophia herself, after some little consideration, began to dissect the fowl, which she found to be as full of eggs as George had reported it. But if she was pleased with these, it contained something which would have delighted the Royal Society much more, for if a fowl with 3 legs be so invaluable a curiosity, when perhaps time hath produced 1,000 such, at what price shall we esteem a bird which so totally contradicts all the laws of animal economy as to contain a letter in its belly? Ovid tells us of a flower into which Hyacinthus was metamorphosed, that bears letters on its leaves, which Virgil recommended as a miracle to the Royal Society of his day, but no age nor nation has ever recorded a bird with a letter in its maw. But though a miracle of this kind might have engaged all the Académies des Sciences in Europe, and perhaps in a fruitless inquiry, yet the reader, by barely recollecting the last dialogue which passed between Messrs. Jones and Partridge, will be very easily satisfied from whence this letter came, and how it found its passage into the fowl. Sophia, notwithstanding her long fast, and notwithstanding her favourite dish was there before her, no sooner saw the letter than she immediately snatched it up, tore it open, and read as follows: "Madam, was I not sensible to whom I have the honour of writing, I should endeavour, however difficult, to paint the horrors of my mind at the account brought me by Mrs. Honour. But as tenderness alone can have any true idea of the pangs which tenderness is capable of feeling, so can this most amiable quality, which my Sophia possesses in the most eminent degree, sufficiently inform her what her Jones must have suffered on this melancholy occasion. Is there a circumstance in the world which can heighten my agonies when I hear of any misfortune which hath befallen you? Surely there is one only, and with that I am accursed. It is, my Sophia, the dreadful consideration that I am myself the wretched cause. Perhaps I here do myself too much honour, but none will envy me an honour which costs me so extremely dear. Pardon me this presumption, and pardon me a greater still, if I ask you whether my advice, my assistance, my presence, my absence, my death, or my tortures can bring you any relief. Can the most perfect admiration, the most watchful observance, the most ardent love, the most melting tenderness, the most resigned submission to your will make you amends for what you are to sacrifice to my happiness? If they can, fly, my lovely angel, to those arms which are ever open to receive and protect you, and to which, whether you bring yourself alone or the riches of the world with you, is, in my opinion, an alternative not worth regarding. If, on the contrary, wisdom shall predominate, and on the most mature reflections inform you that the sacrifice is too great, and if there be no way left to reconcile your father and restore the peace of your dear mind but by abandoning me, I conjure you, drive me for ever from your thoughts. Exert your resolution, and let no compassion for my sufferings bear the least weight in that tender bosom. Believe me, madam, I so sincerely love you better than myself, that my great and principal end is your happiness. My first wish, why would not fortune indulge me in it, was, and pardon me if I say still is, to see you every moment the happiest of women. My second wish is, to hear you are so. But no misery on earth can equal mine, while I think you owe an uneasy moment to him who is, madam, in every sense and to every purpose, your devoted Thomas Jones." What Sophia said, or did, or thought upon this letter, how often she read it, or whether more than once, shall all be left to our reader's imagination. The answer to it he may perhaps see hereafter, but not at present. For this reason, among others, that she did not now write any, and that for several good causes, one of which was this: she had no paper, pen, nor ink. In the evening, while Sophia was meditating on the letter she had received, or on something else, a violent noise from below disturbed her meditations. This noise was no other than a round bout at altercation between two persons. One of the combatants, by his voice, she immediately distinguished to be her father, but she did not so soon discover the shriller pipes to belong to the organ of her Aunt Weston, who was just arrived in town, where having, by means of one of her servants who stopped at the Hercules Pillars, learned where her brother lodged, she drove directly to his lodgings. We shall thereafter take our leave at present of Sophia, and with our usual good breeding attend her ladyship. End of section 46. Book 16, chapters 4 to 7. Chapter 4, in which Sophia is delivered from her confinement. The squire and the parson, for the landlord was now otherwise engaged, were smoking their pipes together when the arrival of the lady was first signified. The squire no sooner heard her name than he immediately ran down to usher her upstairs, for he was a great observer of such ceremonials, especially to his sister, of whom he stood more in awe than of any other human creature, though he never could own this, nor did he perhaps know it himself. Mrs. Weston, on her arrival in the dining-room, having flung herself into a chair, began thus to harangue. "Well, surely no one ever had such an intolerable journey. I think the roads, since so many turnpike acts, are grown worse than ever. La, brother, how could you get into this odious place? No person of condition, I dare swear, ever set foot here before." "I don't know," cries the squire. "I think they do well enough. It was landlord recommended them. I thought, as he knew most of the quality, he could best show me where to get among 'em." "Well, and where's my niece?" says the lady. "Have you been to wait upon Lady Bellaston yet?" "Ay, ay," cries the squire, "your niece is safe enough. She is upstairs in chamber." "How?" answered the lady. "Is my niece in this house, and does she not know of my being here?" "No, nobody can well get to her," says the squire, "for she is under lock and key. I have a safe. I fetched her from my lady cousin the first night I came to town, and I have taken care of her ever since. She is as secure as a fox in a bag, I promise you." "Good heaven!" returned Mrs. Weston, "what do I hear? I thought what a fine piece of work would be the consequence of my consent to your coming to town yourself. Nay, it was indeed your own headstrong will, nor can I charge myself with having ever consented to it. Did you not promise me, brother, that you would take none of these headstrong measures? Was it not by these headstrong measures that you forced my niece to run away from you in the country? Have you a mind to oblige her to take another step?" "Zounds and the devil!" cries the squire, dashing his pipe on the ground. "Did ever mortal hear the like? When I expected you would have commended me for all I have done, to be fallen upon in this manner." "How, brother?" said the lady. "Have I ever given you the least reason to imagine I should commend you for locking up your daughter? Have I not often told you that women in a free country are not to be treated with such arbitrary power? We are as free as the men, and I heartily wish I could not say we deserve that freedom better. If you expect I should stay a moment longer in this wretched house, or that I should ever own you again as my relation, or that I should ever trouble myself again with the affairs of your family, I insist upon it that my niece be set at liberty this instant." This she spoke with so commanding an air, standing with her back to the fire, with one hand behind her, and a pinch of snuff in the other, that I question whether Thalestris, at the head of her Amazons, ever made a more tremendous figure. It is no wonder, therefore, that the poor squire was not proof against the awe which he inspired. "There," he cried, throwing down the key. "There it is. Do whatever you please. I intended only to have kept her till Blifil came to town, which can't be long, and now if any harm happens in the meantime, remember who is to be blamed for it." "I will answer it with my life," cried Mrs. Weston, "but I shall not intermeddle at all, unless upon one condition, and that is that you will commit the whole entirely to my care, without taking any one measure yourself, unless I shall eventually appoint you to act. If you ratify these preliminaries, brother, I will yet endeavour to preserve the honour of your family. If not, I shall continue in a neutral state." "I pray you, good sir," said the parson, "permit yourself this once to be admonished by her ladyship. Peradventure, by communing with young Madam Sophia, she will effect more than you have been able to perpetrate by more rigorous measures." "What, dost thee open upon me?" cries the squire. "If thee dost begin to babble, I shall whip thee in presently." "Fie, brother," answered the lady, "is this language to a clergyman? Mr. Supple is a man of sense, and gives you the best advice, and the whole world, I believe, will concur in his opinion. But I must tell you, I expect an immediate answer to my categorical proposals. Either cede your daughter to my disposal, or take her wholly to your own surprising discretion, and then I here, before Mr. Supple, evacuate the garrison, and renounce you and your family for ever." "I pray you let me be a mediator," cries the parson. "Let me supplicate you." "Why, there lies the key on the table," cries the squire. "She may take him up if she pleases. Who hinders her?" "No, brother," answered the lady, "I insist on the formality of its being delivered me, with a full ratification of all the concessions stipulated." "Why, then I will deliver it to you." "There 'tis," cries the squire. "I'm sure, sister, you can't accuse me of ever denying to trust my daughter to you. She has lived with you a whole year and more to a time without my ever seeing her." "And it would have been happy for her," answered the lady, "if she had always lived with me. Nothing of this kind would have happened under my eye." "Ay, certainly," cries he, "I only am to blame." "Why, you are to blame, brother," answered she. "I have been often obliged to tell you so, and shall always be obliged to tell you so. However, I hope you will now amend, and gather so much experience from past errors as not to defeat my wisest machinations by your blunders. Indeed, brother, you are not qualified for these negotiations. All your whole scheme of politics is wrong. I once more therefore insist that you do not intermeddle. Remember only what is past." "Zounds and blood, sister," cries the squire, "what would you have me say? You are enough to provoke the devil." "There now," says she, "just according to the old custom. I see, brother, there is no talking to you. I will appeal to Mr. Supple, who is a man of sense, if I said anything which could put any human creature into a passion, but you are so wrong-headed every way." "Let me beg you, madam," said the parson, "not to irritate his worship." "Irritate him!" said the lady. "Sure, you are as great fool as himself. Well, brother, since you have promised not to interfere, I will once more undertake the management of my niece. Lord have mercy upon all affairs which are under the direction of men. The head of one woman is worth 1,000 of yours." And now, having summoned a servant to show her to Sophia, she departed, bearing the key with her. She was no sooner gone than the squire, having first shut the door, ejaculated 20 bitches and as many hearty curses against her, not sparing himself for having ever thought of her estate, but added, "Now one hath been a slave so long, it would be a pity to lose it at last, for want of holding out a little longer. The bitch can't live for ever, and I know I am down for it upon the will." The parson greatly commended this resolution, and now the squire, having ordered in another bottle, which was his usual method when anything either pleased or vexed him, did, by drinking plentifully of this medicinal dewlap, so totally wash away his choler that his temper was become perfectly placid and serene when Mrs. Weston returned with Sophia into the room. The young lady had on her hat and capuchin, and the aunt acquainted Mr. Weston that she intended to take her niece with her to her own lodgings, "For indeed, brother," says she, "these rooms are not fit to receive a Christian soul in." "Very well, madam," quoth Weston, "whatever you please. The girl can never be in better hands than yours, and the parson here can do me the justice to say that I have said 50 times behind your back that you was one of the most sensible women in the world." "To this," cries the parson, "I am ready to bear testimony." "Nay, brother," says Mrs. Weston, "I have always, I'm sure, given you as favourable character. You must own you have a little too much hastiness in your temper, but when you will allow yourself time to reflect, I never knew a man more reasonable." "Why then, sister, if you think so," said the squire, "here's your good health with all my heart. I am a little passionate sometimes, but I scorn to bear any malice. Sophy, do you be a good girl, and do everything your aunt orders you." "I have not the least doubt of her," answered Mrs. Weston. "She hath had already an example before her in the behaviour of that wretch her cousin Harriet, who ruined herself by neglecting my advice." "Oh, brother, what do you think? You was hardly gone out of hearing when you set out for London, when who should arrive but that impudent fellow with the odious Irish name, that Fitzpatrick. He broke in abruptly upon me without notice, or I would not have seen him. He ran on a long, unintelligible story about his wife, to which he forced me to give him a hearing, but I made him very little answer, and delivered him the letter from his wife, which I bid him answer himself. I suppose the wretch will endeavour to find us out, but I beg you will not see her, for I am determined I will not." "I see her," answered the squire. "You need not fear me. I'll give no encouragement to such undutiful wenches. It is well for the fellow, her husband, I was not at home. Old rabbited, he should have taken a dance through the horse-pond, I promise him. You see, Sophie, what undutifulness brings folks to. You have an example in your own family." "Brother," cries the aunt, "you need not shock my niece by such odious repetitions. Why will you not leave everything entirely to me?" "Well, well, I will," said the squire. And now Mrs. Weston, luckily for Sophia, put an end to the conversation by ordering chairs to be called. I say luckily, for had it continued much longer, fresh matter of dissension would most probably have arisen between the brother and sister, between whom education and sex made the only difference, for both were equally violent and equally positive. They had both a vast affection for Sophia, and both a sovereign contempt for each other. Chapter 5, in which Jones receives a letter from Sophia, and goes to a play with Mrs. Miller and Partridge. The arrival of Black George in town, and the good offices which that grateful fellow had promised to do for his old benefactor, greatly comforted Jones in the midst of all the anxiety and uneasiness which he had suffered on the account of Sophia, from whom, by the means of the said George, he received the following answer to his letter, which Sophia, to whom the use of pen, ink, and paper was restored with her liberty, wrote the very evening when she departed from her confinement. "Sir, as I do not doubt your sincerity in what you write, you will be pleased to hear that some of my afflictions are at an end by the arrival of my Aunt Weston, with whom I am at present, and with whom I enjoy all the liberty I can desire. One promise my aunt hath insisted on my making, which is, that I will not see or converse with any person without her knowledge and consent. This promise I have most solemnly given, and shall most inviolably keep, and though she hath not expressly forbidden me writing, yet that must be an omission from forgetfulness, or this perhaps is included in the word conversing. However, as I cannot but consider this as a breach of her generous confidence in my honour, you cannot expect that I shall, after this, continue to write myself or to receive letters without her knowledge. A promise is with me a very sacred thing, and to be extended to everything understood from it, as well as to what is expressed by it, and this consideration may perhaps, on reflection, afford you some comfort. But why should I mention a comfort to you of this kind? For though there is one thing in which I can never comply with the best of fathers, yet am I firmly resolved never to act in defiance of him, or to take any step of consequence without his consent. A firm persuasion of this must teach you to divert your thoughts from what fortune hath, perhaps, made impossible. This your own interest persuades you. This may reconcile, I hope, Mr. Allworthy to you, and if it will, you have my injunctions to pursue it. Accidents have laid some obligations on me, and your good intentions probably more. Fortune may perhaps be some time kinder to us both than at present. Believe this, that I shall always think of you as I think you deserve, and am, sir, your obliged humble servant, Sophia Weston. I charge you write me no more, at present at least, and accept this, which is now of no service to me, which I know you must want, and think you owe the trifle only to that fortune by which you found it." A child who hath just learnt his letters would have spelt this letter out in less time than Jones took in reading it. The sensations it occasioned were a mixture of joy and grief, somewhat like what divides the mind of a good man who peruses the will of his deceased friend, in which a large legacy, which his distresses made the more welcome, is bequeathed to him. Upon the whole, however, he was more pleased than displeased, and indeed the reader may probably wonder that he was displeased at all, but the reader is not quite so much in love as was poor Jones, and love is a disease which, though it may in some instances resemble a consumption, which it sometimes causes, in others proceeds in direct opposition to it, and particularly in this, that it never flatters itself or sees any one symptom in a favourable light. One thing gave him complete satisfaction, which was, that his mistress had regained her liberty, and was now with a lady where she might at least assure herself of a decent treatment. Another comfortable circumstance was the reference which she made to her promise of never marrying any other man, for, however disinterested he might imagine his passion, and notwithstanding all the generous overtures made in his letter, I very much question whether he could have heard a more afflicting piece of news than that Sophia was married to another, though the match had been never so great, and never so likely to end in making her completely happy. that refined degree of platonic affection which is absolutely detached from the flesh, and is indeed entirely and purely spiritual, is a gift confined to the female part of the creation, many of whom I have heard declare, and doubtless with great truth, that they would, and with the utmost readiness, resign a lover to a rival when such resignation was proved to be necessary for the temporal interest of such lover. Hence, therefore, I conclude that this affection is in nature, though I cannot pretend to say I have ever seen an instance of it. Mr. Jones, having spent 3 hours in reading and kissing the aforesaid letter, and being at last in a state of good spirits from the last-mentioned considerations, he agreed to carry an appointment which he had before made into execution. This was to attend Mrs. Miller and her younger daughter into the gallery at the playhouse, and to admit Mr. Partridge as one of the company. For, as Jones had really that taste for humour which many affect, he expected to enjoy much entertainment in the criticisms of Partridge, from whom he expected the simple dictates of nature, unimproved indeed, but likewise unadulterated by art. In the first row, then, of the first gallery did Mr. Jones, Mrs. Miller, her youngest daughter, and Partridge take their places. Partridge immediately declared it was the finest place he had ever been in. When the first music was played, he said, it was a wonder how so many fiddlers could play at one time without putting one another out. While the fellow was lighting the upper candles, he cried out to Mrs. Miller, Look, look, madam, the very picture of the man in the end of the common prayer book before the gunpowder treason service. Nor could he help observing, with a sigh, when all the candles were lighted, that here were candles enough burnt in one night to keep an honest poor family for a whole 12-month. As soon as the play, which was Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, began, Partridge was all attention, nor did he break silence till the entrance of the ghost, when he asked Jones what man that was in the strange dress. Something, said he, like what I have seen in a picture. Sure it is not armour, is it? Jones answered, That is the ghost. To which Partridge replied with a smile, Persuade me to that, sir, if you can. Though I can't say I ever actually saw a ghost in my life, yet I am certain I should know one if I saw him, better than that comes to. No, no, sir, ghosts don't appear in such dresses as that, neither. In this mistake, which caused much laughter in the neighbourhood of Partridge, he was suffered to continue till the scene between the ghost and Hamlet, when Partridge gave that credit to Mr. Garrick which he had denied to Jones, and fell into so violent a trembling that his knees knocked against each other. Jones asked him what was the matter, and whether he was afraid of the warrior upon the stage. Oh, la, sir, said he, I perceive now it is what you told me. I am not afraid of anything, for I know it is but a play, and if it was really a ghost, it could do one no harm at such distance and in so much company, and yet if I was frightened, I am not the only person. Why, who, cries Jones, dost thou take to be such a coward here besides thyself? Nay, you may call me coward if you will, but if that little man there upon the stage is not frightened, I never saw any man frightened in my life. Ay, go along with you. Ay, to be sure. Who's fool, then? Will you? Lord have mercy upon such foolhardiness. Whatever happens, it is good enough for you. Follow you? I'd follow the devil as soon. Nay, perhaps it is the devil, for they say he can put on what likeness he pleases. Oh, here he is again. No, father, no, you have gone far enough already, farther than I have gone for all the king's dominions. Jones offered to speak, but Partridge cried, Hush, 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 dear, don't you hear him? And during the whole speech of the ghost he sat with his eyes fixed partly on the ghost and partly on Hamlet, and with his mouth open, the same passions which succeeded each other in Hamlet succeeding likewise in him. When the scene was over, Jones said, Why, Partridge, you exceed my expectations. You enjoy the play more than I conceived possibly. Nay, sir, answered Partridge, if you are not afraid of the devil, I can't help it, but to be sure it is natural to be surprised at such things, though I know there is nothing in them. Not that it was the ghost that surprised me neither, for I should have known that to have been only a man in a strange dress, but when I saw the little man so frightened himself, it was that which took hold of me. And dost thou imagine then, Partridge, cries Jones, that he was really frightened? Nay, sir, said Partridge, did not you yourself observe afterwards, when he was found it was his own father's spirit, and how he was murdered in the garden, how his fear forsook him by degrees, and he was struck dumb with sorrow, as it were, just as I should have been, had it been my own case? But hush, oh la, what noise is that? There he is again. Well, to be certain, though I know there is nothing at all in it, I am glad I am not down yonder where those men are. Then, turning his eyes again upon Hamlet, Ay, you may draw your sword. What signifies a sword against the power of the devil? During the second act, Partridge made very few remarks. He greatly admired the fineness of the dresses, nor could he help observing upon the king's countenance, Well, said he, how people may be deceived by faces. Nulla fides fronti is, I find, a true saying. Who would think by looking in the king's face that he had ever committed a murder? He then inquired after the ghost, but Jones, who intended he should be surprised, gave him no other satisfaction than that he might possibly see him again soon, and in a flash of fire. Partridge sat in a fearful expectation of this, and now, when the ghost made his next appearance, Partridge cried out, There, sir, now, what say you now? Is he frightened now or no? As much frightened as you think me, and to be sure nobody can help some fears. I would not be in so bad a condition as what's-his-name, Squire Hamlet, is there for all the world. Bless me, what's become of the spirit? As I am a living soul, I thought I saw him sink into the earth. Indeed, you saw right, answered Jones. Well, well, cries Partridge, I know it is only a play, and besides, if there was anything in all this, Madam Miller would not laugh so, for as to you, sir, you would not be afraid, I believe, if the devil was here in person. There, there, ay, no wonder you were in such a passion. Shake the vile, wicked wretch to pieces. If she was my own mother, I would serve her so. To be sure, all duty to a mother is forfeited by such wicked doings. Ay, go about your business. I hate the sight of you. Our critic was now pretty silent till the play which Hamlet introduces before the king. This he did not at first understand, till Jones explained it to him, but he no sooner entered into the spirit of it than he began to bless himself that he had never committed murder. Then, turning to Mrs. Miller, he asked her if she did not imagine the king looked as if he was touched, though he is, said he, a good actor, and doth all he can to hide it. Well, I would not have so much to answer for as that wicked man there hath, to sit upon a much higher chair than he sits upon. No wonder he ran away. For your sake I'll never trust an innocent face again. The grave-digging scene next engaged the attention of Partridge, who expressed much surprise at the number of skulls thrown upon the stage, to which Jones answered that it was all one of the most famous burial places about town. No wonder, then, cries Partridge, that the place is haunted, but I never saw in my life a worse grave-digger. I had a sexton when I was clerk that should have dug 3 graves while he is digging one. The fellow handles a spade as if it was the first time he had ever had one in his hand. Ay, ay, you may sing. You would rather sing than work, I believe. Upon Hamlet's taking up the skull, he cried out, Well, it is strange to see how fearless some men are. I never could bring myself to touch anything belonging to a dead man on any account. He seemed frightened enough, too, at the ghost, I thought. Nemo omnibus horis sapit. Little more worth remembering occurred during the play, at the end of which Jones asked him which of the players had he liked best. To this he answered with some appearance of indignation at the question, The king, without doubt. Indeed, Mr. Partridge, says Mrs. Miller, you are not of the same opinion with the town, for they are all agreed that Hamlet is acted by the best player who ever was on the stage. He the best player, cries Partridge, with a contemptuous sneer. Why, I could act as well as he myself. I am sure if I had seen a ghost I should have looked in the very same manner and done just as he did. And then, to be sure, in that scene, as you called it, between him and his mother, where you told me he acted so fine, why, Lord help me, any man, that is, any good man, that had such a mother, would have done exactly the same. I know you are only joking with me, but indeed, madam, though I was never at a play in London, yet I have seen acting before in the country, and the king for my money. He speaks all his words distinctly, half as loud again as the other. Anybody may see he is an actor. While Mrs. Miller was thus engaged in conversation with Partridge, a lady came up to Mr. Jones, whom he immediately knew to be Mrs. Fitzpatrick. She said she had seen him from the other part of the gallery, and had taken that opportunity of speaking to him, as she had something to say which might be of great service to himself. She then acquainted him with her lodgings, and made him an appointment the next day in the morning, which, upon recollection, she presently changed to the afternoon, at which time Jones promised to attend her. Thus ended the adventure at the playhouse, where Partridge had afforded great mirth, not only to Jones and Mrs. Miller, but to all who sat within hearing, who were more attentive to what he said than to anything that passed on the stage. He durst not go to bed all that night for fear of the ghost, and for many nights after sweated 2 or 3 hours before he went to sleep with the same apprehensions, and waked several times in great horrors, crying out, "Lord, have mercy upon us! There it is!" Chapter 6, in which the history is obliged to look back. It is almost impossible for the best parent to observe an exact impartiality to his children, even though no superior merit should bias his affection. But sure a parent can hardly be blamed when that superiority determines his preference. As I regard all the personages in this history in the light of my children, so I must confess the same inclination of partiality to Sophia, and for that I hope the reader will allow me the same excuse from the superiority of her character. This extraordinary tenderness which I have for my heroine never suffers me to quit her for any long time without the utmost reluctance. I could now, therefore, return impatiently to inquire what hath happened to this lovely creature since her departure from her father's, but that I am obliged first to pay a short visit to Mr. Blifil. Mr. Weston, in the first confusion into which his mind was cast upon the sudden news he received of his daughter, and in the first hurry to go after her, had not once thought of sending any account of the discovery to Blifil. He had not gone far, however, before he recollected himself, and accordingly stopped at the very first inn he came to, and dispatched away a messenger to acquaint Blifil with his having found Sophia, and with his firm resolution to marry her to him immediately, if he would come up after him to town. As the love which Blifil had for Sophia was of that violent kind which nothing but the loss of her fortune, or some such accident, could lessen, his inclination to the match was not at all altered by her having run away, though he was obliged to lay this to his own account. He very readily, therefore, embraced this offer. Indeed, he now proposed the gratification of a very strong passion, besides avarice, by marrying this young lady, and this was hatred, for he concluded that matrimony afforded an equal opportunity of satisfying either hatred or love, and this opinion is very probably verified by much experience. To say the truth, if we are to judge by the ordinary behaviour of married persons to each other, we shall perhaps be apt to conclude that the generality seek the indulgence of the former passion only in their union of everything but of hearts. There was one difficulty, however, in his way, and this arose from Mr. Allworthy. That good man, when he found, by the departure of Sophia, for neither that nor the cause of it could be concealed from him, the great aversion which he had for his nephew, began to be seriously concerned that he had been deceived into carrying matters so far. He by no means concurred with the opinion of those parents who think it as immaterial to consult the inclinations of their children in the affair of marriage as to solicit the good pleasure of their servants when they intend to take a journey, and who are by law, or decency at least, withheld often from using absolute force. On the contrary, as he esteemed the institution to be of the most sacred kind, he thought every preparatory caution necessary to preserve it holy and inviolate, and very wisely concluded that the surest way to effect this was by laying the foundation in previous affection. Blifil, indeed, soon cured his uncle of all anger on the score of deceit, by many vows and protestations that he had been deceived himself, with which the many declarations of Weston very well tallied. But now to persuade Allworthy to consent to the renewing his address was a matter of such apparent difficulty that the very appearance was sufficient to have deterred a less enterprising genius. But this young gentleman so well knew his own talents that nothing within the province of cunning seemed to him hard to be achieved. Here then he represented the violence of his new affection, and the hopes of subduing aversion in the lady by perseverance. He begged that, in an affair on which depended all his future repose, he might at least be at liberty to try all fair means for success. Heaven forbid, he said, that he should ever think of prevailing by any other than the most gentle methods. Besides, sir, said he, if they fail, you may then, which will be surely time enough, to deny your consent. He urged the great and eager desire which Mr. Weston had for the match, and lastly, he made great use of the name of Jones, to whom he imputed all that had happened, and from whom, he said, to preserve so valuable a young lady was even an act of charity. All these arguments were well seconded by Thwackum, who dwelt a little stronger on the authority of parents than Mr. Blifil himself had done. He ascribed the measures which Mr. Blifil was desirous to take to Christian motives, and though, says he, the good young gentleman hath mentioned charity last, I am almost convinced it is his first and principal consideration. Square, possibly, had he been present, would have sung to the same tune, though in a different key, and would have discovered much moral fitness in the proceeding, but he was now gone to Bath for the recovery of his health. Allworthy, though not without reluctance, at last yielded to the desires of his nephew. He said he would accompany him to London, where he might be at liberty to use every honest endeavour to gain the lady. "But I declare," said he, "I will never give my consent to any absolute force being put on her inclinations, nor shall you ever have her unless she can be brought freely to compliance." Thus did the affection of Allworthy for his nephew betray the superior understanding to be triumphed over by the inferior, and thus is the prudence of the best of heads often defeated by the tenderness of the best of hearts. Blifil, having obtained this unhoped-for acquiescence in his uncle, rested not till he carried his purpose into execution. And as no immediate business required Mr. Allworthy's presence in the country, and little preparation is necessary to men for a journey, they set out the very next day, and arrived in town that evening, when Mr. Jones, as we have seen, was diverting himself with Partridge at the play. The morning after his arrival, Mr. Blifil waited on Mr. Weston, by whom he was most kindly and graciously received, and from whom he had every possible assurance, perhaps more than was possible, that he should very shortly be as happy as Sophia could make him, nor would the squire suffer the young gentleman to return to his uncle till he had, almost against his will, carried him to his sister. Chapter 7, in which Mr. Weston pays a visit to his sister, in company with Mr. Blifil. Mrs. Weston was reading a lecture on prudence and matrimonial politics to her niece, when her brother and Blifil broke in with less ceremony than the laws of visiting require. Sophia no sooner saw Blifil than she turned pale, and almost lost the use of her faculties, but her aunt, on the contrary, waxed red, and having all her faculties at her command, began to exert her tongue on the squire. "Brother," said she, "I am astonished at your behaviour. Will you never learn any regard to decorum? Will you still look upon every apartment as your own, or as belonging to one of your country tenants? Do you think yourself at liberty to invade the privacies of women of condition without the least decency or notice?" "Why, what a pox is the matter now?" quoth the squire. "One would think I had caught you at—" "None of your brutality, sir, I beseech you," answered she. "You have surprised my poor niece so that she can hardly, I see, support herself. Go, my dear, retire, and endeavour to recruit your spirits, for I see you have occasion." At which words Sophia, who had never received a more welcome command, hastily withdrew. "To be sure, sister," cries the squire, "you are mad, when I have brought Mr. Blifil here to court her, to force her away." "Sure, brother," says she, "you are worse than mad, when you know in what situation affairs are, to—" I am sure I ask Mr. Blifil's pardon, but he knows very well to whom to impute so disagreeable a reception. For my own part, I am sure I shall always be very glad to see Mr. Blifil, but his own good sense would not have suffered him to proceed so abruptly, had you not compelled him to it. Blifil bowed and stammered and looked like a fool, but Weston, without giving him time to form a speech for the purpose, answered, "Well, well, I am to blame, if you will. I always am, certainly. But come, let the girl be fetched back again, or let Mr. Blifil go to her. He's come up on purpose, and there is no time to be lost." "Brother," cries Mrs. Weston, "Mr. Blifil, I am confident, understands himself better than to think of seeing my niece any more this morning, after what hath happened. Women are of a nice contexture, and our spirits, when disordered, are not to be recomposed in a moment. Had you suffered Mr. Blifil to have sent his compliments to my niece, and to have desired the favour of waiting on her in the afternoon, I should possibly have prevailed on her to have seen him, but now I despair of bringing about any such matter." "I am very sorry, madam," cried Blifil, "that Mr. Weston's extraordinary kindness to me, which I can never enough acknowledge, should have occasioned—" "Indeed, sir," said she, interrupting him, "you need make no apologies. We all know my brother so well." "I don't care what anybody knows of me," answered the squire, "but when must he come to see her? For consider, I tell you, he has come up on purpose, and so is Mr. Allworthy." "Brother," said she, "whatever message Mr Blifil thinks proper to send to my niece shall be delivered to her, and I suppose she will want no instructions to make a proper answer. I am convinced she will not refuse to see Mr Blifil at a proper time." "The devil she won't," answered the squire. "Odds bod, don't we know? I say nothing, but some folk are wiser than all the world. If I might have had my will, she had not run away before, and now I expect to hear every moment she is gone again. For as great a fool as some folk think me, I know very well she hates—" "No matter, brother," replied Mrs Weston. "I will not hear my niece abused. It is a reflection on my family. She is an honour to it, and she will be an honour to it, I promise you." Book 16, chapters 8 to 10. Chapter 8. Schemes of Lady Bellaston for the ruin of Jones. Love had taken too deep a root in the mind of Lord Fellamar to be plucked up by the rude hands of Mr Weston. In the heat of resentment he had indeed given a commission to Captain Egglane, which the captain had far exceeded in the execution, nor had it been executed at all had his lordship been able to find the captain after he had seen Lady Bellaston, which was in the afternoon of the day after he had received the affront. But so industrious was the captain in the discharge of his duty, that having, after long inquiry, found out the squire's lodgings very late in the evening, he sat up all night at a tavern, that he might not miss the squire in the morning, and by that means missed the revocation which my lord had sent to his lodgings. In the afternoon, then, next after the intended rape of Sophia, his lordship, as we have said, made a visit to Lady Bellaston, who laid open so much of the character of the squire that his lordship plainly saw the absurdity he had been guilty of in taking any offence at his words, especially as he had those honourable designs on his daughter. He then unbosomed the violence of his passion to Lady Bellaston, who readily undertook the cause, and encouraged him with certain assurance of a most favourable reception from all the elders of the family, and from the father himself, when he should be sober, and should be made acquainted with the nature of the offer made to his daughter. The only danger, she said, lay in the fellow she had formerly mentioned, who, though a beggar and a vagabond, had by some means or other, she knew not what, procured himself tolerable clothes, and passed for a gentleman. "Now," says she, "as I have, for the sake of my cousin, made it my business to inquire after this fellow, I have luckily found out his lodgings," with which he then acquainted his lordship. "I am thinking, my lord," added she, "for this fellow is too mean for your personal resentment, whether it would not be possible for your lordship to contrive some method of having him pressed and sent on board a ship. Neither law nor conscience forbid this project, for the fellow, I promise you, however well dressed, is but a vagabond, and as proper as any fellow in the streets to be pressed into the service. And as for the conscientious part, surely the preservation of a young lady from such ruin is a most meritorious act. Nay, with regard to the fellow himself, unless he could succeed, which heaven forbid, with my cousin, it may probably be the means of preserving him from the gallows, and perhaps may make his fortune in an honest way." Lord Fellamar very heartily thanked her ladyship for the part which she was pleased to take in the affair, upon the success of which his whole future happiness entirely depended. He said he saw at present no objection to the pressing scheme, and would consider of putting it in execution. He then most earnestly recommended to her ladyship to do him the honour of immediately mentioning his proposals to the family, to whom, he said, he offered a carte blanche, and would settle his fortune in almost any manner they should require. And, after uttering many ecstasies and raptures concerning Sophia, he took his leave and departed, but not before he had received the strongest charge to beware of Jones, and to lose no time in securing his person, where he should no longer be in a capacity of making any attempts to the ruin of the young lady. The moment Mrs Weston was arrived at her lodgings, a card was dispatched with her compliments to Lady Bellaston, who no sooner received it than, with the impatience of a lover, she flew to her cousin, rejoiced at this fair opportunity, which beyond her hopes offered itself, for she was much better pleased with the prospect of making the proposals to a woman of sense, and who knew the world, than to a gentleman whom she honoured with the appellation of Hottentot, though indeed from him she apprehended no danger of a refusal. The two ladies being met, after very short previous ceremonials, fell to business, which was indeed almost as soon concluded as begun, for Mrs. Weston no sooner heard the name of Lord Fellamar than her cheeks glowed with pleasure. But when she was acquainted with the eagerness of his passion, the earnestness of his proposals, and the generosity of his offer, she declared her full satisfaction in the most explicit terms. In the progress of their conversation, their discourse turned to Jones, and both cousins very pathetically lamented the unfortunate attachment which both agreed Sophia had to that young fellow, and Mrs. Weston entirely attributed it to the folly of her brother's management. She concluded, however, at last, with declaring her confidence in the good understanding of her niece, who, though she would not give up her affection in favour of Blifil, will, I doubt not, says she, seeing Jones at the play, an opportunity seemed to her to occur of effecting this purpose. The reader must remember that he was acquainted by Mrs. Fitzpatrick, in the account she gave of her own story, with the fondness Mrs. Weston had formerly shown for Mr. Fitzpatrick at Bath, from the disappointment of which Mrs. Fitzpatrick derived the great bitterness her aunt had expressed towards her. She had, therefore, no doubt but that the good lady would as easily listen to the addresses of Mr. Jones as she had done before to the other, for the superiority of charms was clearly on the side of Mr. Jones, and the advance which her aunt had since made in age, she concluded, how justly I will not say, was an argument rather in favour of her project than against it. Therefore, when Jones attended, after a previous declaration of her desire of serving him, arising, as she said, from a firm assurance how much she should by so doing oblige Sophia, and after some excuse for her former disappointment, and after acquainting Mr. Jones in whose custody his mistress was, of which she thought him ignorant, she very explicitly mentioned her scheme to him, and advised him to make sham addresses to the older lady, in order to procure an easy access to the younger, informing him at the same time of the success which Mr. Fitzpatrick had formerly owed to the very same stratagem. Mr. Jones expressed great gratitude to the lady for the kind intentions towards him which she had expressed, and indeed testified, by this proposal. But besides intimating some diffidence of success from the lady's knowledge of his love to her niece, which had not been her case in regard to Mr. Fitzpatrick, he said, he was afraid Miss Weston would never agree to an imposition of this kind, as well from her utter detestation of all fallacy as from her avowed duty to her aunt. Mrs. Fitzpatrick was a little nettled at this, and indeed, if it may not be called a lapse of the tongue, it was a small deviation from politeness in Jones, and into which he scarce would have fallen, had not the delight he felt in praising Sophia hurried him out of all reflection, for this commendation of one cousin was more than a tacit rebuke on the other. "Indeed, sir," answered the lady with some warmth, "I cannot think there is anything easier than to cheat an old woman with a profession of love when her complexion is amorous, and though she is my aunt, I must say there never was a more liquorish one than her ladyship. Can't you pretend that the despair of possessing her niece, from her being promised to Blifil, has made you turn your thoughts towards her? As to my cousin Sophia, I can't imagine her to be such a simpleton as to have the least scruple on such an account, or to conceive any harm in punishing one of these hags for the many mischiefs they bring upon families by their tragi-comic passions, for which I think it is a pity they are not punishable by law. I had no such scruples myself, and yet I hope my cousin Sophia will not think it an affront when I say she cannot detest any real species of falsehood more than her cousin Fitzpatrick. To my aunt, indeed, I pretend no duty, nor doth she deserve any. However, sir, I have given you my advice, and if you decline pursuing it, I shall have the less opinion of your understanding, that's all." Jones now clearly saw the error he had committed, and exerted his utmost power to rectify it, but he only faltered and stuttered into nonsense and contradiction. To say the truth, it is often safer to abide by the consequences of the first blunder than to endeavour to rectify it, for by such endeavours we generally plunge deeper instead of extricating ourselves, and few persons will on such occasions have the good nature which Mrs. Fitzpatrick displayed to Jones, by saying with a smile, "You need attempt no more excuses, for I can easily forgive a real lover, whatever is the effect of fondness for his mistress." She then renewed her proposal, and very fervently recommended it, omitting no argument which her invention could suggest on the subject, for she was so violently incensed against her aunt that scarce anything was capable of affording her equal pleasure with exposing her, and, like a true woman, she would see no difficulties in the execution of a favourite scheme. Jones, however, persisted in declining the undertaking, which had not, indeed, the least probability of success. He easily perceived the motives which induced Mrs. Fitzpatrick to be so eager in pressing her advice. He said he would not deny the tender and passionate regard he had for Sophia, but was so conscious of the inequality of their situations that he could never flatter himself so far as to hope that so divine a young lady would condescend to think of so unworthy a man. Nay, he protested he could scarce bring himself to wish she should. He concluded with a profession of generous sentiments, which we have not at present leisure to insert. There are some fine women, for I dare not here speak in too general terms, with whom self is so predominant that they never detach it from any subject, and as vanity is with them a ruling principle, they are apt to lay hold of whatever praise they meet with, and though the property of others, convey it to their own use. In the company of these ladies it is impossible to say anything handsome of another woman which they will not apply to themselves. Nay, they often improve the praise they seize, as, for instance, if her beauty, her wit, her gentility, her good humour deserve so much commendation, what do I deserve, who possess those qualities in so much more eminent a degree? To these ladies a man often recommends himself while he is commending another woman, and while he is expressing ardour and generous sentiments for his mistress, they are considering what a charming lover this man would make to them, who can feel all this tenderness for an inferior degree of merit. Of this, strange as it may seem, I have seen many instances besides Mrs. Fitzpatrick, to whom all this really happened, and who now began to feel somewhat for Mr. Jones, the symptoms of which she much sooner understood than poor Sophia had formerly done. To say the truth, perfect beauty in both sexes is a more irresistible object than it is generally thought, for notwithstanding some of us are contented with more homely lots, and learn by rote, as children, to repeat what gives them no idea, to despise outside, and to value more solid charms, yet I have always observed, at the approach of consummate beauty, that these more solid charms only shine with that kind of lustre which the stars have after the rising of the sun. When Jones had finished his exclamations, many of which would have become the mouth of Rowan Darties himself, Mrs. Fitzpatrick heaved a deep sigh, and taking her eyes off from Jones, on whom they had been some time fixed, and dropping them on the ground, she cried, "Indeed, Mr. Jones, I pity you, but it is the curse of such tenderness to be thrown away on those who are insensible of it. I know my cousin better than you, Mr. Jones, and I must say any woman who makes no return to such a passion and such a person is unworthy of both." "Sure, madam," said Jones, "you can't mean—" "Mean!" cries Mrs. Fitzpatrick. "I know not what I mean. There is something, I think, in true tenderness, bewitching. Few women ever meet with it in men, and fewer still know how to value it when they do. I never heard such truly noble sentiments, and I can't tell you how it is, but you force one to believe you. Sure, she must be the most contemptible of women who can overlook such merit." The manner and look with which all this was spoke infused a suspicion into Jones which we don't care to convey in direct words to the reader. Instead of making any answer, he said, "I am afraid, madam, I have made too tiresome a visit," and offered to take his leave. "Not at all, sir," answered Mrs. Fitzpatrick. "Indeed, I pity you, Mr. Jones. Indeed, I do. But if you are going, consider of the scheme I have mentioned. I am convinced you will approve it, and let me see you again as soon as you can, tomorrow morning, if you will, or at least some time tomorrow. I shall be at home all day." Jones then, after many expressions of thanks, very respectfully retired, nor could Mrs. Fitzpatrick forbear making him a present of a look at parting, by which, if he had understood nothing, he must have had no understanding in the language of eyes. In reality, it confirmed his resolution of returning to her no more, for, faulty as he hath hitherto appeared in this history, his whole thoughts were so now confined to his Sophia, that I believe no woman upon earth could have now drawn him into an act of inconstancy. Fortune, however, who was not his friend, resolved, as he intended to give her no second opportunity, to make the best of this, and accordingly produced the tragical incident which we are now in sorrowful notes to record. Chapter 10. The consequence of the preceding visit. Mr. Fitzpatrick, having received the letter before mentioned from Mrs. Weston, and being by that means acquainted with the place to which his wife was retired, returned directly to Bath, and thence the day after set forward to London. The reader hath been already often informed of the jealous temper of this gentleman. He may likewise be pleased to remember the suspicion which he had conceived of Jones at Upton, upon his finding him in the room with Mrs. Waters, and though sufficient reasons had afterwards appeared entirely to clear up that suspicion, yet now the reading so handsome a character of Mr. Jones from his wife caused him to reflect that she likewise was in the inn at the same time, and jumbled together such a confusion of circumstances, in a head which was naturally none of the clearest, that the whole produced that green-eyed monster mentioned by Shakespeare in his tragedy of Othello. And now, as he was inquiring in the street after his wife, and had just received directions to the door, unfortunately Mr. Jones was issuing from it. Fitzpatrick did not yet recollect the face of Jones. However, seeing a young, well-dressed fellow coming from his wife, he made directly up to him, and asked him what he had been doing in that house. "For I am sure," said he, "you must have been in it, as I saw you come out of it." Jones answered very modestly that he had been visiting a lady there, to which Fitzpatrick replied, "What business have you with that lady?" Upon which Jones, who now perfectly remembered the voice, features, and indeed coat of the gentleman, cried out, "Ah, my good friend, give me your hand. I hope there is no ill blood remaining between us, upon a small mistake which happened so long ago." "Upon my soul, sir," said Fitzpatrick, "I don't know your name nor your voice." "Indeed, sir," said Jones, "neither have I the pleasure of knowing your name, but your face I very well remember to have seen before at Upton, where a foolish quarrel happened between us, which, if it is not made up yet, we will now make up over a bottle." "At Upton!" cried the other. "Ah, upon my soul, I believe your name is Jones." "Indeed," answered he, "it is." "Oh, upon my soul," cries Fitzpatrick, "you are the very man I wanted to meet. Upon my soul, I will drink a bottle with you presently, but first I will give you a great knock over the pate. There is for you, you rascal. Upon my soul, if you do not give me satisfaction for that blow, I will give you another." And then, drawing his sword, put himself in a posture of defence, which was the only science he understood. Jones was a little staggered by the blow, which came somewhat unexpectedly, but presently, recovering himself, he also drew, and though he understood nothing of fencing, pressed on so boldly upon Fitzpatrick that he beat down his guard, and sheathed one half of his sword in the body of the said gentleman, who had no sooner received it than he stepped backwards, dropped the point of his sword, and leaning upon it, cried, "I have satisfaction enough. I am a dead man." "I hope not," cries Jones, "but whatever be the consequence, you must be sensible you have drawn it upon yourself." At this instant a number of fellows rushed in and seized Jones, who told them he should make no resistance, and begged some of them at least would take care of the wounded gentleman. "Ay," cries one of the fellows, "the wounded gentleman will be taken care enough of, for I suppose he hath not many hours to live. As for you, sir, you have a month at least good yet." "Damn me, Jack," said another, "he hath prevented his voyage. He's bound to another port now." And many other such jests was our poor Jones made the subject of by these fellows, who were indeed the gang employed by Lord Fellamar, and had dogged him into the house of Mrs. Fitzpatrick, waiting for him at the corner of the street when this unfortunate accident happened. The officer who commanded this gang very wisely concluded that his business was now to deliver his prisoner into the hands of the civil magistrate. He ordered him therefore to be carried to a public house, where, having sent for a constable, he delivered him to his custody. The constable, seeing Mr. Jones very well dressed, and hearing that the accident had happened in a duel, treated his prisoner with great civility, and at his request dispatched a messenger to inquire after the wounded gentleman, who was now at a tavern under the surgeon's hands. The report brought back was that the wound was certainly mortal, and there were no hopes of life. Upon which the constable informed Jones that he must go before a justice. He answered, "Whatever you please. I am indifferent as to what happens to me, for though I am convinced I am not guilty of murder in the eye of the law, yet the weight of blood I find intolerable upon my mind." Jones was now conducted before the justice, where the surgeon who dressed Mr. Fitzpatrick appeared, and deposed that he believed the wound to be mortal, upon which the prisoner was committed to the gatehouse. It was very late at night, so that Jones would not send for Partridge till the next morning, and as he never shut his eyes till 7, so it was near 12 before the poor fellow, who was greatly frightened at not hearing from his master so long, received a message which almost deprived him of his being when he heard it. He went to the gatehouse with trembling knees and a beating heart, and was no sooner arrived in the presence of Jones than he lamented the misfortune that had befallen him with many tears, looking all the while frequently about him in great terror. For, as the news now arrived that Mr. Fitzpatrick was dead, the poor fellow apprehended every minute that his ghost would enter the room. At last he delivered him a letter, which he had like to have 17, chapters 1 to 5, containing 3 days. Chapter 1, containing a portion of introductory writing. When a comic writer hath made his principal characters as happy as he can, or when a tragic writer hath brought them to the highest pitch of human misery, they both conclude their business to be done, and that their work is come to a period. Had we been of the tragic complexion, the reader must now allow we were very nearly arrived at this period, since it would be difficult for the devil, or any of his representatives on earth, to have contrived much greater torments for poor Jones than those in which we left him in the last chapter. And as for Sophia, a good-natured woman would hardly wish more uneasiness to a rival than what she must at present be supposed to feel. What then remains to complete the tragedy but a murder or two, and a few moral sentences? But to bring our favourites out of their present anguish and distress, and to land them at last on the shore of happiness, seems a much harder task. A task, indeed, so hard that we do not undertake to execute it. In regard to Sophia, it is more than probable that we shall somewhere or other provide a good husband for her in the end, either Blifil or my lord, or somebody else. But as to poor Jones, such are the calamities in which he is at present involved, owing to his imprudence, by which, if a man doth not become felon to the world, he is at least a felo de se, so destitute is he now of friends, and so persecuted by enemies, that we almost despair of bringing him to any good, and if our reader delights in seeing executions, I think he ought not to lose any time in taking a first row at Tyburn. This behaviour of Mrs. Miller. Mr. Allworthy and Mrs. Miller were just sat down to breakfast, when Blifil, who had gone out very early that morning, returned to make one of the company. He had not been long seated before he began as follows. "Good Lord, my dear uncle, what do you think hath happened? I vow I am afraid of telling it you, for fear of shocking you with the remembrance of ever having shown any kindness to such a villain." "What is the matter, child?" said the uncle. "I fear I have shown kindness in my life to the unworthy more than once, but charity doth not adopt the vices of its objects." "Oh, sir," returned Blifil, "it is not without the secret direction of Providence that you mention the word adoption. Your adopted son, sir, that Jones, that wretch whom you nourished in your bosom, hath proved one of the greatest villains upon earth." "By all that's sacred, 'tis false," cries Mrs. Miller. "Mr. Jones is no villain. He is one of the worthiest creatures breathing, and if any other person had called him villain, I would have thrown all this boiling water in his face." Mr. Allworthy looked very much amazed at this behaviour, but she did not give him leave to speak. Before turning to him, she cried, "I hope you will not be angry with me. I would not offend you, sir, for the world, but indeed I could not bear to hear him called so." "I must own, madam," said Allworthy very gravely, "I am a little surprised to hear you so warmly defend a fellow you do not know." "Oh, I do know him, Mr. Allworthy," said she. "Indeed I do. I should be the most ungrateful of all wretches if I denied it. Oh, he hath preserved me and my little family. We have all reason to bless him while we live, and I pray heaven to bless him, and turn the hearts of his malicious enemies. I know, I find, I see, he hath such." "You surprise me, madam, still more," said Allworthy. "Sure you must mean some other. It is impossible you should have any obligations to the man my nephew mentions." "Too surely," answered she. "I have obligations to him of the greatest and tenderest kind. He hath been the preserver of me and mine." Believe me, sir, he hath been abused, grossly abused to you. I know he hath, or you, whom I know to be all goodness and honour, would not, after the many kind and tender things I have heard you say of this poor helpless child, have so disdainfully called him fellow. Indeed, my best of friends, he deserves a kinder appellation from you, had you heard the good, the kind, the grateful things which I have heard him utter of you. He never mentions your name but with a sort of adoration. In this very room I have seen him on his knees, imploring all the blessings of heaven upon your head. I do not love that child there better than he loves you." "I see, sir, now," said Blifil, with one of those grinning sneers with which the devil marks his best beloved. "Mrs. Miller really doth know him. I suppose you will find she is not the only one of your acquaintance to whom he hath exposed you. As for my character, I perceive, by some hints she hath thrown out, he hath been very free with it, but I forgive him." "And the Lord forgive you, sir," said Mrs. Miller. "We have all sins enough to stand in need of his forgiveness." "Upon my word, Mrs. Miller," said Allworthy, "I do not take this behaviour of yours to my nephew kindly, and I do assure you, as any reflections which you cast upon him must come only from that wickedest of men, they would only serve, if that were possible, to heighten my resentment against him. For I must tell you, Mrs. Miller, the young man who now stands before you hath been ever the warmest advocate for the ungrateful wretch whose cause you espouse. This, I think, when you hear it from my own mouth, will make you wonder at so much baseness and ingratitude." "You are deceived, sir," answered Mrs. Miller. "If they were the last words which were to issue from my lips, I would say you were deceived. And I once more repeat it, the Lord forgive those who have deceived you. I do not pretend to say the young man is without faults, but they are all the faults of wildness and of youth, faults which he may, nay, which I am certain he will, relinquish, and if he should not, they are vastly overbalanced by one of the most humane, tender, honest hearts that ever man was blessed with." "Indeed, Mrs. Miller," said Allworthy, "had this been related of you, I should not have believed it." "Indeed, sir," answered she, "you will believe everything I have said. I am sure you will, and when you have heard the story which I shall tell you, for I will tell you all, you will be so far from being offended that you will own, I know your justice so well, that I must have been the most despicable and most ungrateful of wretches if I had acted any other part than I have." "Well, madam," said Allworthy, "I shall be very glad to hear any good excuse for a behaviour which, I must confess, I think wants an excuse. And now, madam, will you be pleased to let my nephew proceed in his story without interruption? He would not have introduced a matter of slight consequence with such a preface. Perhaps even this story will cure you of your mistake." Mrs. Miller gave tokens of submission, and then Mr. Blifil began thus: "I am sure, sir, if you don't think proper to resent the ill usage of Mrs. Miller, I shall easily forgive what affects me only. I think your goodness hath not deserved this indignity at her hands." "Well, child," said Allworthy, "but what is this new instance? What hath he done of late?" "What?" cries Blifil. "Notwithstanding all Mrs. Miller hath said, I am very sorry to relate, and what you should never have heard from me, had it not been a matter impossible to conceal from the whole world. In short, he hath killed a man. I will not say murdered, for perhaps it may not be so construed in law, and I hope the best for his sake." Allworthy looked shocked and blessed himself, and then turning to Mrs. Miller, he cried, "Well, madam, what say you now?" "Why, I say, sir," answered she, "that I never was more concerned at anything in my life. But if the fact be true, I am convinced the man, whoever he is, was in fault. Heaven knows there are many villains in this town who make it their business to provoke young gentlemen. Nothing but the greatest provocation could have tempted him, for of all the gentlemen I ever had in my house, I never saw one so gentle or so sweet-tempered. He was beloved by every one in the house, and every one who came near it." While she was thus running on, a violent knocking at the door interrupted their conversation, and prevented her from proceeding further, or from receiving any answer, for, as she concluded this was a visitor to Mr. Allworthy, she hastily retired, taking with her a little girl, whose eyes were all over blubbered at the melancholy news she heard of Jones, who used to call her his little wife, and not only gave her many playthings, but spent whole hours in playing with her himself. Some readers may perhaps be pleased with these minute circumstances, in relating of which we follow the example of Plutarch, one of the best of our brother historians. and others to whom they may appear trivial will, we hope, at least pardon them, as we are never prolix on such occasions. Chapter 3. The arrival of Mr. Weston, with some matters concerning the paternal authority. Mrs. Miller had not long left the room when Mr. Weston entered, but not before a small wrangling bout had passed between him and his chairman, for the fellows who had taken up their burden at the Hercules Pillars had conceived no hopes of having any future good customer in the squire, and they were, moreover, farther encouraged by his generosity, for he had given them of his own accord 6pence more than their fare. They therefore very boldly demanded another shilling, which so provoked the squire that he not only bestowed many hearty curses on them at the door, but retained his anger after he came into the room, swearing that all the Londoners were like the court, and thought of nothing but plundering country gentlemen. "Damn me," says he, "if I won't walk in the rain rather than get into one of their hand-barrows again. They have jolted me more in a mile than Brown Bess would in a long fox-chase." When his wrath on this occasion was a little appeased, he resumed the same passionate tone on another. "There," says he, "there is fine business forwards now. The hounds have changed at last, and when we imagined we had a fox to deal with, odd rat it turns out to be a badger at last." "Pray, my good neighbour," said Allworthy, "drop your metaphors and speak a little plainer." "Why then," says the squire, "to tell you plainly, we have been all this time afraid of a son of a whore, of a bastard of somebody's, I don't know whose, not I. And now here's a confounded son of a whore of a lord, who may be bastard too, for what I know or care, for he shall never have a daughter of mine by my consent. They have beggared the nation, but they shall never beggar me. My land shall never be sent over to Hanover." "You surprise me much, my good friend," said Allworthy. "Why, zounds, I am surprised myself," answered the squire. "I went to see Sister Weston last night, according to her own appointment, and there I was had into a whole room full of women. There was my lady cousin Bellaston, and my lady Betty, and my lady Catherine, and my lady I don't know who. Damn me, if ever you catch me among such a kennel of hoop petticoat, damn me. Damn me, I'd rather be run by my own dogs, as one Acton was, that the story-book says was turned into a hare, and his own dogs killed him and eaten. Old rabbit, no mortal was ever run in such a manner. If I dodged one way, one had me. If I offered to clap back, another snapped me. 'Oh, certainly, one of the greatest matches in England,' says one cousin." Here he attempted to mimic them. "A very advantageous offer indeed," cries another cousin, "for you must know they be all my cousins, though I never seed half of 'em before. 'Surely,' says that fat-ass bitch, my lady Bellaston, 'cousin, you must be out of your wits to think of refusing such an offer.'" "Now I begin to understand," says Allworthy. "Some person hath made proposals to Miss Weston, which the ladies of the family approve, but is not to your liking." "My liking!" said Weston. "How the devil should it? I tell you it is a lord, and those are always folks whom you know I am resolved to have nothing to do with. Didn't I refuse a matter of 40 years' purchase now for a bit of land, which one of 'em had a mind to put into a park, only because I would have no dealings with lords, and dost think I would marry my daughter, sir? Besides, ben't I engaged to you, and did I ever go off any bargain when I had promised?" "As to that point, neighbour," said Allworthy, "I entirely release you from any engagement. No contract can be binding between parties who have not a full power to make it at the time, nor ever afterwards acquire the power of fulfilling it." "Slud, then," answered Weston, "I tell you I have power, and I will fulfil it. Come along with me directly to Doctors' Commons. I will get a licence, and I will go to sister and take away the wench by force, and she shall hum, or I will lock her up, and keep her upon bread and water as long as she lives." "Mr. Weston," said Allworthy, "shall I beg you will hear my full sentiments on this matter?" "Hear thee? Ay, to be sure will I," answered he. "Why then, sir," cries Allworthy, "I can truly say, without a compliment either to you or the young lady, that when this match was proposed, I embraced it very readily and heartily, from my regard to you both. An alliance between two families so nearly neighbours, and between whom there has always existed so mutual an intercourse and good harmony, I thought a most desirable event, and with regard to the young lady, not only the concurrent opinion of all who knew her, but my own observation assured me that she would be an inestimable treasure to a good husband. I shall say nothing of her personal qualifications, which certainly are admirable, Her good nature, her charitable disposition, her modesty, are too well known to need any panegyric, but she hath one quality which existed in a high degree in that best of women, who is now one of the first of angels, which, as it is not of a glaring kind, more commonly escapes observation. So little indeed is it remarked that I want a word to express it. I must use negatives on this occasion. I never heard anything of pertness or what is called repartee out of her mouth, no pretence to wit, much less to that kind of wisdom which is the result only of great learning and experience, the affectation of which in a young woman is as absurd as any of the affectations of an ape. No dictatorial sentiment, no judicial opinions, no profound criticisms. Whenever I have seen her in the company of men, she hath been all attention, with the modesty of a learner, not the forwardness of a teacher. You'll pardon me for it, but I once, to try her only, desired her opinion on a point which was controverted between Mr. Thwackum and Mr. Square, to which she answered with much sweetness, "You will pardon me, good Mr. Allworthy, I am sure you cannot in earnest think me capable of deciding any point in which two such gentlemen disagree." Thwackum and Square, who both alike thought themselves sure of a favourable decision, seconded my request. She answered with the same good humour, "I must absolutely be excused, for I will affront neither so much as to give my judgment on his side." Indeed, she always showed the highest deference to the understandings of men, a quality absolutely essential to the making a good wife. I shall only add that as she is most apparently void of all affectation, this deference must be certainly real. Here Blifil sighed bitterly. Upon which Weston, whose eyes were full of tears at the praise of Sophia, blubbered out, "Don't be chicken-hearted, for shalt have her, damn me, shalt have her, if she was 20 times as good." "Remember your promise, sir," cried Allworthy. "I was not to be interrupted." "Well, shut the aunt. Yet surely he could have no dishonourable design. It is impossible. He durst not. Besides, his proposals show he hath not, for they are not only honourable but generous. I don't know. The age allows too great freedoms. A distant salute is all I would have allowed before the ceremony. I have had lovers formerly, not so long ago neither. Several lovers, though I never would consent to marriage, and I never encouraged the least freedom. It is a foolish custom, and what I never would agree to. No man kissed more of me than my cheek. It is as much as one can bring oneself to give lips up to a husband, and indeed, could I ever have been persuaded to marry, I believe I should not have soon been brought to endure so much." "You will pardon me, dear madam," said Sophia, "if I make one observation. You own you have had many lovers, and the world knows it, even if you would deny it. You refused them all, and, I am convinced, one coronet at least among them." "You say true, dear Sophy," answered she. "I had once the offer of a title." "Why then," said Sophia, "will you not suffer me to refuse this once?" "It is true, child," said she. "I have refused the offer of a title, but it was not so good an offer, that is, not so very, very good an offer." "Yes, madam," said Sophia, "but you have had very great proposals from men of vast fortunes. It was not the first, nor the second, nor the third advantageous match that offered itself." "I own it was not," said she. "Well, madam," continued Sophia, "and why may I not expect to have a second, perhaps better than this? You are now but a young woman, and I am convinced would not promise to yield to the first lover of fortune, nay, or of title too. I am a very young woman, and sure I need not despair." "Well, my dear, dear Sophy," cries the aunt, "what would you have me say?" "Why, I only beg that I may not be left alone, at least this evening. Grant me that, and I will submit, if you think, after what is past, I ought to see him in your company." "Well, I will grant it," cries the aunt. "Sophy, you know I love you, and can deny you nothing. You know the uneasiness of my nature. I have not always been so easy. I have been formerly thought cruel, by men, I mean. I was called the cruel Parthenissa. I have broke many a window that has had verses to the cruel Parthenissa in it. Sophy, I was never so handsome as you, and yet I had something of you formerly. I am a little altered. Kingdoms and states, as Tully Cicero says in his epistles, undergo alterations, and so must the human form." Thus run she on for near half an hour upon herself and her conquests and her cruelty, till the arrival of my lord, who, after a most tedious visit, during which Mrs. Weston never once offered to leave the room, retired, not much more satisfied with the aunt than with the niece, for Sophia had brought her aunt into so excellent a temper that she consented to almost everything her niece said, and agreed that a little distant behaviour might not be improper for so forward a lover. Thus Sophia, by a little well-directed flattery, for which surely none will blame her, obtained a little ease for herself, and at least put off the evil day. And now we have seen our heroine in a better situation than she hath been for a long time before, we will look a little after Mr. Jones, whom we left in the most deplorable situation that can be well imagined. Chapter 5. Mrs. Miller and Mr. Nightingale visit Jones in the prison. When Mr. Allworthy and his nephew went to meet Mr. Weston, Mrs. Miller set forwards to her son-in-law's lodgings, in order to acquaint him with the accident which had befallen his friend Jones. But he had known it long before from Partridge, for Jones, when he left Mrs. Miller, had been furnished with a room in the same house with Mr. Nightingale. The good woman found her daughter under great affliction on account of Mr. Jones, whom, having comforted as well as she could, she set forwards to the gatehouse, where she heard he was, and where Mr. Nightingale was arrived before her. The firmness and constancy of a true friend is a circumstance so extremely delightful to persons in any kind of distress, that the distress itself, if it be only temporary and admits of relief, is more than compensated by bringing this comfort with it. Nor are instances of this kind so rare as some superficial and inaccurate observers have reported. To say the truth, want of compassion is not to be numbered among our general faults. The black ingredient which fouls our disposition is envy. Hence our eye is seldom, I am afraid, turned upward to those who are manifestly greater, better, wiser, or happier than ourselves, without some degree of malignity, while we commonly look downwards on the mean and miserable with sufficient benevolence and pity. In fact, I have remarked that most of the defects which have discovered themselves in the friendships within my observation have arisen from envy only, a hellish vice, and yet one from which I have known very few absolutely exempt. But enough of a subject which, if pursued, would lead me too far. Whether it was that fortune was apprehensive lest Jones should sink under the weight of his adversity, and that she might thus lose any future opportunity of tormenting him, or whether she really abated somewhat of her severity towards him, she seemed a little to relax her persecution by sending him the company of two such faithful friends, and what is perhaps more rare, a faithful servant. For Partridge, though he had many imperfections, wanted not fidelity, and though fear would not suffer him to be hanged for his master, yet the world, I believe, could not have bribed him to desert his cause. While Jones was expressing great satisfaction in the presence of his friends, Partridge brought an account that Mr. Fitzpatrick was still alive, though the surgeon declared that he had very little hopes. Upon which, Jones fetching a deep sigh, Nightingale said to him, "My dear Tom, why should you afflict yourself so upon an accident, which, whatever be the consequences, can be attended with no danger to you, and in which your conscience cannot accuse you of having been the least to blame? If the fellow should die, what have you done more than taken away the life of a ruffian in your own defence? So will the coroner's inquest certainly find it, and then you will be easily admitted to bail, and though you must undergo the form of a trial, yet it is a trial which many men would stand for you for a shilling." "Come, come, Mr. Jones," said Mrs. Miller, "cheer yourself up. I knew you could not be the aggressor, and so I told Mr. Allworthy, and so he shall acknowledge too, before I have done with him." Jones gravely answered that whatever might be his fate, he should always lament the having shed the blood of one of his fellow creatures as one of the highest misfortunes which could have befallen him. "But I have another misfortune of the tenderest kind. Oh, Mrs. Miller, I have lost what I have held most dear upon earth." "That must be a mistress," said Mrs. Miller. "But come, come, I know more than you imagine," for indeed Partridge had blabbed all, "and I have heard more than you know. Matters go better, I promise you, than you think, and I would not give Blifil sixpence for all the chance which he hath of the lady." "Indeed, my dear friend, indeed," answered Jones, "you are an entire stranger to the cause of my grief. If you was acquainted with the story, you would allow my case admitted of no comfort. I apprehend no danger from Blifil. I have undone myself." "Don't despair," replied Mrs. Miller. "You know not what a woman can do, and if anything be in my power, I promise you I will do it to serve you. It is my duty. My son, my dear Mr. Nightingale, who is so kind to tell me he hath obligations to you on the same account, knows it is my duty. Shall I go to the lady myself? I will say anything to her you would have me say." "Thou best of women," cries Jones, taking her by the hand, "talk not of obligations to me, but as you have been so kind to mention it, there is a favour which perhaps may be in your power. I see you are acquainted with the lady. How you came by your information I know not, who sits indeed very near my heart. If you could contrive to deliver this," giving her a paper from his pocket, "I shall for ever acknowledge your goodness." "Give it me," said Mrs. Miller. "If I see it not in her own possession before I sleep, may my next sleep be my last. Comfort yourself, my good young man. Be wise enough to take warning from past follies, and I warrant all shall be well, and I shall yet see you happy with the most charming young lady in the world, for I so hear from every one she is." "Believe me, madam," said he, "I do not speak the common cant of one of my unhappy situation. Before this dreadful accident happened, I had resolved to quit a life of which I was become sensible of the wickedness as well as folly. I do assure you, notwithstanding the disturbances I have unfortunately occasioned in your house, for which I heartily ask your pardon, I am not an abandoned profligate. Though I have been hurried into vices, I do not approve a vicious character, nor will I ever from this moment deserve it." Mrs. Miller expressed great satisfaction in these declarations, in the sincerity of which she averred she had an entire faith, and now the remainder of the conversation passed in the joint attempts of that good woman and Mr. Nightingale to cheer the dejected spirits of Mr. Jones, in which they so far succeeded as to leave him much better comforted and satisfied than they found him, to which happy alteration nothing so much contributed as the kind undertaking of Mrs. Miller to deliver his letter to Sophia, which he despaired of finding any means to accomplish. For when Black George produced the last from Sophia, he informed Partridge that she had strictly charged him, on pain of having it communicated to her father, not to bring her any answer. He was, moreover, not a little pleased to find he had so warm an advocate to Mr. Allworthy himself in this good woman, who was, in reality, one of the worthiest creatures in the world. After about an hour's visit from the lady, for Nightingale had been with him much longer, they both took their leave, promising to return to him soon, during which Mrs. Miller said she hoped to bring him some good news from his mistress, and Mr. Nightingale promised to inquire into the state of Mr. Fitzpatrick's wound, and likewise to find out some of the persons who were present at the rencounter. The former of these went directly in quest of Sophia, whither we likewise shall now attend her. End of section 49. Book 17, chapters 6 to 9. Chapter 6, in which Mrs. Miller pays a visit to Sophia. Access to the young lady was by no means difficult, for, as she lived now on a perfect friendly footing with her aunt, she was at full liberty to receive what visitants she pleased. Sophia was dressing when she was acquainted that there was a gentlewoman below to wait on her. As she was neither afraid nor ashamed to see any of her own sex, Mrs. Miller was immediately admitted. Courtesies and the usual ceremonials between women who are strangers to each other being passed, Sophia said, "I have not the pleasure to know you, madam." "No, madam," answered Mrs. Miller, "and I must beg pardon for intruding upon you, but when you know what has induced me to give you this trouble, I hope—" "Pray, what is your business, madam?" said Sophia, with a little emotion. "Madam, we are not alone," replied Mrs. Miller in a low voice. "Go out, Betty," said Sophia. When Betty was departed, Mrs. Miller said, "I was desired, madam, by a very unhappy young gentleman to deliver you this letter." Sophia changed colour when she saw the direction, well knowing the hand, and after some hesitation said, "I could not conceive, madam, from your appearance, that your business had been of such a nature. Whomever you brought this letter from, I shall not open it. I should be sorry to entertain an unjust suspicion of any one, but you are an utter stranger to me." "If you will have patience, madam," answered Mrs. Miller, "I will acquaint you who I am, and how I came by that letter." I have no curiosity, madam, to know anything, cries Sophia, but I must insist on your delivering that letter back to the person who gave it you. Mrs. Miller then fell upon her knees, and in the most passionate terms implored her compassion, to which Sophia answered, "Sure, madam, it is surprising you should be so very strongly interested in the behalf of this person. I would not think, madam—" "No, madam," said Mrs. Miller, "you shall not think anything but the truth. I will tell you all, and you will not wonder that I am interested. He is the best-natured creature that ever was born." She then began and related the story of Mr. Anderson. After this she cried, "This, madam, this is his goodness, but I have much more tender obligations to him. He hath preserved my child." Here, after shedding some tears, she related everything concerning that fact, suppressing only those circumstances which would have most reflected on her daughter, and concluded with saying, "Now, madam, you shall judge whether I can ever do enough for so kind, so good, so generous a young man, and sure he is the best and worthiest of all human beings." The alterations in the countenance of Sophia had hitherto been chiefly to her disadvantage, and had inclined her complexion to too great paleness, but she now waxed redder, if possible, than vermilion, and cried, "I know not what to say. Certainly what arises from gratitude cannot be blamed. But what service can my reading this letter do your friend, since I am resolved never—" Mrs. Miller fell again to her entreaties, and begged to be forgiven, but she could not, she said, carry it back. "Well, madam," says Sophia, "I cannot help it if you will force it upon me. Certainly you may leave it, whether I will or no." What Sophia meant, or whether she meant anything, I will not presume to determine, but Mrs. Miller actually understood this as a hint, and presently, laying the letter down on the table, took her leave, having first begged permission to wait again on Sophia, which request had neither assent nor denial. The letter lay upon the table no longer than Mrs. Miller was out of sight, for then Sophia opened and read it. This letter did very little service to his cause, for it consisted of little more than confessions of his own unworthiness, and bitter lamentations of despair, together with the most solemn Protestant confidence in Mr. Allworthy, and though there could be no hopes of keeping an affair secret, which was unhappily known to more than half a dozen, yet she could not prevail with herself to mention those circumstances which reflected most on the chastity of poor Nancy, but smothered that part of her evidence as cautiously as if she had been before a judge, and the girl was now on her trial for the murder of a bastard. Allworthy said there were few characters so absolutely vicious as not to have the least mixture of good in them. "However," says he, "I cannot deny but that you have some obligations to the fellow, bad as he is, and I shall therefore excuse what hath passed already, but must insist you never mention his name to me any more, for I promise you it was upon the fullest and plainest evidence that I resolved to take the measures I have taken." "Well, sir," says she, "I make not the least doubt but time will show all matters in their true and natural colours, and that you will be convinced this poor young man deserves better of you than some other folks that shall be nameless." "Madam," cries Allworthy, a little ruffled, "I will not hear any reflections on my nephew, and if ever you say a word more of that kind, I will depart from your house that instant. He is the worthiest and best of men, and I once more repeat it to you, he hath carried his friendship to this man to a blamable length by too long concealing facts of the blackest dye. The ingratitude of the wretch to this good young man is what I most resent, for, madam, I have the greatest reason to imagine he had laid a plot to supplant my nephew in my favour, and to have disinherited him." "I am sure, sir," answered Mrs. Miller, a little frightened, for though Mr. Allworthy had the utmost sweetness and benevolence in his smiles, he had great terror in his frowns, "I shall never speak against any gentleman you are pleased to think well of. I am sure, sir, such behaviour would very little become me, especially when the gentleman is your nearest relation. But, sir, you must not be angry with me, you must not indeed, for my good wishes to this poor wretch. Sure I may call him so now, though once you would have been very angry with me if I had spoke of him with the least disrespect. How often have I heard you call him your son? How often have you prattled to me of him with all the fondness of a parent? Nay, sir, I cannot forget the many tender expressions, the many good things you have told me of his beauty and his parts and his virtues, of his good nature and generosity. I am sure, sir, I cannot forget them, for I find them all true. I have experienced them in my own cause. They have preserved my family. You must pardon my tears, sir, indeed you must, when I consider the cruel reverse of fortune which this poor youth, to whom I am so much obliged, hath suffered, when I consider the loss of your favour, which I know he valued more than his life, I must lament him. If you had a dagger in your hand, ready to plunge into my heart, I must lament the misery of one whom you have loved, and I shall ever love. Allworthy was pretty much moved with this speech, but it seemed not to be with anger, for after a short silence, taking Mrs. Miller by the hand, he said very affectionately to her, "Come, madam, let us consider a little about your daughter. I cannot blame you for rejoicing in a match which promises to be advantageous to her, but you know this advantage in a great measure depends on the father's reconciliation. I know Mr. Nightingale very well, and have formerly had concerns with him. I will make him a visit, and endeavour to serve you in this matter. I believe he is a worldly man, but as this is an only son, and the thing is now irretrievable, perhaps he may in time be brought to reason. I promise you I will do all I can for you." Many were the acknowledgments which the poor woman made to Allworthy for this kind and generous offer, nor could she refrain from taking this occasion again to express her gratitude towards Jones, to whom, said she, "I owe the opportunity of giving you, sir, this present trouble." Allworthy gently stopped her, but he was too good a man to be really offended with the effects of so noble a principle as now actuated Mrs. Miller, and indeed, had not this new affair inflamed his former anger against Jones, it is possible he might have been a little softened towards him by the report of an action which malice itself could not have derived from an evil motive. Mr. Allworthy and Mrs. Miller had been above an hour together, when their conversation was put an end to by the arrival of Blifil and another person, which other person was no less than Mr. Dowling, the attorney, who was now become a great favourite with Mr. Blifil, and whom Mr. Allworthy, at the desire of his nephew, had made his steward, and had likewise recommended him to Mr. Weston, from whom the attorney received a promise of being promoted to the same office upon the first vacancy, and in the meantime was employed in transacting some affairs which the squire then had in London in relation to a mortgage. This was the principal affair which then brought Mr. Dowling to town. Therefore he took the same opportunity to charge himself with some money for Mr. Allworthy, and to make a report to him of some other business, in all which, as it was of much too dull a nature to find any place in this history, we will leave the uncle, nephew, and their lawyer concerned, and resort to other matters. Chapter 8. Containing various matters. Before we return to Mr. Jones, we will take one more view of Sophia. Though that young lady had brought her aunt into great good humour by these soothing methods which we have before related, she had not brought her in the least to abate her zeal for the match with Lord Fellamar. This zeal was now inflamed by Lady Bellaston, who had told her the preceding evening that she was well satisfied from the conduct of Sophia, and from her carriage to his lordship, that all delays would be dangerous, and that the only way to succeed was to press the match forward with such rapidity that the young lady should have no time to reflect, and be obliged to consent while she scarce knew what she did. In which manner, she said, 1/2 of the marriages among people of condition were brought about. A fact very probably true, and to which, I suppose, is owing the mutual tenderness which afterwards exists among so many happy couples. A hint of the same kind was given by the same lady to Lord Fellamar, and both these so readily embraced the advice that the very next day was, at his lordship's request, appointed by Mrs. Weston for a private interview between the young parties. This was communicated to Sophia by her aunt, and insisted upon in such high terms that after having urged everything she possibly could invent against it without the least effect, she at last agreed to give the highest instance of complaisance which any young lady can give, and consented to see his lordship. As conversations of this kind afford no great entertainment, we shall be excused from reciting the whole that passed at this interview, in which, after his lordship had made many declarations of the most pure and ardent passion to the silent blushing Sophia, she at last collected all the spirit she could raise, and with a trembling low voice said, "My lord, you must be yourself conscious whether your former behaviour to me hath been consistent with the professions you now make." "Is there," answered he, "no way by which I can atone for madness?" and I promise you he doth you justice, and says, whatever be the consequence, that he was entirely the aggressor, and that you was not in the least to blame." Jones expressed the utmost satisfaction at the account which Mrs. Waters brought him. He then informed her of many things which she well knew before, as who Mr. Fitzpatrick was, the occasion of his resentment, etc. He likewise told her several facts of which she was ignorant, as the adventure of the muff and other particulars, concealing only the name of Sophia. He then lamented the follies and vices of which he had been guilty, every one of which, he said, had been attended with such ill consequences that he should be unpardonable if he did not take warning and quit those vicious courses for the future. He lastly concluded with assuring her of his resolution to sin no more, lest a worse thing should happen to him. Mrs. Waters, with great pleasantry, ridiculed all this as the effects of low spirits and confinement. She repeated some witticisms about the devil when he was sick, and told him she doubted not but shortly to see him at liberty, and as lively a fellow as ever. And then, says she, I don't question but your conscience will be safely delivered of all these qualms that it is now so sick in breeding. Many more things of this kind she uttered, some of which it would do her no great honour, in the opinion of some readers, to remember, nor are we quite certain but that the answers made by Jones would be treated with ridicule by others. We shall therefore suppress the rest of this conversation, and only observe that it ended at last with perfect innocence, and much more to the satisfaction of Jones than of the lady, for the former was greatly transported with the news she had brought him, but the latter was not altogether so pleased with the penitential behaviour of a man whom she had, at her first interview, conceived a very different opinion of from what she now entertained of him. Thus the melancholy occasioned by the report of Mr. Nightingale was pretty well effaced, but the dejection into which Mrs. Miller had thrown him still continued. The account she gave so well tallied with the words of Sophia herself in her letter, that he made not the least doubt but that she had disclosed his letter to her aunt, and had taken a fixed resolution to abandon him. The torments this thought gave him were to be equalled only by a piece of news which fortune had yet in store for him, and which we shall communicate in the second chapter of the ensuing book. End of section 50. Book 18, chapters 1 to 5, containing about 6 days. Chapter 1. A farewell to the reader. We are now, reader, arrived at the last stage of our long journey. As we have therefore travelled together through so many pages, let us behave to one another like fellow travellers in a stage-coach, who have passed several days in the company of each other, and who, notwithstanding any bickerings or little animosities which may have occurred on the road, generally make up all at last, and mount for the last time into their vehicle with cheerfulness and good humour, since after this one stage it may possibly happen to us, as it commonly happens to them, never to meet more. As I thee, in this last book thou wilt find nothing, or at most very little, of that nature. All will be plain narrative only, and indeed, when thou hast perused the many great events which this book will produce, thou wilt think the number of pages contained in it scarce sufficient to tell the story. And now, my friend, I take this opportunity, as I shall have no other, of heartily wishing thee well. If I have been an entertaining companion to thee, I promise thee it is what I have desired. If in anything I have offended, it was really without any intention. Some things, perhaps, here said, may have hit thee or thy friends, but I do most solemnly declare they were not pointed at thee or them. I question not but thou hast been told, amongst other stories of me, that thou wast to travel with a very scurrilous fellow, but whoever told thee so did me an injury. No man detests and despises scurrility more than myself, nor hath any man more reason, for none hath ever been treated with more. And, what is a very severe fate, I have had some of the abusive writings of those very men fathered upon me, who, in other of their works, have abused me themselves with the utmost virulence. All these works, however, I am well convinced will be dead long before this page shall offer itself to thy perusal. For however short the period may be of my own performances, they will most probably outlive their own infirm author, and the weekly productions of his abusive contemporaries. Chapter 2, containing a very tragical incident. While Jones was employed in those unpleasant meditations with which we left him tormenting himself, Partridge came stumbling into the room, with his face paler than ashes, his eyes fixed in his head, his hair standing on end, and every limb trembling. In short, he looked as he would have done had he seen a spectre, or had he indeed been a spectre himself. Jones, who was little subject to fear, could not avoid being somewhat shocked at this sudden appearance. He did indeed himself change colour, and his voice a little faltered while he asked him what was the matter. "I hope, sir," said Partridge, "you will not be angry with me. Indeed, I did not listen, but I was obliged to stay in the outward room. I am sure I wish I had been 100 miles off rather than have heard what I have heard." "Why, what's the matter?" said Jones. "The matter, sir? Oh, good heaven!" answered Partridge. "Was that woman who has just gone out the woman who was with you at Upton?" "She was, Partridge," cried Jones. "And did you really, sir, go to bed with that woman?" said he, trembling. "I am afraid what passed between us is no secret," said Jones. "Nay, but pray, sir, for heaven's sake, sir, answer me," cries Partridge. "You know I did," cries Jones. "Why, then the Lord have mercy upon your soul and forgive you," cries Partridge. "But as sure as I stand here alive, you have been abed with your own mother." Upon these words Jones became in a moment a greater picture of horror than Partridge himself. He was indeed for some time struck dumb with amazement, and both stood staring wildly at each other. At last his words found way, and in an interrupted voice he said, "How? What's this you tell me?" "Nay, sir," cries Partridge, "I have not breath enough left to tell you now, but what I have said is most certainly true. That woman who now went out is your own mother. How unlucky was it for you, sir, that I did not happen to see her at that time, to have prevented it. Sure, the devil himself must have contrived to bring about this wickedness." "Sure," cries Jones, "fortune will never have done with me till she hath driven me to distraction. But why do I blame fortune? I am myself the cause of all my misery. All the dreadful mischiefs which have befallen me are the consequences only of my own folly and vice. What thou hast told me, Partridge, hath almost deprived me of my senses. And was Mrs. Waters, then? But why do I ask? For thou must certainly know her. If thou hast any affection for me, nay, if thou hast any pity, let me beseech thee to fetch this miserable woman back again to me. Oh, good heavens! Incest with a mother! To what am I reserved?" He then fell into the most violent and frantic agonies of grief and despair, in which Partridge declared he would not leave him. But at last, having vented the first torrent of passion, he came a little to himself, and then, having acquainted Partridge that he would find this wretched woman in the same house where the wounded gentleman was lodged, he dispatched him in quest of her. If the reader will please to refresh his memory by turning to the scene at Upton in the 9th book, he will be apt to admire the many strange accidents which unfortunately prevented any interview between Partridge and Mrs. Waters when she spent a whole day there with Mr. Jones. Instances of this kind we may frequently observe in life, where the greatest events are produced by a nice train of little circumstances, and more than one example of this may be discovered by the accurate eye in this our history. After a fruitless search of 2 or 3 hours, Partridge returned back to his master without having seen Mrs. Waters. Jones, who was in a state of desperation at his delay, was almost raving mad when he brought him his account. He was not long, however, in this condition before he received the following letter. "Sir, since I left you, I have seen a gentleman from whom I have learned something concerning you which greatly surprises and affects me, but as I have not at present leisure to communicate a matter of such high importance, you must suspend your curiosity till our next meeting, which shall be the first moment I am able to see you. Oh, Mr. Jones, little did I think, when I passed that happy day at Upton, the reflection upon which is like to embitter all my future life, who it was to whom I owed such perfect happiness. Believe me to be ever sincerely your unfortunate J. Waters. P.S. I would have you comfort yourself as much as possible, for Mr. Fitzpatrick is in no manner of danger, so that whatever other grievous crimes you may have to repent of, the guilt of blood is not among the number." Jones, having read the letter, let it drop, for he was unable to hold it, and indeed had scarce the use of any one of his faculties. Partridge took it up, and having received consent by silence, read it likewise, nor had it upon him a less sensible effect. The pencil, and not the pen, should describe the horrors which appeared in both their countenances. While they both remained speechless, the turnkey entered the room, and without taking any notice of what sufficiently discovered itself in the faces of them both, acquainted Jones that a man without desired to speak with him. This person was presently introduced, and was no other than Black George. As sights of horror were not so usual to George as they were to the turnkey, he instantly saw the great disorder which appeared in the face of Jones. This he imputed to the accident that had happened, which was reported in the very worst light in Mr. Weston's family. He concluded, therefore, that the gentleman was dead, and that Mr. Jones was in a fair way of coming to a shameful end. A thought which gave him much uneasiness, for George was of a compassionate disposition, and notwithstanding a small breach of friendship which he had been over-tempted to commit, was, in the main, not insensible of the obligations he had formerly received from Mr. Jones. The poor fellow, therefore, scarce refrained from a tear at the present sight. He told Jones he was heartily sorry for his misfortunes, and begged him to consider if he could be of any manner of service. "Perhaps, sir," said he, "you may want a little matter of money upon this occasion. If you do, sir, what little I have is heartily at your service." Jones shook him very heartily by the hand, and gave him many thanks for the kind offer he had made, but answered he had not the least want of that kind. Upon which George began to press his services more eagerly than before. Jones again thanked him, with assurances that he wanted nothing which was in the power of any man living to give. "Come, come, my good master," answered George, "do not take the matter so much to heart. Things may end better than you imagine. To be sure, you ain't the first gentleman who hath killed a man, and yet come off." "You are wide of the matter, George," said Partridge. "The gentleman is not dead, nor like to die. Don't disturb my master at present, for he is troubled about a matter in which it is not in your power to do him any good." "You don't know what I may be able to do, Mr. Partridge," answered George. "If his concern is about my young lady, I have some news to tell my master." "What do you say, Mr. George?" cried Jones. "Hath anything lately happened to which my Sophia is concerned?" "My Sophia! How dares such a wretch as I mention her so profanely?" "I hope she will be yours yet," answered George. "Why, yes, sir, I have something to tell you about her. Madam Weston hath just brought Madam Sophia home, and there hath been a terrible to-do. I could not possibly learn the very right of it, but my master hath been in a vast big passion, and so was Madam Weston, and I heard her say, as she went out of the doors into her chair, that she would never set her foot in master's house again. I don't know what's the matter, not I, but everything was very quiet when I came out. But Robin, who waited at supper, said he had never seen the squire for a long time while in such good humour with young madam, that he kissed her several times, and swore she would be her own mistress, and he never would think of confining her any more. I thought this news would please you, and so I slipped out, though it was so late, to inform you of it." Mr. Jones assured George that it did greatly please him, for though he should never more presume to lift his eyes towards that incomparable creature, nothing could so much relieve his misery as the satisfaction he should always have to hearing of her welfare. The rest of the conversation which passed at the visit is not important enough to be here related. The reader will, therefore, forgive us this abrupt breaking off, and be pleased to hear how this great goodwill of the squire towards his daughter was brought about. Mrs. Weston, on her first arrival at her brother's lodging, began to set forth the great honours and advantages which would accrue to the family by the match with Lord Fellamar, which her niece had absolutely refused. In which refusal, when the squire took the part of his daughter, she fell immediately into the most violent passion, and so irritated and provoked the squire that neither his patience nor his prudence could bear it any longer, upon which there ensued between them both so warm a bout at altercation that perhaps the regions of Billingsgate never equalled it. In the heat of this scolding, Mrs. Weston departed, and had consequently no leisure to acquaint her brother with the letter which Sophia received, which might have possibly produced ill effects. But, to say the truth, I believe it never once occurred to her memory at this time. When Mrs. Weston was gone, Sophia, who had been hitherto silent, as well indeed from necessity as inclination, began to return the compliment which her father had made her, in taking her part against her aunt, by taking his likewise against the lady. This was the first time of her so doing, and it was in the highest degree acceptable to the squire. Again he remembered that Mr. Allworthy had insisted on an entire relinquishment of all violent means, and indeed, as he made no doubt but that Jones would be hanged, he did not in the least question succeeding with his daughter by fair means. He now, therefore, once more gave a loose to his natural fondness for her, which had such an effect on the dutiful, grateful, tender, and affectionate heart of Sophia, that had her honour given to Jones, and something else, perhaps, in which he was concerned, been removed, I much doubt whether she would not have sacrificed herself to a man she did not like, to have obliged her father. She promised him she would make it the whole business of her life to oblige him, and would never marry any man against his consent, which brought the old man so near to his highest happiness that he was resolved to take the other step, and went to bed completely drunk. Chapter 3. Allworthy visits old Nightingale, with a strange discovery that he made on that occasion. The morning after these things had happened, Mr. Allworthy went, according to his promise, to visit old Nightingale, with whom his authority was so great that, after having sat with him 3 hours, he at last prevailed with him to consent to see his son. Here an accident happened of a very extraordinary kind, one indeed of those strange chances whence very good and grave men have concluded that Providence often interposes in the discovery of the most secret villainy, in order to caution men from quitting the paths of honesty, however warily they tread in those of vice. Mr. Allworthy, at his entrance into Mr. Nightingale's, saw Black George. He took no notice of him, nor did Black George imagine he had perceived him. However, when their conversation on the principal point was over, Allworthy asked Nightingale whether he knew one George Seagram, and upon what business he came to his house. "Yes," answered Nightingale, "I know him very well, and a most extraordinary fellow he is, who in these days hath been able to hoard up £500 from renting a very small estate of £30 a year." "And is this the story which he hath told you?" cries Allworthy. "Nay, it is true, I promise you," said Nightingale, "for I have the money now in my own hands, in 5 bank bills, which I am to lay out either in a mortgage or in some purchase in the north of England." The bank bills were no sooner produced at Allworthy's desire than he blessed himself at the strangeness of the discovery. He presently told Nightingale that these bank bills were formerly his, and then acquainted him with the whole affair. As there are no men who complain more of the frauds of business than highwaymen, gamesters, and other thieves of that kind, so there are none who so bitterly exclaim against the frauds of gamesters, etc., as usurers, brokers, and other thieves of this kind, whether it be that the one way of cheating is a discountenance or reflection upon the other, or that money, which is the common mistress of all cheats, makes them regard each other in the light of rivals. But Nightingale no sooner heard this story than he exclaimed against the fellow in terms much severer than the justice and honesty of Allworthy had bestowed on him. Allworthy desired Nightingale to retain both the money and the secret, till he should hear farther from him, and if he should in the meantime see the fellow, that he would not take the least notice to him of the discovery which he had made. He then returned to his lodgings, where he found Mrs. Miller in a very dejected condition, on account of the information she had received from her son-in-law. Mr. Allworthy, with great cheerfulness, told her that he had much good news to communicate, and, with little further preface, acquainted her that he had brought Mr. Nightingale to consent to see his son, and did not in the least doubt to effect a perfect reconciliation between them, though he found the father more soured by another accident of the same kind which had happened in his family. He then mentioned the running away of the uncle's daughter, which he had been told by the old gentleman, and which Mrs. Miller and her son-in-law did not yet know. The reader may suppose Mrs. Miller received this account with great thankfulness, and no less pleasure. But so uncommon was her friendship to Jones that I am not certain whether the uneasiness she suffered for his sake did not overbalance her satisfaction at hearing a piece of news tending so much to the happiness of her own family, nor whether even this very news, as it reminded her of the obligation she had to Jones, did not hurt as well as please her, when her grateful heart said to her, "While my own family is happy, how miserable is the poor creature to whose generosity we owe the beginning of all this happiness." Allworthy, having left her a little while to chew the cud, if I may use that expression, on these first tidings, told her he had still something more to impart, which he believed would give her pleasure. "I think," said he, "I have discovered a pretty considerable treasure belonging to the young gentleman, your friend. But perhaps indeed his impulse on the blood occasioned by these surprises causes frequently such an alteration in the countenance that the man is obliged to give evidence against himself." And such indeed were the alterations which the countenance of Blifil underwent from this sudden question, that we can scarce blame the eagerness of Mrs. Miller, who immediately cried out, "Guilty, upon my honour! Guilty, upon my soul!" Mr. Allworthy sharply rebuked her for this impetuosity, and then turning to Blifil, who seemed sinking into the earth, he said, "Why do you hesitate, sir, at giving me an answer? You certainly must have employed him, for he would not of his own accord, I believe, have undertaken such an errand, and especially without acquainting me." Blifil then answered, "I own, sir, I have been guilty of an offence, yet may I hope your pardon?" "My pardon!" said Allworthy, very angrily. "Nay, sir," answered Blifil, "I knew you would be offended, yet surely my dear uncle will forgive the effects of the most amiable of human weaknesses. Compassion for those who do not deserve it, I own, is a crime, and yet it is a crime from which you yourself are not entirely free. I know I have been guilty of it in more than one instance to this very person, and I will own I did send Mr. Dowling, not on a vain and fruitless inquiry, but to discover the witnesses, and to endeavour to soften their evidence. This, sir, is the truth, which, though I intended to conceal from you, I will not deny." "I confess," said Nightingale, "this is the light in which it appeared to me from the gentleman's behaviour." "Now, madam," said Allworthy, "I believe you will once in your life own you have entertained a wrong suspicion, and are not so angry with my nephew as you was." Mrs. Miller was silent, for though she could not so hastily be pleased with Blifil, whom she looked upon to have been the ruin of Jones, yet in this particular instance he had imposed upon her as well as upon the rest, so entirely had the devil stood his friend. And indeed I look upon the vulgar observation, that the devil often deserts his friends and leaves them in the lurch, to be a great abuse on that gentleman's character. Perhaps he may sometimes desert those who are only his cup acquaintance, or who at most are but half his, but he generally stands by those who are thoroughly his servants, and helps them off in all extremities, till their bargain expires. As a conquered rebellion strengthens a government, or as health is more perfectly established by recovery from some diseases, so anger, when removed, often gives new life to affection. This was the case of Mr. Allworthy, for Blifil, having wiped off the greater suspicion, the lesser, which had been raised by Square's letter, sunk, of course, and was forgotten, and Thwackum, with whom he was greatly offended, bore alone all the reflections which Square had cast on the enemies of Jones. As for that young man, the resentment of Mr. Allworthy began more and more to abate towards him. He told Blifil he did not only forgive the extraordinary efforts of his good nature, but would give him the pleasure of following his example. Then, turning to Mrs. Miller with a smile which would have become an angel, he cried, "What say you, madam? Shall we take a hackney coach, and all of us together pay a visit to your friend? I promise you it is not the first visit I have made in a prison." Every reader, I believe, will be able to answer for the worthy woman, but they must have a great deal of good nature, and be well acquainted with friendship, who can feel what she felt on this occasion. Few, I hope, are capable of feeling what now passed in the mind of Blifil, but those who are will acknowledge that it was impossible for him to raise any objection to this visit. Fortune, however, or the gentleman lately mentioned above, stood his friend, and prevented his undergoing so great a shock, for at the very instant when the coach was sent for, Partridge arrived, and having called Mrs. Miller from the company, acquainted her with the dreadful accident lately come to light, and hearing Mr. Allworthy's intention, begged her to find some means of stopping him. "For," says he, "the matter must at all hazards be kept a secret from him, and if he should now go, he will find Mr. Jones and his mother, who arrived just as I left him, lamenting over one another the horrid crime they have ignorantly committed." The poor woman, who was almost deprived of her senses at his dreadful news, was never less capable of invention than at present. However, as women are much readier at this than men, she bethought herself of an excuse, and returning to Allworthy, said, "I am sure, sir, you will be surprised at hearing any objection from me to the kind proposal you just now made, and yet I am afraid of the consequence of it, if carried immediately into execution." You must imagine, sir, that all the calamities which have lately befallen this poor young fellow must have thrown him into the lowest dejection of spirits, and now, sir, should we all on a sudden fling him into such a violent fit of joy as I know your presence will occasion, it may, I am afraid, produce some fatal mischief, especially as his servant, who is without, tells me he is very far from being well." "Is his servant without?" cries Allworthy. "Pray call him hither. I will ask him some questions concerning his master." Partridge was at first afraid to appear before Mr. Allworthy, but was at length persuaded, after Mrs. Miller, who had often heard his whole story from his own mouth, had promised to introduce him. Allworthy recollected Partridge the moment he came into the room, though many years had passed since he had seen him. Mrs. Miller, therefore, might have spared here a formal oration, in which, indeed, she was something prolix, for the reader, I believe, may have observed already that the good woman, among other things, had a tongue always ready for the service of her friends. "And are you," said Allworthy to Partridge, "the servant of Mr. Jones?" "I can't say, sir," answered he, "that I am regularly a servant, but I live with him, and please your honour, at present. Non sum quale seram, as your honour very well knows." Mr. Allworthy then asked him many questions concerning Jones, as to his health and other matters, to all which Partridge answered, without having the least regard to what was, but considered only what he would have things appear, for a strict adherence to truth was not among the articles of this honest fellow's morality or his religion. During this dialogue Mr. Nightingale took his leave, and presently after Mrs. Miller left the room, when Allworthy likewise dispatched Blifil, for he imagined that Partridge, when alone with him, would be more explicit than before company. They were no sooner left in private together than Allworthy began, as in the following chapter. End of section 51. Book 18, chapters 6 to 8. Chapter of all human beings, not only to have suffered as you have formerly for obstinately persisting in a falsehood, but to persist in it thus to the last, and to pass thus upon the world for a servant of your own son. What interest can you have in all this? What can be your motive? "I see, sir," said Partridge, falling down upon his knees, "that your honour is prepossessed against me, and resolved not to believe anything I say, and therefore what signifies my protestations? But yet there is one above who knows that I am not the father of this young man." "How?" said Allworthy. "Will you yet deny what you was formerly convicted of upon such unanswerable, such manifest evidence? Nay, what a confirmation is your being now found with this very man, of all which 20 years ago appeared against you. I thought you had left the country. Nay, I thought you had been long since dead. In what manner did you know anything of this young man? Where did you meet with him, unless you had kept some correspondence together? Do not deny this, for I promise you it will greatly raise your son in my opinion, to find he hath such a sense of filial duty as privately to support his father for so many years." "If your honour will have patience to hear me," said Partridge, "I will tell you all." Being bid go on, he proceeded thus: "When your honour conceived that displeasure against me, it ended in my ruin soon after, for I lost my little school, and the minister, thinking, I suppose, it would be agreeable to your honour, turned me out from the office of clerk, so that I had nothing to trust to but the barber's shop, which in a country place like that is a poor livelihood. And when my wife died, for till that time I received a pension of £12 a year from an unknown hand, which indeed I believe was your honour's own, for nobody that ever I heard of doth these things besides. But, as I was saying, when she died, this pension forsook me, so that now, as I owed 2 or 3 small debts, which began to be troublesome to me, particularly one which an attorney brought up by law charges from 15 shillings to near £30, and as I found all my usual means of living had forsook me, I packed up my little all as well as I could, and went off. The first place I came to was Salisbury, where I got into the service of a gentleman belonging to the law, and one of the best gentlemen that ever I knew, for he was not only good to me, but I know 1,000 good and charitable acts which he did while I stayed with him, and I have known him often refuse business because it was paltry and oppressive." "You need not be so particular," said Allworthy. "I know this gentleman, and a very worthy man he is, and an honour to his profession." "Well, sir," continued Partridge, From hence I removed to Lymington, where I was above 3 years in the service of another lawyer, who was likewise a very good sort of a man, and to be sure one of the merriest gentlemen in England. Well, sir, at the end of the 3 years I set up a little school, and was likely to do well again, had it not been for a most unlucky accident. Here I kept a pig, and one day, as ill fortune would have it, this pig broke out and did a trespass, I think they call it, in a garden belonging to one of my neighbours, who was a proud, revengeful man, and employed a lawyer, I can't think of his name, but he sent for a writ against me, and had me to size. When I came there, Lord have mercy upon me, to hear what the counsellors said, there was one that told my lord a parcel of the confoundedest lies about me. He said that I used to drive my hogs into other folks' gardens, and a great deal more, and at last he said he hoped I had at last brought my hogs to a fair market. To be sure, one would have thought that, instead of being owner only of one poor little pig, I had been the greatest hog merchant in England. Well, pray, said Allworthy, do not be so particular. I have heard nothing of your son yet. Oh, it was a great many years, answered Partridge, before I saw my son, as you are pleased to call him. I went over to Ireland after this, and taught school at Cork, for that one suit ruined me again, and I lay 7 years in Winchester jail. Well, said Allworthy, pass that over till your return to England. Then, sir, said he, it was about half a year ago that I landed at Bristol, where I stayed some time, and not finding it do there, and hearing of a place between that and Gloucester where the barber was just dead, I went thither, and there I had been about 2 months when Mr. Jones came thither. He then gave Allworthy a very particular account of their first meeting, and of everything, as well as he could remember, which had happened from that day to this, frequently interlarding his story with panegyrics on Jones, and not forgetting to insinuate the great love and respect which he had for Allworthy. He concluded with saying, Now, sir, I have told your honour the whole truth, and then repeated a most solemn protestation that he was no more the father of Jones than of the Pope of Rome, and imprecated the most bitter curses on his head if he did not speak the truth. What am I to think of this matter? Cries Allworthy. For what purpose should you so strongly deny a fact which I think it would be rather your interest to own? Nay, sir, answered Partridge, for he could hold no longer, if your honour will not believe me, you are like soon to have satisfaction enough. I wish you had mistaken the mother of this young man as well as you have his father. And now, being asked what he meant, with all the symptoms of horror both in his voice and countenance, he told Allworthy the whole story, which he had a little before expressed such desire to Mrs. Miller to conceal from him. Allworthy was almost as much shocked at this discovery as Partridge himself had been while he related it. Good heaven, says he, in what miserable distresses do vice and imprudence involve men! How much beyond our designs are the effects of wickedness sometimes carried! He had scarce uttered these words when Mrs. Waters came hastily and abruptly into the room. Partridge no sooner saw her than he cried, Here, sir, here is the very woman herself. This is the unfortunate mother of Mr. Jones. I am sure she will acquit me before your honour. Pray, madam. Mrs. Waters, without paying any regard to what Partridge said, and almost without taking any notice of him, advanced to Mr. Allworthy. I believe, sir, it is so long since I had the honour of seeing you that you do not recollect me. Indeed, answered Allworthy, you are so very much altered on many accounts that had not this man already acquainted me who you are, I should not have immediately called you to my remembrance. Have you, madam, any particular business which brings you to me? Allworthy spoke this with great reserve, for the reader may easily believe that he was not well pleased with the conduct of this lady, neither with what he had formerly heard, nor with what Partridge had now delivered. Mrs. Waters answered, Indeed, sir, I have very particular business with you, and it is such as I can impart only to yourself. I must desire, therefore, the favour of a word with you alone, for I assure you what I have to tell you is of the utmost importance. Partridge was then ordered to withdraw, but before he went he begged the lady to satisfy Mr. Allworthy that he was perfectly innocent, to which he answered, You need be under no apprehension, sir. I shall satisfy Mr. Allworthy very perfectly of that matter. Then Partridge withdrew, and that passed between Mr. Allworthy and Mrs. Waters, which is written in the next chapter. Chapter 7. Continuation of the history. Mrs. Waters remaining a few moments silent, Mr. Allworthy could not refrain from saying, "I am sorry, madam, to perceive, by what I have since heard, that you have made so very ill a use—" "Mr. Allworthy," says she, interrupting him, "I know I have faults, but ingratitude to you is not one of them. I never can nor shall forget your goodness, which I own I have very little deserved. But be pleased to waive all upbraiding me at present, as I have so important an affair to communicate to you concerning this young man, to whom you have given my maiden name of Jones." "Have I then," said Allworthy, "ignorantly punished an innocent man in the person of him who hath just left us? Was he not the father of the child?" "Indeed he was not," said Mrs. Waters. "You may be pleased to remember, sir, I formerly told you you should one day know, and I acknowledge myself to have been guilty of a cruel neglect in not having discovered it to you before. Indeed, I little knew how necessary it was." "Well, madam," said Allworthy, "be pleased to proceed." "You must remember, sir," said she, "a young fellow whose name was Summer." "Very well," cries Allworthy, "he was the son of a clergyman of great learning and virtue, for whom I had the highest friendship." "So it appeared, sir," answered she, "for I believe you bred the young man up and maintained him at the university, where I think he had finished his studies when he came to reside at your house. A finer man, I must say, the sun never shone upon, for, besides being the handsomest person I ever saw, he was so genteel, and had so much wit and good breeding." "Poor gentleman," said Allworthy, "he was indeed untimely snatched away, and little did I think he had any sins of this kind to answer for I plainly perceive you are going to tell me he was the father of your child." "Indeed, sir," answered she, "he was not." "How?" said Allworthy. "To what then tends all this preface?" "To a story," said she, "which I am concerned falls to my lot to unfold to you." "Oh, sir, prepare to hear something which will surprise you, will grieve you." "Speak," said Allworthy. "I am conscious of no crime, and cannot be afraid to hear." "Sir," said she, "that Mr. Summer, the son of your friend, educated at your expense, who, after living a year in the house as if he had been your own son, died there of the smallpox, was tenderly lamented by you, and buried as if he had been your own. That Summer, sir, was the father of this child." "How, sir?" said Allworthy. "You contradict yourself." "That I do not," answered she. "He was indeed the father of this child, but not by me." "Take care, madam," said Allworthy. "Do not, to shun the imputation of any crime, be guilty of falsehood. Remember there is one from whom you can conceal nothing, and before whose tribunal falsehood will only aggravate your guilt." "Indeed, sir," says she, "I am not his mother, nor would I now think myself so for the world." "I know your reason," said Allworthy, "and shall rejoice as much as you to find it otherwise. Yet you must remember you yourself confessed it before me." "So far what I confessed," said she, "was true, that these hands conveyed the infant to your bed, conveyed it thither at the command of its mother. At her commands I afterwards owned it, and thought myself by her generosity nobly rewarded, both for my secrecy and my shame." "Who could this woman be?" said Allworthy. "Indeed, I tremble to name her," answered Mrs. Waters. "By all this preparation I am to guess that she was a relation of mine," cried he. "Indeed, she was a near one." At which words Allworthy started, and she continued, "You had a sister, sir." "A sister!" repeated he, looking aghast. "As there is truth in heaven," cries she, "your sister was the mother of that child you found between your sheets." "Can it be possible?" cries he. "Good heavens!" "Have patience, sir," said Mrs. Waters, "and I will unfold to you the whole story. Just after your departure for London, Miss Bridget came one day with this gentleman at Worcester on his march against the rebels, and it was then I accidentally met with Mr. Jones, who rescued me from the hands of a villain. Indeed, he is the worthiest of men. No young gentleman of his age is, I believe, freer from vice, and few have the 20th part of his virtues. Nay, whatever vices he hath, I am firmly persuaded he hath now taken a resolution to abandon them." "I hope he hath," cries Allworthy, "and I hope he will preserve that resolution. I must say I have still the same hopes with regard to yourself. The world, I do agree, are apt to be too unmerciful on these occasions, yet time and perseverance will get the better of this their disinclination, as I may call it, to pity, for though they are not, like heaven, ready to receive a penitent sinner, yet a continued repentance will at length obtain mercy even with the world. This you may be assured of, Mrs. Waters, but whenever I find you are sincere in such good intentions, you shall want no assistance in my power to make them effectual." Mrs. Waters now fell upon her knees before him, and in a flood of tears made him the most passionate acknowledgments of his goodness, which, as she truly said, savoured more of the divine than human nature. Allworthy raised her up, and spoke in the most tender manner, making use of every expression which his invention could suggest to comfort her, when he was interrupted by the arrival of Mr. Dowling, who, upon his first entrance, seeing Mrs. Waters, started, and appeared in some confusion, from which he soon recovered himself as well as he could, and then said he was in the utmost haste to attend counsel at Mr. Weston's lodgings, but, however, thought it his duty to call and acquaint him with the opinion of counsel upon the case which he had before told him, which was that the conversion of the moneys in that case could not be questioned in a criminal cause, but that an action of trover might be brought, and if it appeared to the jury to be moneys of plaintiff, that plaintiff would recover a verdict for the value. Allworthy, without making any answer to this, bolted the door, and then, advancing with a stern look to Dowling, he said, "Whatever be your haste, sir, I must first receive an answer to some questions. Do you know this lady?" "That lady, sir," answered Dowling, with great hesitation. Allworthy then, with a most solemn voice, said, "Look you, Mr. Dowling, as you value my favour, or your continuance a moment longer in my service, do not hesitate nor prevaricate, but answer faithfully and truly to every question I ask. Do you know this lady?" "Yes, sir," said Dowling. "I have seen the lady." "Where, sir?" "At her lodgings." "Upon what business did you go thither, sir, and who sent you?" "I went, sir, to inquire, sir, about Mr. Jones." "And who sent you to inquire about him?" "Who, sir? Why, sir, Mr. Blifil sent me." "And what did you say to the lady concerning that matter?" "Nay, sir, it was impossible to recollect every word." "Will you please, madam, to assist the gentleman's memory?" "He told me, sir," said Mrs. Waters, "that if Mr. Jones had murdered my husband, I should be assisted by any money I wanted to carry on the prosecution, by a very worthy gentleman, who was well apprised what a villain I had to deal with. These, I can safely swear, were the very words he spoke." "Were these the words, sir?" said Allworthy. "I cannot judge my memory exactly," cries Dowling, "but I believe I did speak to that purpose." "And did Mr. Blifil order you to say so?" "I am sure, sir, I should not have gone on my own accord, nor have willingly exceeded my authority in matters of this kind. If I said so, I must have so understood Mr. Blifil's instructions." "Look you, Mr. Dowling," said Allworthy, "I promise you before this lady that whatever you have done in this affair by Mr. Blifil's order I will forgive, provided you now tell me strictly the truth. For I believe what you say, that you would not have acted of your own accord and without authority in this matter. Mr. Blifil then likewise sent you to examine the two fellows at Aldergate?" "He did, sir." "Well, and what instructions did he then give you? Recollect as well as you can, and tell me, as near as possible, the very words he used." "Why, sir, Mr. Blifil sent me to find out the persons who were eyewitnesses of this fight. He said he feared they might be tampered with by Mr. Jones or some of his friends. He said blood required blood, and that not only all who concealed a murderer, but those who omitted anything in their power to bring him to justice, were sharers in his guilt. He said he found you was very desirous of having the villain brought to justice, though it was not proper you should appear in it." "He did so," says Allworthy. "Yes, sir," cries Dowling. "I should not, I am sure, have proceeded such lengths for the sake of any other person living but your worship." "What lengths, sir?" said Allworthy. "Nay, sir," cries Dowling, "I would not have your worship think I would on any account be guilty of subornation, of perjury, but there are two ways of delivering evidence. I told them, therefore, that if any offers should be made them on the other side, they should refuse them, and that they might be assured they should lose nothing by being honest men and telling the truth. I said we were told that Mr. Jones had assaulted the gentleman first, and that if that was the truth they should declare it, and I did give them some hints that they should be no losers." "I think you went lengths indeed," cries Allworthy. "Nay, sir," answered Dowling, "I am sure I did not desire them to tell an untruth, nor should I have said what I did unless it had been to oblige you." "You would not have thought, I believe," says Allworthy, "to have obliged me, had you known that this Mr. Jones was my own nephew." "I am sure, sir," answered he, "it did not become me to take any notice of what I thought you desired to conceal." How? Cries Allworthy. And did you know it then? Nay, sir, answered Dowling, if your worship bids me speak the truth, I am... Book 18, chapters 9 to 10. Chapter 9. A further continuation. Allworthy took an opportunity, whilst he was in the chair, of reading the letter from Jones to Sophia, which Weston delivered him, and there were some expressions in it concerning himself which drew tears from his eyes. At length he arrived at Mr. Weston's, and was introduced to Sophia. When the first ceremonies were past, and the gentleman and lady had taken their chairs, a silence of some minutes ensued, during which the latter, who had been prepared for the visit by her father, sat playing with her fan, and had every mark of confusion, both in her countenance and behaviour. At length Allworthy, who was himself a little disconcerted, began thus. "I am afraid, Miss Weston, my family hath been the occasion of giving you some uneasiness, to which I fear I have innocently become more instrumental than I intended. Be assured, madam, had I at first known how disagreeable the proposals had been, I should not have suffered you to have been so long persecuted. I hope, therefore, you will not think the design of this visit is to trouble you with any further solicitations of that kind, but entirely to relieve you from them." "Sir," said Sophia, with a little modest hesitation, "this behaviour is most kind and generous, and such as I could expect only from Mr. Allworthy, but as you have been so kind to mention this matter, you will pardon me for saying it hath indeed given me great uneasiness, and hath been the occasion of my suffering much cruel treatment from a father who was, till that unhappy affair, the tenderest and fondest of all parents. I am convinced, sir, you are too good and generous to resent my refusal of your nephew. Our inclinations are not in our own power, and whatever may be his merit, I cannot force them in his favour." "I assure you, most amiable young lady," said Allworthy, "I am capable of no such resentment, had the person been my own son, and had I entertained the highest esteem for him. For you say truly, madam, we cannot force our inclinations, much less can they be directed by another." "Oh, sir," answered Sophia, "every word you speak proves you deserve that good, that great, that benevolent character the whole world allows you. I assure you, sir, nothing less than the certain prospect of future misery could have made me resist the commands of my father." "I sincerely believe you, madam," replied Allworthy, "and I heartily congratulate you on your prudent foresight, since by so justifiable a resistance you have avoided misery indeed." "You speak now, Mr. Allworthy," cries she, "with a delicacy which few men are capable of feeling. But surely, in my opinion, to lead our lives with one to whom we are indifferent must be a state of wretchedness. Perhaps that wretchedness would be even increased by a sense of the merits of an object to whom we cannot give our affections. If I had married Mr. Blifil—" "Pardon my interrupting you, madam," answered Allworthy, "but I cannot bear the supposition. Believe me, Miss Weston, I rejoice from my heart, I rejoice in your escape. I have discovered the wretch for whom you have suffered all this cruel violence from your father to be a villain." "How, sir?" cries Sophia. "You must believe this surprises me." "It hath surprised me, madam," answered Allworthy, "and so it will the world. But I have acquainted you with the real truth." "Nothing but truth," says Sophia, "can, I am convinced, come from the lips of Mr. Allworthy. Yet, sir, such sudden, such unexpected news! Discovered, you say? May villainy be ever so!" "You will soon enough hear the story," cries Allworthy. "At present let us not mention so detested a name. I have another matter of a very serious nature to propose. Oh, Miss Weston, I know your vast worth, nor can I so easily part with the ambition of being allied to it. I have a near relation, madam, a young man whose character is, I am convinced, the very opposite to that of this wretch, and whose fortune I will make equal to what his was to have been. Could I, madam, hope you would admit a visit from him?" Sophia, after a minute's silence, answered, "I will deal with the utmost sincerity with Mr. Allworthy. His character and the obligation I have just received from him demand it. I have determined at present to listen to no such proposals from any person. My only desire is to be restored to the affection of my father, and to be again the mistress of his family. This, sir, I hope to owe to your good offices. Let me beseech you, let me conjure you, by all the goodness which I and all who know you have experienced, do not, the very moment you have released me from one persecution, do not engage me in another as miserable and as fruitless." "Indeed, Miss Weston," replied Allworthy, "I am capable of no such conduct, and if this be your resolution, he must submit to the disappointment, whatever torments he may suffer under it." "I must smile now, Mr. Allworthy," answered Sophia, "when you mention the torments of a man whom I do not know, and who can consequently have so little acquaintance with me." "Pardon me, dear young lady," cries Allworthy, "I begin now to be afraid he hath had too much acquaintance for the repose of his future days, since if ever man was capable of a sincere, violent, and noble passion, such, I am convinced, is my unhappy nephew's for Miss Weston." "A nephew of yours, Mr. Allworthy?" answered Sophia. "It is surely strange. I never heard of him before." "Indeed, madam," cries Allworthy, "it is only the circumstance of his being my nephew, to which you are a stranger, and which till this day was a secret to me. Mr. Jones, who has long loved you, he is my nephew." "Mr. Jones, your nephew, sir?" cries Sophia. "Can it be possible?" "He is indeed, madam," answered Allworthy. "He is my own sister's son. As such I shall always own him, nor am I ashamed of owning him. I am much more ashamed of my past behaviour to him, but I was as ignorant of his merit as of his birth. Indeed, Miss Weston, I have used him cruelly, indeed I have." Here the good man wiped his eyes, and after a short pause proceeded. "I shall never be able to reward him for his sufferings without your assistance. Believe me, most amiable young lady, I must have a great esteem of that offering which I make to your worth. I know he hath been guilty of faults, but there is great goodness of heart at the bottom. Believe me, madam, there is." Here he stopped, seeming to expect an answer, which he presently received from Sophia, after she had a little recovered herself from the hurry of spirits into which so strange and sudden information had thrown her. "I sincerely wish you joy, sir, of a discovery in which you seem to have such satisfaction. I doubt not but you will have all the comfort you can promise yourself from it. The young gentleman hath certainly 1,000 good qualities, which make it impossible he should not behave well to such an uncle." "I hope, madam," said Allworthy, "he hath those good qualities which must make him a good husband. He must, I am sure, be of all men the most abandoned if a lady of your merit should condescend—" "You must pardon me, Mr. Allworthy," answered Sophia. "I cannot listen to a proposal of this kind. Mr. Jones, I am convinced, hath much merit, but I shall never receive Mr. Jones as one who is to be my husband. Upon my honour, I never will." "Pardon me, madam," cries Allworthy, "if I am a little surprised after what I have heard from Mr. Weston. I hope the unhappy young man hath done nothing to forfeit your good opinion, if he had ever the honour to enjoy it. Perhaps he may have been misrepresented to you, as he was to me. The same villainy may have injured him everywhere. He is no murderer, I assure you, as he hath been called." "Mr. Allworthy," answered Sophia, "I have told you my resolution. I wonder not at what my father hath told you, but whatever his apprehensions or fears have been, if I know my heart, I have given no occasion for them, since it hath always been a fixed principle with me never to have married without his consent. This is, I think, the duty of a child to a parent, and this, I hope, nothing could ever have prevailed with me to swerve from. I do not indeed conceive that the authority of any parent can oblige us to marry in direct opposition to our inclinations. To avoid a force of this kind, which I had reason to suspect, I left my father's house and sought protection elsewhere. This is the truth of my story, and if the world or my father carry my intentions any farther, my own conscience will acquit me." "I hear you, Miss Weston," cries Allworthy, "with admiration. I admire the justness of your sentiments, but surely there is more in this. I am cautious of offending you, young lady, but am I to look on all which I have hitherto heard or seen as a dream only? And have you suffered so much cruelty from your father on the account of a man to whom you have been always absolutely indifferent?" "I beg, Mr. Allworthy," answered Sophia, "you will not insist on my reasons. Yes, I have suffered indeed. I will not, Mr. Allworthy, conceal. I will be very sincere with you. I own I had a great opinion of Mr. Jones. I know I have suffered for my opinion. I have been treated cruelly by my aunt as well as by my father, but that is now past. I beg I may not be farther pressed, for whatever hath been, my resolution is now fixed. Your nephew, sir, hath many virtues. He hath great virtues, Mr. Allworthy. I question not but he will do you honour in the world, and make you happy. I wish I could make him so, madam, replied Allworthy, but that, I am convinced, is only in your power. It is that conviction which hath made me so earnest a solicitor in his favour. You are deceived indeed, sir, you are deceived, said Sophia. I hope not by him. It is sufficient to have deceived me. Mr. Allworthy, I must insist on being pressed no farther on this subject. I should be sorry, nay, I will not injure him in your favour. I wish Mr. Jones very well. I sincerely wish him well, and I repeat it again to you, whatever demerit he may have to me, I am certain he hath many good qualities. I do not disown my former thoughts, but nothing can ever recall them. At present there is not a man upon earth whom I would more resolutely reject than Mr. Jones, nor would the addresses of Mr. Blifil himself be less agreeable to me. Weston had been long impatient for the event of this conference, and was just now arrived at the door to listen, when, having heard the last sentiments of his daughter's heart, he lost all temper, and bursting open the door in a rage, cried out, "It is a lie! It is a damned lie! It is all owing to that damned rascal Jones, and if she could get it in, she'd have him any hour of the day." Here Allworthy interposed, and addressing himself to the squire with some anger in his look, he said, "Mr. Weston, you have not kept your word to me. You promised to abstain from all violence." "Why, so I did," cried Weston, "as long as it was possible. But to hear a wench telling such confounded lies! Zounds, does she think if she can make fools of other folk she can make one of me? No, no, I know her better than thee dost." "I am sorry to tell you, sir," answered Allworthy, "it doth not appear by your behaviour to this young lady that you know her at all. I ask pardon for what I say, but I think our intimacy, your own desires, and the occasion justify me. She is your daughter, Mr. Weston, and I think she doth honour to your name. If I was capable of envy, I should sooner envy you on this account than any other man whatever." "God rabbit it," cries the squire, "I wish she was thine with all thy heart. Would soon be glad to be rid of the trouble of her." "Indeed, my good friend," answered Allworthy, "you yourself are the cause of all the trouble you complain of. Place that confidence in the young lady which she so well deserves, and I am certain you will be the happiest father on earth." "Ay, confidence in her," cries the squire. "Splud, what confidence can I place in her when she won't do as I would have her? Let her give but her consent to marry as I would have her, and I'll place as much confidence in her as wouldst have me." "You have no right, neighbour," answered Allworthy, "to insist on any such consent. A negative voice your daughter allows you, and God and nature have thought proper to allow you no more." "A negative voice!" cries the squire. "Ay, ay, I'll show you what a negative voice I have. Go along, go into your chamber, you stubborn—" "Indeed, Mr. Weston," said Allworthy, "indeed you use her cruelly. I cannot bear to see this. You must behave to her in a kinder manner. She deserves the best of treatment." "Yes, yes," said the squire, "I know what she deserves. Now she's gone, I'll show you what she deserves. See here, sir, here is a letter from my cousin, my Lady Bellaston, in which she is so kind to give me to understand that the fellow is got out of prison again, and here she advises me to take all the care I can of the wench. Ah, Zookas, neighbour Allworthy, you don't know what it is to govern a daughter." The squire ended his speech with some compliments to his own sagacity, and then Allworthy, after a formal preface, acquainted him with the whole discovery which he had made concerning Jones, with his anger to Blifil, and with every particular which hath been disclosed to the reader in the preceding chapters. Men over violent in their dispositions are, for the most part, as changeable in them. No sooner, then, was Weston informed of Mr. Allworthy's intention to make Jones his heir, than he joined heartily with the uncle in every commendation of the nephew, and became as eager for her marriage with Jones as he had been before to couple her to Blifil. Here Mr. Allworthy was again forced to interpose, and to relate what had passed between him and Sophia, at which he testified great surprise. The squire was silent a moment, and looked wild with astonishment at this account. At last he cries out, "Why, what can be the meaning of this, neighbour Allworthy? Fond of un she was, that I'll be sworn to. Zookas, I have hit on it. As sure as a gun I have hit on the very right on it. It's all along of Zesta. The girl hath got a hankering after this son of a whore of a lord. I found them together at my cousin, my Lady Bellaston's. He hath turned the head of her, that's certain, but damn me if he shall have her. I'll have no lords, no courtiers in my family. Allworthy now made a long speech, in which he repeated his resolution to avoid all violent measures, and very earnestly recommended gentle methods to Mr. Weston, as those by which he might be assured of succeeding best with his daughter. He then took his leave, and returned back to Mrs. Miller, but was forced to comply with the earnest entreaties of the squire, in promising to bring Mr. Jones to visit him that afternoon, that he might, as he said, make all matters up with the young gentleman. At Mr. Allworthy's departure, Weston promised to follow his advice in his behaviour to Sophia, saying, "I don't know how it is, but damn me, Allworthy, if you don't make me always do just as you please, and yet I have as good an estate as you, and am in the commission of the peace as well as yourself." Chapter 10, wherein the history begins to draw towards a conclusion. When Allworthy returned to his lodgings, he heard Mr. Jones was just arrived before him. He hurried, therefore, instantly into an empty chamber, whither he ordered Mr. Jones to be brought to him alone. It is impossible to conceive a more tender or moving scene than the meeting between the uncle and nephew, for Mrs. Waters, as the reader may well suppose, had at her last visit discovered to him the secret of his birth. The first agonies of joy which were felt on both sides are indeed beyond my power to describe. I shall not therefore attempt it. After Allworthy had raised Jones from his feet, where he had prostrated himself, and received him into his arms, "Oh, my child," he cried, "how have I been to blame? How have I injured you? What amends can I ever make you for those unkind, those unjust suspicions which I have entertained, and for all the sufferings they have occasioned to you?" "Am I not now made amends?" cries Jones. "Would not my sufferings, if they had been 10 times greater, have been now richly repaid? Oh, my dear uncle, this goodness, this tenderness overpowers, unmans, destroys me. I cannot bear the transports which flow so fast upon me. To be again restored to your presence, to your favour, to be once more thus kindly received by my great, my noble, my generous benefactor. Indeed, child," cries Allworthy, "I have used you cruelly." He then explained to him all the treachery of Blifil, and again repeated expressions of the utmost concern for having been induced by that treachery to use him so ill. "Oh, talk not so," answered Jones. "Indeed, sir, you have used me nobly. The wisest man might be deceived as you were, and under such deception the best must have acted just as you did. Your goodness displayed itself in the midst of your anger, just as it then seemed. I owe everything to that goodness of which I have been most unworthy. Do not put me on self-accusation by carrying your generous sentiments too far. Alas, sir, I have not been punished more than I have deserved, and it should be the whole business of my future life to deserve that happiness you now bestow on me. For, believe me, my dear uncle, my punishment hath not been thrown away on me. Though I have been a great, I am not a hardened sinner. I thank heaven I have had time to reflect on my past life, where, though I cannot charge myself with any gross villainy, yet I can discern follies and vices more than enough to repent and to be ashamed of, follies which have been attended with dreadful consequences to myself, and have brought me to the brink of destruction." "I am rejoiced, my dear child," answered Allworthy, "to hear you talk thus sensibly, for as I am convinced hypocrisy, good heaven, how have I been imposed on by it in others, was never among your faults, so I can readily believe all you say. You now see, Tom, to what dangers imprudence alone may subject virtue, for virtue I am now convinced you love in a great degree. Prudence is indeed the duty which we owe to ourselves, and if we will be so much our own enemies as to neglect it, we are not to wonder if the world is deficient in discharging their duty to us. For when a man lays the foundation of his own ruin, others will, I am afraid, be too apt to build upon it. You say, however, you have seen your errors and will reform them. I firmly believe you, my dear child, and therefore from this moment you shall never be reminded of them by me. Remember them only yourself, so far as for the future to teach you the better to avoid them, but still remember, for your comfort, that there is this great difference between those faults which candour may construe into imprudence, and those which can be deduced from villainy only. The former, perhaps, are even more apt to subject a man to ruin, but if he reform, his character will, at length, be totally retrieved. The world, though not immediately, will in time be reconciled to him, and he may reflect, not without some mixture of pleasure, on the dangers he hath escaped. But villainy, my boy, when once discovered, is irretrievable. The stains which this leaves behind no time will wash away. The censures of mankind will pursue the wretch, their scorn will abash him in public, and if shame drives him into retirement, he will go to it with all those terrors with which a weary child, who is afraid of hobgoblins, retreats from company to go to bed alone. Here his murdered conscience will haunt him. Repose, like a false friend, will fly from him. Wherever he turns his eyes, horror presents itself. If he looks backward, unavailable repentance treads on his heels. If forward, incurable despair stares him in the face, till, like a condemned prisoner confined in a dungeon, he detests his present condition, and yet dreads the consequence of that hour which is to relieve him from it. Comfort yourself, I say, my child, that this is not your case, and rejoice with thankfulness to him who hath suffered you to see your errors before they have brought on you that destruction to which a persistence even in those errors must have led you. You have deserted them, and the prospect now before you is such that happiness seems in your own power. At these words Jones fetched a deep sigh, upon which, when Allworthy remonstrated, he said, "Sir, I will conceal nothing from you. I fear there is one consequence of my vices I shall never be able to retrieve. Oh, my dear uncle, I have lost a treasure." "You need say no more," answered Allworthy. "I will be explicit with you. I know what you lament. I have seen the young lady, and have discoursed with her concerning you. This I must insist on, as an earnest of your sincerity in all you have said, and of the steadfastness of your resolution, that you obey me in this one instance, to abide entirely by the determination of the young lady, whether it shall be in your favour or no. She hath already suffered enough from solicitations which I hate to think of. She shall owe no further constraint to my family. I know her father will be as ready to torment her now on your account as he hath formerly been on another's, but I am determined she shall suffer no more confinement, no more violence, no more uneasy hours." "Oh, my dear uncle," answered Jones, "lay, I beseech you, some command on me, in which I shall have some merit in obedience. Believe me, sir, the only instance in which I could disobey you would be to give an uneasy moment to my Sophia. No, sir, if I am so miserable to have incurred her displeasure beyond all hopes of forgiveness, that alone, with the dreadful reflection of causing her misery, will be sufficient to overpower me. To call Sophia mine is the greatest and now the only additional blessing which heaven can bestow, but it is a blessing which I must owe to her alone." "I will not flatter you, child," cries Allworthy. "I fear your case is desperate. I never saw stronger marks of an unalterable resolution in any person than appeared in her vehement declarations against receiving your addresses, for which perhaps you can account better than myself." "Oh, sir, I can account too well," answered Jones. "I have sinned against her beyond all hope of pardon, and, guilty as I am, my guilt unfortunately appears to her in 10 times blacker than the real colours. Oh, my dear uncle, I find my follies are irretrievable, and all your goodness cannot save me from perdition." A servant now acquainted them that Mr. Weston was below stairs, for his eagerness to see Jones could not wait till the afternoon. Upon which Jones, whose eyes were full of tears, begged his uncle to entertain Weston a few minutes till he a little recovered himself, to which the good man consented, and having ordered Mr. Weston to be shown into a parlour, went down to him. Mrs. Mellor no sooner heard that Jones was alone, for she had not yet seen him since his release from prison, than she came eagerly into the room, and advancing towards Jones, wished him heartily joy of his new-found uncle and his happy reconciliation, adding, "I wish I could give you joy on another account, my dear child, but anything so inexorable I never saw." Jones, with some appearance of surprise, asked her what she meant. "Why, then," says she, "I have been with your young lady, and have explained all matters to her, as they were told to me by my son Nightingale. She can have no longer any doubt about the letter, of that I am certain, for I told her my son Nightingale was ready to take his oath, if she pleased, that it was all his own invention, and the letter of his inditing. I told her the very reason of sending the letter ought to recommend you to her the more, as it was all upon her account, and a plain proof that you was resolved to quit all your profligacy for the future, that you had never been guilty of a single instance of infidelity to her since your seeing her in town. I am afraid I went too far there, but heaven forgive me. I hope your future behaviour will be my justification. I am sure I have said all I can, but all to no purpose. She remains inflexible. She says she had forgiven many faults on account of youth, but expressed such detestation of the character of a libertine that she absolutely silenced me. I often attempted to excuse you, but the justness of her accusation flew in my face. Upon my honour, she is a lovely woman, and one of the sweetest and most sensible creatures I ever saw. I could have almost kissed her for one expression she made use of. It was a sentiment worthy of Seneca or of a bishop. I once fancied, madam, said she, I had discovered great goodness of heart in Mr. Jones, and for that I own I had a sincere esteem, but an entire profligacy of manners will corrupt the best heart in the world, and all which a good-natured libertine can expect is, that we should mix some grains of pity with our contempt and abhorrence. She is an angelic creature, that is the truth on't. Oh, Mrs. Miller, answered Jones, can I bear to think that I have lost such an angel? Lost? No, cries Mrs. Miller, I hope you have not lost her yet. Resolve to leave such vicious courses, and you may yet have hopes. Nay, if she would remain inexorable, there is another young lady, a sweet, pretty young lady, in a swinging fortune, who is absolutely dying for love of you. I heard of it this very morning, and I told it to Miss Weston. Nay, I went a little beyond the truth again, for I told her you had refused her. But indeed I knew you would refuse her. And here I must give you a little comfort. When I mentioned the young lady's name, who is no other than the pretty widow Hunt, I thought she turned pale, but when I said you had refused her, I will be sworn her face was all over scarlet in an instant, and these were her very words, I will not deny but that I believe he has some affection for me. Here the conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Weston, who could no longer be kept out of the room even by the authority of Allworthy himself, though this, as we have often seen, had a wonderful power over him. Weston immediately went up to Jones, crying out, My old friend Tom, I am glad to see thee with all my heart. All past must be forgotten. I could not intend any affront to thee, because, as Allworthy here knows, nay, dost know it thyself, I took thee for another person, and where a body means no harm, what signifies a hasty word or two? One Christian must forget and forgive another. I hope, sir, said Jones, I shall never forget the many obligations I have had to you, but as for any offence towards me, I declare I am an utter stranger. That, said Weston, then give me thy fist, as hearty an honest cock as any in the kingdom. Come along with me, I'll carry thee to thy mistress this moment. Here Allworthy interposed, and the squire, being unable to prevail either with the uncle or nephew, was, after some litigation, obliged to consent to delay introducing Jones to Sophia till the afternoon, at which time Allworthy, as well in compassion to Jones as in compliance with the eager desire of Weston, was prevailed upon to promise to attend at the tea-table. The conversation which now ensued was pleasant enough, and with which, had it happened earlier in our history, we would have entertained our reader, but as we have now leisure only to attend to what is very material, it shall suffice to say that matters being entirely adjusted as to the afternoon visit, Mr. Weston again returned home. End of section 53. Book 18. Chapters 11 to 13. Chapter 11. The history draws nearer to a conclusion. When Mr. Weston was departed, Jones began to inform Mr. Allworthy and Mrs. Miller that his liberty had been procured by two noble lords, who, together with two surgeons and a friend of Mr. Nightingale's, had attended the magistrate by whom he had been committed, and by whom, on the surgeon's oath that the wounded person was out of all manner of danger from his wound, he was discharged. Only one of these lords, he said, he had ever seen before, and that no more than once, but the other had greatly surprised him by asking his pardon for an offence he had been guilty of towards him, occasioned, he said, entirely by his ignorance who he was. Now the reality of the case, with which Jones was not acquainted till afterwards, was this. The lieutenant whom Lord Fellamar had employed, according to the advice of Lady Bellaston, to press Jones as a vagabond into the sea service, when he came to report to his lordship the event which we have before seen, spoke very favourably of the behaviour of Mr. Jones on all accounts, and strongly assured that lord that he must have mistaken the person, for that Jones was certainly a gentleman, insomuch that his lordship, who was strictly a man of honour, and would by no means have been guilty of an action which the world in general would have condemned, began to be much concerned for the advice which he had taken. Within a day or two after this, Lord Fellamar happened to dine with the Irish peer, who, in a conversation upon the duel, acquainted his company with the character of Fitzpatrick, to which indeed he did not do strict justice, especially in what related to his lady. He said she was the most innocent, the most injured woman alive, and that from compassion alone he had undertaken her cause. He then declared an intention of going the next morning to Fitzpatrick's lodgings, in order to prevail with him, if possible, to consent to a separation from his wife, who, the peer said, was in apprehension for her life, if she should ever return to be under the power of her husband. Lord Fellamar agreed to go with him, that he might satisfy himself more concerning Jones and the circumstances of the duel, for he was by no means easy concerning the part he had acted. The moment his lordship gave a hint of his readiness to assist in the delivery of the lady, it was eagerly embraced by the other nobleman, who depended much on the authority of Lord Fellamar, as he thought it would greatly contribute to awe Fitzpatrick into a compliance, and perhaps he was in the right, for the poor Irishman no sooner saw these noble peers had undertaken the cause of his wife than he submitted, and articles of separation were soon drawn up and signed between the parties. Fitzpatrick, who had been so well satisfied by Mrs. Waters concerning the innocence of his wife with Jones at Upton, or perhaps from some other reasons, was now become so indifferent to that matter that he spoke highly in favour of Jones to Lord Fellamar, took all the blame upon himself, and said the other had behaved very much like a gentleman and a man of honour. And upon that lord's further inquiry concerning Mr. Jones, Fitzpatrick told him he was a nephew of a gentleman, and his cousin Harriet with her bridegroom. Allworthy excused himself from dining with the company, saying he had ordered some little thing for him and his nephew in his own apartment, for that they had much private business to discourse of, but would not resist promising the good woman that both he and Jones would make part of her society at supper. Mrs. Miller then asked what was to be done with Blifil, for indeed, says she, I cannot be easy while such a villain is in my house. Allworthy answered, he was as uneasy as herself on the same account. "Oh," cries she, "if that be the case, leave the matter to me. I'll soon show him the outside of my doors, I warrant you. Here are 2 or 3 lusty fellows below stairs." "There will be no need of any violence," cries Allworthy. "If you will carry him a message from me, he will, I am convinced, depart of his own accord." "Will I?" said Mrs. Miller. "I never did anything in my life with a better will." Here Jones interfered, and said he had considered the matter better, and would, if Mr. Allworthy pleased, be himself the messenger. "I know," says he, "already enough of your pleasure, sir, and I beg leave to acquaint him with it by my own words. Let me beseech you, sir," added he, "to reflect on the dreadful consequences of driving him to violent and sudden despair. How unfit, alas, is this poor man to die in his present situation." This suggestion had not the least effect on Mrs. Miller. She left the rooms, crying, "You are too good, Mr. Jones, infinitely too good, to live in this world." But it made a deeper impression on Allworthy. "My good child," said he, "I am equally astonished at the goodness of your heart and the quickness of your understanding. Heaven indeed forbid that this wretch should be deprived of any means or time for repentance. That would be a shocking consideration indeed. Go to him, therefore, and use your own discretion. Yet do not flatter him with any hopes of my forgiveness, for I shall never forgive villainy farther than my religion obliges me, and that extends not either to our bounty or our conversation." Jones went up to Blifil's room, whom he found in a situation which moved his pity, though it would have raised a less amiable passion in many beholders. He cast himself on his bed, where he lay abandoning himself to despair, and drowned in tears. not in such tears as flow from contrition, and wash away guilt from minds which have been seduced or surprised into it unawares, against the bent of their natural disposition, as will sometimes happen from human frailty, even to the good. No, these tears were such as the frighted thief sheds in his cart, and are indeed the effects of that concern which the most savage natures are seldom deficient in feeling for themselves. It would be unpleasant and tedious to paint this scene in full length. Let it suffice to say that the behaviour of Jones was kind to excess. He omitted nothing which his invention could supply to raise and comfort the drooping spirits of Blifil, before he communicated to him the resolution of his uncle that he must quit the house that evening. He offered to furnish him with any money he wanted, assured him of his hearty forgiveness of all he had done against him, that he would endeavour to live with him hereafter as a brother, and would leave nothing unattempted to effectuate a reconciliation with his uncle. Blifil was at first sullen and silent, balancing in his mind whether he should yet deny all, but finding at last the evidence too strong against him, he betook himself at last to confession. He then asked pardon of his brother in the most vehement manner, prostrated himself on the ground, and kissed his feet. In short, he was now as remarkably mean as he had been before remarkably wicked. Jones could not so far check his disdain, but that it a little discovered itself in his countenance at this extreme servility. He raised his brother the moment he could from the ground, and advised him to bear his afflictions more like a man, repeating at the same time his promise that he would do all in his power to lessen them, for which Blifil, making many professions of his unworthiness, poured forth a profusion of thanks, and then, he having declared he would immediately depart to another lodging, Jones returned to his uncle. Among other matters, Allworthy now acquainted Jones with the discovery which he had made concerning the £500 bank-notes. "I have," said he, "already consulted a lawyer, who tells me, to my great astonishment, that there is no punishment for a fraud of this kind. Indeed, when I consider the black ingratitude of this fellow towards you, I think a highwayman, compared to him, is an innocent person." "Good heaven!" says Jones, "is it possible? I am shocked beyond measure at this news. I thought there was not an honester fellow in the world. The temptation of such a sum was too great for him to withstand, for smaller matters have come safe to me through his hand. Indeed, my dear uncle, you must suffer me to call it weakness rather than ingratitude, for I am convinced the poor fellow loves me, and hath done me some kindnesses which I can never forget. Nay, I believe he hath repented of this very act, for it is not above a day or two ago, when my affairs seemed in the most desperate situation, that he visited me in my confinement, and offered me any money I wanted. Consider, sir, what a temptation to a man who hath tasted such bitter distress it must be to have a sum in his possession which must put him and his family beyond any future possibility of suffering the like." "Child," cries Allworthy, "you carry this forgiving temper too far. Such mistaken mercy is not only weakness, but borders on injustice, and is very pernicious to society, as it encourages vice. The dishonesty of this fellow I might perhaps have pardoned, but never his ingratitude. And give me leave to say, when we suffer any temptation to atone for dishonesty itself, we are as candid and merciful as we ought to be, and so far I confess I have gone, for I have often pitied the fate of a highwayman when I have been on the grand jury, and have more than once applied to the judge on the behalf of such as have had any mitigating circumstances in their case. But when dishonesty is attended by any blacker crime, such as cruelty, murder, ingratitude, or the like, compassion and forgiveness then become faults. I am convinced the fellow is a villain, and he shall be punished, at least as far as I can punish him." This was spoken with so stern a voice that Jones did not think proper to make any reply. Besides, the hour appointed by Mr. Weston now drew so near that he had barely time left to dress himself. Here, therefore, ended the present dialogue, and Jones retired to another room, where Partridge attended, according to order, with his clothes. Partridge had scarce seen his master since the happy discovery. The poor fellow was unable either to contain or express his transports. He behaved like one frantic, and made almost as many mistakes while he was dressing Jones as I have seen made by a harlequin in dressing himself on the stage. His memory, however, was not in the least deficient. He recollected now many omens and presages of this happy event, some of which he had remarked at the time, but many more he now remembered. Nor did he omit the dreams he had dreamt the evening before this meeting with Jones, and concluded with saying, "I always told your honour something boded in my mind that you would one time or other have it in your power to make my fortune." Jones assured him that this boding should as certainly be verified with regard to him as all the other omens had been to himself, which did not a little add to all the raptures which the poor fellow had already conceived on account of his master. Chapter 12. Approaching still nearer to the end. Jones, being now completely dressed, attended his uncle to Mr. Weston's. He was indeed one of the finest figures ever beheld, and his person alone would have charmed the greater part of womankind, but we hope it hath already appeared in this history that nature, when she formed him, did not totally rely, as she sometimes doth, on this merit only to recommend her work. Sophia, who, angry as she was likewise set forth to the best advantage, for which I leave my female readers to account, appeared so extremely beautiful that even Allworthy, when he saw her, could not forbear whispering Weston that he believed she was the finest creature in the world. To which Weston answered in a whisper, overheard by all present, "So much the better for Tom, for damn me if he shan't have the tussling her." Sophia was all over scarlet at these words, while Tom's countenance was altogether as pale, and he was almost ready to sink from his chair. The tea-table was scarce removed before Weston lugged Allworthy out of the room, telling him he had business of consequence to impart, and must speak to him that instant in private, before he forgot it. The lovers were now alone, and it will, I question not, appear strange to many readers that those who had so much to say to one another when danger and difficulty attended their conversation, and who seemed so eager to rush into each other's arms when so many bars lay in their way, now that with safety they were at liberty to say or do whatever they pleased, should both remain for some time silent and motionless, insomuch that a stranger of moderate sagacity might have well concluded they were mutually indifferent. But so it was, however strange it may seem. Both sat with their eyes cast downwards on the ground, and for some minutes continued in perfect silence. Mr. Jones, during this interval, attempted once or twice to speak, but was absolutely incapable, muttering only, or rather sighing out, some broken words, when Sophia at length, partly out of pity to him, and partly to turn the discourse from the subject which she knew well enough he was endeavouring to open, said, "Sure, sir, you are the most fortunate man in the world in this discovery." "And can you really, madam, think me so fortunate," said Jones, sighing, "while I have incurred your displeasure?" "Nay, sir," said she, "as to that you best know whether you have deserved it." "Indeed, madam," answered he, "you yourself are as well apprized of all my demerits. Mrs. Miller hath acquainted you with the whole truth. Oh, my Sophia, am I never to hope for forgiveness? I think, Mr. Jones," said she, "I may almost depend on your own justice, and leave it to yourself to pass sentence on your own conduct." "Alas, madam," answered he, "it is mercy and not justice which I implore at your hands. Justice, I know, must condemn me, yet not for the letter I sent to Lady Ballaston. Of that I most solemnly declare you have had a true account." He then insisted much on the security given him by Nightingale of a fair pretence for breaking off, if, contrary to their expectations, her ladyship should have accepted his offer, but confessed that he had been guilty of a great indiscretion to put such a letter as that into her power, which, said he, I have dearly paid for in the effect it has upon you. "I do not, I cannot," says she, "believe otherwise of that letter than you would have me. My conduct, I think, shows you clearly I do not believe there is much in that. And yet, Mr. Jones, have I not enough to resent, after what passed at Upton, so soon to engage in a new amour with another woman, while I fancied, and you pretended, your heart was bleeding for me? Indeed, you have acted strangely. Can I believe the passion you have professed to me to be sincere? Or, if I can, what happiness can I assure myself of with a man capable of so much inconstancy?" "Oh, my Sophia," cries he, "do not doubt the sincerity of the purest passion that ever inflamed a human breast. Think, most adorable creature, of my unhappy situation, of my despair. Could I, my dear Sophia, have flattered myself with the most distant hopes of being ever permitted to throw myself at your feet in the manner I do now, it would not have been in the power of any other woman to have inspired a thought which the severest chastity could have condemned. Inconstancy to you? Oh, Sophia, if you can have the goodness enough to pardon what is past, do not let any cruel future apprehensions shut your mercy against me. No repentance was ever more sincere. Oh, let it reconcile me to my heaven in this dear bosom. Sincere repentance, Mr. Jones, answered she, will obtain the pardon of a sinner, but it is from one who is a perfect judge of that sincerity. A human mind may be imposed on, nor is there any infallible method to prevent it. You must expect, however, that if I can be prevailed on by your repentance to pardon you, I will at least insist on the strongest proof of its sincerity. Name any proof in my power, answered Jones eagerly. Time, replied she, time alone, Mr. Jones, can convince me that you are a true penitent, and have resolved to abandon these vicious courses which I should detest you for, if I imagined you capable of persevering in them. Do not imagine it, cries Jones. On my knees I entreat, I implore your confidence, a confidence which it shall be the business of my life to deserve. Let it then, said she, be the business of some part of your life to show me you deserve it. I think I have been explicit enough in assuring you that when I see you merit my confidence, you will obtain it. After what is past, sir, can you expect I should take you upon your word? He replied, Don't believe me upon my word. I have a better security, a pledge for my constancy, which it is impossible to see and to doubt. What is that? Said Sophia, a little surprised. I will show you, my charming angel, cried Jones, seizing her hand and carrying her to the glass. There, behold it, there, in that lovely figure, in that face, that shape, those eyes, that mind which shines through those eyes. Can the man who shall be in possession of these be inconstant? Impossible, my Sophia. They would fix a Dorimant, a Lord Rochester. You could not doubt it if you could see yourself with any eyes but your own. Sophia blushed and half smiled, but forcing again her brow into a frown, If I am to judge, said she, of the future by the past, my image will no more remain in your heart when I am out of your sight than it will in this glass when I am out of the room. By heaven, by all that is sacred, said Jones, it never was out of my heart. The delicacy of your sex cannot conceive the grossness of ours, nor how little one sort of amour has to do with the heart. I will never marry a man, replied Sophia very gravely, who shall not learn refinement enough to be as incapable as I am myself of making such a distinction. I will learn it, said Jones. I have learned it already. The first moment of hope that my Sophia might be my wife taught it me at once, and all the rest of her sex from that moment became as little the objects of desire to my sense as of passion to my heart. Well, says Sophia, the proof of this must be from time. Your situation, Mr. Jones, is now altered, and I assure you I have great satisfaction in the alteration. You will now want no opportunity of being near me, and convincing me that your mind is altered too. Oh, my angel, cries Jones, how shall I thank thy goodness? And are you so good to own that you have a satisfaction in my prosperity? Believe me, madam, it is you alone have given a relish to that prosperity, since I owe to it the dear hope. Oh, my Sophia, let it not be a distant one. I will be all obedience to your commands. I will not dare to press anything further than you permit me. Yet let me entreat you to appoint a short trial. Oh, tell me when I may expect you will be convinced of what is most solemnly true. When I have gone voluntarily thus far, Mr. Jones, said she, I expect not to be pressed. Nay, I will not. Oh, don't look unkindly thus, my Sophia, cries he. I do not, I dare not press you. Yet permit me at least once more to beg you would fix the period. Oh, consider the impatience of love. A 12-month, perhaps, said she. Oh, my Sophia, cries he, you have named an eternity. Perhaps it may be something sooner, says she. I will not be teased. If your passion for me be what I would have it, I think you may now be easy. Easy, Sophia, call not such an exulting happiness as mine by so cold a name. Oh, transporting thought! Am I not assured that the blessed day will come when I shall call you mine, when fears shall be no more, when I shall have that dear, that vast, that exquisite, ecstatic delight of making my Sophia happy?" "Indeed, sir," said she, "that day is in your own power." "Oh, my dear, my divine angel," cried he, "these words have made me mad with joy. But I will thank those dear lips which have so sweetly pronounced my bliss." He then caught her in his arms and kissed her with an ardour he had never ventured before. At this instant Weston, who had stood some time listening, burst into the room, and with his hunting voice and phrase cried out, "To her, boy, to her, go to her. That's it, little honeys. Oh, that's it. Well, what, is it all over? Hath she appointed the day, boy? What, shall it be tomorrow or next day? It shan't be put off a minute longer than next day. I am resolved." "Let me beseech you, sir," says Jones, "don't let me be the occasion." "Beseech my ass!" cries Weston. "I thought you hadst been a lad of higher mettle than to give way to a parcel of maidenish tricks. I tell thee 'tis all flim-flam. Zoodikers! She'd have the wedding tonight with all her heart. Wouldst not, Sophy? Come, confess, and be an honest girl for once. What, art dumb? Why dost not speak?" "Why should I confess, sir?" said Sophia, "since it seems you are so well acquainted with my thoughts." "That's a good girl," cries he. "And dost consent then?" "No, indeed, sir," says Sophia, "I have given no such consent." "And would not have them then tomorrow, nor next day?" says Weston. "Indeed, sir," says she, "I have no such intention." "But I can tell thee," replied he, "why hast not, only because thou dost love to be disobedient, and to plague and vex thy father." "Pray, sir," said Jones, interfering. "I tell thee thou art a puppy," cries he. "When I forbid her, then it was all nothing but sighing and whining and languishing and writing. Now I am for thee, she is against thee. All the spirit of contrary, that's all. She is above being guided and governed by her father. That is the whole truth on't. It is only to disoblige and contradict me." "What would my papa have me do?" cries Sophia. "What would I have thee do?" says he. "Why, give him thy hand this moment." "Well, sir," says Sophia, "I will obey you. There is my hand, Mr. Jones." "Well, and will you consent to have him tomorrow morning?" says Weston. "I will be obedient to you, sir," cries she. "Why, then tomorrow morning be the day," cries he. "Why, then tomorrow morning shall be the day, papa, since you will have it so," says Sophia. Jones then fell upon his knees and kissed her hand in an agony of joy, while Weston began to caper and dance about the room, presently crying out, "Where the devil is Allworthy? He is without now, a-talking with that damned lawyer Dowling, when he should be minding other matters." He then sallied out in quest of him, and very opportunely left the lovers to enjoy a few tender minutes alone. But he soon returned with Allworthy, saying, "If you won't believe me, you may ask her yourself. Hast not given thy consent, Sophy, to be married tomorrow?" "Such are your commands, sir," cries Sophia, "and I dare not be guilty of disobedience." "I hope, madam," cries Allworthy, "my nephew will merit so much goodness, and will be always as sensible as myself of the great honour you have done my family. An alliance with so charming and so excellent a young lady would indeed be an honour to the greatest in England." "Yes," cries Weston, "but if I had suffered her to stand shall I, dilly-dally, you might not have had that honour yet awhile. I was forced to use a little fatherly authority to bring her to." "I hope not, sir," cries Allworthy. "I hope there is not the least constraint." "Why, there," cries Weston, "you may bid her unsay all again if you will. Dost repent heartily of thy promise, dost not, Sophia?" "Indeed, papa," cries she, "I do not repent, nor do I believe I ever shall, of any promise in favour of Mr. Jones." "Then, nephew," cries Allworthy, "I felicitate you most heartily, for I think you are the happiest of men. And, madam, you will give me leave to congratulate you on this joyful occasion. Indeed, I am convinced you have bestowed yourself on one who will be sensible of your great merit, and who will at least use his best endeavours to deserve it." "His best endeavours!" cries Weston. "That he will, I warrant, and hark ye, Allworthy, I'll bet thee £5 to a crown we have a boy tomorrow 9 months. But prithee tell me, what would ha? Would ha had Burgundy, champagne, or what? For please Jupiter, we'll make a night on it." "Indeed, sir," said Allworthy, "you must excuse me. Both my nephew and I were engaged before I suspected this near approach of his happiness." "Engaged!" quoth the squire. "Never tell me. I won't part with thee to-night upon any occasion. Shalt sup here, please the Lord Harry." "You must pardon me, my dear neighbour," answered Allworthy. "I have given a solemn promise, and that you know I never break." "Why, prithee, who art engaged to?" cries the squire. Allworthy then informed him was likewise of the company. "Odsookas," answered the squire, "I will go with thee, and so shall Sophy, for I won't part with thee to-night, and it would be barbarous to part Tom and the girl." This offer was presently embraced by Allworthy, and Sophia consented, having first obtained a private promise from her father that he would not mention a syllable concerning her marriage. Chapter the last, in which the history is concluded. Young Nightingale had been that afternoon by appointment to wait on his father, who received him much more kindly than he expected. There likewise he met his uncle, who was returned to town in quest of his newly married daughter. This marriage was the luckiest incident which could have happened to the young gentleman, for these brothers lived in a constant state of contention about the government of their children, both heartily despising the method which each other took. Each of them therefore now endeavoured, as much as he could, to palliate the offence which his own child had committed, and to aggravate the match of the other. This desire of triumphing over his brother, added to the many arguments which Allworthy had used, so strongly operated on the old gentleman that he met his son with a smiling countenance, and actually agreed to sup with him that evening at Mrs. Miller's. As for the other, who really loved his daughter with the most immoderate affection, there was little difficulty in inclining him to a reconciliation. He was no sooner informed by his nephew where his daughter and her husband were than he declared he would instantly go to her. And when he arrived there, he scarce suffered her to fall upon her knees before he took her up and embraced her with a tenderness which affected all who saw him, and in less than a quarter of an hour was as well reconciled to both her and her husband as if he had himself joined their hands. In this situation were affairs when Mr. Allworthy and his company arrived to complete the happiness of Mrs. Miller, who no sooner saw Sophia than she guessed everything that had happened, and so great was her friendship to Jones that it added not a few transports to those she felt on the happiness of her own daughter. There have not, I believe, been many instances of a number of people met together where every one was so perfectly happy as in this company, amongst whom the father of young Nightingale enjoyed the least perfect content, for, notwithstanding his affection for his son, notwithstanding the authority and the arguments of Allworthy, together with the other motive mentioned before, he could not so entirely be satisfied with his son's choice, and perhaps the presence of Sophia herself tended a little to aggravate and heighten his concern, as a thought now and then suggested itself that his son might have had that lady, or some other such. Not that any of the charms which adorned either the person or mind of Sophia created the uneasiness. It was the contents of her father's coffers which set his heart a-longing. These were the charms which he could not bear to think his son had sacrificed to the daughter of Mrs. Miller. The brides were both very pretty women, but so totally were they eclipsed by the beauty of Sophia that, had they not been two of the best-tempered girls in the world, it would have raised some envy in their breasts, for neither of their husbands could long keep his eyes from Sophia, who sat at the table like a queen receiving homage, or rather like a superior being receiving adoration from all around her. But it was an adoration which they gave, not which she exacted, for she was as much distinguished by her modesty and affability as by all her other perfections. The evening was spent in much true mirth. All were happy, but those the most who had been most unhappy before. Their former sufferings and fears gave such a relish to their felicity as even love and fortune, in their fullest flow, could not have given without the advantage of such a comparison. Yet as great joy, especially after a sudden change and revolution of circumstances, is apt to be silent, and dwells rather in the heart than on the tongue, Jones and Sophia appeared the least merry of the whole company, which Weston observed with great impatience, often crying out to them, "Why dost not talk, boy? Why dost look so grave? Hast lost thy tongue, girl? Drink another glass of wine. Shalt drink another glass." And, the more to enliven her, he would sometimes sing a merry song, which bore some relation to matrimony and the loss of a maidenhead. Nay, he would have proceeded so far on that topic as to have driven her out of the room, if Mr. Allworthy had not checked him, sometimes by looks, and once or twice by a "Fie, Mr. Weston." He began, indeed, once to debate the matter and assert his right to talk to his own daughter as he thought fit, but as nobody seconded him, he was soon reduced to order. Notwithstanding this little restraint, he was so pleased with the cheerfulness and good humour of the company that he insisted on their meeting the next day at his lodgings. They all did so, and the lovely Sophia, who was now in private become a bride too, officiated as the mistress of the ceremonies, or, in the polite phrase, did the honours of the table. She had that morning given her hand to Jones in the chapel at Doctors' Commons, where Mr. Allworthy, Mr. Weston, and Mrs. Miller were the only persons present. Sophia had earnestly desired her father that no others of the company, who were that day to dine with him, should be acquainted with her marriage. The same secrecy was enjoined to Mrs. Miller, and Jones undertook for Mr. Allworthy. This somewhat reconciled the delicacy of Sophia to the public entertainment which, in compliance with her father's will, she was obliged to go to, greatly against her own inclinations. In confidence of this secrecy, she went through the day pretty well, till the squire, who was now advanced into the second bottle, could contain his joy no longer, but filling out a bumper, drank a health to the bride. The health was immediately pledged by all present, to the great confusion of our poor blushing Sophia, and the great concern of Jones upon her account. To say truth, there was not a person present made wiser by this discovery, for Mrs. Miller had whispered it to her daughter to her husband to his sister, and she to all the rest. Sophia now took the first opportunity of withdrawing with the ladies, and the squire sat into his cups, in which he was, by degrees, deserted by all the company except the uncle of young Nightingale, who loved his bottle as well as Weston himself. These two, therefore, sat stoutly to it during the whole evening, and long after that happy hour which had surrendered the charming Sophia to the eager arms of her enraptured Jones. Thus, reader, we have at length brought our history to a conclusion, in which, to our great pleasure, though contrary perhaps to thy expectations, Mr. Jones appears to be the happiest of all humankind. For what happiness this world affords, equal to the possession of such a woman as Sophia, I sincerely own I have never yet discovered. As to the other persons who have made any considerable figure in this history, as some may desire to know a little more concerning them, we will proceed in as few words as possible to satisfy their curiosity. Allworthy have never yet been prevailed upon to see Blifil, but he hath yielded to the importunity of Jones, backed by Sophia, to settle £200 a year upon him, to which Jones hath privately added a third. Upon this income he lives in one of the northern counties, about 200 miles distant from London, and lays up £200 a year out of it, in order to purchase a seat in the next Parliament from a neighbouring borough, which he has bargained for with an attorney there. He has also lately turned Methodist, in hopes of marrying a very rich widow of that sect, whose estate lies in that part of the kingdom. Square died soon after he writ the before-mentioned letter, and as to Thwackum, he continues at his vicarage. He hath made many fruitless attempts to regain the confidence of Allworthy, or to ingratiate himself with Jones, both of whom he flatters to their faces and abuses behind their backs. But in his stead Mr. Allworthy hath lately taken Mr. Abraham Adams into his house, of whom Sophia is grown immoderately fond, and declares he shall have the tuition of her children. Mrs. Fitzpatrick is separated from her husband, and retains the little remains of her fortune. She lives in reputation at the polite end of the town, and is so good an economist that she spends 3 times the income of her fortune without running into debt. She maintains a perfect intimacy with the lady of the Irish peer, and in acts of friendship to her repays all obligations she owes her husband. Mrs. Weston was soon reconciled to her niece Sophia, and hath spent 2 months together with her in the country. Lady Ballaston made the latter a formal visit at her return to town, where she behaved to Jones as a perfect stranger, and with great civility wished him joy on his marriage. Mr. Nightingale hath purchased an estate for his son in the neighbourhood of Jones, where the young gentleman, his lady, Mrs. Miller, and her little daughter reside, and the most agreeable intercourse subsists between the 2 families. As to those of lower account, Mrs. Waters returned into the country, had a pension of £60 a year settled upon her by Mr. Allworthy, and is married to Parson Supple, on whom, at the insistence of Sophia, Weston hath bestowed a considerable living. Black George, hearing the discovery that had been made, ran away and was never since heard of, and Jones bestowed the money on his family, but not in equal proportions, for Molly had much the greatest share. As for Partridge, Jones hath settled £50 a year on him, and he hath again set up a school, in which he meets with much better encouragement than formerly, and there is now a treaty of marriage on foot between him and Miss Molly Seagram, which, through the mediation of Sophia, is likely to take effect. We now return to take leave of Mr. Jones and Sophia, who, within 2 days after their marriage, attended Mr. Weston and Mr. Allworthy into the country. Weston hath resigned his family seat and the greater part of his estate to his son-in-law, and hath retired to a lesser house of his in another part of the country, which is better for hunting. Indeed, he is often as a visitant with Mr. Jones, who, as well as his daughter, hath an infinite delight in doing everything in their power to please him. And this desire of theirs is attended with such success that the old gentleman declares he was never happy in his life till now. He hath here a parlour and antechamber to himself, where he gets drunk with whom he pleases, and his daughter is still as ready as formerly to play to him whenever he desires it, for Jones hath assured her that, as next to pleasing her, one of his highest satisfactions is to contribute to the happiness of the old man, so the great duty which she expresses and performs to her father renders her almost equally dear to him with the love which she bestows on himself. Sophia hath already produced him 2 fine children, a boy and a girl, of whom the old gentleman is so fond that he spends much of his time in the nursery, where he declares the tattling of his little granddaughter, who is above 1.5 years old, is sweeter music than the finest cry of dogs in England. Allworthy was likewise greatly liberal to Jones on the marriage, and hath omitted no instance of showing his affection to him and his lady, who love him as a father. Whatever in the nature of Jones had a tendency to vice has been corrected by continual conversation with this good man, and by his union with the lovely and virtuous Sophia. He hath also, by reflection on his past follies, acquired a discretion and prudence very uncommon in one of his lively parts. To conclude, as there are not to be found a worthier man and woman than this fond couple, so neither can any be imagined more happy. They preserve the purest and tenderest affection for each other, an affection daily increased and confirmed by mutual endearments and mutual esteem. Nor is their conduct towards their relations and friends less amiable than towards one another. And such is their condescension, their indulgence, and their beneficence to those below them, that there is not a neighbour, a tenant, or a servant, who doth not most gratefully bless the day when Mr. Jones was married to his Sophia. Finis. End of section 54. End of The History of Tom Jones, a Foundling, by Henry Fielding.